I tell everybody, it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Why anybody doesn't use Yo, I don't know.
Visit us at patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
How do you make the most of your land? Shaw does it behind the wheel of a John Deere 1025R compact tractor.
Shaw stands for skilled hands at work.
And he lives up to the name as he uses his versatile tractor to make
the earth take the shape that I wanted to take.
And the Allens fire up their John Deere 3032E compact tractor to
grow about 9 acres of flowers.
Because the beauty of having land is deciding how to make it yours. There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents. And Doug.
Don't you just love the smell of old books? Shh, this is a library. Sorry, ma'am. We're looking for a book titled Liberty Mutual Customizes Your Car Insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction.
He really does devour literature.
Please leave.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Millions of people use Zoom Phone, the innovative and feature-rich cloud phone system for businesses of any size. Zoom Phone is simple to use, whether you're on a mobile device, desktop, laptop, or desk phone. And because every call is important to your business, Zoom Phone was built with reliability in mind, using geographic redundancy to keep your communications online. Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Visit zoom.com/phone system. Zoom, how the world connects.
Stop by Church's for the high-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made-from-scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shesky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
And Curry in absolutely no hurry gets doubled over to Wiggins. Right corner. Jumper by Poole. He hit it. He hit it. Jordan Poole.
He's got
with
21.
The mindset of a burglar. Said, no, I got this. I don't care about the alarm. I'm going to hit this. And he nails a corner three. 110-102 Warriors, and Denver calls another timeout.
What an ending. What an ending. And oh, baby. Warriors win their second in a row. Jordan Poole with back-to-back daggers. Steph Curry with 18 in the third quarter. And the Warriors hold the Nuggets scoreless over the last 3 minutes and 10 seconds of that basketball game. Big win in Denver. That was one I really, really wanted. And I think it was a statement made by the Golden State Warriors going into Mile High and beating the Nuggets last night. What a game. We had two good playoff games. Baseball's back. Blockbuster NFL trade. What a sports day. It's setting up to be a monster weekend. And I told you guys, do not panic. It's a Shades Friday. It's a Dolce Friday.
Oh, we both brought props.
It's a Dolce Friday, baby. I'm going to just sit here all show long. Anna hates it. She called me a douchebag for doing this. You know, I'm going to get my Draymond Green on and wear shades inside the stadium, inside the studio. Because that's what it's about today. Don't panic, baby. Life is good.
What does the back of your sweatshirt say, Draymond?
Fame lasts longer than respect lasts longer than fame.
I love how you reversed it.
Yeah. Respect lasts longer than fame.
Okay.
That's what the hoodie said.
Oh.
And he was locked in, too, off the sideline.
Oh.
Yeah, felt good, baby. Oh, baby.
Where do you want me to start?
You can start wherever. You got the baseball jersey on. You got your baseball glove on. You can start wherever the hell you want to start.
Well, let's start with the Warriors.
Chilling.
Let's start with the Warriors.
You can start baseball.
How much
you can
fun
do whatever.
was that game?
It was great.
Jordan Poole, look, and this is not about Wiggins or Klay or anyone else, okay? This is strictly about Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's the second best offensive player on the Golden State Warriors, and it's not even close. And I love seeing the evolution of this young man. Bonte, think about where this guy, late first-round pick? Is he a point guard? Is he a shooting guard? Like, what is he? Is he even an NBA player? Like, that's what people were saying year one, B. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
And people forgot when he got recalled from the G League in his rookie season, those last 10 to 12 games, he was starting to find it.
Exactly.
He was starting to find it, and then the pandemic hit.
Yes, and just seeing what the organization has done with him, seeing what the coaching staff has done with him, seeing what the veteran players around him have done with him, and then seeing what the young man and the work and the effort he's put in and to be coached up. But I'll tell you, he is, if he's not the most improved player in the league this year, which is I think he deserves that award, he's number 2, right, in the league in terms of making the biggest quantum leap from year 2 to year 3 where he's at right now. I'm so impressed with Jordan Poole, the playmaking, setting up for others, the discernment on his shot selection, his ability to finish at the rim, his ability to contort his body to hand it off to Looney for an easy layup, his ability to knock down shots, and how lethal does he look alongside Steph Curry, opening the floor up for Steph Curry in that third quarter when they went on that run and Steph went nuclear. And then at the end of the game, when it's absolutely do or die time, they do that little pick and roll at the top of the key after they blitz Steph Curry, and boom, he hits a dagger. And then the next possession, he comes down and he's running off. You got Klay in one corner, and boom, he's in the right corner. Steph hits him. Boom, he hits another one. Jordan Poole is here. I don't care what the money is. I'm hearing people talk about, oh, you can't pay him this, can't pay him that. Jordan Poole is the second most important player on offense for the Golden State Warriors, and if they want to win a title, they need that version of Jordan Poole they saw last night, or some semblance of it. He is coming, B. I am so excited for this kid.
I don't know if he's the second most player because it's Draymond Green, and he's going to have the ball in his hands in the fourth quarter, but this is something we discussed a few weeks ago. You know, a lot of people think this team's going as far as Steph and Klay. You need Jordan Poole.
Huh.
Andrew Wiggins, we're going to get to him in just a second.
Milk carton?
Just get to him in just a second.
Yeah, that's his new
Jordan
name.
Poole is definitely important. And when you talk about the closing lineup, they're not going to bench Klay. Let's just stop with the last.
It's not about
hold on.
Yeah.
I got a lot of people saying, maybe play Moody over Klay Thompson the last 5 minutes. Did you see the attention Klay Thompson still gets? Those shots are going to fall. I got faith and belief in Klay Thompson hitting those shots. It's going to take a little time, but he's starting to find it. The minutes restriction doesn't look tired. He's a different player right now. He's a spot-up shooter. He's not running off the ball like he used to. That was to be expected. Klay Thompson's going to be fine. Jordan Poole, though, and you saw it last year, gets dropped down to the G League again. Goes to Orlando, balls out, he comes back. He averages 15 points per game. And one thing that a lot of people underrate is when you look at last year, down the stretch, Jordan Poole was in those closing lineups.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Poole took that shot at Staples Center against the Lakers.
Should have went in. Was it
Missed
in and
it from
out?
the corner.
Yeah.
He made a big shot against the Grizzlies in a play-in game.
Only guy
got
wanted
the
the ball.
Him and Steph.
Only guy, yes.
He wants big moments. It's money time for Jordan Poole. So I'm proud of him. He's going to be there. He's a playmaker. Played well yesterday. 21 points, 7 assists. In the end of second quarters, the end of the first half, he's really been doing it. The shades, his Guru's been. Come on, Bonte. I got the gold chain. I got the gold chain, baby. Don't worry about it. Look, Jordan Poole,
it's so hard to take you serious right now.
I know, dude. I'm just telling you. Don't panic. The panic meter is on a 1 right now. It's on a 1 right now. There was no reason to panic.
Why are we panicking? Let's celebrate. Let's celebrate the young players. Jonathan Kaminga had a third quarter.
I tried to say that on Monday, and everybody was freaking out.
That was incredible. Like, there is a conversation. Today's not that day for Klay. Let's let a little more time go. I'm envisioning certain roles for him.
Everything is on the table. But, I'm getting messages, maybe play Moody down the stretch over Klay Thompson. Let's not be ridiculous. Klay Thompson with the nice steal off of Jokic late in the game, the nice defense to block. He had a good finish there. The shot is a little flat. There's no doubt. It's going to come. It's going to take patience.
He was a little more patient, though, in the game. I thought he was a little more patient, yes.
And I love him being aggressive. You know what I'm saying? He's getting close. 18 points. What I thought the way Klay played yesterday, I thought it was gritty. A gritty performance as he tries to find his way back. Thought he was in the right spot defensively. What about him telling Kerr the other night? We didn't even get into this. Hey, Kerr, I want to guard the ball. I want Reggie Jackson. All right. You may not be ready for that, but you know what? I like where your mind is.
I appreciate you acknowledging that part. Because, yesterday, Monty Morris went back door on him a couple times. It's that the quickness isn't there. to me, it's not about ripping Klay or Wiggins this morning. And those are conversations and things that we're going to monitor over the next couple of weeks. My big takeaway from last night, and I don't know how anyone else could have a different opinion, is, my God, this Warrior front office has absolutely crushed it on these picks. Moody looks like he's going to be a 5 to 10 year player for this organization. Kaminga, sky's the limit. James Wiseman's running up and down for the Santa Cruz Warriors, and I'm like, oh boy, he's put in the work in the gym. He looks chiseled. Now we'll see where his game's at when he gets to the NBA. And then Jordan Poole, name me a team. I'm asking sincerely. Name me a team in the league right now with 4 more promising players under 22 than the Golden State Warriors. Legitimate contributors that could be franchise pillars. Like, that's what I'm looking at with this Golden State Warriors team. Of course, you got Steph and Klay, and you want to win a title now. I know all that. But my God, these young guys, the young guns, the young bulls, I don't know what we call them. These dudes are special.
Nah, they are special. Jonathan Kaminga riding shotgun with Steph Curry. Hey, you know what? Last night was a reminder. We go the first 10 minutes of this show without even bringing up Stephen Curry.
Oh, I mean,
They go as far as Steph Curry go,
sick.
and you see the doubles. This is what I'm saying here. Down in crunch time, when he's getting doubled, a lot of people say, oh, man, play Steph on the ball. Who cares? He got the ball in his head, and he's doubled late. And you see the wide open shots he's creating for Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole.
Yes.
The gravity is still there. But what I wanted in third quarter, when the Warriors are down 13, Jokic is up picking up his 4th, and he leaves the game with 6:10 left. And I'm saying to myself, I think I texted Thread, I said, Curry needs to wake up.
You did.
He needs to wake up. It's go time.
Bonstradiblis, or whatever Dibs calls that.
It looked early on like in
Steven's laughing. What is it? Is it Dibstradamus?
Nostradiblis.
Nostradiblis.
So you're Nostradabantus or something. I'm ripping off. This is a horrible ripoff. I apologize. I'm ejecting.
It needs some work.
Let me hit eject.
It needs some work. And I did look early in the game. I thought, man, he looks spry. He looks got a bounce in his step. It's national TV. Crowds into it at Ball Arena in Denver. It was a nice playoff crowd out there. And
your girl PJ was there.
PJ was there. Got to meet Steph Curry.
Multiple references on the postgame show.
Yeah, no doubt. PJ, maybe bring PJ to chasing her.
I chose you over Chuck. You know, I'm a loyal friend.
I don't know why. That's your dumbass decision. I
was clinging to the television, praying I'd get a name drop.
Oh man, probably you were. You're not lying there. But Steph, early in the game, looked spry, had a bounce in his step, and I said, man, he looks like he's probably for a big game. Then he slips into a 2 of 9 spell. He's 2 of 7 for the 3-point line. I'm thinking, he's got to wake up for them. They need him right now. I need to see Steph Curry detonate. I need the Curry flurry in my life. It's been a while. The guy was shooting 36% since the All-Star break from the 3-point line. And then what happened? National TV, PJ sitting courtside, and damn it, Curry did it again. 3 threes, boom, 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 right away, getting to the rack, 18 in the third quarter. I needed that in my life because it was a reminder that Steph Curry can do some things that not many players can do in this league, which is take over a game and hit you with the flurry and flip the script. And that's what happened in that third quarter. I needed that in my life.
I just loved the variety of shots he was taking. Like, it did feel like he got a little 3-ball happy during his clunker stretch that he had. And you know, you referencing before the show started, like all the poor shooting numbers on his curve. Okay,
right.
Grading on his curve, poor shooting numbers. But to me, last night was the template in terms of if you just look at where he took all his shots, runners, layups, mid-range, 3-pointers from all around the arc.
3 straight layups in the fourth quarter to win
monster.
the game.
And he finished with off the opposite foot. He finished on the normal foot, like the unorthodox layup he has down. And then he finishes on the other side of the rim to block a defender from blocking his shot. I loved his floor game last night. How about the pass to Jonathan Kaminga in the third quarter where he threaded the needle? Mm-hmm. Jonathan Kaminga catches it above the shoulders, doesn't dribble, and goes right up. And Kaminga, Bonte, his sophistication with post moves. So many young players want to rush a post move. He is so patient. He has a counter to the counter. He wanted to do the drop step, and then he's like, oh, I'll just rise up and go. Jonathan Kaminga is sky's the limit if he wants to absorb the coaching, because I just love where this guy's at, and his talent level's through the roof. His discernment on shots is through the roof. Their vibe right now, the whole aura, man, it's special.
You know, Steph Curry, Warriors are up 98-90, and it is special. The vibe is special,
right?
Just like that. And you know what? It started from a loss on Monday when the young guns went out there and lost that game, and I think the vets watched that game and said, you know what? These guys, we could ride with them. Moody, Poole, and Kaminga. And I think this streak that we're about to see, and tomorrow against Milwaukee, it's going to be a tough game. Going to be tough. I'm not going to look too deep into that. It's going to be a tough game.
I think it's going to be fun.
It'll be fun, but it'll be a tough game.
I mean, like Giannis?
It's going to be a tough game. But
against his mini-me?
They've seen a lot of stars. They're seeing a lot of stars here the last 2 weeks. But it started on Monday night. And you see when they were up 98-90, Denver comes back roaring back 10-0 run.
That was fun.
And you're thinking, oh, boy, they're not going to close another game. They're not going to close another game. And Steph Curry, 3 straight trips, goes to the rack and hits some layups. You had a good defensive play from Klay Thompson. Don't want to overlook that. You had Looney down to the block. Kevon Looney, folks, has played in every single game. He is, no doubt, the most underappreciated Golden State Warrior, and he's a free agent after the season. I want to see them try to bring him back.
Yeah.
I want him back. Kevon Looney, through the wars of the championship years, through the hip surgeries, he's got to deal with the Joker, man. And the Joker's a problem. You see the numbers Joker's putting up on the Warriors this year? 29, 16, and 7. And he's down to the block, giving everything that he has. Somebody tweeted at me and said, man, Looney's still sweating in a press conference. That's how hard he worked last night. That guy is a baller, man. When we look back at this season and you look at the lack of size that they have, Looney's just down there at the 5, just battling game in and game out, man. What a game for him.
Well, and be on the 2 crucial misses by the Denver Nuggets, he box out Joker and tips it just enough so that Curry can come and gather that ball. I think Klay got the other rebound, and I call those like the 50-50 balls, right? Balls up in the air, one of your guys tips it, it's going everywhere, but you got to clear out those big men. Looney's done a fantastic job at that. There's no doubt about it. Joker, just for 1 minute on Joker. I love watching him play. He is just so freaking special. Do you think the average fan realizes how special Jokic is? His skill level, the way he sees the floor, his ability to finish with both hands in a variety of ways around the rim, his post moves. I mean, he's got Kevin McHale patience and post moving up and unders. He's got footwork. He's got a little fadeaway teardropper. He'll throw a pass. He'll hit threes. I mean, he's a complete package.
He was 0 of 8 from the three-point line last night. That's the only knock on him.
2 in and outs.
I know.
Down the stretch. Thank God he missed that.
Dude, 23, 12, and 9. And the guy is...
a bad game,
he's
and he was exhausted.
He's alone. Look, at the playoffs started today. It'd be Warriors-Nuggets.
That'd be a fun series.
But you know what? Last night, to me, it was a message to those guys. You really want to see us in the first round? You really want to bring the MVP to Chase Center? You will go home and you will get beat. You will get beaten 5 or 6, and it's bye-bye Warriors advance. I'm telling you, this Warriors team is about to lock in.
Hey, Steph guarding Aaron Gordon at points in that game last night. Whew. Aaron, that's Gordon. What we think of you right now.
2 of 11.
And I love the local kid.
2 of 11.
But whew.
2 of 11.
And you couldn't score in the post? JP had a block on him?
2 of 11.
Well, by the way, JP last night, Jordan Poole, offense is going to obviously shine. Had 2 deflected passes in the passing lane and then came over for the weak side block on Aaron Gordon. His defensive effort and recognition of when he's the help guy off ball, so much better. So much better.
It's getting better.
It's B.
The second quarter,
he was almost like a turnstile at one point for the beginning of his career.
Well, the second quarter was rough. He got beat on a couple backdoor cuts.
That team cuts backdoor.
He's got to get better.
They do that high-low play with Jokic at the top of the key, and then they run their guards backdoor. Jokic is just so good at passing.
But think about the second quarter. The Nuggets going a 15-0 run.
Yeah.
Jokic was on the bench. He was on the bench.
Yes.
Bones Highland, who's a nice player.
Who's not Reed? Who's the guy that went airmail and was dunking? The crowd was getting up.
Oh, but Bones
what was
Reed?
The guy's name? Was it Bones Reed?
Bones Highland. Bones Highland. Yeah, Bryn Forbes. You got DeMarcus Cousins, Cook, and Bielitsa. Look, there's
Bielitsa.
This is where James Wiseman.
Oh my God.
James Wiseman made his debut last night for the Santa Cruz Warriors. He'll play at Chase Center on Sunday. This is where James Wiseman may see those minutes because Bielitsa in that second quarter, oh my God.
Why is he coming out 38 feet away from the hoop?
He's going for every pump fake.
He goes flying out on Boogie, and Boogie's like, oh, thank you, layup, dunk. What are you doing?
Even offensively, he's getting to the rim, and he's airballing finger rolls. He's missing layups. He's getting blocked at the rim.
Speaking of missing finger roll lay-ins, Andrew Wiggins.
We'll get to him on the other side. We got a break because I got some thoughts on Wiggins. And when we talk about the last 5, the final 5, folks, 888-957-9570. Has Andrew Wiggins played himself off of the final 5 lineup? Has he played himself off of it? I don't even want to talk about the offseason. I don't want to talk about the 1 year left on his contract, whether or not he's going to be a Warrior.
I'll tell you. The offseason, the ticket's already punched. He's got a one-way ticket out of town, unfortunately. The fan base is ready to run him out of town. I'm telling you, B, the fan base is turning. He will be this version of this particular.
Harrison Barnes.
He's going to be Harrison. That's what he's going to be.
3 of 11 last night, 7 points. Let's get to Andrew Wiggins because there is some red flags here with Andrew Wiggins. I got some numbers on him. The lack of free throw shooting, it's just bad right now. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. We'll get into baseball at some point. Baseball's back. Do they deserve a high five for being back? I don't think so. We're going to play Rob Manfred's.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, you know what? That's nothing for me right now.
Well, you're not allowed to be interested because you said you're not going to be interested. So I'm not allowing you to have excitement. Okay. No, I'm teasing.
I'm not excited.
You know what? I'm going to do something today that will make you smile and feel nostalgic about baseball.
No,
I'm going to do that for you.
It won't work. It won't work.
I bet you it does.
It won't work.
I will get an ear-to-ear smile from Bonte Hill.
Good luck with that. Khalil Mack.
Go nowhere. It's coming back right from the. I'm telling you. Go nowhere. I will get an ear-to-ear smile. Thinking about baseball from Bonte Hill, and I'll show you how. Like Jay-Z. I'm going to show you how.
All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. We're going to talk a little Andrew Wiggins and the Warriors. We'll get into baseball. Bobby Evans, former GM of the Giants, will join us at 8:30 today. 8:30, Bobby Evans. Also, we're going to give away some tickets. Draymond Green is returning to the court for the Warriors this Monday night, and we want you to be there. We're giving away a pair of tickets on the show today between 8:30 and 9. That's right. You have to be not one. You have not one, but 2 chances to win tickets to see Draymond Green return as the Warriors take on the Wizards at Chase Center on Steph's birthday. That's right, Monday. Steph Curry's birthday. Draymond's coming back. When you hear this sounder, Day-Day! Call 844-999-GAME. When you hear this sounder, Day-Day! Call 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. Taking them to school coming up next. Plus, we'll get to Andrew Wiggins. Plus, our phone calls, 888-957-9570. It's a Friday on the Roast.
private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce houses, behind in payment houses, and I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you have a house that is trashed and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-uppers too. I buy vacant houses, abandoned houses, condemned houses, and foreclosure houses. If you or someone you know is looking to sell their house and want to sell it fast, call me at 925-490-2000. That's 925-490-2000, 925-490-2000.
Have you ever noticed that when the afternoon light hits your floors, you can see everything, including dust?
So much dust.
And that floor dust gets kicked up into the air, compromising the quality of air you and your family breathe.
Eesh.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper is the fast and easy way to clean your floors with ultra-thick pads that trap and lock dust before it gets in the air. Just a couple minutes a day.
And dust is gone.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper. Proud partner of the American Lung Association.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Dub Nation, don't miss the Santa Cruz Warriors as they take on the G League Ignite at Chase Center on March 13th. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Steph Curry birthday bobblehead, courtesy of Adobe. There will also be STEM-related activities for kids. In partnership with Hewlett Packard, visit chasecenter.com for more information.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
This magic moment.
Sandlot.
So different and so new.
Come on, Squints.
I like the Sandlot. Is this the pool scene?
Yes.
Where he fakes getting drowned. And Wendy Peppercorn, right? No,
yes.
Not.
And they ended up having like 10 kids.
Yeah, 10 kids.
Come on, you're smiling.
I'm smiling because of the Sandlot.
Back.
I'm smiling because of the Sandlot. I ain't smiling because baseball's back. Hey, baseball, you want a cookie? You want a cookie? You're going to play 162. Good. Good.
Are they playing 162?
You smell that, Lubman? It's the smell of fresh cut grass.
Oh.
You hear that sound, Lubman? It's the sound of them spraying down the field with a hose.
Let's go. Hey, wait. Do you know what I just did right now? I'm sniffing my glove. There's nothing better than a dusty glove. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It has a smell. It's like a dusty leather smell. And then I got the ball right now in my hand. Listen to this. Bonte, baseball's back. I just bought a brand new glove.
Where did it go?
This is not it.
Did it go anywhere?
It went on pause. I got a brand new glove right here, a Wilson A2000, and this thing is as stiff as can be. And now the new thing is you put warm water on it. That's what Wilson recommends. Warm water. So it's going to take a couple weeks for this bad boy, but I got a brand new mitt. How do you like this one?
Time out.
It's like cream color.
It's a little small.
This is a shortstop glove, 11 and a half inches, bro.
Baseball didn't go anywhere. They weren't going to play games in December, January, February, so it didn't go anywhere. We're going to threaten to strike and cause people to lose a lot of jobs. That's who I'm happy for. It's not. First of all, the owners won again. The owners won again, strung the players along. They win again in these negotiations. But number two, I'm happy for the fans and the people who work at the stadiums. Because a lot of people were in line to lose some jobs.
Well, they put together a fund to pay a lot of the concession workers and whatnot. Look, we're going to get back right into the Warriors, all right? Today,
you want to get me smiling ear to ear?
Yeah.
On my panic meter? It's at a 1 right now. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Love getting my morning started with you guys. Panic meter equals 1. Oh. You see that? How about that?
There we go.
Panic meter at a 1.
But all day, we are going to celebrate baseball being back. But we're going to get Warriors because I want to know what people got in that Final Five. That's absolutely for sure. But B, there's something about playing catch at the beginning of the spring. There really is. There's something nostalgic. There were these two old-timers that lived on London Street where I grew up, and they would play catch every day. And they're in their 70s, 80s, who knows, maybe they were up into their 90s. And there's just something beautiful about seeing two old guys whipping around the ball in those old-school gloves, those old mitts, and you hear that pop, that sound, and you see the dust come out of that glove. I just love baseball.
You know what else I'm excited about? I get to be in a fantasy baseball league with my buddies again. Our keeper league, we've done it for about 12 years. I'm actually more excited about that than the actual game. Like spring training, one of the most overrated things in America.
Okay.
It's just overrated. Oh, man, spring training, pitchers and catchers reporting. You're not playing games for another month.
No, forget all that.
Playing catch fine. Playing catch is fine. I'd rather give up some shots right now, like Jordan Poole.
Like I've seen you shoot. Your shot is not that good.
Don't believe the commercials.
I'm Bonte Hill. Not gonna lie, I suck at hoops.
It's show business, man. Show business. A lot of people, man.
You
we don't
didn't play
game.
base runners growing up, did you?
I played baseball all the time. Wiffle ball, run down, strikeout. Baseball was my first love. Baseball was my first love.
Coming back from the break, did I make you smile with this magic moment?
It's a great movie. I didn't smile.
It's a great song.
It was cute. It was cute.
All right, we can get back into the
It's cute. But seriously, baseball. That's what I want to ask the audience. 888-957-9570.
I'm just happy it's
30
back.
seconds or less. 30 seconds or less. Baseball fans. Why should you get back into baseball? 925. Who cares about baseball? We'll talk about baseball during the summer. Back to the Warriors.
Well, that's my point today.
888-957-9570. I don't think people care.
No.
How many people really care about baseball being back? I would have checked the temperature.
Well, it's not that like I want to talk about free agency right this moment, but like my point is like I'm just happy it's back. I love baseball, and during the dog days of summer, it's a great companion nightly. You can't deny that.
I'm so much. All right, we got to get to taking them to school, but I'm so much more willing to take a vacation during the dog days of August now. Because, like, baseball, I'm just...
No, you can't do it in August. 49er training camp, there's stuff to talk about. Got to do it late July.
I may do it late August. I may go on vacation late August, right before September. Who knows? All right, it's time for Taking Them to School, presented by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California.
You know how to party.
What you got?
Checks the clocks, mouth guard askew. Down to 8 seconds, they clear the floor for Curry. Working on Forbes. Curry, one-on-one crossover, and the three's on the way. Got it! He got it with 7.1. He's got 20,000 points. And the Warriors with the lead. Here comes on the drive. Highland goes up, strip whistle, and foul with 0.4 to go in the quarter. 20,000 for Curry. He becomes only the 49th player in NBA history to get to 20,000. Just another notch in the belt for number 30.
I love it, Tim Roy. He was on fire last night. Absolute fire. JB and Tim Roy sitting courtside at Ball Arena, formerly known as the Pepsi Center that was taking them to school, which happens the morning after every game paid for by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. Not only has Steph Curry reached the 20,000 point milestone, Shasky, becoming the 49th player, as Tim Roy said, he also became the second player to score his 20,000 point with the Golden State Warriors, just as Kevin Durant did. So that's pretty cool. And he's one of 23 players to score all 20,000 with one team.
It's pretty incredible. Your ability to rattle off stadiums and arena names, and then the automatic reflex to name what it was priorly named is an uncanny thing. Like, I'm a nickname guy. Like, if you were like, hey, we're going to have Darrell Wright on, D. Wright. You know, like, I have this reflex where I have to say it. You are, like, it's kind of crazy, dude. This is you. Like, well, Candlestick Park, formerly the home of Monster Park, formerly, 3Com Park. It's, I love it. I mean, it's an incredible reflex on you.
Yeah, it's a disease.
It is.
It's a problem.
It is.
It's a problem. Happy Friday, all the roasters out there. Okay, good morning to all the roasters getting off your graveyard shift, getting ready for work. Traffic's picking up. Have a great Friday. Hopefully it's payday for you. Happy Friday to all the roasters on YouTube, Twitch, and of course the Comcast Business Text line. I'm looking here at the tweets. At the text, excuse me.
Yeah,
tweets,
what
text.
are they saying?
They're all the same thing. Let's just start with the 925. Actually 415 because I read that one. 415. Baseball sucks. Get back to the Warriors.
Well, we're here.
Baseball yawn. In the days after baseball announced that talks installed the players are locked out, it may have been talked about for 5 minutes here. That's from the 510. Bonte 925. Show me on the doll where baseball hurts you. Bonte, quit being the get off my lawn guy.
On the
Enjoy
doll
baseball.
Where baseball hurts you. You had to stop for that one.
Oh, that's funny. By the way, it's going to be a shout out Friday. 925. Baseball did absolutely nothing to fix the sport. I'm not excited at all.
Oh.
All right. Bonte, you sound like Steiny. Well, let me fix that. God knows, Lord knows we don't need to be sounding like Steiny or Ratto.
Well, no wonder I like you, because I like Steiny.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
I'm so out.
Well, let's get the Wiggins on the other side because we just riffed off there. We just killed a segment and stole some money there during those last 10 minutes. So Wiggins talk on the other side, 888-957-9570. Where's your panic meter at with the Golden State Warriors? It should Wiggins be in the final 5 when it comes to the Warriors' closing lineup. I want to hear from you, Dub Nation. Big win last night in Denver. The Warriors hold the Nuggets scoreless in the last 3 minutes and 10 seconds in that game. We talked about defense, Shasky. Well, guess what? The Warriors played defense in the second half to get back in that game. More Warriors talk coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
24/7 customer support and access to product specialists to help you find what you need. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Look at this. J.D. Power awarded Cricket #1 customer service and purchase experience in the MVNO segment.
Huh. Award-winning service has a nice ring to it. Say it again.
Award-winning service.
Ooh, again.
Hear ye, hear ye. Announcing 2 more reasons to switch to Cricket and their award-winning service.
Wow, it does have a nice ring to it. Switch and see for yourself.
For JD Power 2022 wireless customer care and purchase experience mobile network operator performance studies award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Stop by Church's for the high-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made-from-scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
And Curry in absolutely no hurry gets doubled over to Wiggins, right corner. Jumper by Poole. He hit it. He hit it. Jordan Poole.
He's got
with
21.
The mindset of a burglar. Said, no, I got this. I don't care about the alarm.
Now, back to the morning roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Let's go.
Let's see what you're doing there,
Look
Langford.
at you smiling. Baseball's back, baby. Major League theme song.
Baseball's back. The Warriors get the win. We cross it over, coming back. Oh, I could smell the Tony's Pizza going into right field already.
Let's go.
You know.
Hey, boys, we're going to get right back into the Warriors. Sam, are you ready? Langford, I was going to say Curly. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
Shout out Curly.
Lubman's ready, too.
Dude, this song's getting me fired up, too.
Giants.
You know.
Let's go, Giants.
I feel like Jim Carrey.
What's the matter with Bonte? He's a bum.
When I hear that, crank that music back up. Crank that music
Thank you.
back up.
Look at you smiling. I told you I was going to get you smiling.
I feel like Jim Carrey.
You turned into Ebenezer Scrooge.
I feel like the Cleveland Indian fan in that movie.
Guardians.
Where he had the X over Wild Things jersey.
Oh, dude, 99
Randy
Wild
Quaid?
Thing?
Yeah. Is that who it is?
Oh,
yeah, that's the guy who plays him, yeah.
Jim Carrey saying, you know, to Lloyd, you know how to suck me back in. Guys know how to suck me back in, man.
And totally redeems himself.
Totally redeems himself.
Redeem yourself. Best line ever.
This is what I hate about baseball. It totally got me.
Of course.
You know, it's going to become the dog days, and the Giants are in it.
There's a chance.
And he's going to go, baby Chess, you ready to go? You ready to go to the ballpark?
Probably going to be taking her to some day games this year.
Oh, that's going to be awesome. You're going to really enjoy that.
She's old enough.
Yeah.
I'm going to be the dad with the little strap in the front.
She'll have her glove protecting you from line drives.
She grew out of her Buster Posey, yes. Or her head. No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that to baby Chess. But she's getting big, and she grew out of her Buster Posey jersey already, so... You know, got to find her a new jersey. She'll be out there with the hat. She doesn't like to wear hats or headbands or, you know, we got the little bows that baby girls like. She just snatches it and tosses it.
Does she have the Hill Dome going?
She does have the Hill Dome going.
Okay.
She's got the Hill Dome going. Okay. It's a big head.
Well, maybe she could be a movie star.
My baby's got a big head.
I mean, it presents well on TV for you.
I'm worried about the kids. Worried about the kids really making fun of her.
The material I'm running this morning.
Dude, my head is huge on the camera. Huge. By the way, I was so fired up yesterday at the postgame show. I had to apologize to everybody because that game, last night, that Warriors game, man, I wanted that win so bad. To shut a lot of people up. A lot of people have been freaking out about this Warriors team. Reinforcements are coming. I got my guy James Wiseman out in Stockton, California, running the floor, dunking.
James Wiseman looks good.
James Wiseman looks good. 415. Lockout over. We can go back to not watching regular season baseball.
D4 looks
That's pretty good material. Everybody's running material today. And all I'm doing is locking in on the damn Golden State Warriors because James Wiseman is running the floor in Stockton, California. He's going to be at Chase Center on Sunday. First 10,000 fans get a Steph Curry bobblehead. Draymond Green coming back Monday. Steph's birthday against the Wizards. Woo! We got 15 games left until the playoffs. I told you guys, this turn-up season. Buckle up. Shasky, don't punk out on me right now. I know in September, when the Giants were out there, they had a couple little hiccups. They're like, oh, my God, I'm worried about the Giants. I said, come on, man, ride with me. We did it for 5 months. Ride with me. We're getting to the finish line. We're on the back nine of this NBA regular season. Oh, you like that little golf reference? That's when the Masters starts. That's when the Masters starts.
The second nine.
That's when the NBA season starts. And we got big games left, man. Big games left. Last night was a big game. Huge. Now, Mullet did FaceTime Darrell and I said, I was like, Mullet, man, it's a playoff 5. He goes, it's cool. It's cool. So Mullet had to put me in my place, but I was so damn jacked up I couldn't sleep last night because Jordan Poole, man, what did he say? Do we got the sound of Jordan Poole? Money time! Money time!
We don't have that audio.
Money time! I put it in a thread. Money time!
You can't hear him saying it.
You can't hear him? Damn. All right. Sorry.
All right.
Come on. How can you not be fired up right now?
Bonte,
I'm just saying.
I just told you that they have 4 players under the age of 22 that I don't think any other organization, I don't think any other organization in the league, and forget Steph and Klay and Dre and Wiggins and Looney and all those guys, Poole, Moody, Kaminga, Wiseman. Are there 4 other guys under 22 you're trading those 4 for?
No, I'm not.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
here's the other thing.
Kay Cunningham, I mean, he's...
No,
really
I'm taking a quartet. A quartet. It's not about having one player better. I'm talking about a quartet. Let's have the difficult Wiggins discussion because we've been talking about Klay and this and that. There is a numbers game where someone's going to have to be off the court at times. Now, I think it's going to oscillate between a couple different people.
Real quick, we could bring back Wiseman watch.
Oh, I'm ready for that.
We could bring back Wiseman watch.
I'm ready for that.
I'm a little excited.
The Watcher. But here's what I would say. Van Gundy comes out and goes during the middle of the broadcast, and we could talk about where he got this info or if he's speculating. He goes, yeah, I think Wiggins is the guy who's not going to play in the final closing stretch of the game because he can't shoot free throws. And they did a hack of Wiggins at one point in that game, and he just kept missing. And you're watching this guy run around on the court and just float. And just kind of stand in the corner, stand on the perimeter, waiting for the ball to come to him, like he's Tony Allen or Bruce Bowen. And I'm saying
at
to
least
myself,
Bruce Bowen to hit a corner 3.
Yes, but that took years for him to develop. Like Wiggins has dropped off precipitously, and it's the confidence level, it's the style of play, it's putting his imprint on the game on the offensive side. The defense seems to still be there. But man, B, like they have a problem right now. Like they really do. And I'm just looking at what that closing lineup's going to look like. JP's got to play. He's just got to. Steph's got to play. You're telling me that Klay's got to play. Okay, I'll listen to that.
Are you really going to bench Klay Thompson in the last 5 minutes of the game?
I'm listening to you, and I'm buying into what you're saying.
It's Klay Thompson.
I do think
it's Klay Thompson. It's Klay Thompson. You're not benching him in the last 5 minutes of the game. It's Klay Thompson.
I hear everything that you're saying, and I believe me, I love him as much as everyone does. The question now becomes, with Dre coming back, Iggy going to be in there somewhere. I think he's a situational player down the stretch. The question is then Wiggins, Klay, Wiggins.
Listen, again, it ain't no question about Klay Thompson in the final. He's going to be in the final 5 lineup. Did you hear Steve Kerr last night? I like what I see with Klay, Steph, and Poole on the court together.
I do too.
Did you hear Jordan Poole?
I do too.
There's a lot the defense has to do to try to slow
Wiggins
us down.
That my point is, it's process of elimination now. Like I'm not here to argue and scream and yell about Klay and if he's back and if he's not back. Undeniably, his shot looks a little flat and broken right now. I'm hoping he will get it back. I don't think he's there yet. I think it's a lot to ask for him to get it this year. But I've seen within. Thank you, Jordan Poole. Money time. I've seen this year Wiggins have an impact offensively. I'm just not seeing it right now. And I feel like the two of them feel like they can't coexist offensively at the same time. Klay, Wiggins.
There could be something there. And I'm sorry I derailed you there a little bit.
That's fine.
But here's some numbers. And I'm with Tamir. Klay's missing shots is still more of a threat than Wiggins. He attracts so much more attention than Andrew Wiggins.
That I agree with. That I agree with.
So before February 1st, through January 31st, I should say.
Yeah.
Wiggins, 18 points per game, 4 rebounds, 41.6% from the three-point line. The free throw percentage was down to 67%. Now, if you look at Andrew Wiggins since February 1st, and this is very, very concerning. Since February 1st, Andrew Wiggins, 13 points per game, 4.5 rebounds, 3 assists. That's bad. That's bad. But it's the field goal percentage, 40% from the floor. Again, through January 31st, he was shooting 48.7% from the floor. He's down to 40.6% from the floor since February 1st. All right? 3-point percentage. He's down to 35% since February 1st. 35% from the three since February 1st. Oh, but it gets better. The free throws. He's down to 34.6% from the free throw line.
That's not getting better. That's getting worse, B.
That, to me, says you're not going to be in the Final Five lineup because, one, you can't play free throws. And if I got Iguodala, can Iguodala defend just as well as Wiggins? Well, we'll see. He has that IQ. He's a veteran.
I trust Iggy more.
Exactly.
That's where
you trust Iggy.
But
that's where I'm at.
I also know that Iggy, and I didn't mean to cut you there, but I also know that Iggy, there's a law of diminishing returns because if you play him too much, you do risk getting him hurt. Like you got to be delicate with him, you know? Like Wiggins does have the Iron Man level to him. The question also, it's not just offensive, right? Because you saw it last night with the spacing. JP got open looks because of the Steph, Klay commanding that attention. There's you cannot deny that.
Wide open shots.
You can't
Poole
deny
was
that.
wide open.
But the other part of this is they do need to be able to get stops defensively against better offensive teams because that's who you're going to play in the playoffs. And that's where it's like, do I want Klay on Luka? Do I want Wiggins on Luka? Like, is it Draymond? Like, I mean, what are you willing to sacrifice? I guess is the point that I'm going. It's like, are you going to take a hit on offense, or are you taking a hit on defense? Because right now, B, do you think Klay is
your offense is your best defense now?
That's what I've been kind of saying with the JP thing. Like, I get Jordan Poole is a deficient defender, but I'm taking his offense because it's so spectacular.
Money time. It's crunch time, and it's money time because it brings Struckers coming out for Jordan Poole. Money time!
Hey, now we're here.
Money time! Let me get some thoughts on Wiggins real quick. Let me get some thoughts on Wiggins real quick. In the Final Five lineup.
Because you're rat-a-tat-tatting Jordan Poole numbers, and I've got thoughts on that. There's a lot of thoughts I have.
Well, money time.
I have a cloud above my head of thought bubbles.
Money time! Money time!
Welcome to the Bay Area as Bonte Hill is screaming and yelling money time.
Klay, Steph, JP are playing in the final. There's a combination there because of the playmaking ability. And I think Steve Kerr, watching the Dallas Mavericks with Luka and Dinwiddie, a lot of people don't think Luka plays defense. He's a liability.
Yeah, but he's Dinwiddie so spectacular offensively.
Exactly. You got to play Poole. It's his time.
It's a bucket-getting league, too.
Poole, you got to get buckets. Offense wins. You got to rebound, no doubt about it, but this team does do a great job of team rebounding. They're in the top 5 when it comes to rebounding. But Jordan Poole is playmaking. Klay is still a threat, and damn it, those shots are getting closer and closer and closer. So I'm not bitching Klay Thompson because you want to talk about trusting Iguodala? I trust Klay. And Klay I trust.
It's just hard.
This guy is a winner. This guy is a winner. He is gritty. He will be there. He will be fine. I'm not worried about Klay Thompson. I'm really not. He will be there. Will
you allow me to be slightly worried?
You could be worried. But Klay's in that Final Five, no matter what, because of his shot-making ability. You wouldn't believe Klay Thompson wide open. He's going to bang those threes in the playoffs. I'm telling you that right now. He's going to bang those threes in the playoffs. He's getting closer and closer and closer.
I want to believe you.
I will live with the Klay miss. I'll live with it. Well, those are wide open shots. I'm living with those shots.
Can I throw something at you? And you could say I'm an idiot and run me off the road here. Well, just hypothetically, we keep playing like this, and it doesn't come around. You know, what if it doesn't come around? To me, this year, expecting him to have those playoff moments, I think JP will have those playoff moments. I'm not sure Klay will. Like, maybe he'll have a game. Maybe he will.
So are you willing to bench Klay Thompson in the Final Five?
No, it's just kind of mix up his role for the time being. I'd like to see him in a Ray Allen Miami Heat kind of a role.
I think that's where I think that's what you're seeing.
But did they?
Wait, coming off the bench? What does that mean? Because Ray Allen came off the bench.
Yeah, but he was their 6th man essentially.
You're not bringing Klay Thompson.
I'm not saying.
All right.
I'm saying just the role, not the actual starting in the minutes and this, but where he's not the prominent featured player in the half court set. He's that side piece, you know? He's the mashed potatoes to the steak that is Steph Curry and Jordan Poole right now.
So I think I sent it to the thread.
He's the asparagus.
If we could pull that sound, Langford, it's a bite Steve Kerr had about Klay Thompson and conversations he's had with Klay Thompson. About not forcing it. They've let Klay do what he does.
He was better
because
last
he came
night with
back, but he was selective. I thought his shot selection was a lot better last night. Missed a couple buddies, missed a couple easy ones. 7 of 20, not the most efficient, but it is close. It is so much close. And then defensively, and then the minutes. He's playing 33 minutes now.
Yeah,
33 minutes. So
why do you say it's close?
Because it's rimming in and out. You see him starting to find his rhythm. You got to remember, man, the guy didn't play for 941 days.
But that's why I'm skeptical.
941 days.
The shot
He's
looks
got
flat.
to work himself.
I know,
back
but it
in.
looks so
you
flat.
need Klay. Who do you trust? Wiggins or Klay?
I mean, I trust Klay more because Wiggins is, invisible right now. So, but that's not saying a lot. Like, I just look at the way JP, the aura around JP right now, even the aura around, and I'm not expecting Kaminga to close games, but like the aura and the way that Kaminga takes your breath away, and JP will take your breath away at times in that game. Steph Curry, Klay used to do that, and I feel like he's trying to grasp at that, and it's just not there. And I feel for him because I have an emotional attachment. This is a guy who won us championships. He gave his heart and soul and part of his body to this all of his body to this organization. I have tremendous empathy and caring for Klay Thompson. I don't say these things without, I feel bad saying this out loud.
Klay on the floor is going to create shots for other players because
I agree.
nobody's leaving Klay Thompson open.
I agree.
Nobody's leaving him open.
But they will if he continues to miss shots.
You know what? They're going to burn. And the minute that happens and he gets wide open threes, he's going to burn you.
I want it to happen.
He's going to burn you.
I want to be proven wrong. I'm not here I love Klay. This is why it hurts me to say this out loud.
In the playoffs, he's going to burn you. So I dare a team to leave Klay Thompson open. I dare a team to do that. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about the team getting up good shots. We'll get to the lines in just a second. 888-957-9570.
Am I being disrespectful to Klay?
I think so. I love you, but you are.
Why?
You are.
He hasn't played for 2 years.
It's Klay Thompson.
Yeah, but it's not Klay Thompson.
It is Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson with a healthy ACL and a healthy Achilles is different.
We've seen moments in February where he 16 points against the Lakers, big shots against the Brooklyn Nets. OKC, where Steph and Klay scored the last 17. How about the finish in the fourth quarter? Tough finish there. I thought it was a really gritty performance by Klay Thompson last night. 7 of 20. Okay, I get it. The shot's not falling right now. It will come. He's starting to figure it out. I'm telling you, then defensively, he ain't getting blown by as he was last week. He's getting better defensively.
He had a nice block late.
It was steal late.
Monty Morris was really fast compared to him, and it was a tough matchup for him.
And you slide him at the 3 in crunch time. Here's Steve Kerr
I agree on that.
On the shot selection.
The only thing that I'm stressing with Klay right now is to just get great shots. If he's not open, to move it on. We've really tried to give Klay a lot of freedom in his comeback, just to be able to feel the game and, not to harp on mistakes and that sort of thing. But the bottom line is we are at our best when the ball moves and we're getting good shots. Good shots lead to good transition defense. Good transition defense means you get a team in the half court. It means you can control the game. And first half, we were taking lousy shots. So I'm going to continue to stress to all of our guys, including Klay, we've got to get good shots. It gives our game balance. We've got about 15 games left or so, whatever it is. We got to get better from here.
The way he articulated that right there is why I love Steve Kerr. That's a realistic assessment. Like, keep it moving, get good shots. Everybody's fine with Klay Thompson shooting a wide open 3 over someone like, let's just throw it out, like Wiggins, for example. If we're doing the comparison shopping here, right? Everybody is like, yeah, I want Klay shooting that ball. I'm just saying, some of the forced shots, especially late in that game, 5 minutes to go. I mean, he clanked one off the side of the backboard and the rim. It was just, whoa. I'm not used to seeing the arc on his shot being what it is. I want it to come. But it's hard for me to sit here right now after seeing what I've seen the last couple of weeks, like 2 weeks or so. It's like, it's just looked a little ugly. And I want it to be more efficient. I want it to be prettier. And once I see it for a couple of games in a row, I'll buy in. I will, and I feel like I'm being sacrilegious even questioning Klay.
You are. You're San Francisco right now. Because we all knew Klay wasn't going to be Klay right away after missing 2.5 seasons. 2.5 seasons. It's a lot to ask. You get thrust into the starting lineup.
He still can play.
He's getting thrust into...
He's just not the version that I loved, and I'm not expecting him to be that. The shot is just off.
Sounds like you are.
No, the shot's just off right now, B.
It is off a little bit.
It's just off.
It is off a little bit. It's a slump. It's a slump.
Well, I feel for him because, like, every miss, it just feels like it's getting heavier and heavier on him, and it hurt.
Dude, last night he battled. He battled. Finished with 18. He battled, right?
He's only eclipsed 20 one time this year.
Okay, that's fine.
No, I'm just asking. The 33, he had the 33.
Klay Thompson's averaging 17 points a game.
Which is desperately needed on this team right now.
He's averaging 17 a game.
Desperately needed. But it's also coincided with Wiggins' drop-off.
Well, Wiggins started dropping off before that a little bit.
It's been ugly for Wiggins.
Wiggins is settling for jumpers.
Yeah,
I don't think it has a direct... Everybody's making it, Klay coming back has affected Wiggins. Wiggins, get to the basket.
I'm
shooting 36% from the free throw line? That has something to do with Klay Thompson? Get to the rack.
No, but there is a pecking order offensively. I do think that some of the guys, like you've played pickup basketball, you know when there's somebody who's more dominant than you take a lesser role. You go run and set a screen instead of getting the ball primarily. Like there is nuance to it. I don't know, man. I love Klay. I really do. And I don't want to be the guy out here ripping Klay Thompson. The guy's come back from two major injuries. I'm just saying it looks a little ugly right now.
Klay Thompson
Poole looks so good.
Dude, Klay Thompson, 21 points. He had 23. He had 23. He had 21. 33. 20. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Look at the game logs. Klay Thompson's going to be in the Final Five, and he should be in the Final Five. He's going to be there with Jordan Poole and Steph Curry, and Draymond's going to be there. The odd man out may be Andrew Wiggins. It may be Andrew Wiggins. Let's get to Anthony and Concord. You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Thank goodness y'all got to me because Joe man. So the only person that needs to be coming off the bench is Wiggins. I called before and I said Wiggins was Ben Simmons 2.0. The reason why homie ain't getting to the rack is because he can't shoot free throws, just like Ben Simmons. I think we need to calm down about Klay because he is still more of a factor no matter what over Wiggins. And, yes, his shot is falling short, and we can see that. He has no lift right now, but he's still going to go out there and give you everything he has. If you put JP at the 1, you let Steph roam, you let Klay run play the 3, you get Kaminga in there with the small ball 4, and you put Draymond in there with the small ball 5. That's our closing lineup. If you want to interchange Iguodala, I'm down with that.
Yep.
But we need to relax on the Klay thing because Klay, he will be fine. He has to find his rhythm, and he has to find, he has to get his lift back. He just came back from all those days of not playing basketball, Joe. So, when you say that, you have to allow him to get back into form. But I really, really think he's going to be okay, and you got to relax.
Well, the only reason that I do get a lot of tension is because I do think this team, not that they're the championship favorite, but they have an opportunity to do something special this year. And when you get this far along the road and you want to try to maximize your opportunities to win championships. They're so hard to win. And you just want to win. When you get these opportunities, you want to strike while the iron's hot. That's all. And that's why I'm so concerned about just the whole situation. And the question about Wiggins and Klay, and I absolutely have more faith in Klay late games offensively, but there is a drop-off because I think Wiggins is a slightly better defender right now than Klay Thompson. So when I'm looking at it from a coaching standpoint, what are you willing to sacrifice? A little defense or a little offense?
Klay's fine, dude. He's gonna. You worry too much. You worried about a 3-time champ, a guy who brought Game 6 Klay to life. And I know it's many, many years ago. That's what Steiny would say. Many, many years ago. I haven't seen it recently. Klay's going to find it. And Klay's going to be in that Final Five. I'm going to ride or die with Klay Thompson. I'm in the foxhole. I'm riding or dying with Klay Thompson. I'm not pulling Klay Thompson for a Moses Moody. And I love Moses Moody.
Well, I didn't say that.
I know you didn't say that, but that people want, who are you going to bench Klay Thompson for? All right, we got a break here. We're frustrating the guys back there. Bobby Evans, former GM of the Giants, will join us at 8:30 as we celebrate the end of the MLB lockout. And finally, we can get into some Giants free agency talk. Bobby Evans, of course, knows a thing or two about the Giants and free agency. And don't forget, Draymond is returning to the court for the Warriors this Monday night. We want you to be there. We are giving away a pair of tickets on the show today between 8:30 and 9. That's right. You have not one, but two chances to win tickets to see Draymond Green return.
Not that big of a deal. And I actually think he played, his best position was center field. I actually think he could play a little more center field, and I would work him into left a little better. And I mean, he can play all over the diamond and that universal DH. I think the other natural spot for him is first base.
Well, Brandon Belt's back.
Brandon Belt. It's a 1-year deal.
Are you down on Brandon Belt again, just like that?
The captain.
I mean, you're
just down on him. You apologize to him like you apologized to Jimmy G.
But you know what happens?
Now you're down again?
He always goes down.
Oh, wow. I can't. San Francisco on a Friday. I wasn't expecting it.
Wow.
And you're wearing a Tim Lincecum jersey.
Oh, all day.
It's disrespectful to Tim Lincecum.
As much as I love Juan Marichal, Tim Lincecum, my favorite San Francisco Giant pitcher of all time.
And your performance today, not acceptable wearing a Tim Lincecum jersey.
Why?
Would you write with Tim Lincecum till the wheels fell off?
Oh, all day. I was
How you not going to write with Klay Thompson?
With the Angels.
How you not going to write with Klay Thompson?
Yeah, but when it was, okay.
I mean, my Shasky voice. You're gonna write with Lincecum, you're not going to write with Klay Thompson?
At some point, they removed Lincecum from the starting rotation, and I was like, you know what? I get it. And then you know what he ended up doing, Bonte, in that 2012 run? He embraced the swing roll and came in out of the bullpen after 3 innings of Barry Zito, 4 innings of Barry Zito against the Reds, and got us to the bridge, if you will, and handed the ball over to that elite bullpen. So he embraced his role and changed. And I actually thought he created a new role in the playoffs in terms of that bridge kind of middle relief guy. He was outstanding in 2012 out of the pen.
And now Klay Thompson's embracing his role. It's not the same Klay. We all thought he was not going to be the same Klay. But he's still dropping 18 a game, 17 a game. And he's still a threat. That 3 will come. Those legs will come.
I'm with you.
They're going to come. And then when it's money time.
Money time!
It's going to be Jordan Poole. He's ascending. He's arrived. And all the Jordan Poole doubters, give me a call.
Yeah.
I want to hear from you.
Well, they're all on air today, so you can listen to them. Oh. This is like a whole station was doubting him. And I don't blame anybody. He played horrible his first year. But B, a quick personal thing. Did you order those burritos during the break?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Why?
Because I'm starving.
Yeah, Matt's is going to go get them.
Nice.
More Bonte Shasky voice, please.
Wait.
That's what 415 on the text line said. More Bonte Shasky voice.
Me doing your voice?
No, I guess me doing your voice.
Oh, do it. Let's see it.
Because you're not going to bitch Klay Thompson. You're not going to bitch Klay Thompson. What are you talking about? No. We're going to the playoffs. Why's your panic meter so high? Klay Thompson, he's a 3-time champ. You're not going to bitch him.
Steph Curry!
And then Day-Day's coming back on Monday. Day-Day's coming back on Monday. When I had the shades on, earlier this week, and everybody's panicking at 8, 9, 10. I'm saying Day-Day's coming. And the West comes through the Bay. And I told you I felt like that. Yeah, they were undersized last night. Denver was pounding them on the boards. But you know what those teams don't have that the Warriors have? Championship heart. Championship heart led by the one and only Steph Curry. And so in Steph, in Klay, in Dre, I trust. And now you got the young guns coming. You got Jonathan Kaminga coming down the lane, ducking over everybody's head. You got Wiseman out in Stockton. You got Moody hustling. And you got Poole splashing everywhere, talking about...
Money time!
Money time! Let's go! We got 15 games left to the playoffs, Shasky. Let's go!
I love how you've become a meteorologist. You just take the temperature of this team and then completely throw it out the window and start predicting what they're going to do.
And what's happening?
Well,
they're starting to roll, baby.
The meteorologists are never right on.
They're starting to roll, baby. Let's go to the lines. I want to hear from the Dan Roasters right now.
He's heating up like a trending topic.
It's money time. That's right, baby. It's money time.
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
Ben is
wrong station.
Ben, Portola Park. What's happening? Let's go.
You boys, hey, Shasky, I cut you off a lot before. Bonte, you're doing an amazing job. I'm a 100% San Francisco local native.
Nice.
Like I said, always. Palega, Shasky got me going. St. Mary's Park, I would go over there to play baseball.
Let's go.
But I would pay over Palega on Felton Street.
Oh, yeah. I'm very well versed. Shout out to the Schneiders.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Shasky.
No, man. We had many battles, and your guys' field is beautiful now. It got redone, and it's gorgeous over there. We had many battles between St. Mary's Park, Potrero, Palega, excuse me, Portola, depending on who you're talking to. I mean, take this 15 San Bruno.
Portola, yeah, we call it Palega, and then down on University, we got the side of McLaren Park down there. We got some fields, and they're redoing it.
Yeah. Let's
what
go.
I really wanted to say, I want to go in with Bonte on you, hardcore, Shasky.
Why?
Because what I'm calling about is the Moses Moody block on Green last night. And he's hitting threes, and this kid is just out of college, and you got Kaminga dunking on people, and Klay Thompson, he gonna be all right.
I love it.
I'm excited.
I love it.
Are you happy baseball's back too? Like, because I'm feeling so good after that JP performance. Come on, B. Come on, smile. Baseball's back. Jordan Poole's back.
I took a nap around noon.
He's arrived.
Late night. Late nap, excuse me. Talked to Bo Kimball yesterday. He had me fired up talking about Loyola Marymount, and my head started spinning. I started thinking about Loyola Marymount lighting up Michigan at Long Beach Arena, and I was a kid watching that when they dropped 84 points in the second half. And I'm thinking to myself, man, this is a baller I'm talking to. Dude, average 35. I go to sleep. I wake up. Khalil Mack, a baller, going to LA Chargers, playing in the AFC West. I'm thinking, damn, that division
for
stacked.
A second and sixth?
Oh, that's it? Division stacked with nothing but ballers. Then I think about baseball. I'm saying, okay, the ballers are back on the field. I'm cool with that. Now let me see where the ballers are going.
To be excited.
Let the ballers. Where the ballers going? Where's free agency happening? Who are the Giants going to sign? And then I was thinking about Denver. I was thinking about Denver, driving into NBC Sports. Lutman didn't call me at 3 o'clock for our 3 o'clock call.
Oh.
He texted me at about 5:15. Hey, you got time to chat? I said, no, Lutman. I'm locked in. No.
I called you at 4 o'clock. You didn't answer.
No, you didn't call me. I didn't get no missed call from you.
I did call you, so blame the phones on that one, I guess.
Oh, yeah, you did call me at 3:51. I was locked in already. I was locked in. Because that was a big game last night. And like I said, it was money time. Sparky at Foster City.
You are so out of your mind this morning.
I'm telling you. And Klay, I trust. That was a playoff-type game last night. That crowd was rocking and rolling. Mike Malone said, to hell with the back-to-back. I'm playing everybody. I'm playing Monty Morris. I'm playing the Joker. I got Aaron Gordon running. I got Bones Highland freezing people out there on the break. And that 15-0 run in the second quarter without Jokic, I said, damn, we may get blown out. We may get blown out. Or as the kids say, blowed out. You know when they say BLOWED, blowed out. You got blowed out tonight. I thought the Warriors were going to get it blowed out. And what happened? Steph happened in the third quarter. He detonated. And who was riding shotgun with Steph in that third quarter run? It was JK, Jonathan Kaminga, the guy we went up to Sacramento to go see in his first ever game and fell in love with. The guy, I can't say enough about Jonathan Kaminga. Can't say enough about him. Sparky Foster City. I need a break. I need a timeout. I'm too fired up right now. What's happening, Sparky?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, Bonte, first off, when you take Baby Chess to her first game, you got to get that certificate at the Giants.
Yes.
Oh, I already did. I did last year, Father's Day. We saw it was Giants, Phillies.
Okay, for sure.
Giants hit about 5 home runs. We got a certificate.
And
she had a
Bonte-
great time, and she fell asleep during the 7th inning stretch.
And Bonte got a certificate for himself as well.
That's what's up. I respect that. Hey, but first off, I just want to say you got to have Klay in the last 5, but something that does worry me is something that Steve Kerr alluded to in the postgame is about how the ball kind of stops to him instead of keep flowing. And the movement kind of stops because I think Klay's pressing and he's forcing up shots.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I'm
You're right there.
To give my famous shout out to all the union workers out there holding it down for everybody, keeping this economy moving.
Hell yeah. Are you local 6?
617, sir. But I respect local 6.
Okay.
Local 38, local 39, and
Nice.
local 467.
Yep. Shout out local
Local
38.
38, right?
Yep. My whole family.
And Shasky, let the people know. In
Thank you,
15
Sparky.
minutes. Thank you, Sparky. Great call. 15 minutes. We got shameless shout-outs.
Oh, yeah.
Shameless shout-outs.
I'm ready.
15 minutes. Line them up. 888-957-9570. Shasky, let them know what they could shout out.
Anything they want. You want to shout out your mom's birthday? You want to shout out your local, IBU workers in local 6? You want to shout out the construction shop? You want to shout out your small business and promote that? You want to shout out your Little League baseball team? I might shout out my 5th grade St. Cecilia's Irish basketball team that lost a heartbreaker in double overtime the other day, 6-8. You might shout out anything you want. If you want to shout out Bonte Hill, you can do that. I might shout out Sam Lubman for his first week ever here on the Morning Roast. You never know. You got to pay attention. 15 minutes, but line them up. 888-957-9570. You can shout out anything you want.
Shout them out. Antonio in Oakland. We got more sound coming up from last night's Warriors game. I'm so fired up about that damn game. They held the Nuggets scoreless in the last 3:10.
It's the easiest job I've ever had this morning. Just show up, let you talk.
Antonio in Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, man, Klay Thompson, man, he has to be in a starting lineup. He's one of the greatest shooters ever. This is not like the Lakers and saying, is Russell Westbrook going to be in our ending 5 because he's shooting so bad? He's always shot pretty bad. Clay's a Mount Rushmore shooter. We need that. And you saw what he did on defense. He's like, because all I've been hearing is he's never going to be a great defender anymore. Okay, well, I just stripped the MVP Jokic in crunch time. I'll just block the other guy at the rim like I was Mutombo. So you got to keep him in, man. He's one of the best ever, man. And he's our boy, so he got to be in there.
You got to ride with
Warriors.
Klay.
I love that win. That's playoff atmosphere win.
Thank you, Antonio. Playoff atmosphere win. And how about playoffs for young Jordan Poole? He's never tasted the playoffs. No, that taste has evaded him.
No sampler platter?
No sampler platter, no appetizer, nothing. He hasn't been in the best of 7 series, but you know what? The moment ain't too big for him. Let's hear from JP on the moment in crunch time when he said it was money time.
Just making the right plays down in the stretch, I think, is something that felt pretty good. Being able to have that opportunity, being able to step up and be ready for the moment. And just kind of step up to the level of our teammates, man, and Steph and Klay and Loon. They had all been here before, and it comes down to the wire. So we just executed down the stretch, and it was huge to get a big-time win against a good team on the road.
I'm playing with Steph and Klay down the stretch.
I feel like we feed off of each other really well, all 3 of us. We were able to show that a little bit tonight. Those guys are just so dynamic in their threats and just being able to, get them easy buckets and get them going throughout the night while continuing to be aggressive and just attacking my man. There's kind of a lot to juggle, I feel like, for the defense. So just finding ways to continue to keep playing how we're playing would be huge.
Money time!
The rumor last week was that Jordan Poole was offered or looking for something in the neighborhood of 4 years, $80 million, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If he signs a deal like that, it's a steal. I'm telling you that right now. It's a steal. Look at what these guys are getting on the open market when it comes to scorers. Right. And look at his age. And then you have to project when you're handing out these contracts. To me, if you get him on a 4-year, $80 million deal, I'm telling you guys, it is going to be one of the best values in basketball. This guy has star potential written all over him. He is just coming into his own and scratching the surface. The aura around this kid, finishing at the rim, creating for others, knifing through defenses, hitting wide open shots, the gravity that he plays with, the joy that he plays with. He is a comet of stardom. I'm telling you right now, B, the kid has the complete package.
It's a play we normally run. It's a play we practice a lot. And it was just amazing execution. Shout out to Wiggs for the one more in the corner. I told him I'd make up for one that I gave up earlier in the season. So.
Jordan Poole on the daggers there late in the game.
Money time! Money time!
How sick was that? How sick was that?
It was a pool party.
And Klay walking up to him. Money time! Money time!
Right now, and we said this about Klay and Steph early on, like, are they the most explosive backcourt in the NBA? I think Poole and Curry are the most dynamic offensive backcourt in the NBA right now.
Whew.
Name me a better combination right now. I'm asking out loud. You name me a more electric two guys at the guard position.
You got Steph.
Right now.
You got Steph.
No,
you got
I'm saying
Poole.
pairing the two of them.
Right. Yeah,
Poole and Steph.
You talk about that combination right there. Luka and Dinwiddie look pretty damn good. Luka and Dinwiddie look pretty damn good.
That's a good one.
Right
Booker
off the top
and
of the
CP3.
dome. Booker and CP3 are right there. And Phoenix only has 13 losses this season.
Yes.
They're going to be a problem. But we'll see them. We'll see them soon. We'll see them in the Western Conference Finals. All right? I'm dropping wheeze here today, but the Warriors will see them in the Western Conference Finals. You're
on the coaching staff.
Can't really. I mean, Kevin Durant, do you consider him a guard?
No.
Because him and Kyrie are pretty damn dynamic.
But no, that's a pairing. That's not a guard. That's not guards.
They're up there.
Right? That's kind of where I'm going, though, B.
They're
like,
up there.
in short order, Poole went from G League to, okay, there's something here, to
DeRozan and Levine.
I'm taking Curry and Poole.
DeRozan's playing like an MVP.
I don't dismiss you, but if they get the Nets in the first round, they're done. They're out of here.
Yeah, but it won't be on them.
And I like Levine. I like Levine and DeRozan.
They're
but
averaging 50 a game.
And isn't Levine more? Well, I guess they're both kind of 2-3s.
Yeah, they're guards. I mean,
are they?
I feel like they're guards.
Okay.
I feel like they're guards. Let's go to James and Palo Alto.
I guess they're wings. Yeah, I'll allow it.
James and Palo Alto, what's happening?
Hi, guys.
What's up?
Hey, I loved watching the Warrior game last night, and I also would go see Wiseman on TV as well. So it was a very good night for watching Dub basketball. But Jake, Kaminga, he looks like, and I'm an old timer. He looks a little bit like Elgin Baylor to me. He's got the shot. He raises up like Baylor did. I always thought that James Worthy ran the sidelines as good as Baylor did. But Jonathan Kaminga is a reincarnation of Elgin Baylor. Go look at the tape.
Yeah.
And he's going to have a great career like Elgin did.
I'm going to have to ask Steiny that question because I'm sure Steiny would have that breakdown. I am not equipped to be able to answer that. What do you think,
Elgin Baylor?
I mean, that's not my era.
Ray Ratto would know.
Okay.
Whitey Gleason may know. Elgin Baylor, I hear, was ahead of his time.
I don't feel educated enough to even make, because all you see is the highlights. You got to watch a guy, play real games in and out to have a good feel for something like that. I just don't think that I have enough of the know on that.
Andrew Wiggins. This is according to StatMuse. Lowest free throw percentage by an All-Star post All-Star break.
That's this year.
Or just period.
Oh, just
history.
Wow. In history.
40.8% from Shaq, 06-07.
How's that All-Star bid going to age?
Wilt Chamberlain, 39.6%, 67-68. Andre Drummond, 36.4%, 2015-16. Again, these are All-Stars, post-All-Star break. Lowest free throw percentage. Ben Wallace, 33.7 in 05-06. Andrew Wiggins, 25%.
From the free throw line. From the free throw line.
Free throws.
Do you guys... Sam Lubman, Stephen Langford, do you remember what it was like when Andres Biedrins was shooting free throws at a horrible clip?
I remember we started to wonder if he should just do it underhand because, how much worse could it get?
Yeah, well, Rick was all over that. What about you, Langford?
Those were the glory days.
And then when he would hit a free throw and the fans would cheer for him?
Be sad, but Andrew Wiggins, you could tell something's in his head though. It was the free throws that he took in the second half, not the one off the and one, but in the second half, he took 3 deep breaths.
He did,
and he's staring at the rim, and it's like, dude, just get in rhythm and shoot. Don't think about it.
0 for 3, man, not good. Not
25%.
I thought I got the numbers up here. That's post All-Star break. Post All-Star break.
But that's
so post All-Star break will be starting in Portland. Portland till now. Let's go to Richard Fremont real quick on last night's game. As I get this up, as my computer clucked out. Their StatMuse.
See you later.
25%. StatMuse is correct. Rich and Fremont, 25% for the free throw line since the point. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. 7 games. What's up, Rich?
I tell you something, Vontae, you're spot on. Wiggs did not play well last night. I mean, I don't know what was going on with him, but he just did not play well. And I just want in that game last night was amazing because, I mean, it looked like it was going to be one of those nights for Golden State because Denver was putting it on them early, and then at the half they were up. And so I'm thinking, I hope this ain't one of these games. And we just seen this movie before, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, man, Curry starts being Curry. You got Thompson hitting shots, and the young guns, like you said, they just came through, man. Poole was amazing.
Balling.
And Kaminga was showing flash. And before it was all said and done, Denver was like, okay, well, we beat them 3 times, but, you can't beat them every night. Yeah. So hats off to the Dubs. Yep. Thanks a lot, guys.
15-0 run the second quarter without Jokic, man. Denver was rolling.
Seeing them in the final, 4 or 5 possessions where you have Poole, Klay, and Steph out there, to me it was very crystal clear. It reminded me of what the Niners were trying to do when they had Jerry Rice and T.O. simultaneously.
Right.
You got this guy in Jerry Rice. I'm not sure how much he's got left, but he's still really, really good. And then you got this ascending young star in Terrell Owens. And they both can get the ball. You know what I'm saying? And they both cause problems. And they're going to make things easier for that quarterback in Steve Young.
Yep.
Right? I'm seeing that happen right now with the Golden State Warriors for Steph Curry. Like, the minute they ran that double at him, boom, he dips it right over to Jordan Poole at the top left-hand side. Boom, hits it. Comes back down on the next possession, and Jordan goes to the opposite corner. Klay on the left-hand side. Ball gets thrown to him. He's wide open.
Wide open.
I mean, you don't get those looks a couple of weeks before, when you're not playing those 3 down the stretch together.
Right.
The spacing was unreal. Now you add in Draymond Green, and you have another passer in there. Just imagine what it's going to look like in those half-court sets, because that's my biggest problem right now. The constipation, 5 minutes to go, when you're walking the ball up the court, can you get clean looks? If it looks like it did last night, I got no more worries when it comes to that offense.
We must have Curry fatigue because we're not discussing his performance last night.
He's the gold standard.
18 points in the third quarter. He surpasses the 20,000 career mark when it comes to 20,000 when it comes to points scored. He's one of 4 players to lead his franchise in points scored, assists, games played, steals, 3-point makes. I mean, the guy's unbelievable. 34 big ones last night, and when the Nuggets took the lead, 100-98, they had a 10-0 run late in that game. Warriors are up 98-90. And it's like, oh, man, they're about to run away with this one. And the Nuggets come storming back with Monty Morris and Jokic. And it's 100-98. And Curry said, you know what? Let me take this over. 3 straight layups for Steph Curry going to the rack. One caused by a steal by Klay Thompson in crunch time. They get out on the break. Clay's flanked to his left. And Curry, let me use the right. No, it was beautiful.
On one of those plays, Clay's on the left. Poole is slowing down as like the trailer on the right-hand side near the 3-point line. You saw the 2 defenders had no idea what to do.
No idea.
And boom, knifed in for a layup. Super simple. Hey, in 3 minutes, we're doing the shout-outs. Line them up. 888-957-9570. Line them up. Get those texts ready. You could text the Comcast text line or call in. It's the same number, 888-957-9570.
What's Wiggins' 3-point percentage and makes for the last 15 games? The 510 wants to know. Well, I have the last 7 games here. 510.
Yeah, what is it? It feels like he's been boiled down to a catch-and-shoot 3-point shooter on offense. Like, that's the only part of his game right now that he's willing to do.
Last 7, 30.8%.
It's not bad.
30.8%.
I mean,
last
compared
14,
to the free throw shooting.
Last 14, if you want the last 15, 36%. 36%, 510. 888-957-9570. Shout-outs here coming up on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Use the text line. Use Twitch and YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to our Twitch and YouTube page at 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. Shameless shout-outs coming up here on the Morning Roast. And also shout-out to Timeless Coffee. Timeless Coffee, RJ and Paula. Get me through another morning. It was a late night, and I couldn't go to sleep because I was buzzing so hard off of that game last night.
The Elgin Baylor comparison for John and Kaminga. My boy Rob McDonough out there, he's checking in. He texts in all the time. Big roaster, great painter. No, Elgin Baylor was like 6'5", 6'4". He could hang hang in the air, had a nice little one-handed jump shot, didn't run the floor like Kaminga, and the form on his jumper isn't even close. They have two different shots completely, and Kaminga is significantly more athletic than Elgin Baylor. So that's just one person chiming in who obviously knows hoop inside and out. He was just trying to compare the two, and he doesn't see the comp.
It's fair.
I mean, we're talking about one of the greatest players of all time and a 19-year-old.
I know.
But the sophistication in his post move and the patience, the shot selection, his three-point shot, 2B, and he also gets to the free throw line. Just Kaminga, sky's the limit.
Shameless shout-outs coming up in 2 minutes. Line them up, 888-957-9570. I got a special shout-out coming up, a couple shout-outs that I want to get out there as well. Langford, let's hit it. It's 7:45. Time for Shameless shout-outs.
It's Friday.
Yeah, I'm a shameless, horrible human being.
Your chance to shamelessly shout out whoever or whatever you want.
I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. They would know who I am if they're listening.
It's time for shameless shout outs on the Morning Roast.
Let's rat-a-tat-tat him. I'm going to start here. My first shout out to Bonte Hill.
Why are you shouting me out?
Because you just ordered us Gambino's on the corner of Broadway and Battery, and I'm about to have a chorizo burrito at the break, baby.
Thank you for that shout out. Least I can do, Spadoni. I shouldn't have bought Spadoni anything the way he was wearing that Kobe jersey Monday after the Lakers beat the Warriors last Saturday. How the Lakers doing since then? Huh? How they doing since then? Losing to the Houston Rockets. And shout out to the Houston Rockets for beating the LA Lakers and the Memphis Grizzlies this week.
I want to shout out my beautiful wife for simply putting up with me. We've had a crazy month, you know, and now we're starting to get to my favorite time of the year, spring and summer. Is there any better time of the year? I got the email from my other job. You should start using your vacation because you can only roll over so much. Nothing like having a full chalk of vacation and getting ready to use it and plotting out summertime. So shout out my wife. She's going to come up with a great vacation. I love you, baby. Thanks for putting up with my crap.
We'll never get a shout out like that here at 95.7 The Game. Hey, go use your vacation days. It's always, hey, I think you should hold off on vacation. I need you to work 4th of July. Ha, 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 ha.
We're live and local.
I want to shout out my best friend in the world, my brother. I've been knowing him since I was 13 years old. Taught me a lot, schooled me, got me to go back to school, pushed me to be great. Oh, wow. That's my guy, Big Dog City.
Let's go.
Today, Big Dog City, he welcomed him and his lovely fiancée, Candace, welcomed a baby girl to the world today. Jalen is in the world, 8 pounds, 22 inches. Big Dog City's a dad.
Congratulations.
I talked to him on the way to work. He was struggling to stay awake, but man, they got it done. Candace, you're a trooper. She did great. Baby J is here.
So the next time I see Big Dog City, I want to take the photo. You on my left, him on my right, and I'll be like Willie Woo Woo Wang. You could be Bill Russell and Casey Jones. You know the photo I'm talking about, the USF one. Because when I sit next to the two of you, I feel very safe. My two bodyguards.
Well, I feel very safe with Big Dog City wherever I go.
Exactly.
Dude's rocked
He's
up.
He's a great
man.
guy.
He's rocked up. So congrats to Big Dog and Candace.
Congratulations.
Baby J,
all right, let's
8
go,
pounds,
roasters.
22 inches. Let's go to Fernando, Redwood City.
Now.
Let's go, baby. What you shot now, Fernando?
Hey, how you doing, boss? This is my father-in-law and my wife, Sequoia Billiards and Supply in Redwood City. It's a small shop, only 3 of them, man. We survived COVID, so, you know, trying to tell the millennials all about billiards, man. Bring it back. Let's go. Thank you. Appreciate that, man.
I'm a green felt billiard kind of a guy, and I like those leather pockets. Let's roll.
Let's roll. Melvin and Benicia. Who you shotting out here on a Friday? What's up, Melvin?
Yeah, this is Melvin from Benicia. I want to give a shout-out to... Hey, what's going on, dudes? I want to give a shout-out to my mother. Just turned 98 years old. She's a great fan.
Wow.
Love you guys. Keep the show going.
98? We don't make them like that anymore.
We don't make them like that anymore.
That's the greatest generation. I just had to put my grandfather down. You know, I love him and miss him dearly. 95 years old. We don't make them like that anymore. They survived World War I, II, Depression, everything.
All right, let's go. 510 here on the Comcast Business Text Line. I want to shout out all the people who leave their garbage cans 2 feet apart on the street instead of the curb in Hayward. Garbage Man, Super Mario, also 408. Shout out to the Warriors on getting their groove back.
Let's go.
510. Shout out to MLB and MLB players for Bruno. Baseball's back, baby. Baseball's
I'm
back.
popping mitts.
510. Shout out Coach Dame and Coach Dame and Silly under 7-on-7 national team out of Richmond.
Let's go.
Shout them out. Shout out to my dishwasher 415 and iRobot, which does more more than my wife. Wow. Wow. Come on now. Shout out to my son. Big 7 years old today. Happy birthday, babe.
Happy birthday.
Daniel in Fremont.
Daniel, happy birthday, buddy. What a great age.
Langford, you got any shout-outs? 888-957-9570. We'll read some and take some more calls in just a second.
Let's go, Steven.
I want to shout out director Matt Reeves, who directed The Batman and did not ruin what is already a fantastic franchise. The new Batman movie was awesome. And I want to shout out the Raiders for constantly ruining my life.
Lubman.
Yeah, I'm going to give a shout out to my man Kevin Hine. It was his birthday yesterday. He's getting married in a couple weeks up in Portland, so I'll be going up there for that.
Nice.
Happy birthday, bro, and really happy that you're getting married. Also want to shout out my man Jordan Runkle. He's living down in San Diego. His birthday is this Sunday, so it's always good to have friends with birthdays close together. It makes remembering a lot easier. Yeah. So shout out to you, dude. He's getting married next year, and just congratulations to the both of you.
There you go. Somebody wants to shout me out for buying some Niner tickets for me. Love this show. That's Marcos in Fremont. Shout out to Marcos, Ariana, Tatiana. I love you. I love you. I love you. Also, shout out to City College of San Francisco men's basketball team getting ready for the State Elite Eight today down in West Hills College. Shout out to City College.
Where are the small businesses at right now, y'all? Come on. You know what? Again, I'll shout them out one more time. Gambino's on the corner. We're about to have burritos. Spadoni's face first in a burrito. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go to Fred in the city. Fred the city. Who you shouting out? Who you shouting out, Fred?
Hey, thank you for taking the call, Banter and Shasky. I want to shout out Anita Butler for TPS Site Services. She's a woman-owned portable restroom business in Oakland, California. She's doing big things.
Nice.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
I want to shout out Squat and Gobble. We're going there for breakfast next week as a crew. I want to shout out Caliber Burgers. Had them last night. God, best burger in West Portal.
Shout out to the Oakland Tech girls. Oakland Tech girls basketball team play for a state championship. Let's go to Kyle in the 510. Kyle, who you shouting out here on the roast?
Shouting out the Oakland Tech girls basketball team. They qualified for state the last 2 years, didn't get to go to the playoffs, and they're playing today at the Golden One Center.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Go bring that championship home. Lady Bulldogs, bring that championship home. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick in Berkeley, what's happening?
What up, Nick?
Who you shouting out here on the roast?
Man, shout out to our Albany High varsity softball team for opening up a 17-2 win over St. Pat's, and the UC San Diego Titans for going 13-11 before the start of the regular season, man. And my daughter's killing it down there.
There we go, Nick.
Hey,
there we go, Nick.
I want to shout out the awesome employer for Philly Jeff on YouTube, Sunbasket, a healthy meal delivery company based in the Bay Area. I might get in on that. Your boy's always worried about, what he's going to eat every single day.
You're worried about
delivery
everything.
Meal company, we're shouting them out, named Sunbasket.
You're worried about everything. Giants win the division, Klay Thompson, closing lineups. Jeez.
Who are the Giants going to bat in the 3 and 4 hole?
Where the Dolce & Gabbanas? Put them on your face and chill.
No, dog, I got my Lincecum jersey on.
Relax.
I'm in freak mode.
It's all good. It's all good. Edward and Stockton, real quick. We'll wrap it up with Edward and Stockton and Steve in Redwood City. Edward, who you shouting out here on the roast?
All them truck drivers out here in California trying to make a living with all these diesel prices going up.
Facts, absolutely. We don't appreciate all of the delivery services, all the truck drivers, all those people out on the road. I know you're in your car and you're worried about getting to your destination. Have a little respect for the people that are on the clock right now, doing the best to drive the company vehicles around. And he's right, man. Prices are through the roof. Inflation's out of control. Gas prices out of control. So shout out to everybody who's on those roadways trying to make it happen for their family.
Dante Wiley, shout out to Chef Smelly. Chef Smelly. I know Chef Smelly.
Chef Smelly?
Yeah, he's a G. Chef Smelly. I love me some Chef Smelly meals. He's in the town, man. That's right. Brenton, shout out to my sanity. My wife is pregnant with our third baby.
Congratulations.
Congrats on that one.
That's awesome.
Have a good pregnancy. All right.
A couple of more bursts. He'll have a full infield.
Steve, Jim, B-Dub. Real quick. Let's rat-a-tat-tat.
Bang,
then we'll
bang,
get the boxer and Gerson injury report. Steve, who you shouting out?
Yo, it's me, E from Redwood City.
What's up, E?
Shout out to the Nativity 8th grade boys going into their last game, going to the playoffs today, playing OLA.
Let's go.
To my twin godbrothers, Jordan and Joshua, man. They're going to tear it up.
Let's go.
Coming back from injuries. Big day today. Big day.
Good luck, you guys.
Shout out to
Jim and
Nativity.
Hell yeah.
Jim and SF.
Jim,
what's
up?
happening?
Hey, good morning. I want to shout out my brother Todd. He's a COVID survivor. He was in the hospital for 5 months on a ventilator for 5 weeks, and he's in rehab. He's pushing it every day. working hard to get better, and he live streams 95.7 The Game every morning.
Oh,
we love it.
Oh my God, Todd!
We love it.
If you're out there, thank you. It's
Thank you,
people
Todd.
like you that make this station happen. From the bottom of my heart, anybody that listens, I still honest to God truth. Thank you. Without you guys, we don't have a station.
B-Dub,
I hope you feel
B-Dub.
better, Todd.
What's up, B-Dub?
Good
Finish it off,
morning.
baby.
Good. I want to. What's happening, baby? I want to shout out to my daughter. It's her birthday today, and my birthday is Sunday on the 20th. And to all the Pisces, and a big happy birthday.
Hey, I'm a Pisces, but I'd rather be a killer whale. That's Logan Webb's walk-up music. How can you not be fired up for baseball, Nicotina?
Now time for the Boxer and Gerson injury report. Let's sign some players. I'll get me fired up. Sign some players.
I'm a Pisces, but I'd rather be a killer whale.
This really hurts.
It's like 5.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Stuart Hall. Boys play for the state championship D5 in SAC today at 12 noon. I'm locked in. Charlie Johnson, good friend of the program. Shout out to Charlie and Stuart Hall.
Let's
They'll
go.
bring that title back to San Francisco.
Hell yeah.
Boxer and Gerson injury report. Today's injury report. Gary Payton II was again absent from the Dubs last night as he continues to miss time due to a knee injury, making it 4 straight games he's missed. No word yet on when I'm not calling him the mitten. He's not the mitten. He's Young Glove. He told me it's Young Glove.
Mitten.
I'm Young Glove, not
I'm
the mitten.
smitten by the mitten.
Come on, it's Young Glove. He'll be back in the Warriors lineup as the Dubs slowly get back to full strength. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
It's Nicotina's birthday today. Did you know that?
Happy birthday, Nicotina. Play that one Dre
King
and
Nicky?
Nicotina song that I like. What's the one Dre and Nicotina song that I always like? Play that on the other side as we break here. Shout out to Boxer and Gerson for helping us here with the injury report. Dubs win. Dubs win. Dubs win. Money time! Here on the roast.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles.
Figure beam.
This song is so sick.
Yeah. Andre and Andre is
so
a all-time classic.
It's an all-time classic. I must have played this after Lakeford dropped it last week. I must have played it that weekend about 15 times.
It's ridiculous.
And I would just rewind it after a minute when the beat just dropped. The way it comes in, it's like my pregame music. It's like I would knock this in my Dr. Dre headphones, Beats by Dre, walking into the stadium, when the players walk in and they got the glasses on, they got their AirPods, they got their Dre's. I would be playing this in my warm-up. I would. It's that hard. It's that hard. Warriors win. What a win. What a win. I got the Bucks tomorrow at Chase Center. Baseball's back. Khalil Mack's with the Chargers. What the hell is going on in the sports world? There you go. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, I need to hear from you. Did you like what you saw last night in the closing lineup? Klay, Steph, Poole. Klay, Steph, Poole. I don't know if Jordan Poole was yelling at because it was crunch time to be hit back-to-back threes, or he was yelling at Bob Myers and Joe Lacob. Money time!
He's got Jamar Chase, I think, is the best celebrator, him and Justin Jefferson,
the gritty.
In the league.
The gritty.
Would you agree with me?
Oh, the gritty's so sick. It's so smooth.
I think those two are the best celebrators in the NFL right now. Poole's up there in terms of celebrations. Like, he's got a little dance, or he's pointing at something, or he's doing all. I don't know. There's an aura about Jordan Poole right now. You're not necessarily into Christianity and Catholic stuff and things like that, but they've got this holy beam around people. Like, when you go into a church, there'll be a stained glass window, and you'll see the holy little aura around someone's head. He's got this aura around him while he plays right now, and it's just this joy, this energy, this we can do anything. I can get by anyone I want, and it's just. I love how infectious it is being around Jordan Poole right now. And it's just a shot in the arm this team desperately needed right now.
Warriors in the game on a 13-0 run. Hold the Nuggets scoreless in the last 3, Ted. They improved to 5-1 when turning over the ball 10 times or less. Wow, we haven't even talked about turnovers. Turned the ball 8 times last night. Turned it over 8 times. That's great. On the road with this young team. That's awesome. Jordan Poole, 5 straight 20-point games. 5 straight 20-point games. Right when they needed it. Right when they needed it. This team was dead in the water, and people were freaking out. I don't know if they're a first-round team or a championship contender. They may be one and done. Let me tell you, folks, this team ain't one and done. It's go time right now with 15 games left to go in the regular season. Danny's back on Monday. James Wiseman. What did you think about him in Stockton?
How were you watching both games simultaneously?
I had James Wiseman on the phone, and I was locked into TNT. It was one of those nights.
So what did you see from James Wiseman?
I love the way he ran the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way he got up. He looks so much stronger. He looks huge out there. He missed a layup in it, got the putback right away and dunked it, tore the rib up. Look, he's going to play high pick and rolls. You're going to see that pick and roll. Anthony Slater. We need Anthony. Love it. I'm going to do some producer right here on the fly. Anthony Slater Monday, Monday Roast, book it. Because he wrote a great piece on The Athletic about the pick and roll that Poole and Wiseman ran last year together. And it worked. And now with the way Jordan Poole is playmaking.
Well, that's the thing.
With the way he's playmaking. How many
wraparound passes to Looney where there's 2 and 3 defenders in his face, and he contorts his body and wraps the ball around the defender, and it's like a perfect bounce pass right into the mitts of Kevon Looney. And Looney, we all love Looney, but Looney doesn't get up like Wiseman.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
And here's the issue, though, with Wiseman last year. If we're being honest and we're assessing it, hands were a problem at times last year. Yep. They were. So I want to see how his hands are this year.
Hands looked better, didn't it?
No, absolutely. Half the battle with hands is having them up and ready to receive the ball.
Right.
Show you're a target. The other thing that I saw from that game, just, again, I'm glancing at the Santa Cruz game, he caught the ball on the block and did the baby left hook. That's what I want to see more of.
That baby left hook looked good.
Well, and he was deep in the post. He wasn't getting pushed around. He looks like he has dedicated his body to the gym. And again, I'm going to say this over and over. Name me a quartet, a foursome, 22 and under, better than Moody, Kaminga, James Wiseman, and Jordan Poole.
How young is the Grizzlies?
So Ja is unreal. I'd put Desmond Bane. We're here. Desmond Bane.
Yeah, oh, man.
Desmond Bane said something yesterday that actually threw me for a loop. Did you see what he said?
I think I sent it to the chat.
Yeah, I got to dig it up. You stall while I dig it up because this needs to be said right now.
I'll tell you right now because Memphis wants all the smoke.
100%.
They want all the smoke. They're not happy with Andre Iguodala dissing them a couple years ago and not showing up. Memphis thinks they have a rivalry with the Warriors. Earlier this season, Steve Kerr said, yeah, we're not there yet. They got to make it to the playoffs. They got to play deep into the playoffs. We got to meet in the playoffs. Well, the Grizzlies and the Warriors are on a collision course to meet in the second round. Memphis and the Warriors right now are tied in the Western Conference at 45-22. Those two teams play each other in a couple weeks at the Grindhouse, and it's going to be hot. It's going to be heavy. It's going to be on national TV. Ja versus Steph, the whole crew. You can't find it?
No,
I'm
looking through our group thread here, and it's not coming up.
I got the quote.
Give it to us.
I had to.
I have it right here.
This is Desmond Bane. I had to work for my biceps. He had to get bicep implants. He's a quitter. I get made fun of for having short arms, but best believe I'm not getting chased down like that in 2016.
Okay, that's Desmond Bane, who plays for Memphis. You may not be aware of him. He was in the three-point shootout, talking about Andre Iguodala. Do it again. This is Bane talking about Iguodala, who was acquired by the Grizzlies and basically refused to play for them.
I had to work for my biceps. He had to get bicep implants. He's a quitter. I get made fun of for having short arms, but best believe I'm not getting chased down like that in 2016.
So we would all agree Iggy's got some great biceps.
Yeah.
This is the first I've ever heard of anyone getting bicep implants. Is this true, or is this just Desmond talking smack?
I mean, this sounds like smack talk to me. How can it be? Iguodala getting bicep implants? I mean, come on.
Well, people do calf implants. We know women. Doesn't Kim Kardashian have butt implants?
I mean, yeah. All the
she has everything implants.
Yeah, lips.
I love how Sam, he's an expert on the Kim Kardashian.
I am too. No, the Kardashians got it all. I mean, Kylie Jenner looks like a completely different woman.
Totally
Kendall
different.
Jenner. Or was it Kylie with Travis? Kylie's with Travis Scott. Yeah, yeah. Kylie looks completely different.
Chloe looks totally different.
Chloe's, man. Bicep implants. Those are strong words. And he called him a quitter.
Well, that
and
why,
he said,
is that like why is that like the third most important thing in this statement?
And he dropped that wouldn't happen. I wouldn't get chased down like that in 2016. I mean, and this Memphis team likes to chirp, and I respect them.
Yes,
there's some chirpers. Remember they chirped at the Lakers earlier this season. They were chirping at LeBron James. So you know what? I love this. I love it.
I do too.
Live for this.
I kind of do.
You know what? It's fine. Give me some juice, because I'm sick of the AAU NBA. I'm sick of the AAU NBA. Everybody wants to be a friend. Everybody wants to have lunch together on opposite teams. I need the Pat Riley / 90s, 80s. I don't like you. I'm not fraternizing with you. I need that NBA. And you know what?
Is this Jamba Juice or gin and juice?
It's gin and juice. Give me some gin and juice. I don't know what it means. I don't know what that means.
I don't either. But I love this.
Dude.
Do you think, just for a second.
Okay, I just did some digging. Pretty sure this is fake.
What?
Yeah, this is fake.
We got beat by the internet?
Go look on the Twitter. Go look at the podcast it was posted from. Go look at the previous posts. They made a lot of these statements. So
wow.
This is a fake.
Who sent this to the group thread?
Who? I did.
Fake Twitter account.
The internet got us.
I'm not gonna name what the podcast is because it's inappropriate. And the number one source for sports news in the world by Bleep Sack Sports. Wow. So yes, it's.
I knew that could be real. Damn.
You knew it could be real, so you sent it to the group thread.
Well, you ran with it. I was going to blow by it.
No.
I was going to talk about Kevon Looney right now.
When somebody says, I mean, now that it's fake, but when someone says he has bicep implants, I thought that was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
When I read that, I was like, ooh, we got ourselves a little rivalry brewing. Let's get this going here.
But you know what? They got Dylan Brooks coming back soon. And he talks a lot anyway.
I can't believe we got beat by the internet.
You know what?
I'm kind of glad that all of us got beat by the internet. It wasn't just one of us. Sam, this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to double and triple check everything.
Wow.
I am throwing you under the bus.
Not the guy who gets paid to talk for a living. The producer who's not making as much as you.
We're the universal scapegoat. It's
time out. You went to journalism school in Miami. I did not.
Wait, Lubman, you went
I'm
to
here
journalism
for
school?
strong opinions.
Wait, Lubman, is that true?
I did, yeah.
You majored in journalism?
I was film and broadcast journalism, yeah.
Really? Wow, I didn't know that.
Well, you just flunked your first ever job.
Right. All right, well, I guess we're going to have to get incredibly thorough on anything you guys bring in because you're going to be bringing all this fake news into our show now.
So you put it on a rundown anyway. But look, Lubman, you went to I didn't even know you went to broadcast journalism school in Miami. I thought you just went to Miami just to go to Miami. Damn, you're a broadcast journalist? Too. Damn, no wonder you like to talk so much.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like talking, but yeah, I went to Miami for multiple reasons.
This guy cuts me off in meetings. Who the hell is this guy?
He knows where the on button is on the microphone.
Curly will take him 5 minutes to get out of the air. Lubman's
all I hear is fumbling.
Couldn't wait. It's like, hey, the calls
I am not
are
going,
like
guys.
After doing a little more digging, Desmond Bane's not happy that this thing was posted.
Oh, what did Desmond Bane say?
He just said, "I did not say this" in all caps. Quote tweeted it.
I say we just say he did say it just to give the motivation, kind of like give the Warriors a Michael Jordan. I'm taking that personally.
Hey, no wonder Iguodala was so engaged last night. He was so engaged on the bench. I was like, man, this thing is spicing up.
Hey. If you were looking at like Dwight Howard's shoulders, right? Those were a thing, right? Those were a thing. You remember that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Ray Allen's calves. Remember when that was a thing? Right? Remember when everyone was doing the space boots?
By the way, everybody's blaming you for getting duped. They're not blaming me.
Who, me?
Yeah.
You sent it to the thread.
Did I send it to the thread? Somebody else sent it to the thread.
No, you did send it to the thread.
Thank you. Look at him trying to find shade and cover under me.
You know what? I was half asleep. That was 11:50. That's nap time. I was delusional.
Just stop it.
You know when babies get delusional when they're about to take a nap, they start doing all. That's what happens to me.
Gaga goo goo, Bonte Hill.
Why are you still on Twitter at 11:50 at night? You got to wake up in the morning.
No, this is 11:59, 11:50 in the day. Afternoon.
Oh,
yeah,
gotcha.
But I didn't go to sleep till like 12 last night. I was just buzzing. I was on fire last night. I was thinking. Edison, I was like literally talking to myself.
Do you sit in the dark while thinking?
I would like just hook my suit up
in the kitchen like a psychopath.
And then looks over. She goes, "Are you having a conference call with yourself?" Because I was thinking about Klay Thompson, and I was thinking about that moment when he hits a big three in the playoffs.
She said, "Are you having a conference call?" With
yourself? Dude.
She said that you have conference calls with yourself where you huddle up before you send out tweets.
Yeah, I do.
That's right. Like psycho behavior.
That's pretty bad.
It's
pretty bad. I got problems.
Yeah, we know.
Sports. You see what it does to me?
We're well aware.
Hey, from the 408, this is a great tweet, great text. Hey, I missed a G League game. How did little homie James play? He ain't a little homie.
Hey.
He's a big homie, and he had 18-6 last night.
You know, in like the superhero movies where like they do the the come up, like the superheroes on the come up, and he'll work out and stuff, and they kind of do like a montage of getting better. Like Rocky did it, but you see it more in the superhero movies. It looks like this dude montaged his way to a chiseled frame. He looks so much bigger and thicker, still athletic and bouncy. I'm pulling for Wiseman so hard. I'm rooting for him so hard. I freely admit.
Yep,
I'm rooting.
Too.
I'm legit rooting for him.
Just close your eyes and envision Poole, Moody, Kaminga, and Wiseman in the front court. And Wiseman and Poole are running pick and rolls. And you got Kaminga slashing. And you got Moody on the wings splashing threes.
Does that Twitter account have a fake tweet about Wiseman putting in implant biceps?
No, it doesn't, but it has Ben Simmons saying, "I don't talk to Joel Embiid. I don't like Joel. He fuels the fans that bullied me out of this also place by posting dumbass memes on Twitter. I'm happy to have found my home here in Brooklyn. He can keep posting memes and they can keep booing."
I mean, that at least sounds real.
Sounds real, but it's not.
I don't think I can.
That Desmond Bane tweet sounded so real. I looked at it and I said, man, look at all the retweets and likes. Let me send this to the thread. You know, I feel like, sometimes, our group thread is like a group project. And sometimes I just send stuff to say, hey, I was contributing to the thread. Not really, but really. And I saw that. I said, man, whoa. And I remember the Andre thing. Man, we all got got.
Well,
we got.
Yeah, that's what happened.
You had late for reading twice.
Hey, I thought it was the most compelling trash talk I had heard in the NBA in years. He got blocked at the rim.
Called him a quitter.
Fake biceps. A quitter. It sounded real.
Dude,
I've never heard of fake biceps.
I'm not gonna lie. I sent that tweet and I said something like, oh, Memphis gonna get all the smoke in the second round. And it's like, bro, relax back there. And I'm like, these dudes are talking mess. They're talking like it fired me up.
I love how you're a team employee now.
Oh, man, I'm not a team employee. This is not a team employee. Warriors assignments. Dude, I was sitting there saying, I was like, man, they're really out here talking?
Hey,
wait till the Warriors smack them.
From now on, every time one of us, it's going to happen again, one of us gets duped by the internet, we need to do the got 'em. Like, instead of the Jordans, it needs to be a picture of us with got 'em.
Oh,
I guess no. Again, that's a no. Face first into that Twitter account.
I'm diving down these fake tweets, these fake quotes that this account comes out.
Give me one more. Give me a couple more fake tweets.
Oh, I need to find one that's radio appropriate.
Oh, wow.
Here. So here, but this is allegedly from Kevin Durant. Very emphasis on allegedly. James Harden doesn't have a ring like me and Kai do. If James want to go build a super team and take the easy way out to get a trophy, and we get a mentally tough competitor in Ben, that's fine by me. I don't respect that move, but that's his business.
By the way, Kevin Durant last night.
The Nets are the second best team in the East. No one wants to see them.
Nobody wants. They're going to be the most dangerous 7 or 8 seed
if they
in the
play
playoffs.
The Bulls, Chicago, great season.
They're getting swept.
Great season.
They're getting swept.
You're out of here.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah.
You're cooked.
You're getting tossed out quicker than that tweet's getting tossed out.
Dude, Brooklyn last night. Did you see Katie talking that talk to Joel Embiid?
Yeah, I love it.
And then after the game, basically Katie was like, yeah, we wanted to run them. They're not good in transition.
Well, I still don't get the Seth Curry trade part of that. Like,
they're stupid.
Yeah,
Seth Curry 4 threes last night. And that was stupid. They had Niang shooting so many threes for Philly. Philly, you have a problem. And that's just a precursor for what's to come in the playoffs. I told you about James Harden.
You did.
I told you about James Harden. 3 for 17 last night.
You just did the New York. Do the other Harden.
James Harden.
Okay, then continue the rant.
James Harden.
But do it that way. No, I don't like that. I want the other way.
James Harden. You want that one?
No, I want the Harden. However,
James Harden.
Yeah, okay. Now
James
continue
Harden.
your rant.
James Harden. 3 for 17. James Harden.
Who's this character?
Jacking up threes.
Who is this character?
And did you see? I don't know what character it is. I'm delusional right now. I had 4 hours of sleep. Kyrie Irving defending James Harden in his grill.
It was great.
And they beat him by 30.
You don't think it's
30
personal?
burger. Oh, it's personal.
Yeah.
The Philly fans, dude. Stephanie Ready for TNT said before the game, because I got to work early. I wanted to watch the beginning, the booze, everything.
Yeah.
I was fired up.
Looking
it was like
for
playoff
all
basketball.
them fake tweets.
All them fake tweets. I wanted all the smoke last night because it felt
the
like
guy in the diaper in the Simmons jersey.
Oh my gosh,
what was that?
I don't know what.
There was a fan wearing a diaper and a Ben Simmons jersey.
Basically calling him a baby. That was weird.
There's no way you're catching me wearing a diaper. Unless I'm 95.
so freaking Ben Simmons, he gets booed, right? And that was the hottest ticket. Stephanie Ready at TNT before the game said this ticket was the most sought after ticket in the last decade for Sixer fans. That includes playoff games. That includes playoff games, Game 7s against the Hawks. All right, series against the Raptors and Kawhi Leonard. That was the hottest ticket. And we played a clip of the Ben Simmons fan last year coming out of the playoff game. Ben Simmons, you freaking bum. He called him a crumb bum. I don't even know what a crumb bum is. You crumb bum.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what it is, but it sounded funny. And they got blown out. Actually, not blown out, blowed out.
Yeah,
that's the new term.
I'm uncomfortable with that term.
Blowed out?
Yeah, I think I'm not gonna use that.
They got blowed out last night.
Yeah, I'm good off that one.
Langford likes that. They got blowed out.
Does this look like the face of a person who likes what you're saying right now?
It looks like the face of John Gruden because you all of a sudden turned into John Gruden right there.
The eyebrows. It happens. I know.
I know. You've got Val Kilmer like eyebrows.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that a compliment?
Well, Val Kilmer and Michael Keaton had very specific Batman-like eyebrows that were almost like Frisbees, almost looking like the Callaway logo, if you know what that looks like.
Yeah. By the way, 925 says, talk Looney, talk Looney, talk Looney. Well, you know what? It's your lucky day, baby. It's your lucky day, 925, because we're going to talk about Loon Dog, who's sponsored by Fit Aid, sponsored by C's Candy. He's played in every single game. Every single game this season. And last night, man, look, the Joker got his 23, 12, and 9. Nikola Jokic.
He's so sick.
But Looney last night, 5 of 5. 10 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 27 minutes. And damn it, Loon Dog, This is why I don't panic, because this guy's been down there at the 5, and people go crazy over Looney. Why is he starting? Take this guy. I remember earlier this season, people want to start Bielitsa over Looney. How laughable is that right now? Looney sets good screens. He hustles. And look, he may still be sweating at a press conference. He may be tired after the game. He's always got his hands on his knees. But the guy battles, man. Down the stretch, he's battling with the Joker, the MVP, giving him all he got. Damn it, I will ride with Looney. He may be the small, but he may be in the finish at 5 lineup depending on the matchup. Loon Dog deserves whatever award he's going to get this year. Team MVP, game balls. Looney eats for free in the Bay. The guy's been a warrior.
He would be your Willie Mack Award winner.
He would be
if
my
there
Willie
was
Mack
an
Award winner.
equivalent
Yep.
award.
Lynn Ashmont Award winner. Yep.
So that's what you got.
That's what I got for Looney.
I stand by that. He's having a career year, and it's been remarkable. And this is a guy early on. I didn't know if he was even going to play. That hip, everything that happened. It feels like we're so beyond that. And then his body giving out on him in the finals, even though he tried so hard to compete. Why are you laughing?
Just because this is funny. Comcast Business Text Line 415. Bonte is the best pre- and post-game show host the Dubs ever had. Newsflash, Bonte, the tweet is also fake. That's good material, man.
That's
I'll give
good.
you credit when
That's
credit's
good.
due, man.
That's
good.
good
Stuff right
That's
there.
good.
They probably only had 2 pre- and post-game show hosts. So, yeah. That's pretty good. But continue on. I'm sorry. That was funny. You got to give them credit for that. That's creativity.
It was just a distraction sensation this morning. I'm trying to think of the word that can rhyme with that so I can put into the jar that Willard and Dibs have.
I ain't got no cash for them. By the way, we're giving out some tickets.
Cash rules everything around me.
We giving out some tickets here.
Dollar bill, y'all.
Draymond Green returning to the court Monday night against the Washington Wizards, and we want you to be there. We're giving away a pair of tickets on the show today between 8:30 and 9. 8:30 and 9. That's right.
2 tickets?
2 tickets.
To a Warrior game?
To a Warrior game.
To see Jordan Poole?
To see Jordan Poole.
To see Kaminga?
To see Kaminga.
To see Steph?
To see Steph.
Klay? And Dre?
Dre.
Oh, my God.
Wiggins? Maybe Wiseman?
Yeah, Wiseman?
Wiggins? You have not one but 2 chances to win tickets to see Draymond Green's return as the Warriors take on the Wizards at Chase Center on Steph's birthday, no less. Going to be a great Steph day. It's his birthday, and Day Day's coming back. When you hear this sounder,
Day Day!
Call 844-999-GAME. When you hear this sounder,
Day Day!
That's 844-999-4263. We're going to talk to Bobby Evans coming up next. Talk a little baseball and get back into the Warriors. It is money time. I love it. I love it. I love it. Bobby Evans coming up on the roast. And?
His son's playing high school baseball right now, and I heard he was on the diamond yesterday. I got to ask him about it. Baseball's back!
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
I will.
They smacked him.
This baseline.
They smacked him.
And then he starts talking smack. Ham was so sick.
So sick.
Money time! Money time!
We're talking about The Sandlot, by the way.
Sandlot. You know, Steiny Guru never watched The Sandlot. We're working on the show.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Why?
Well, Guru was born in 1962.
I mean, he's got He's got kids.
I'm just teasing you.
He's got kids.
Yeah, but it's, I mean, you know, his
Guru
kids.
is old. He's old.
Yeah, but he's a young soul.
He is a young soul.
I'm surprised he's never seen Sandlot. Like, that's right up his alley.
Right up his alley.
That's probably. There's so many great baseball movies, but the one that tugs at the heartstrings, that's probably number one for me.
It's up there. It's up there. By the way, let's give away some tickets.
Day-Day!
Yes, that's right. You heard it. Play it one more time, Langford.
Day-Day!
Call 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. And you, caller number 5, will go see the Warriors on Monday against the Washington Wizards at Chase Center. It's the return of Draymond Green, Steph Curry's birthday. You'll want to be in the house for that as the Warriors are looking to play really, really good. 844-999-4263. Caller number 5. You got some tickets coming to you. Going to Chase Center, Washington Wizards versus the Warriors. Let's shift gears for a second here.
Baseball's back!
Baseball's back. Let's talk to an old friend of the program, former GM of the San Francisco Giants. We still consider him a Giant. He's still tapped in.
Absolutely.
It's Bobby Evans. He's the architect. Him and Brian Sabian, those 3 World Series championship teams here, and baseball's back. Free agents are about to be flying off the board. So let's tap in with Bobby. Bobby, good morning. Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, the Butcher. What's up?
Good morning, guys. All good.
It's all good, man. We're fired up today. A lot is going on in the sports world. Obviously, the Warriors win. Baseball's back. Giants coming off a 107-win season. So things are about to be happening here. First, though, with the labor negotiations, what's your big takeaway from the lockout here as the owners and the players agreed to a deal yesterday?
Well, the players basically pulled together, more so than they had, really the last 2 negotiations to come up with a deal that would make more economic sense to given how the game has changed. And I think that they thought through the strategy, more meticulously. I think last couple of negotiations, they were negotiating on the fringes of things that would improve things from their side. This time they went to the heart of it, which was, the young players. As the game gets younger, these players are, the players that are less than 3 years of service are attributing, as much as 40% of the game's WAR year in and year out, and those are the guys that are getting the least amount of pay. So they really had to get the pay up on that level. And then, the idea of, increasing pay, even though they're pre-ARB, by creating this $50 million pool will, again, allow players to get a little more of their share. And so I think economically the players, did the best they could to try to, claw back some of the economics, and given how the game is being played and how much the younger players are impacting it.
Well, I'm looking at it from a team-building strategy in terms of the rules being different now, and the DH being universal. That's one element. The amount of playoff teams, that's another element. From a team-building aspect, I always felt like the National League was at a disadvantage going after, let's say, a 31-year-old J.D. Martinez in free agency, because the American League can offer and overpay an extra year or 2 because of that DH. Does this bring a little more equity to the front offices of the National League being able to offer that DH role to some of these free agents?
Yeah, I think it does. It does for sure. But it also impacts, that 31-year-old Martinez, who you don't know how he's going to be at 35 or 36. So now you have more liberty to extend an extra year on a deal to get a deal done, because at the latter part of that contract, he can DH for you at least. And so it does change things for sure.
And then what do you think about how this will affect how aggressive teams are in terms of the amount of teams that are going to be into the playoffs right now? That would obviously create more markets, more potential teams that would be interested in acquiring players if they're on the fringe or making trades. How dramatic do you think this will be for those middle tier markets trying to make a playoff push?
Well, it should be a help, of course, but I really like the other side of the argument is, having 14 teams, might have been too many, because, then an 81 win team, makes the playoffs, or one of these clubs that's trying to win 98 games doesn't really try to win 98 because they know they can get in at 90. And so yeah, I think that the mid-market teams that are on the fringes the race is going to be interesting all the way up until the end. It's going to change the deadline a little bit, if not a lot. I think it does keep fan interest engaged longer because their teams are going to have a longer window to be in the race. But economically, it might drive some of these mid-market teams to invest a little more at the deadline than they otherwise would because getting that shot in the playoffs is key. I mean, that's the building blocks of hopefully making a better run the next year.
Former GM of the Giants, Bobby Evans, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game as baseball ended the lockout yesterday. Looking at the Giants roster right now, Bobby, what do you think their areas of needs are the first areas that need to be addressed here?
Well, with the loss of a leader like Buster Posey, you're going to turn to other guys that are in the clubhouse now for that leadership. But you're going to need help offensively. I mean, with Chris Bryant, a free agent, Buster now not coming back. So I think they'll be looking offensively how to, they had such a great offensive year. I think that they'll have a lot of returning guys on that front. But finding another bat or two is certainly going to be in the mix. I've heard a lot about Suzuki coming from Japan. At 27 years old, I mean, very impressive. The fact that the Giants are tied to him doesn't surprise me. It's a smart front office. They're looking at every opportunity to get better. He is potentially a game changer for a lineup with his power and his ability to play a corner outfield position. So you got to think that he's going to be a conversation piece. And I guess from a pitching standpoint, I mean, I know that they've got to look at the starting rotation. I think you got to feel good about the bullpen going in. So really, I think between some offense and some starting pitching, I think that'll be their focus here these next couple of weeks.
Bobby, you bring up Suzuki, who's the high-priced international free agent this year. I always find it interesting that the Giants have not gone after a Japanese player or an Asian player because, I mean, I'm sure you guys have tried, but it's never seemed to work. Like this market would love to have an Ohtani or an Ichiro. I mean, what market wouldn't? But specifically in the Bay Area, how difficult has it been for the San Francisco Giants the last 20 years trying to get some of the Cuban defectors like Cespedes or Abreu or some of these guys coming out of the Japanese leagues? It feels like we never are in play for these guys. That's not for a lack of trying, but why is that?
Well, we do have one of the best young Cubans in the minor league system that we signed in 2018. Pomeras, who's a young Cuban, but yeah, you're right. I mean, we've pursued guys in the Japanese market and have come up empty. I mean, I remember Yabu, who was a second tier guy who we were able to bring aboard. But I remember many years going back to Candlestick trying to get a Japanese pitcher or player here. We went to great lengths with Ohtani and came up empty, and some of that may have been driven by the market or driven by his comfort down in L.A. with his agency being there. I mean, and his comfort really, as we were told, was really the fact that there was a DH really worked against us in the National League at that time, not having one. And I remember talking to Ohtani about the fact that we thought he could play outfield, and I remember him trying to agree with me, but I don't think he believed it. I think he was like, I don't think I can do it. I haven't played it since I was in high school or something. So, I mean, I think that the time may be right, though. I mean, I think that this front office is very smart. We've pursued them. We've learned a lot about how to pursue them. We've got good communicators. We've got now a major league coach. The first time ever, with Taira Uematsu is long time with us as a bullpen catcher and really a all hands on deck guy. But now he's an influencer perhaps in the market as we try to sign a Japanese player. So there's a lot that's going our way. We have a need clearly in the outfield. We have a good ballpark for him to come play in. Obviously, San Francisco's proximity to Japan is a lot easier than some of the other cities around the league. So this may be the right time. Well,
it's interesting you bring up Ohtani. I mean, he's outside of Fernando Tatis Jr. I think Ohtani, and maybe to some people, is a bigger superstar than even Fernando Tatis. But I mean, he's awesome, and everyone wants him. Were you guys, when you guys were negotiating back and forth, were you guys going to let him pitch and play the outfield, or were you going to only let him do one or the other?
No. We knew there was no way he was coming if we didn't give him the opportunity to do both. So we were all in to make sure he could do both. And we were talking about whether it would be a 6-man rotation, which is what he was comfortable with. We brought Buster Posey to our meeting to make sure that he understood this is the kind of players you'll be working with. Obviously, Bochy was at the meeting. We tried to put on the best base that we could, and the funny thing is, I went to great lengths to go see him in Japan and with Jeremy Shelley, and we go see him pitch, and we didn't get a chance to meet him because they were because he was getting ready to be posted. They didn't want anybody to get close to him, and we went through the meetings. We got to meet him in Los Angeles at his agency, and then we ended up not getting him. And then I go to spring training that year, having really, other than meeting him at that meeting, it was very difficult to get access to him. And I go to my first dinner at spring training at Don and Charlie's, and who's at the table next to me but Ohtani? Wow. And so, it's funny. He made that decision. He's obviously had success. I think he's got a team. They want to build around him to win down there, and he's a face of the franchise. He's really, in many ways, the face of the league.
Bobby, one last thing before you get out of here. Thank you so much for joining us. I heard your kid's killing it in high school baseball right now. I got a little birdie over at Washington saying he's a good little ball player. Last time the Giants made the playoffs in consecutive years was 2003, 2002. I mean, man, they had such a remarkable year last year. How do they even come close to duplicating what they did? Not necessarily in the wins total, but shocking everybody and being the second best team or the best team in the NL West, because it seems like it's so hard just to get to the playoffs in back-to-back years.
Well, I mean, those guys showed something to what they did. What they did with the Dodgers. I mean, there shows such a depth of character, plus a drive and good leadership and obviously tremendous baseball. They're playing clean games. They're staying in it. They don't, when they're down, they're not out. I mean, it's great baseball. And so I think they're gonna feed off of that energy from last year, and not winning it, not getting further in the playoffs is going to drive them too. And so I think that there's a lot of drive. I mean, ultimately, they've got to stay healthy. They've got to add to the roster. They've got a tough division, of course, with the Dodgers and Padres in particular. But you know what? I like their chances. They don't have to win 107 games. And, as you know, I mean, winning 88 is going to get them in the playoffs.
Right.
Yep.
The goal is to advance and get further.
Yeah. Atlanta won it with how many wins, B, last year?
Yeah, it was like 83. And they were loaded. They got hot late. Bobby, it's a good time to be back.
Thanks for joining us.
We got March Madness. We got NBA playoffs, and baseball's back. Bobby, take care. We'll talk soon.
All right, guys. Thanks again.
No problem. We got to give out some tickets as well. We got one more pair of tickets. Who won? Lutman, did you write down the names of the last winner of the tickets? If you did, let me know the name of that 844-999-GAME. We're going to give it to caller number 7 in a second.
When I said they hadn't made the playoffs in consecutive years since 03-02, you kind of like almost, not that you were taken back, but it's like, yeah. Man, they haven't.
Yeah, baseball's like that.
Crazy?
Crazy, but baseball's like that.
No, I know.
Baseball's like that. It's not as surprising. It's tough, man, in baseball, especially when you think about those teams, those rosters, like the early 2000s and late 90s. They were making the playoffs, 5-6 straight years?
Yeah.
And then you think about the championship teams. We know what happened in 2011 with Buster Posey. Then later on, Carlos Beltran with the wrist injury. 2013, it just kind of fell off the map. A little surprising. It's a little surprising. It'd be nice if they got back to the playoffs. I got some work to do, though.
Their best runs have essentially been they went 4 out of 7 from 97 to 03, and then 4 out of 6 or whatever it was, 4 out of 7 again between 2000 and 2016. So they go on these little runs, right? I'm just curious to see how you back up this year. No Buster Posey.
Yep.
Right now, no Chris Bryant. Now, people can scoff at his defense, but he was a guy who elongated the lineup, who showed up in the playoffs, I think is a stud. I want him on my team. Now, I don't know where he plays defensively, but I want him on my team with that bat. And now that you got the DH, like that sucks to hear that the Ohtani thing did come down to the DH thing.
Day-Day! Time to give out some tickets. Day-Day!
Day-Day!
844-999-4263. Caller number 3, Richard Striplin in Antioch. He got the first pair of tickets. Richard, enjoy the game Monday. Day-Day's coming back against the Wizards. Monday at Chase Center. Congrats. Give it out another pair right now. 844-999-4263. 4-2-6-3 as the Warriors win last night.
Doesn't that make you angry?
What's that?
As a Giants fan.
No.
That they missed out on Ohtani because they didn't have the DH?
No, it doesn't make me angry.
I mean, not that was the ultimate deciding factor, but the fact that he basically was like, nah, I got to play DH.
Well,
that sucks.
You look at the weather and you look at the team. The team wasn't in a position to win. They weren't.
No,
Nobody
but the rule thing did it was a factor.
It was probably a factor.
I'm not saying it was the ultimate one. That makes me kind of pissed.
In hindsight, 2020. Now he's in the Anaheim and he's suffering with the Angels.
Well, I would love to swing a trade for him.
You hit all those home runs, but yet you're not winning. Nobody wants Joey Bart.
I know.
Who is Joey Bart? I wouldn't even know who Joey Bart is.
He's a 25-year-old guy who's had a cup of tea in the cup of tea in the big leagues and had a big hole in his swing on the inside of the plate.
Yeah, nobody knows. Oh, by the way, Otis Bird on YouTube. What up? Otis Pagan got hurt in 2013. He did get hurt. I bet a lot of money on the Giants this season. They killed me. They killed my pockets. Oh, my gosh.
Probably one of the singular most exciting plays during the Giants' run was the Pagan inside the home run.
Oh, yeah. No, I'll never forget it.
It was one of the great days.
Sent Flannery all the way down to third baseline.
Was it Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day?
It
was a holiday weekend, wasn't it?
It was a Sunday.
Yeah.
It was a Sunday.
I want to say it was a holiday weekend. Maybe I'm misremembering it, but
yeah, I don't know.
I love the Giants. I know baseball bores some people. I find it to be very fascinating this year just to see what they can do as an encore without Buster Posey, without Kevin Gausman, right now without a number 4 hitter or a 3 hitter in the lineup. Like, what are you going to do? Can Crawford replicate what he did last year? Man, that seems tough. Longoria was a complete zero in the playoffs. Did nothing. He had the 1 home run and nothing else. Literally nothing else. What happens with DeSclafani? He faded hard last year down the stretch. I don't have a lot of faith in him.
You know what?
What does Logan Webb do?
Whoa. We're not going to end the show like this.
What?
We're not ending the show like this on a Friday with all these questions.
I can't just ramble off some baseball takes?
No. You're depressing me.
Why? Logan Webb's going to be a superstar.
DeSclafani, Longoria.
Tommy La Stella's Achilles, 888-957-9570.
Oh, my gosh.
Yastrzemski's done.
Money time! Money time!
That is what it's about right now.
Money time! Money time!
That's what it's about right now. The Dubs winning 2 straight. And on the other side, we got Wiseman and Stockton running the floor, getting ready to go. There's minutes there because Bielitz ain't playing well right now. He's not playing well. And he's got Day-Day, who makes it all fit. The glue, the heart and soul. And by the way, we haven't even gotten to Day-Day's glasses last night in the arena.
It was the clutch management special because Anthony Davis had similar glasses. I don't like the inside glasses thing. That's just me. I mean, if you're a rapper, you can get away with it because you're, high as a kite. But, I don't know. I think it's an odd look.
It may be an odd look, but he was into it last night.
Oh, yeah.
They were into it.
No question.
Iguodala was into it. That was a big-time win for the Warriors.
Well, when you're podcasting all week, you can burn a little of that energy on the bench.
It's
a joke.
He was locked in, man. He was locked in. Jordan Poole was locked in. 21.7 assists, 5 rebounds, the back-to-back dagger threes at the end of the fourth quarter. Steph Curry, 34, 9, and 3. How about that 18-point third quarter for Stephen Curry, detonating on the Denver Nuggets there, right when the Warriors needed it? Because I sent out the tweet to the thread, and I said, or the text to the thread, and I said, man, Steph needs to wake up.
Oh, I thought it was the one. Here, look at this Desmond Bane quote from a fake Twitter account.
I'll tell you. Do you want to see the Nuggets in the playoffs? Is that a team you want to avoid?
It's a fun matchup. I feel like the two teams get up and down the court. Defense is optional, and it feels a lot of fun. I don't think we have an answer for Jokic, but I think we can outgun them. We could just outscore you in that kind of a series. I like it, and it gets Curry going. Doesn't it feel like Curry gets good looks against them?
It does. I want the Nuggets. I want the Nuggets smoke. It's a funny time. What the hell, Bonte? Joe talks about Ohtani not coming here doesn't make you mad. Because of the DH. And I said, well, look at the weather. Did I really say? I didn't say that. I said, look at the weather, look at the team, look at the situation, look at the location. It doesn't make me mad. Doesn't make me
Well,
at
I
all.
want an international free agent. Everybody's got him but us. I feel like the Giants, they did it with Villalona years ago. He got in trouble and I believe killed someone, sadly. And it feels like we haven't been a player in the international free agent market. I wanted Abreu. I wanted Cespedes. I wanted Ohtani. I'll take anybody. Like, give me anybody at this point. I feel like the Dodgers, since, Fernando Mania, then they had Hideki, Nomo. They always have these guys. They had Ryu. I mean, they always have these dudes that they bring out of nowhere. And it's like the Giants are never in it. Well, they're in negotiations, and they're like $5 million short. They didn't go after Godzilla when he came out, Matsui. It's like, gosh, I want one of these guys. Daisuke Matsuzaka, who the Boston Red Sox had. Can I just get one of these dudes? Just one?
What else you got? You want the Suzuki guy?
I don't even know. I guess. He's an outfielder. Okay. I wanted Ohtani because he was like 21. And he was also like 6'5", and looks like an absolute Greek god out there. Did you see him in the home run derby? He's the biggest dude on the field. He looked like he should be playing tight end for the Niners.
Why aren't the Giants getting these guys?
That's my point.
Why aren't they? Big ballpark. A lot of great fans.
Fences are in.
Great fan base. People love their Giants.
We need Steph Curry to reel him in. We need him to put the rings on the table. Pull a Jerry West.
Thinking about that. Giants are not only competing with the Dodgers, they're competing within this market.
Oh, big time. Trey Lance. The second 49er football shows up in August. It's going to be the hottest training camp of all time.
Yeah, I know. And, I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh my gosh, I can't wait till training camp.
And this Jimmy G trade is going to go down or release going to go down soon.
May just get cut.
Wednesday is the day.
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
May just get cut. I mean, who wants Jimmy Garoppolo?
All right, let's forget that.
Forget about him.
And what about the Warriors?
But then you got the Warriors with Steph, Klay, Dre, and by the way, Jordan Poole, Mr. Money Time!
Money time! Money time!
And you got Kaminga, Moody, and you got Wiseman.
And if you don't win it, if you don't think we're going to be thinking trade all offseason,
that's what I'm saying. So the Giants, they need to go out there and spend some money.
I know. Nick Castellanos ain't going to get it done for
Right now, I'm bored with the Giants. The Giants bored. When I hear the Giants say, "Oh, that's cool," and I love Kai Correa, I love Gabe Kapler, love having
they
Flem
listen
on.
to the show.
And I love
Alyssa
them all.
Nacken.
Alyssa Nacken. I love them all.
Yeah.
I love you guys. You know I do. When the Giants play, I watch. But right now, I what can I get excited about? Last season is last season.
Webb.
Okay, that's one guy. Is he an ace?
Yeah. Hell, did you not see him in Game 1 and Game 5 dominate?
Right. It's one pitcher. Who
he
else we
gave
got?
up one run over 2 games against the most lethal lineup in baseball.
Who else is there?
Well, my boy Duvall.
Okay, Camilo Duvall. That's 2.
He's electric, B. Come on.
He's electric. He's
good.
Electric. But what else?
Crawford. Can I introduce you to Crawford? He had a great defensive year last year. Come on. Keep it a hundo.
Carlos Correa. That's what Michael Hernandez wants.
I will put Carlos Correa at third base or second base in a heartbeat. Would love to have him.
Giants got to splurge.
Would love to have Carlos Correa.
Giants got to splurge.
You could put him in the beginning or middle of that lineup. He gets on base. He runs the bags. The only thing was the back injury. It feels like that's beyond him now. I would love to have Carlos Correa. Also a Wilson A2000 glove guy.
Shout out Mark Perez in San Francisco. He's also going to Chase Center on Monday.
Nice.
He wants some tickets there.
Nice. Congratulations.
Go see Day Day.
Steph's birthday.
Go with Steph Curry. A happy birthday. Time now for the Xfinity Flex moment of the show. Hold on real quick. Before we get to the Xfinity Flex moment of the show, there's been a little controversy behind the scenes about what should be flexes. No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to bring it up.
Why?
Yeah, because this needs to be told.
Oh, it doesn't.
We should let the listeners
know.
Because I have an idea, Langford. I have an idea
for more work for you guys.
No, it's not more work for you guys. I think we should let the listeners pick the flex moment of the show. Whether it's funny, whether it's serious, I don't care. Let the listeners pick the flex. It could be a phone call. It could be a guest. Anything. The listeners should pick the flex moment of the show because I'm tired of my guys behind the glass getting heat for picking the flex moment of the show. They should let the listeners do it.
So now I'm going to make them do more work.
No, it's not making them do no work.
But then you got to take a vote. Then you got to do a bunch of work before that. See which one is the popular moment.
Is there a deadline on the flex moment of the show? No.
Well, by the end of the show.
Yeah, I mean, just vote on it. Hey, what's the flex moment of the show? Vote right now.
That was the flex moment of the show.
You like that?
We got a good one here.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I don't like it.
You ready?
Yeah,
No,
give it to
really.
me. This is Bane talking about Iguodala, who was acquired by the Grizzlies and basically refused to play for them.
I had to work for my biceps. He had to get bicep implants. He's a quitter. I get made fun of for having short arms, but best believe I'm not getting chased down like that in 2016.
So we would all agree, Iggy's got some great biceps. This is the first I've ever heard of anyone getting bicep implants. Is this true, or is this just Desmond talking smack?
I mean, this sounds like smack talk to me. Iguodala get bicep implants. I mean, come on. I don't know what it means. I don't know what that means.
I don't either, but I love this. Do you think, just for a second?
Okay, I just did some digging. Pretty sure this is fake.
What?
Yeah, this is fake. This is a fake.
Who sent this to the group thread?
I did.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Anybody ripped Steph for being a flex moment of the show needs to look in the mirror and unbutton that top button and have some fun in their life.
Wow.
Have some fun.
By the way,
it's about fun.
Speaking of flexing, you want to talk about flexing? Is there anything flexier than the guy, and I do this all the time, so I'm guilty, than the guy who's off texting your show? Mark Willard, right now. What the Giants need to do is follow exactly what they do. In Farhan, we trust. And I texted back, what does that even mean?
You know what it means, Shasky? No, I'm not even going to do that. I'm having a good time. It's money time. It's money time.
So you pull the clip out and then you put it back in.
I'm not even going to do it to Mark Willard.
Put the safety back on.
I'm not going to ruin it for Mark Willard. Thanks for listening, Mark.
Hi, Dibs. Hi, Whitty.
You're one of
Good morning. I'll ruin it for him.
Yeah, it's just...
What does that mean?
What does what mean?
We trust. What does that mean?
No, it's not about what he texted. It's that he texted. And we all love Mark Willard. And I told him he's no longer the new guy. And he's the most optimistic guy. Sunshiny day. Everybody's smiling. Sunshine day.
Sunshine and rainbows.
Brady Bunch shout out for those of you who remember. But
thanks, Jan.
When you're off, be off. You're off, be off.
Yeah, but look who you're talking to over there.
A guy who
tends to, he participates in other programs.
It's a participation sensation.
Yeah.
How long has Mark Willard been here?
Since October.
He's taken more days off than I have in the 5 years I've been here at 95.7 The Game.
Don't count another man's pennies.
No, I'm not. I'm saying the days off. Right. Vacation days. Like, I got a lot of vacation. Butch, you better be careful this summer. The Giants tailspin, they nosedive, and they're 20 out. Boy, your boy's going to be out June and July.
Hey, let me tell you something. Summer
Congratulations.
is my time.
Well,
I'm ready for it.
Let's look at two different things here. First and foremost, where are you going to go? Because right now, you've got a 1-year-old.
Thank you.
And you've got a partner who wants you, and you want to be a participant in this life. So if you're off, you're actually working harder than you are at work.
We got grandparents.
Okay.
We're babysitters.
Outsourcing.
We could get a couple weeks. We could get a 2-week breather here, Coach.
Outsourcing sensation.
And again, if there's one thing you learn from Dibber Clause, and I hope it's more than one, it's the ideology of the stretch four. Even if there's no Monday, you can still Friday, Monday it. I got a week off coming. I'm going next week to Vegas. I got a Thursday, Friday. I got a 4-day, followed by a couple weeks later. I got a week.
A meme Kerr?
No, although it could be a possible SMM. It could be a sick day Monday as Dibber Claus comes back from Vegas at about 11:30 Saturday night, and Sunday is going to be all about what it always is, gentlemen, licking wounds. If you're in Vegas for 4 days, day 4, you're probably not still riding high on the hog. It's about LW, lick wounds. Lick wounds. It reminds me of my trip to Europe when I went to Europe for 10 weeks, and I got about 7 weeks in, and your boy was running out of money, and so we all talked about.
How old were you?
I was 25.
That's cool.
Yeah, 25.
That's
a
really
ninth-year junior who couldn't quite get it done at Cal State Northridge. All my friends had graduated, and I just bounced. Yeah.
I've heard that's the way to do it when you're that age.
I had $30 a day was the budget, 1993, and I got down to the point where I was down to about $22 a day projected. And so
how tense did it get?
It got tense, but what happened is I got smart, and I had the 2-month Eurail pass, which means you go anywhere. You already paid for it.
Okay.
It's basically free travel. And so I had to lick wounds, and so I went east. I went to Prague, and then I went even further east to Poland because that's when the economies were such that you could stay in Poland for $2 a night.
Wow.
You could lick wounds.
Wow.
So I was lucky to go to Warsaw, and I'll never forget my day at Auschwitz. And, I went to Krakow, which is an incredible world city, and I went to Prague, maybe the most underrated city on the planet. So it was all born out of that same ideology as in day 4 in Vegas.
Yeah.
You got to lick wounds.
Instead of being Dibber Claus, we should maybe call you Dibber Christ because you're turning water into wine, stretching that money.
Well, I would never blaspheme.
Hey, that's a 3.
It would be, but it's blasphemous, and he knows it's Easter season, so it goes down to a 2.
And I already ate my chorizo on a Friday, so I'm screwed.
By the way,
straight to
Mark
hell.
Willard with another text. The process, brother.
Stop.
The process.
The
Here's what I know.
process.
They know more than us. It works every time, and they will spin. There it is, Mark Willard.
No one loves his partner more than I do, but take a playoff, bro.
Hey, listen. Let me say this, Mark Willard. The Giants better spin because right now they're third fiddle in this market. Trey Lance is coming. The Niners are hot. The Warriors are rolling to the playoffs. The Giants better not fall behind. They better get some star power in here.
They don't have a 3 and 4 hitter right now, but that's neither here nor
They don't
there.
have a
How
2,
about
3, 4.
Jordan Poole last
Hey,
night?
do they have a 2, 3, 4, or 5 starter on the Giants?
Well, they got Logan Webb.
Oh, yeah.
And
then duct tape.
Exactly.
You're praying Alex Wood can get you to the 4. DeSclafani was invisible at the end of the year.
You can't pitch him against
and the Dodgers eat him up.
Well, that was 1 year. It was a small sample size. And I'll play the Willard card for just a second.
Yeah.
Sammy Law.
It's his whole career, Dibs. He sucked against the Dodgers when it was a Cincinnati Red.
We are coming off 107, and you are looking at the mini Farhan era so far as the first year pandemic. That was at least a par. That was actually slightly
exceeded my expectations.
It was a par trending toward a birdie.
Yeah.
Last year was a birdie trending toward an eagle.
Yes.
So your boys won under after 2. I don't think we can necessarily start to cast aspersions. Now, we are, though, as Guru would say, in the Missouri portion of the program. You got to show me. That's a 2. It's, Farhan's got to be in the show me state.
Whitey.
That's so
No
strong.
laugh,
I
Whitey.
get nothing from
No,
anybody.
that
in
is
this-
so
in this
strong.
Let's
state.
go. That'd be Whitey just sitting here.
You turned into Guru. I love that.
That's an awesome Lincecum jersey.
Thank you.
2011, right? 2011 Lincecum. Yeah. Did you ever get Bonte to even smile about baseball at all?
I
today?
did because we played some songs. I don't know if we
That
got
I liked.
Spirit of the Sky, but we started off with a room away. Didn't we? Or did we do?
No, we did
Magic.
Sandlot.
This magic moment.
Oh, yeah. I heard that.
When
And then-
Squints
Yeah,
I heard that.
is kissing Wendy Pepper.
And what's the one, Pennant Fever from Major League?
Oh yeah, that one's a good.
That's that one got me going because they played a basketball highlight over it. So it was Jordan Poole with the money time. It was Jordan Poole. Sorry for yelling, Mike, but that's what I do.
No, it's good.
I'm fired
That's
up
what
right
he
now.
did.
Hey, that's what he did. He said it
Yeah.
was money time, and it was money time. I'm fired up about the Warriors. Baseball, oh, you're back. Oh, great. It's just wasting time. You know what I'm saying? How about you thank the fans and concession workers? Because baseball was on the brink of costing a lot of people a lot of money and a lot of jobs. They don't. You want me to apologize? You want me to give you a high five for being back?
At least they salvaged the season. There's going to be a season. And yeah, baseball has problems, but at least they're going to have games.
Thank you.
I thought we were going to be, looking at like May. Are they going to start the season? So yeah, it doesn't solve all the problems, but hey, we have a baseball season. That's good.
Baseball is like and I was saying this on the conference call, baseball is like your buddy who won't go and get help for his problems, whether it's, rehab or whatnot. It's like baseball, I want to help you, but you got to help yourself.
Yeah.
And baseball doesn't help itself. Again, we had a pandemic. Then last year you had a non-hot stove, and then this year you had labor trouble. It's like, pretend for a minute you think like football does, where football's always something. It's usually going forward. It's very rarely a negative. Like even the Deshaun Watson, that's mostly under the rug, although he's going to be deposed, I believe, today.
Well, Dibs, to your point, you just had the betting, right? You had Ridley. Oh, and he bet on games. Next day, what do we have? Aaron Rodgers is staying.
I know. Forgot about it.
Russell Wilson got traded.
I know.
What
We're
happened
still
yesterday?
talking
I don't know.
P-Rose.
Yeah.
Khalil Mack to the Chargers.
Man, baseball's been all Manfred and Union and the collective, the tax, and oh boy.
But that's all done now. That's good.
Oh, this
It's done, but it just leaves a bad taste in your mouth. And much like your friend who won't get real help, you're just waiting for the next time where it's like, baseball lapsed again. I got to go pick up baseball from the junk tank.
I don't know. I don't understand the animosity towards baseball. I understand. I don't like baseball, but the active I hate baseball.
I love
Look what they just put us through. All these negotiations and this dog and pony show. It's just
It's over now, though. It's done.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
For now.
For now.
Over years. Yeah, we hadn't had to deal with that since, what, 94?
Soon somebody's going to be whining about the shift not being there. Somebody's going to be whining about the bases being... Baseball always finds something to whine about. They always complain about something. It's the only sport.
Baseball makes it hard to love it. That's all it is. Football's easy. See you Sunday, football.
Right.
You're going to be there for 9+
It's more in step with our lifestyle
hours.
now, right?
Yeah, and
got a
even
game
the
this
NBA.
week. Great. Baseball's like, I got another game tonight. I got stuff I got to do.
But the NBA also is easy to love because you turn it on and within 10 to 15 minutes, either someone's getting dunked on, there's a three, something spectacular is going to happen. Baseball, it's like, labor, 100 days of labor. And I can't wait to your 3-1 game that takes 3 hours and 14 minutes.
I can't wait till we do a full show on robot umps. Oh, that umpire blew it.
That's
on the
Eric
left call.
Burns' show.
Just like the check swing in Game 5 against the Dodgers. Oh, Wilbur Flores didn't go around. They jobbed us. No, you jobbed yourself by not hitting with runners in scoring position. Stop crying.
Football
That's all
had
people
this-
do in baseball.
The Raiders were
Cry,
complaining
cry,
about
cry,
There literally is no crying in baseball.
And that's all they do. That's all they
a great
do.
movie, too.
It is.
A League of Their Own is like, it stands the test of time. It's a great movie.
Number one baseball movie.
You think
in
so?
my opinion.
Oh,
By the way, you're listening
Over
to
Sandlot?
95.7 Game.
Yeah.
KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. 9 a.m. hour. Brought to you by Timeless Coffee. It is Whitey Gleason in for Dan Dibley.
Whitey's trying to put me in a worse mood than I already am. First of all, it's not the best movie. Second of all, that movie is highly overrated.
Which one?
It's League of Their Own. It's a great concept, but overall, the execution of the baseballness, it's all right. It's not.
I hear ya.
It's not on the Mount Rushmore of baseball movies. I'm already in a bad mood
But I
because,
do like
as you know,
jerseys.
today is a special day for Whitey and I.
Yeah.
And the great, special in that we hate it. It's our candiversary. 8 years ago today, we got broken off by this very company.
Right.
Well, it was a couple companies ago, I think.
Post-show meeting, guys.
Guys, go ahead and close the door behind you.
Hold on, we're working on some stuff for tomorrow's show. Don't worry about it. Come on in.
We'll go ahead and table those bits. So, 8 years ago, so I'm already feeling some kind of way. March 11th is always a day where... And by the way, I got a parking ticket later that day, too.
Those
I
would
are
have
facts.
lost my mind.
I took a picture with the meter matron, I guess.
Did you get it overturned?
Of course not.
Yeah,
I had it coming to me.
That is.
I was in the spot with I didn't feed the meter, kid. I deserved
Well,
it.
you're back in the building. You should be happy.
I'm thrilled.
Yeah.
Thrilled.
The guy who let you guys go is now running some low-level website that looks like it was created in 1999.
That's all. It's all water under the old baby.
The guy's a
All that
joke.
stuff.
I mean, the guy's out here writing about who's ranked what in mid-major markets. He's gone. You won.
That's like Jordan Poole for the corner right there. The shot. He's taking shots. He's making shots.
Money time. Point at his veins.
Money time. The guy's gone. He's relevant.
Yeah, every day, 365 days a year. We talked about this yesterday. Yesterday, I think, was Post-it note day or like all the rest of this crap that people try to trot out. Today will always be my candiversary. So I'm thrilled to be here with my brother who was with me that day.
And you guys had jock breeding today.
We have some. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. It's an option.
Fight breaks out.
Yeah.
Well, Guru's out, JD's in.
Yeah.
So there's a certain amount of vetting. Although there's rumors that Bonte may linger in the building to get a piece. It's
Have you two done it against
Never.
each other?
It's never happened. It's got to happen, doesn't it?
Wow.
It's not a question of ducking. When you're the undisputed all belts champion, you don't just take on all comers.
Well, here's the deal.
Joe's a good player, too.
Well, no,
Joe's
here's
a good
the
player,
deal.
too.
Dibs one day tweeted, Joe's the favorite. He knows everything. And I think I put up my career high that day. Threw up like 44. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's
I'm
a record
when
high.
it comes to leaderboards, I'm like Loyola Marymount in the tournament, averaging 122 a game. I mean, it was
Bonte was so
unbelievable.
good that he was regularly accused of cheating.
Regularly accused for having
Was this
AFL
when he was in the
knowledge.
studio and everyone was at home
No,
on their
we were
late
all at home.
Zooms?
Well, and again, this is back when they were playing the Wild West rules before we actually brought decorum back to the bit where you have to wait until the entire answer is read before you buzz in.
I like that. I like that better. I do.
It's the proper way,
Yeah, I agree with
Joseph.
him.
It's the Capri Sun, the fruit snacks of Jockberty.
So Steiny, JD.
I got all the belts over here,
Yeah.
kid. I got so many belts. My pants are like up in my
The
armpits.
streets were saying, Dibs, you were winning. You're beating Steiny Guru, what, like 8-7? Those are some low scores.
Station tournament.
Defense wins championships, as you will discover when I get control of the board. Also, I've beaten the likes of both Haber and Koff in the Haber Koff. I've cuffed around Kreidler. I think I was 84-4-2 against Kreidler.
That's like Damon remembering how many shows he's done.
The difference is I'm making it up. He actually counts.
There's a lot of buzzers with you, Steiny Guru.
That's the difference, but
that's a 5 right there. That's a 5.
On that
5,
note,
the rare
fellas.
5. No, I got to talk to Thomas Hill of Duke. We're doing his greatest moments in March. Little podcast on him. I actually volunteer for it because it's a lot of fun. So I talked to Bo Kimball yesterday. We'll release him next week.
I have
And
the
then Thomas
line
Hill.
on Naismith.
Yeah, I have a line. I'm Tom Creed.
Ask
He
about
cuts Marquette.
Thomas's Hill celebration on the Leitner shimmy shake buzzer beater. He puts both arms up.
The referee is my cousin's friend.
That's still, by the way, the Leitner little catch and turn.
so good.
It still is one of the all-time, I'd say, top 10 sports moments.
Absolutely.
Just like the catch
Yes.
and the play, and we can
Yes.
talk about all the. That one's got to be in there in the top 10.
Jamal Mashburn on Kentucky on that game. They had it on TV the other day. It's just incredible. Absolutely. I'm totally with
He
you.
used to eat kimchi because it made his breath bad and made him. Seriously.
Are you serious?
And then
I've
guys
never
didn't
heard
want to.
this.
It was hard. You didn't want to guard him or box him out because, like, oh, this guy reeks.
Wow.
That's great.
That's offensive lineman stuff.
That's good
Yeah.
stuff.
Good
right there.
halitosis knowledge right there.
Yeah.
That
Good.
is.
Jockberty, 11-4. I hope it goes well, man. I'm praying.
I'll
Maybe
have
I'll
the
stay
radio
up.
on.
I'll have the radio on.
I'll stay up. I miss morning show.
11:30, the boy starts fading and getting delusional.
Did you hear what happened yesterday? He sent us a tweet that wasn't real, and we went to air with it today.
I heard about it.
I wasn't going to
Shame
bring
on
it.
both of you.
I wasn't going to bring it
Shame
to
on
air.
both of you.
This guy brought it to air and made Langford read the report. I was like, damn, that sounds kind of fake.
You know, when
Iggy had fake
when that
biceps.
happened, most famously, it was by a TV station that went with the 4 names of the pilots.
Yeah, let's not.
No, I'm just saying.
Yes, and they all got fired.
Both of you need to both of you need to take a pause on that stuff.
I know.
You got to
you're right.
vet your info, boys.
Why'd you got to put that image in my head, man? Why'd you have to do that?
It's just
Hey,
I'm
outta here
always
on a
teaching.
Friday. You're
Always
always teaching,
teaching.
man. Don't get duped, Shasky.
Hey.
Don't get duped.
Dibber Christ over here.
That's why he's a Hall of Famer.
Amen.
Whitey and Dibs. Whitey's happy. He's not sad about anniversary. All right, let's listen to 12. That's it. We'll see you on Monday. Have a great weekend, Roasters. Thanks for another special week here on at 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, what a great day yesterday was to be a sports fan in the Bay Area, huh? The Warriors last night with a stirring comeback win over a frankly, exhausted bunch of Denver Nuggets who had nothing left in the tank down the stretch. But Jordan Poole with a big shot. James Wiseman playing in Stockton. Dare I say he dominated Dibs? He looked very good at the very least. And on top of that, for some people, a glorious day because, and I say for all Americans, a glorious day, really, whether they realize it or not.
That's a bit much.
Baseball is back. So it's also a Friday. Thrilled to be in for Mark Willard today. Kevin, Michael, Whitey, Thelonious Monk, Gleason.
Nice.
Thrilled to be with you, Dan Dibley.
And happy to be with you. And
Yeah.
I only make light of the Candiversary. 8 years ago, we got fired because we all did okay, and we're all still here. So
sure.
I think I look at things in that light. I won't dwell on it too much. Maybe every comment will be littered with some reference, but last night could not have gone any better. And starting with, like you say, baseball, you're back, baseball. Congratulations. And I do like baseball.
That's good.
What I don't like about baseball is, well, the commissioner, Flaccid Rob, I call him. And he's only flaccid because he gets paid by the owners who they don't care about the game.
Did you hear what Ratto called him? an insincere man who should be set on fire, I think was the term he had for.
I think
Rob
Flassad's just a little bit more edgy and genteel,
to the point.
but yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not
more
so
to the
interested
point,
in,
as he would say.
in homicidal arson.
Yeah.
It's not really my bit. We all have our lanes. Sure. And
Why'd he go to hell, man?
Low Neal speaks to it as well.
Yeah.
But I think that what I like about baseball is the actual game, and everything outside of that, I don't really care for. And that goes for, congratulations, A's and John Fisher. You guys are back on the teat. So good for you. The deal is set up to where the A's, as a small-minded team, get paid out because they don't want to spend on their product. That to me is so offensive. And I know Bernie Sanders is looking to challenge the antitrust exemption, and I'm all for that because baseball, you deserve nothing.
Time for somebody to start a new league?
No, it's time for baseball to just, play or get off the pot. Basically, what you do well is 9 innings, 27 outs, ball, bat, bases, and some grass, and 3 hours of time. That I love. Everything else, go away, baseball. You stink.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned the A's, and we'll see, right? I mean, this is exciting. We're going to have baseball. For baseball fans, it's good news. But if you're an A's fan, does that mean, okay, now they're going to just trade everybody? I don't know. For Giants fans, of course, you go about the work of trying to figure out how do we come close to repeating what they did last year. Dave Fleming's going to join us today at 11:30. He'll tell us more about that. Also today, speaking of baseball, Jordan Schusterman's going to join us from The Ringer. He's got a podcast. Let's see, baseball author, broadcaster Mark Kreidler will join us today.
Oh, I'm so excited to talk to Kreids about his son and his major league possibilities. Also, what he thinks about baseball and where it sits, because he's a realist and he's not, in the Willard and the Whitey camp of, hooray, where's my bunting? I can't wait. Oh, the baby giraffe.
Yeah.
The giraffe is back.
Why do you put me in the camp of the delusionally optimistic on baseball? I just like baseball and it's back. That's good.
I like baseball.
What do you think I'm not seeing
too.
clearly?
No, it's not that you're not seeing clearly, but I think you're much more caught up in the romanticism of baseball and what it was when we were younger, when baseball was just, it was just that. It was baseball. Right. You didn't have all this labor strife and all these greedy owners, and it didn't cost $1 million to go to the game. You just went. You had a free afternoon or a free evening, and you went to a game, and it was 2 hours and 25 minutes, and you went to Candlestick, and you froze, and you brought a blanket and a down jacket and maybe gloves if you could afford them.
Right.
And that's what you did. But now baseball is so bloated in so many ways that, yet I think you still look at it with that childlike idealism.
Well, we're going to talk a lot more about baseball today, but we don't have to worry about baseball season for a while, right? Because it's basketball season, and the Warriors, with a huge win last night, Jordan Poole, we talked yesterday, Dibs, about whether Jordan Poole, is he a splash brother? Is he a step splash brother? I mean, he's moving closer and closer towards full membership in the Splash Brothers Club.
Yes, I think he's still a step brother, but he's spending more time with Klay and Steph's parent than he is with his own parent, because to be a step, or to be a half, actually, you would have to have the one parent and you would have a different second parent. But I think now he's spending more time with Klay and Steph. He's spending maybe 5 nights a week at that house, 2 nights with his old parent, which, by the way, is still a good parent. We're not to disparage any one parent over the other, but the Splash family, he's now with the Splash family more regularly. And last night, and let's be honest about Klay, Klay was off, and Klay's been off more than he's been on. And you needed that second scorer, and it was Jordan Poole who came through.
You know what I notice about Klay, and it's understandable, but Klay has always had just the way he lined up for a jump shot, his form, textbook perfect. And I've noticed him taking more leaning shots. And sometimes we're in the lane, sure. But there was a shot from the corner he took last night where he was leaning. It's like, that's not Klay. It's understandable, and he'll find his way through. But that was just because even when he missed, it was just so aesthetically pleasing to watch when he shot the ball. So he's got a lot to figure out, but he's on his way. The issue right now, if there is one, is Mr. Wiggins, right? He's just not shooting the ball well, and he can't buy a free throw. Can't buy a free throw.
0 for 3.
Yeah.
Last night, 3 of 11, 1 of 7 from 3, 0 of 3 from the foul line, and we're keeping it real.
Isn't he 9 for his last
smooth.
26 from the line?
Something like that, Daddy. What? But, 3 steals, 5 dimes, 4 rebounds. and quietly, without really noticing, like a tap on the shoulder when you're half asleep from your significant other, a +1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 7 points.
Just not having the
K-Wig.
impact. Then when Kaminga comes in, boom! Right? I mean, things happen. He makes
Boom.
things happen.
When Kaminga comes in, boom.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it. And when you look at,
Hakuna Kaminga, nothing to worry about.
No, it means no worries.
Yeah.
And when you look at a finishing lineup now, right? I gave you a 1.
Huh. I don't know if I got a 2 or a 3.
That's a 3. It's the German 3, as Dibs knows.
Yes, exactly. This is offensive in many cultures. We prefer to go with the thumb and the 2 indices. But finishing lineup, when Draymond's back, when Iguodala's back, you could see it not including Andrew Wiggins.
Yes. Well,
Easily.
and you can't. I mean, unless he starts making free throws, you almost can't have him on the floor at the end of a game. As you know, Dibs, quite often at the end of a basketball game, it comes down to, can you make your free throws? Well, we can't with him on the floor right now. Whatever's going on, and it's a lot more complicated, right, than just, since Klay came back, he can't find his role in the offense. Since Klay came back, he can't make a free throw? That doesn't make any sense.
It looks like he's stiff. Now he's in his own head. So when he goes to shoot, he dribbles it, he does a little bit of a knee bend, and instead of going from the knee bend right into the shot, which is more of a flow movement, he goes knee bend, stiff, and then he shoots it. And he
Can you
had
work with him?
Well, and he had a couple misses last night where when you're in a slump, those are the ones you're begging to go in. It was a couple of doot. Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
Those are tough.
So they've won 2 in a row, right? Wiseman played well last night.
Yep.
Draymond's coming back. I mean, it's all lining up for him right now. It would appear.
Draymond's
Just in time.
ready. You could hear him champing at the bit last night where every possession, the camera would cut to him and he's barking orders.
Was he barking at Steph for not attacking Jokic?
Yes.
Now, when he was saying, that's BS. I mean, really?
Right. And they got a bucket on that possession, by the way.
Okay.
And Draymond did a little half Michael Jackson pirouette and turned and kind of walked away. And that's where, when you think about Steph and Klay as people, what other 2 athletes at their level would have tolerated this many years of Draymond Green? And that's not to say that Draymond doesn't have more positives than negatives, but, when you work with a guy, and I happen to have had a 4-year run with a guy who's runs pretty hot. He's a type A. He's going to, try to correct you or help you it's tough
I'm not sure who he's talking about either.
I don't either. I mean, you and I only did 3 years, so.
Not even.
And hey, brother. Yeah, exactly. We didn't even get to 3, did we?
Night.
No.
Best short run of all time.
Yeah.
But I give them credit for, like last night, if you're Steph and you get to 20,000 points, the 49th guy ever, and you've got some guy in a suede jacket from the sideline and sunglasses indoors telling you what
Attack
to do.
him. That's BS.
I mean, how do you have the countenance to just let that wash over you?
Yeah, it's like Kerr a couple years ago, right? When he was on mic and didn't realize it. I'm so tired of Draymond's ass, right? Yeah. And you know that they all feel that way. But it speaks to the culture, just the fact that they realize he gives us our best chance to win. He's helping us. We help him.
Yeah.
We need that a little bit. So, all right, we'll put it aside and we'll make the best of it.
And it's interesting that those 2 have done it for so long, but Jordan Poole learning to grow and learning to do that. And I think that also leads us to our song of the day.
Huh?
This is what my tips say. Don't be blowing me up. Ain't getting up. If it ain't about the money. And they used to you ringing my line. Stop wasting my time. If it ain't about the money. Nah, I can even hear what you say. I ain't finna do. If it ain't about the money.
I'm woke.
You can miss me with it. You can miss me with it.
Money time! Money time!
Money time, Whitey. Pimping ain't about the money. Although, if you're Jordan Poole, it's about to be about the money.
Yep.
And the extension he gets, which might ultimately send Andrew out of town. If you can't finish with him and you want to pay Poole, pimping ain't about the money, then, and it was money time last night.
Yeah.
Hard choices may have to be made.
Yeah. Wiggins going to be hard to move, though, if he doesn't start playing better with that contract. Same thing that the Warriors dealt with when they got him.
Oh, but the flashes of, he's got 10 of 17 in him every now and again.
Yeah. Anyway, things looking up for the Warriors, especially because, as we said, James Wiseman looked really good last night in Stockton. Anthony Slater saw it. He's going to join us next. So how close is Mr. Wiseman from rejoining the big club? We hope to find out next. This is Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today. Happy Friday. 95.7 The Game.
Looking for patio perfection? It's the perfect time to go to Outdoor Supply Hardware.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
In for Mark Willard, Kevin Michael Whitey, Stanley Clark Gleason. Friday here. What a wonderful day yesterday was for sports fans. Baseball's back. I know some people are like, yeah, baseball's going to have to show me something for me to care again. But at least we don't have to deal with all the lockout. We have a free agent signing, Dibs, but it's not really a blockbuster.
Is it breaking?
Not really. It's, Drew Verhagen going to the Cardinals. There you go.
He's a competitor.
Who?
Drew Verhagen.
Oh, Drew Verhagen.
Drew Verhagen signing with the Cardinals as a free agent. So this is just the first domino. Now the big news is going to come. All the big free agent signings, right? This frenzy of free agency will help you forget all the bitterness over the labor dispute.
Right, the frenzy.
Yeah.
Which I kind of see it a different way, which in this first signing kind of tells me all I need to know about how this is going to go. The owners in their meetings...
they're going to spend money.
They're going to spend money, but they're going to spend money when they want to, and as much money as they want to.
It's going to be big. It's going to be huge.
To think that they didn't collude during all of this, okay, fine. We're going to give the players their little cute little wins, but let's all get together and agree we're going to squeeze the top.
Nah. Free agency is going to be big, going to be huge. Speaking of big and huge, how about James Wiseman last night back in Santa Cruz playing for the Warriors against they were playing in Stockton. And I think Stockton beat him pretty bad. But 20 minutes, 18 points, 6 boards for James Wiseman. With more on that, our outstanding 95.7 NBA insider. He was there covering the game, Anthony Slater. Anthony, how are you today?
I'm good. I Stockton instead of Denver. It was an interesting night.
After last night, Anthony, when do you think James Wiseman might be rejoining the big club?
Well, so today he is going back to Santa Cruz. Actually, I think they went last night, doing like film, basically like he's part of that G League team for a few extra days. Film review today, practice with Santa Cruz tomorrow in Santa Cruz. And then he'll actually play Sunday again with them in Chase Center if anyone's interested in going. And then after that, they're going to reassess. I don't think they've decided, but, considering what we continue to see, behind Kevon Looney off the bench, I think there's a chance if they believe he can help enough that you could see him Monday, same day as Draymond.
So Wiseman yesterday, based on what you saw, is it more about his recovery and his ability to replicate it on Sunday, or did he show enough sturdiness, mobility, durability to where you think that there's no more hurdles?
There's no more physical hurdles, and I've talked to the medical team, I've talked to the front office, the moment he was physically cleared for the G League, he's physically cleared for an NBA game. Now, they want him in a low-stakes environment, to get reps. This isn't a situation where it's like Klay Thompson. Once Klay Thompson was cleared, it was like he's playing in an NBA game. James Wiseman, they want to just really not only shake off the cobwebs, but he just needs to get his basketball baby legs under him essentially. But the truth is, even when he comes back to the Warriors, it's not like he's going to be playing 30 minutes or having a huge role. It'll be very simplified, and in big games, he probably won't even have a role. So I think he's ready for the NBA. Essentially for what he's going to do, which is be like a sparsely used bench player. But I think their preference is, hey, let's get him a bunch of minutes because that's better for him than maybe playing 10 minutes.
Anthony Slater with us. He covered James Wiseman's return to the G League last night. Well, actually, his return to competitive play was with the G League Warriors. Anthony, what would you say, to your eye, what did Wiseman do last night that you say was most translatable to the next level?
Dunk, run the floor. That I know that's what they've been preaching with him, which is just that is his elite skill right now at his age. Is like he's faster than most bigs. Obviously, he's bigger too. But at that size, a few times he just beat guys down the court, beat wings down the court. Really, it wasn't like he was just beating bigs, and got a few transition dunks that way. And obviously they tried some pick and rolls, threw some lobs. And when he is just diving to the rim, on a regular basis, that collapses the defense. It's in some ways what Kaminga's done well in a simplified role, but he's doing it from a center position. And I know that is what they want from him. If it is potentially in some second unit minutes with Jordan Poole, which is pick and rolls in the half court where he's just going to the rim. And then, if there's like a loose ball, a steal, like just sprint down the court, try to beat, the opposing big man. Maybe they'll lob it over the top. And, if he catches the ball within a 10-foot radius, basically, of the rim, he's dunking it.
When you look at his prospective minutes for the Warriors over the course of not only the final 10 or 12 games, but also into the playoffs, are you thinking that he's going to be like a 10 to 12-minute guy? Could he possibly give you 20? Where do you see his ultimate role in that rotation?
I think that'll be determined over the next month. I think they're going to give him potentially, some smaller test drives, in the coming weeks. There still is 15 games left in the regular season. But, he showed a lot of the flaws that he showed last season, which were, sometimes he doesn't know where to be defensively. He struggles, to rim protect, seeing the pictures in front of him. And when you're a center in the NBA, that's really tough to do, especially in playoff basketball. So what Kevon Looney does so well. He reads the floor. He's kind of the quarterback back there. So I can't imagine come real playoff time, game 3, like let's say they're in Denver, even in a game like last night, which felt a little playoffy, that they could get much more than, 10 to 12 second unit minutes. We'll see. I mean, again, he's going to have a chance to earn, I think, a bit more, but I'm not sure he's ready for that. And the organization is definitely behind the scenes preaching patience with him. He's a long-term play. Don't expect him to come back and, save the bench basically. But I think maybe he could chip in a little bit.
Slates, do you think right now, and I'm not making a case one way or the other, I'm asking, is it fair to say that right now Wiseman would probably give you better defensive minutes than Bjelica at center?
Yeah. I mean, Bjelica, regardless of James Wiseman, I think is going to be nudged out of the rotation with Draymond Green's return, right? Draymond Green is about to get a lot of center minutes, and I think they're going to commit more to small ball. Andre Iguodala will probably be back soon. They get versatility in the lineup, and the way Kevon Looney's playing, he deserves still his 20 to 25 minutes, at center per night. So I would say I'm much more intrigued by the idea of Wiseman getting, like I said, maybe some second unit minutes with Poole than I am of seeing much more of Bjelica. I think Bjelica's kind of proven over the last few months he's just does not look at all like an NBA playoff rotation player right now.
When you look at the eventual rotation, how much will Andre Iguodala play a role in that? And, Juan Toscano-Anderson, GP2, are those latter two going to be maybe the odd men out if Andre Iguodala is actually able to go out and contribute?
Well, to your first question, Andre Iguodala will play as many playoff minutes as, his body will allow. I don't know what that number is. They don't know what that number is. But he, I remember this was the last real full game he played was against the Pacers way back, and Steve Kerr gave him 31 minutes. And, from that, his body, I guess, it didn't necessarily break down, but it had an issue that, to this point has not really allowed him to come back. And Kerr was regretful post-game, saying he cannot play him 31 minutes, even if he wants to. So I think, they're going to be very cautious with him, even in a game 1, a game 2. And I can't, I hesitate to see him getting more than 20 to 25. If he is part of the mix, obviously that bumps people off. I think JTA is definitely on the fringe of the rotation. He already is before Iguodala and Draymond are back. GP2 is an interesting case. Sometimes Kerr has difficulty finding minutes for him, but every time he's on the floor, he performs. There's always been a push behind the scenes to get him more minutes. That's why you've seen him starting at times lately. But he also, he's not Andre Iguodala necessarily from an age perspective, but he plays kind of a dangerous style that seems to lead to some, bumps and bruises. Right now, he's been out the last 4 games with knee soreness, so you kind of have to treat him with ease. But I do think if he's healthy, he should get 15 to 20, playoff minutes, just because he does so much stuff, particularly on the defensive end, that really help in those types of frantic environments.
Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game NBA insider. We'll let you go with this one, Anthony, and we appreciate your time. I know with Draymond coming back here, there's lots of reasons for optimism, and this team still has a chance to make a run at another title. But as far as the 2 timeline thing, the Warriors, I would think, you tell me, they have to be thrilled with the way Kaminga, Moody, Poole, and Wiseman, the way that potential core of the future has developed this year, right?
Yeah, I think that's eased any type of tension, or at least some of the tension of, the idea that the Warriors could be wasting, this core's final opportunity at a title, or one of their final opportunities at a title, because, the young guys are emerging right now. They're not sinking to the background as it gets later. I mean, Kaminga was one of their better players last night. Obviously, Poole has 29. He's become, what would you say, they're 4th best player, especially when he's playing like he is lately. You mentioned Moody. I mean, he's only, nudging himself more into the immediate conversation. Wiseman's the big one that, it's, I guess, circumstances that are unlucky for him, unfortunate, but he's a 2nd overall pick. Very valuable asset. They're paying him, $9-something million this year, and he's still really on the outside looking in. So that one hasn't necessarily, for the first 2 seasons of the pick, gone well. But generally, I do think what Kaminga and Moody particularly have done this season as teenagers has, shown that the 2 timeline idea can be fused together a little bit better.
Yeah, great. Oh, by the way, I do have one more. I apologize. Great question on the text line. Any update on Tyreke Evans?
I know he scrimmaged and worked out. What day? It's Friday today. It would have been Wednesday. I no word. Essentially, I don't think anything is necessarily imminent. It could be, a summer partnership. I know Tyreke is trying to get back in the NBA right now. Maybe there's G League possibilities with him. I think they're still kind of figuring that out. Bob Myers is friendly with Tyreke Evans, Tyreke is his former client. So I do think there's somewhat of Bob trying to help him figure out his next step in the league, whether that's with the Warriors now, whether that's with the Warriors later, or whether that's with, somewhere else. I think that's what's going on.
Thanks, Anthony. We appreciate it. Enjoy your weekend.
Yep, thanks for having me.
All right, yeah, and of course Monday. You got the Bucks coming in tomorrow, Giannis, and then you got that big Monday, Dibs. And how about it, James Wiseman last night? He has returned to competitive play with the Santa Cruz Warriors. Huge success!
Big success, yes. And today probably as important as last night was as far as how do you feel, how are the knees, how's the body after playing. You want him to be able to play more, ramp up more, but ultimately if he's going to come up and be a 12 to 15-minute guy in Golden State, you don't have to leave him down in Santa Cruz and let him build up 30 to 35 minutes of durability, because all that'll come in the offseason. Right now, just make sure he's healthy coming out of last night. He's got a game Sunday at Chase Center, and after that, come on up, kid.
Yeah.
Be a part of the team.
Yeah, a lot of people had been wondering, James Wiseman, what are you doing? Well, he was rehabbing, but that brings us to Willard and Dibs present What Are You Doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing, Whitey? And this is just as simple as a chance to, maybe get something off your chest, and you can vent about things that go on where, you're out and about in the course of your day and you see something and you just want to say, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? I was coming home from the city, I guess it was Wednesday, and, you're queuing up to get on the Bay Bridge, and it's about 3:30, so there's traffic, and, you've got all the people who go in the right turn only lane, and they zoom up past everybody thinking, oh, I have to turn right. And then at the last minute, it's, put your blinker on left, and now you're going to wedge in and cut off about 25 people. We all were sitting here. We know you know what you're doing. There was no like, oh, I didn't realize this was a right turn only lane, and I couldn't merge back in a little bit later. And I was with my girl, and so I couldn't do my usual response, which would have involved the middle finger, the horn.
Oh, you're not to that point yet in your relationship?
No, actually, I tried it out about 6 months ago. I tried out just a little dollop of road rage. Didn't play very well, Whitey.
Huh.
So I had to ask the other day, what are you doing? I mean, what are you doing? You know that we're all waiting for the same thing you are. That's the one that gets me, Whitey, the most.
Mm-hmm. Does Kyle have a contribution today? What are you doing?
Yeah, I know it was for charity, and that is great.
Uh-oh. I don't like the way this one's starting.
But the people paying $500,000 to ride on a boat with Klay Thompson, what are you doing?
Is that what it was? $500,000?
$500,000.
Wow.
To kick it on a boat with Klay Thompson.
Wow, depending on the charity, that sounds like a bargain, doesn't it?
Not even a guarantee to get on the IG Live. I don't know if you get to wear the captain's hat. Maybe you get your own captain's hat. I don't know if it's a BYOCH, bring your own captain's hat.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Thank you.
Not bad. Biatch would be
Shout out Too Short.
If you're going to spell that out, BYOTCH.
It's my favorite word.
Don't talk about that.
I'm sorry, it just slipped out. How big a boat and how long of a boat ride would be my question? Because if you're if it's like a 3-day cruise to Alaska, and I guess that'd be maybe Catalina would be better with a 3-day, but at least you'd get, the possibility of some quality.
You can at least get a picture, right? I'm guaranteed probably at least a picture with him.
Well, it depends on if you burst into tears or not.
Here's what it was. 2 donors eventually reached $250K.
2 donors inside.
Thank you. Thompson agreed to host a second boat ride if the second bidder matched that donation. That's according to Chris Haynes of Yahoo Sports. As part of the prize, the winning bidders got to take a ride with Thompson on his boat around the bay, a dinner at Miller and Lux, and floor seats with Joe and Nicole Lacob.
Wow.
For $250K, the low price of $250K.
Yeah. I feel like asking myself, what am I doing that I couldn't find the funds
What
to
are you doing?
pony up the dough?
What are you doing? Other than wearing the same sweatshirt you were wearing 8 years ago when we got canned.
I don't think I am.
Yeah, it might be. You got a few in that same series.
Yeah. All right.
From red brick to rust all the way into a goldenrod.
Sure. Oh, sorry, guys. Nahigian just came in and he said he wants to talk to you guys.
Yeah. It's a little early for
Too
that.
soon? Too soon?
Well, not even the worst firing I ever had, though.
Don't talk about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got fired while I was giving my daughter's second grade class a tour of the facility once at another market. It's like, okay, everybody, we're going to show you how radio works, and this is this station, and you probably listen to this station. Hey, Whitey, come here. I'm giving it a tour. We need you right now. All right. Hey, kids, hang on. I'll be right back. We're going to let you go. Hey, that's the end of the tour. Sorry. I would continue the tour, but I no longer have access to the facility.
I love this. Yeah. I'll give you a tour of the exits because they're lined up either way.
Right. That's a good lesson in radio, kids. There you go.
My first firing happened where they had already brought in the show that was going to replace me. So at 9:15, hey, why don't you come up and see me?
Yeah.
So I go up and see him, and HR is there. It's like, uh-oh, that ain't good.
Yeah.
And, they hand you the empty cardboard box. By the time I pack my things, you hear in the conference room, let's bring him in, the new show. The roar goes up as the elevator doors close, and
what?
Scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first one.
And here you are.
Yeah. It's a little PTSD on March 11th to be with you, Whitey.
My
what
wife's
are you doing?
birthday. Getting fired on my wife's birthday.
Yeah.
Not even the worst firing. But that's radio.
At least she's kept you.
Yeah.
Now, if she calls you into her office later, and then we got issues.
On the
great
text line,
Sheena. I love Sheena.
Yes, I do too.
And happy birthday, Sheena. Yeah.
The Comcast Business Text line is always open, 888-957-9570. What is this from the 408? Whitey. Wiseman is a work in progress, still soft and learning the game. From is this the same person? 408. Whitey, stop linking Wiseman with Moody and Kaminga. He has to prove he is worthy as a number 2 pick. Well, you link him to Wiseman and Kaminga, link him to Moody and Kaminga, because clearly the Warriors have plans for those guys. They want those guys to be their core. So they're linking them. They're hoping they all develop at the same time and form the core of the future. It's in no way irresponsible to link Wiseman with Moody and Kaminga.
I believe that children are our future. Teach them well and let them be the Dubs in 2030.
Yeah.
Because memo to all of you who think that everyone beats Father Time, in 5 years, Steph, Klay, and Draymond aren't all going to be on the team together. And if they are, they're not still going to be Steph, Klay, and Dre. Steph Curry turns 34 on Monday.
Yeah.
So when you look at Steph as a real, like, not only a core piece, but as a superstar player.
1,000 points now and counting.
Yeah, number 49 to ever get there, which is great. And if you look at the list of those ahead of him, there's only, I think, 3 or 4 who either aren't Hall of Famers or are still playing.
Right.
And, you know, a couple
Carmelo,
guys.
CP3, Durant.
Yeah, they're all getting in.
Joe
James
Johnson,
Harden, Joe Johnson.
Yeah.
They have Joe Johnson listed as active because he played one game this year.
Yeah.
I wonder if he gets in the Hall of Fame. That's a tough one. Because he was really just kind of a career stat accumulator.
Yeah. Probably not.
Right.
Yeah.
But anyway, you think about, 5 years from now, if you can still have Poole, Moody, Kaminga, and Wiseman, they'll all be 25 or under.
I think it's still a long putt, but I know when the Warriors, when it became clear that was their plan, we're going to try to win this year, and we've got our young players, we'll try to develop the core at the same time. I was very skeptical, Dibs. I thought that no one does that because it doesn't work. You have to tear everything down and rebuild that way. But right now there are indications, as we discussed with the great Anthony Slater, it looks like they might pull it off. It's still, as I say, long ways to go. But the way Poole's playing, Moody, Kaminga had a schedule, Wiseman behind schedule, but last night a good night for him. They might actually make it happen.
They might, and it's a long way to go to get there, but you ultimately want to have a kind of a baton pass where you get one more championship out of this core, and at the same time, and the three of them probably won't all leave together, Steph, Klay, and Draymond. It won't be a concurrent retirement. However, you hope that the transition goes from, they got us one more, to, man, we are still in the building with this young cluster of players.
Wonderful night for the Warriors. Then they got the Bucks coming in, and then we really won't know if this team is on track for another run at the championship. And I know people don't like to hear that, but really, we won't know until Draymond's back, Draymond's healthy, and we see how things fit together. But the fact that they're right here in March and they've got a chance to win another championship, it's been a remarkable season. It's been an incredible season every which way.
It's been great, and you don't want it to be like the Giants season last year, which the Giants regular season was incredible. But you ultimately didn't get the consummation that you wanted. Not only that, but you lost to your bitter rival in a bitter spot in a bitter way.
I remember that.
And that goes from incredible to great. That was still a great year for the Giants last year, but you don't get Kathy Lee, Crosby, Fran Tarkenton. You don't get That's Incredible. Wow. John Davidson. I'm missing one more in that show. You bring out the old reference in me, Whitey.
Don't blame me. Don't talk about that. I had nothing to do with it.
From a guy who did Johnny Carson yesterday. And I threw out Brady Bunch earlier. We're trying to move it modern. That's Incredible was, I think, late 70s at least. We're getting closer.
Poor John Davidson. I met him once. I just had chemotherapy, okay? So I had no hair. All right. And everything's fine. It was a long time ago. But he comes up and I met him at a radio station. He shakes my hand and he goes, "Hi." He goes, "Are you protesting something?" I said, "No, I just had chemotherapy." Obviously he didn't feel great about that.
No. Yeah, that was probably left a mark. I mean.
Yeah, and you're on. I just had chemo. Hey, you're on. Go. You're on the air now. So thank you. All right, here's what's coming up on 95.7 The Game. I know Joe tried to do this today with Bonte. I'm trying to get you at least a little bit back in touch with your baseball enthusiasm, Dibs. I know I'm not going to say, I'm going to make you love baseball again. I'm just going to try to get you to feel just a little bit of twinge of, hey, opening day's coming. That's fun. All right? So that's one of my goals today. Coming up, we're going to talk to Jordan Schusterman from MLB on Fox. And baseball's back. Now what? That's next. And it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
When it comes to cybersecurity, the biggest... At BMW Fairfield, we believe the key to customer satisfaction is building relationships. We've designed our one price, one person, 1 hour sales process for this specifically. Built on simplicity, respect, and efficiency, we offer transparent pricing up front, a single point of contact to assist with your purchase, and less time spent in the dealership once you've chosen your vehicle. There is a better way to create connections, build relationships, and sell vehicles. We're eager to show it to you. Experience one price, one person, 1 hour. BMWFairfield.com.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Nobody manages his load.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, wasn't it great to see that young lady, the 10-year-old PJ O'Neal or whatever her name was, bless her. She was so excited to see Steph last night and see the Warriors, and they came through for her. Dibs. That was so great.
It was incredible.
Just warm the cockles of your heart.
My cockles, by the way, were so warm that I had to put them outside.
Yeah.
Because, I mean...
You had to use an oven mitt to take them out there, right?
My cockles were the warmest cockles you could find in the East Bay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I especially liked it when Steph came up and immediately apologized for load managing. And, I'm sorry I wasn't here on Monday. And, then you didn't get all the audio after that. She was clearly emotional, and I was hoping he was going to go into the nuance of load management. It was really important to my team that I'd be ready for Tuesday against the Clippers, and knowing full well that I'd be back here tonight.
Sure,
and,
the medical analytics, and
exactly.
This is why I'm only supposed to play this many games and this many nights.
I've got Brendan Payne on speed dial. If you wouldn't mind, talking to Brendan, he can kind of walk you through my fitness regime. But it was beautiful.
Yes, it was.
Cockles warmed, check that box.
And if you're a baseball fan, your cockles red hot yesterday with news that the season is saved. With more on that here, this, of course, is Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game. Joining us from MLB on Fox, Jordan Schusterman. Jordan, besides the obvious here, which, of course, is that the season is saved, is there any good news in this settlement for fans as far as how much better the game will eventually be?
Yeah, it's a good place to start. I mean, it's pretty crazy how the roller coaster that we've all been on over the last few weeks has been kind of unsettling. Only 48 hours ago it was like, oh man, we're canceling more games. But in terms of how I think this is going to impact fans, I mean, I think it's going to take time. I mean, I'm just so glad that we're back and having baseball in the news again, and hopefully, I'm still kind of stunned we haven't had any really big transactions yet, even in the first few hours, because there's a lot more business to be done, but. Again, I just think we have to get back to making sure we have 162 games this year, which I'm glad we did, and a lot of the stuff we're going to figure out as we go.
And as we figure it out, what do you think about the idea that the owners are going to take this quote-unquote defeat? Because even though they may not feel like they necessarily lost all they could lose, they didn't like the fact that the players ultimately are getting what they want. Do you think we're looking at, instead of a free agency frenzy, that we're going to get just collusion?
Man, I really hope not. And I would say that, look, the players definitely got some real wins here, and I'm really glad to see that, obviously. But I have a hard time saying that they got anywhere close to all the things that they had hoped for. And if the owners decide that they want to, for some reason, I would be shocked. I mean, they ended up taking MLB's proposal. They 30 owners, approved this new CBA. So. That would be super disappointing, and I guess cynically, maybe there's a chance that happens, but I would be surprised too. I think teams and front offices, especially, who haven't been able to do any of their business over the last 3 months, are going to be eager to push some transactions across here over the next couple weeks.
Catching up with Jordan Schusterman, MLB on Fox. Dibs, rumor has it he's a Mariners fan. How about that?
Condolences.
Yeah. They had a nice year last year. So that said, Jordan, how frenzied do you think free agency will be? And do you think it'll help fans get over the negativity of this labor dispute?
I think it will, but again, it's fascinating. There was a lot of discussion both in and around the game, just being like, oh, well, do teams just have a bunch of trades lined up to go? Did teams have signings almost finished right before the lockout that they're going to just wrap up as soon as free agency started? And again, maybe we're all crazy because we're expecting that a bunch of guys have signed by now, and it's been less than 24 hours since the lockout's been lifted. But I have to imagine that it's going to have to start. I mean, we have opening day coming on April 7th. We know camps are opening on Sunday, and guys are already reporting today. So just from a logistical standpoint, there are obviously roster holes across the league that teams have to fill. And I think it's going to come, and especially on the trade market. I think free agency is fun because, of course, we're seeing hundreds of millions of dollars thrown around. But there were so few trades before the lockout, even though we had all those free agents signed in the last week of November. Trades, I think, are always the most fun and the most unpredictable, too, right? We know Carlos Correa is going to sign somewhere, and Freddie Freeman is going to sign somewhere, but it's way harder to predict trades, and that is, I think, what is the most fun, and that's what I'm most eager to see over these next couple of days.
Chris Bryant and his potential to return to the Giants, or the Giants' ability/desire to go out and really land a big fish. Your thoughts, Jordan?
Yeah, man. I mean, Chris, and you mentioned I'm a Mariners fan, and I got to admit, as a Mariners fan, I've definitely thought a lot about Chris Bryant as a potential fit in Seattle. In the second half last year, I was totally sold that he would be coming back because it just seemed like such a perfect fit for so many good reasons, not just because, he was playing well, but just because it just seemed to make sense and check a lot of boxes both for him and for the team. But it seems like they're not all that eager to bring him back. I know the Giants, brought back some of the pieces. Of course, the Posey surprise retirement, I think, maybe shook up their offseason plans a little bit. They have been seemingly really quiet on a lot of the big names thus far, but I would not be surprised to see them, whether it's Bryant or someone else, land at least one more big name, whether that's on offense or on the pitching staff. I know there's not that many pitchers left on the market, but Bryant, I would be surprised at this point, but I would not rule out the Giants going after one of the other big bets left.
Jordan, if I had to bet, I would bet that your all-time favorite Mariner is Ichiro Suzuki. I mentioned his name just because I wanted to ask you about a guy who may be in play here for the Giants, another import, Seiya Suzuki. So what, if anything, can you tell us about him? And am I right about you and Ichiro?
Close call, although truly the answer is Felix Hernandez. That probably is my age. Obviously, I love Ichiro. Sure. Ichiro's got to have one of the highest approval ratings of all players in baseball history. But Felix is my answer. But to your point about Seiya Suzuki, I mean, I'm super excited about him. I think, there's always a big question of how players coming over from the Japanese or the Korean League will translate, especially on offense, right? We have much more of a track record of Japanese pitchers coming over and having success, but it's just really always hard to gauge. But Suzuki's been just obviously, one of the best 5 players in Japan for years now, and I think people have a lot more faith that he's going to really translate right away. But I'm fascinated to see how his free agency rolls out. I mean, I'm not even sure if he's in the country yet. You can imagine how crazy it is for guys like Correa and Freeman and Schwarber, but it's almost impossible for me to imagine that he's going to be ready for opening day no matter who he signs. And we know, I think he has another 20 days left with the negotiating period to sign, and he's been committed throughout all the reporting throughout the lockout. Has said he's still committed to coming over here. I think he would be a great fit with San Francisco if they really believe he can his offense will translate over there. So he's a huge wild card for these next couple of weeks, and I'm super excited to see where he lands.
Yeah, and it all goes down in the next couple of weeks. So after the dust settles and we get back to actual baseball still hasn't really addressed its greatest needs or its greatest issues, Jordan. What is going to be different about baseball once we get through the euphoria, shout out Euphoria on HBO, of all of the excitement surrounding free agency? We get back to, the dog days, etc. What's going to be different about baseball now than last year?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, obviously, we'll have a universal DH, which I think is also going to probably impact some of the Giants' plans, which I'm super duper in favor of. I've been steady on that the whole time. Will we miss the amazing Bartolo Colon moments? Sure, but the overall game I think will be better both for the players and I think for the fans. So that's one obvious thing. It's been interesting that the rule changes seems to have been put off at least for another year. So we're not seeing the shifts banned quite yet. It seems like this year, pitch clock, stuff like that, let alone robo-umps. So I think the game will still look pretty similar in this way. Obviously there's some roster-related things about guys being optioned up and down and whatnot, and Again, I don't think they change very much in terms of service time manipulation, so I would be surprised if, some of the top prospects like Adley Rutschman in Baltimore are up on opening day. But we'll see. I think for the fans, again, like you said, it's just going to feel so good to have the game back and to have the players back in the spotlight. But again, like we've been so focused on these negotiations, there's going to be things that pop up that we're not even thinking about yet that maybe are different. But I'm just excited to have games again soon.
Jordan Schusterman, MLB on Fox. Jordan, I'm sure you're happy baseball's back. I'm happy. I don't know about Dibs. He's just barely tolerating it at this point, which I understand. We appreciate your time. We hope to talk to you again very soon.
Absolutely. Always, guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah, someone in the text line says, what about Griffey? How could Ken Griffey Jr. not be your favorite player if you're a Mariner fan?
Because he's young. Yeah. Jordan Schusterman is a zygote.
Yeah?
And well, you think about if he's 30 years old, right? And I'm ballparking that he's 30. He might be a shade younger. He might be a shade older. That means he was born in 92, which means he wasn't really an aware baseball fan. I'll give you 10 years old, although in light of the the Curry meeting last night, I think she's 10, so I'll give you 10, maybe 9. So that would be 2001 for Schusterman. Was Griffey Jr. already retired in 01? Was he toward the tail end?
I think he was a Red then.
Yeah, traded for Mike Cameron and others. How old were you when you were first really aware of sports?
Probably about 7 or 8.
So I think I was like, I can remember stuff from 5, but I didn't know what was going on. But it's 6, certainly by 6 years old.
I remember going to the Ed Halicki no-hitter
I had a podcast
in 1975. It was unreal to reel, but
yeah.
Yeah, cutting tape as a 7-year-old.
Ed Halicki, that was a doubleheader, right, against the Mets?
Yeah, it was my brother's 13th birthday, and so I got the gravy train as the youngest sibling at 7. And, my dad said famously, we're going to leave when he gives up a hit in the second game, and we ended up staying because...
The great, Dwayne Dibley?
The great, rest in peace, Dwayne Dibley.
Yeah.
So, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, he's proud of you today because you just, you earned what used to be the crown of superiority by getting a guest, in this case Jordan Schusterman, to say, that's a great question.
Yeah.
So back in the day, I don't know, do you guys still do that?
Oh, we still do.
Okay, the crown of superiority.
And that's
do you have a crown?
No, we have a theme song, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's an imaginary crown, and Kyle Madsen, the producer, comes in, and I don't know if you folks heard it, but it was a very hearty pre-COVID high five.
It's crisp.
Nice.
We didn't do elbows.
Right.
We didn't do fist bumps or points. We actually went hand-to-hand slapping contact.
The crown doesn't exist. It's an imagination sensation.
That's a buck.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Okay. Well, congratulations, Dave. From the 415.
Pot's Light.
I have just come to the realization I do not care about baseball this year. Hearing you guys talk about baseball has brought me down on this glorious Friday, end quote. See, that's what I don't understand. If you don't like baseball, I understand that. I mean, I like baseball. You don't like baseball, fine. But talking about baseball is bringing you down. I mean, I heard Bonte today, of course, and I heard you yesterday. It seems like right now a lot of people it's like when Yoda tells Luke, you're not afraid, you will be. People are saying, I hate baseball. I just don't quite understand that.
Yeah, I give you a 2 for your. You sounded more like the Emperor.
Afraid you will be.
I'm not afraid. Better.
You will be. You will be.
That's better. Now you actually went for it there. No wonder why we got canned 8 years ago. You're mailing in voices and mailing in bits.
Yeah.
I will be, and you're right. But right now,
your aggressive feelings.
That's right. Right now, I'm not feeling it yet, and I believe
I understand.
I do believe we're going to get into a period of collusion where at least a small handful of these super duper stars are going. Well, they're not making an offer that I want to take. Darn it! And so we're going to get into all of that, and so. When baseball happens, when there's a game to go to, when I can do my show and walk down to Oracle Park and catch a game, of course, I'm into it.
You've taken
I love the
batting
game.
Practice in that place.
A couple times, actually.
Yeah.
Throwing out a first pitch there as well.
Ooh.
Not just in the Coliseum where they'll let anybody throw out a first pitch. 2 of my previous...
I've thrown out 2 at the
Me
Coliseum.
too, exactly.
Yeah.
But to throw one out in the National League, in the senior circuit,
okay. Yeah.
that's really special.
Yeah.
But
Sure.
I actually ball-duded and fell asleep on the stool.
No.
Oh, I was nodding.
Did you really?
You know, morning show. And, we used to get in at 3:45 or 4, whatever. We would grind it. We would show prep it. And I got to do a ball dude. And you're sitting on the stool and, it's maybe 7-3, top of the 6th, and this thing is dragging.
You're turning this into an anti-baseball rant again, aren't you?
No.
Okay.
I'm turning it into a pro-nap rant because you're on that stool and you have the glove, and so you put your forearm on the banister, and you start that nod, and then you hear the crack of the bat, and it's like, But no action my way, unfortunately. No. Yeah.
Have you ever been on the air with someone who fell asleep with you when you were on the air with them?
I want to say yes. It feels like this happened to you and I. Oh, remember Richard Lewis almost passed away when he came in studio? Do you remember that?
He was not happy to be there. I know that.
No, and he was sickly.
Yeah.
We had the great comedian in, guys, back when it was like, I need you to do this for cops. It's all right, So we did a comedian a week.
We had Paul Reiser.
We had Jonah Hill.
How are you?
We had Jonah Hill.
Yeah.
It was still chubby Jonah, right? That was before, or no, it was right after he lost all the weight.
I don't get it.
Jonah Hill.
Yeah, and I remember he just thought we were going to pepper him with baseball questions, and we didn't. He's like, "You guys are so nice. Thanks so much." I'm like, well, we don't want to embarrass you or anything.
We had that roast master guy. Is it Steven Ross or
Jeff?
Jeff, thank
Ross.
you.
Yeah.
He remember, and the boss came in. He's like, "I want you to roast me." And he did like 5 minutes on this guy, and he just crushed him.
Yeah, Daryl Hammond, Jim Brewer, didn't we have?
Norm Macdonald, rest in
that's
peace.
Right. Yeah, he wasn't happy to be there either.
Well, I mean, he'd be happy now, unfortunately. But Richard Lewis almost died that day.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
But he's not the one you're talking about who almost fell asleep on the air with us.
No,
Can't imagine why that job didn't last.
Just wondering if that had ever happened to you. The baseball free agency thing, I think it's significant because we have so many people now that is like, it's possible if you have an NBA style intense period of free agency, maybe it gets some people a little more interested. And I was assuming that by now we were going to have more news, and there's still, plenty of time for this, but Drew Verhagen signs with the Cardinals. That ain't going to cut it. Baseball, give me something to work with. We need some free agency signings to get people excited about what the teams are going to look like so we can get beyond all the bad feelings about labor unrest.
It's almost,
let's go!
Yeah, it's almost as if the owners didn't think that they would come to an agreement with the players, and so they weren't prepared to go out and sign free agents. Because if you really thought that this deal would be consummated, wouldn't you have had all these deals, like you're saying, lined up with agents, or at least offers or buzz?
But isn't that more the GMs? I think it's coming. I don't think the owners are saying, we're not going to sign any free agents. I mean, if that's where you're going, that could be, but that's hard for me to imagine right now.
I don't think we're not going to sign any free agents, but I think when you're looking at it from a leverage standpoint, and we know that baseball is going to start in 4 weeks, right? 4 weeks from now. So if you're a free agent player, then right now the onus is on you to find a gig. The onus is not on the owners to shovel money at these guys.
There is no owner's onus.
Right? Yeah.
No onus on the owners.
There's no onus on the owners because if they don't spend whatever, they're getting baseball back, right? So they're going to have baseball, and if you have all these, $300 million players out there, the longer you wait to sign them collectively, the more that price goes down, the more the player becomes desperate.
You know what would be really, really humiliating for baseball, and frankly, baseball fans, at least as far as myself, speaking for myself, because we're going to have, for the first time ever, baseball free agency at the same time as NFL free agency. If NFL free agency, which tends to be a little underwhelming, but if that somehow takes center stage from baseball free agency, great humiliation, right?
A humiliating kick in the crotch.
Yeah.
Again, but that's going to be what's going to happen.
No, I can't imagine that.
So
I don't want to imagine.
Let's just say hypothetically that Chris Bryant signs an 8-year, $250 million deal to sign with big market team to be named later. Football will come back with 1 or 2 or 3 middling, oh my God, and it'll blow baseball out of the water. It's the way it is in this country. Football is king, football is also queen, and then baseball, basketball, and the rest are slugging it out to be the court jester.
Yeah. 888-957-9570, by the way. How old were you when you first were aware of sports? How old were you when you first knew what was going on? I remember 5 years old. I remember watching the World Series, but I thought it was like one game, so I didn't really know what was going on. 6, 7 years old, I was pretty, as I say, I had my own baseball podcast. 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast business text line. It's always open, and we appreciate your participation. So we'll see, Dibs. Chris Bryant, is he going to come back to the Giants? I don't think. If I'm the Giants, I don't want Chris Bryant.
I don't think they want him back.
I want Seiya Suzuki, and to be honest with you, I don't even know why. I know very little about him.
It's because you can pronounce his name. That's why.
All right.
And you feel like you nail the pronunciation. It's a pronunciation sensation.
It's not that hard. That's not a difficult one to pronounce. Seiya Suzuki. What's
I
hard
struggle
about
with Nikola Jokic. So and Matt Kerr. Crowell.
You just got to commit one way or the other on that.
Yeah, I got to get my wallet because of the Tim Roy reference. I got to pay the jar donation charity to be named later. But I think if you look at Farhan Zaidi and the way he has gone about backfilling this roster, it's been a churn. He was waiting for the big ticket items to go away, and now he's 1 year away from being done with all of them. Evan Longoria is the last of the last. And, you reworked Crawford and Posey went away. And so Cueto, bye-bye. All these big deals that he inherited. I think that he wants to continue to kind of nibble at the edges, find value. And yeah, if he can get a star for 3 years, he will. I don't see them signing anybody for more than 4 years.
Well, to your point, that is going to be a lot harder to do in this environment. If you're a team that likes to wait, let's wait for the market to settle a little, and then we'll see who's out there who really is a little more desperate for a contract. And of those guys, we'll see who we like the best. Then we'll strike a deal that's club friendly here. Harder to do when there's such a short time period here to get everything organized and done before the season starts.
Right. But I think as time goes on, the top prices are going to come down unless you see, all the big ticket items. Like Correa is probably the biggest name out there as far as, he's wanted by just about everybody. And I don't think that the owners would even have the ability to collude his market downward. He's going to get a big number. But after that, when you get into Chris Bryant and other players of that neighborhood, $25 to $30 million a year guys, if those prices start to come down, then the Giants can feel better about striking in the market.
Bonte said something that really caught my attention here on the crossover when he said, look, the Giants got some work to do because right now in the Bay Area, the pecking order is you got your 49ers, you got your Warriors, and then you got your Giants. I know right now that's true to a degree just because the Giants aren't playing yet. But we know about the Giants fan base and the loyal core. Once games start, is that really where it is? Are the Giants in danger after last year's incredible year of falling to third in the Bay Area big-time sports pecking order?
They're not in quote-unquote danger, but if you look at the things that matter most, and that is, number one, attendance. Attendance is down for the Giants. Even before, put the pandemic aside, and last year was a weird year. When I went to the Yaz Splash game, it was a limited attendance game. There was only about 12 or 15,000 of us
Pandemic-related, though, right? Pandemic-related.
Yes, but if you go back to 2020, 2019, attendance was down. It was trending down. And so that's one thing that they're going to have to reverse. 107 wins definitely helps because you have momentum. But if they come out and they're 18 and 26 when school lets out, that's going to be a little bit tougher to generate that buzz. And right now, the Warriors have the most popular athlete maybe in America.
Wow.
And they are in a championship window. And the 49ers, football is king, football is also queen, and they got the new young, shiny object at quarterback. So I think the Giants are at risk of maybe sliding to 3.
From the 510, I was 4 years old in 1978 watching my dad break up a fight in the bleachers at the Oakland Coliseum. Does that count? Sure. Boxing's a sport.
I was going to say, yes.
From the 925, improved my reading skills reading the sports page during second grade, having trouble getting enthusiastic about baseball because of the A's pending fire sale.
Yeah,
that's from Hoyt W. Hoyt Wilhelm apparently checking it.
Yeah, thank you, Hoyt, from the
knuckleballer.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Hoyt's no longer with us. I've been burned before.
I think you're right on that one.
Yeah, I may have gotten that one right. But there's a thought that the A's may not go complete fire sale now that they're back on Major League Baseball's teat. as one of the small-minded, because they're not small market. But
so they're going to get baseball cuts a big revenue sharing check to the A's?
Yes. Which to me is the most baffling thing of all, because you're in the number 5 or number 6 market in population, in money. Your owner's a billionaire, but the fact that he's a cheapskate means that the other owners have to pay you?
Don't worry about it, A's fans. Are going to get the new stadium. Joe Lacob's going to own the team. Oh, franchise will be transformed. Just have to be a little patient.
I'm rooting so hard for that.
Yeah, that's all. Just have to be a little patient.
I would say new stadium is
just a little patient.
Thank you. Thank you, Axel. I'd put new stadium at 20-1. I'd put Lacob buys the A's at 1,000-1.
We'll see what Mark Kreidler thinks of that. Author, broadcaster, Mark Kreidler on
amateur spelunker.
How the Giants do it again. That's coming up on Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. That's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises.
Get ready for free agency frenzy.
Do you realize how crazy next week might be? Monday, Tuesday show could literally be us for 3 hours just going over, like, Ken Rosenthal's reporting, Adam Schefter is reporting, Ian Rappaport is reporting, Bob Nightingale is reporting, John Heyman is reporting. I mean, that's what Monday could be. Just NFL free agent, Major League Baseball free agent. It could be nuts next week.
It's a free agency frenzy on 95.7 The Game.
Stop by Churches for the high-flying.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In for Mark Willard, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason, thrilled to be with you on as a day for Dibs and I to remember. We used to do a show here, a morning show on 95.7 The Game years ago. What day? Wise Guys, right?
No, it was the Crides Guys. It was the Crides Guys featuring Mark Kreidler.
Right.
Also appearing occasionally, Kevin Gleason and some guy, some hack who put all his eggs in one basket, and then that basket broke March 11th, 2014.
Yeah, and yet he's the real survivor.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. And we had a fun show, and it's nice some people still seem to remember what we did. So nice enough to join us now. He was the third member of our team. He's a writer, broadcaster, founder and editor of the Dope Sports newsletter. He, he's a disgraced former miniature golf champion.
He was framed.
Yeah. Amateur spelunker?
Yeah, should have gone pro.
Yeah, and as I said, he's an author of several books, including Little Gloves, Big Hearts, a story of the Little League champion, Surf's Up, Dude, and That's Wrestling.
Yeah, in that order.
Yeah, the one and only Mark Kreidler with us. How are you, Mark?
How is everybody today? By the way, That's Wrestling. Great call, great title. It's carried a long way, so I appreciate that. And Whitey actually gave me that title, Dibs. I don't know if you know that.
No, I do know that, and it's material like that got us run from the building 8 years ago today, Crides, which is partly why I wanted to reach out. You know a ton about baseball, and that's all cute and stuff, but your memories of our firing 8 years ago today.
Well, first of all, hat tip to you for knowing that. Whitey mentioned it yesterday, and I have to be honest. I think I might have blotted out most of that period from my memory, because I would have skated happily right past March 11th.
Yeah, 3/11/14 was the day that everything seemed to add up when everything computed.
Yeah, sort of when the bill came due. Here's what I remember. I remember being I know I'm going to spout names that not everybody recognizes right now, but I remember being in JB's office briefly. It was a sunny day. I remember Jeremiah Crow, who some people may remember, staring down at his shoes. I don't know why I have that particular image fixed. He never really did meet our eyes, if you remember. And I remember us being I'm pretty sure, weren't we at 21st Amendment later on that morning?
Yeah,
yes,
we
sir.
were.
Mm-hmm.
It's a liquid lunch, Crides.
That part I remember. So
attaboy.
After that, I had to drive over to Napa because my son was in a varsity baseball game. And that's what I did the rest of the day. I drove over to Napa and kept the scorebook at my son's varsity baseball game.
Yeah. We carry on. We stay calm.
Yeah.
We carry on. Yeah.
Yes. Life goes on.
So speaking of the great Ryan Kreidler, how much money is he going to be making now after baseball has, we have the labor agreement, the minimum salary going up. He's on the verge of making the big club. So how much more money is he going to make after yesterday's agreement, Crides?
Well, he's unaffected, as you know. He remains a minor leaguer, but for the guys who are going to be first-year players, they would have, under the old terms, they'd have made $570,000. I should say they would gross $570,000. They don't net anything close to that, but so that figure's gone up to $700,000 in the new agreement, and that's it's a substantial. It's a step up. I'll say that it doesn't. That number's been so low for so long relative to the revenue growth in baseball that it's no skin off the owner's back. That was an easy give for the owners to raise that kind of minimum. That's really, you guys, where the negotiation wound up centering, was sort of, just in the little areas around the margins where the owners knew that they could afford to give. I think the owners had an excellent negotiation. The owners, it was a good day to be an owner yesterday, put it that way.
And where does baseball sit now when we all get back to playing ball again? Is there any sense that baseball itself is in a better place, or did this just kick the inevitable can of disinterest further down the road?
That's a good one, Dibs. I really don't know. I think that they've been dealing with declining audiences for a while. They have a lot bigger problems than the ones they negotiated. Like a lot of this stuff, when we got down to the last couple of weeks of this negotiation, if you think back to what the players were hoping for when the negotiations started, they wanted, guys to get to free agency sooner. That didn't happen. They wanted guys to be eligible for arbitration sooner. That didn't happen. They wanted a way to prevent teams from tanking. Not only did that not happen, but part of the agreement includes a provision for the Oakland A's to actually start getting poor team money again, which hadn't happened for them for a few years. So, it's the stuff that they wound up negotiating is kind of far off from your question. The bigger problem for baseball is their audience is getting a little bit older, and also their delivery system is starting to be outdated. Like we watch the Giants and the A's on what's called a regional sports network, right? In our case, it's NBC Sports Bay Area, but whatever it is, every city's got one. And those models are starting to fail. Baseball has to figure out how it's going to deliver its product and how it's going to make streaming work effectively, which is where it's all headed anyway. And they're a little behind the curve on that. So they have bigger issues than what they negotiated in this deal.
Mark Kreidler with us, former beat writer for the Padres, of course, a Rise guy, writer, broadcaster. Did you really just say that's a good one, Dibs? Because you know the way things roll around here. And our last guest, Jordan Schusterman, said, that's a great question to Dibs. And then did you just give him another one, a notch in the crown of superiority?
We all know the rules of the game. I'm pretty sure you heard me say, that's a good one, Dibs.
Yeah.
I walked him up to the line, and then I let it go.
Oh.
Well, actually, Crides, if you remember, it's the triple crown of that's a good question, that's a good point, and that's a good one. So now I have 2 jewels of the triple crown. I'm just waiting on the Belmont.
That's a good one is not part of the deal.
Ooh.
There's no doubt that I did not reward Dibs for that.
Okay.
There's no question.
Thanks for the clarification.
How much? I believe we're even talking about that.
Yeah, my apologies. Just needed to clarify. The free agency frenzy, will there be one, NBA style in a short period of time? I was hoping we'd have more free agency to talk about. Right now, I think we have Drew Verhagen going to the Cardinals. That's about it, Kreitz. Do you think we will have a free agency frenzy? If we do you think it will help some fans get over the ill will that the labor dispute created?
Well, it's always good when headliners start signing. So, yeah, because there's still a few really, really big names out there, guys like Correa. They're still about to have a probably, 3-day, 4-day period where there's going to be positive baseball headlines every day, and then camps are going to open on Sunday. So they have a few days here of positive momentum. To me, a big question is, how soon does everybody get to camp? Because, when you consider the number of guys who live in other countries in the off season, and you consider you still have to clear lots of pandemic measures, for example, to get back in the United States. I'm not really sure that every team is going to be fully staffed when camps open on Sunday, because not everybody's going to be able to get from the country they're living in to either Florida or Arizona in time to start training. So that's something to bear watching. But yeah, I think I kind of figured it would happen last night, YD. I'm kind of like you. But I'm really of the mind that most of these deals are already done. And that it's strictly a matter now of final language. In other words, I'm sure Correa already knows where he's signed. We just don't.
And you think that goes across the board for all players of that price point? Because it seems to me like the owners might take this opportunity with a short free agency period to just get into some good old-fashioned collusion, brother.
Well, the last time they did that, they wound up getting sued in court and losing so badly that Peter Ueberroth had to resign as commissioner. So I don't know how far down the road they'll go with that. But Correa deliberately waited. He wanted to see what Corey Seager would get. It was strictly a play by Correa. He knew that Seager would help set a market that he wants to better. So Corey Seager signs with the Rangers for a total value of $325 million. Correa will do better than that. How much better, I don't know. The thing is, there's nothing about this agreement, you guys, the labor agreement, nothing about it that changes any team's ability to go after a high-priced free agent, because their revenue stream is still incredible and their new costs are well under control. So you're still going to be able to go pick off the high-end guys. Correa's going to do a record-setting deal.
I've got a question for Kreidler. I'm going to ask you to do something here that I know you're not especially fond of. I'm going to ask you to tell us how you honestly feel about something that's a little personal. Somebody on the text line asked this question, and I know you were nice enough to share with me a couple days ago video of Ryan in the clubhouse, wherever he is, and he was showing his new glove, and he turned it over, and where the thumb would be, he has the nickname Crides on his glove. Can you just tell, and we've called you Crides, and people called you Crides forever.
Hey, Cridey.
Can you share, and I know he's got a long ways to go, AAA. Can you share with us what that felt like? I mean, it gave me kind of chills. Hey, he's not my son. What was that like to see that? And what has this journey been like for you?
Well, I mean, I loved it. I mean, I promise you I'm answered honestly. Like the whole thing is unreal. I've written about baseball my whole life. It feels like. And it's, for Ryan to be at AAA, and he's been at minicamp with the Tigers for the last 3 weeks. I mean, it's just a thrilling time. I think as a parent, like we all want for our kids whatever they want, and this is what he wants. And so for him to feel as though he's really getting a fair shot at it, it's thrilling for me. It's thrilling for Colleen. I mean, we both, have done everything we could to try and get him this far down the road, although he's been carrying us for the last few years. I mean, he went way past my baseball knowledge a long time ago. But it's just a really cool thing. And then I think, just because Ryan grew up in our house and not some other house, he's very even-keeled about all this. Like, things change really fast, man. They change really fast. And the Tigers have been incredible to him. They've opened a lot of doors for him, but I can't honestly sit here and say I have any idea what the future holds. I don't know where he'll go, or I don't know any of that stuff. So it's a little bit disorienting because as a parent, he's not a kid anymore. I just have no control. And so you just ride on and, be there for him. And these are exciting. It's really exciting. By the way, that stuff with Crides, when it really got disorienting, his college teammates started calling him that. So when we would go down for UCLA games on the weekends, that's the first time I heard anybody call somebody else but me Crides. And now, and it's been going on for years now with Ryan. So I think, not only is it just what people call him, but it fits a lot easier on the side of the glove.
Yeah, and it actually fits the Willard and Dibs experience because we give everything a rating on a scale of 0 to 5 Crides.
That's right, they do.
For no real reason other than homage to you,
nice.
Mark Kreidler. And you're measured, you're classy, you're many things to many people, but the one thing I always loved is when you would let something off your chest and you'd tell something to Crides Me a River. Do you have anything you want to get off your chest? And because boy, when you would script those 5 pages and you'd go off for 6 long minutes, I was riveted, Crides.
The thing that was cool about that was, it was like this built-in moment where you personally could go out of the building. Well, you could go key code your way through the 5 doors or whatever, this over at the other place, take the elevator down to the Starbucks, get your coffee, and still come up, and this thing will still be going.
Oh, yeah, with some caw-caws in the background, all that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. Speaking of disorienting, it's disorienting to talk to Dibs this late in the day. It's just like your life must be 800% better.
It's a lot better. A little bit more of a bounce in my step, Crides. A little bit more chipper. It may not come across on the air every day, but man, well rested and relieved. And it's good to hear from you, brother. It's always good on this special day of days.
Thanks, Mark. We know you're busy.
Great. I'm not going to get maudlin about all that stuff, but I'll just say it was such a great time. It was such a great time. I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
All right, brother. Thanks, Mark.
Right,
Talk to you soon.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
We got to meet at the Barnes & Noble. Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do. We meet at the Barnes & Noble.
You bump into each other at the Barnes & Noble?
No, it's planned. It's like, hey, I'll meet you at the Barnes & Noble.
That's pretty quaint. It's so 1993 of you.
Anyway, the great Mark Kreidler, and watch for the great Ryan Kreidler, one of the top prospects with the Tigers organization. The Tigers are an up-and-coming organization.
Yeah, and he described it perfectly, and he's such a good guy, but what he said is true, and it's true of you. You were talking to me yesterday about your daughter who is maybe receiving some great career news, and all we really want of our children, and we all have adult children. I mean, the Kreidlers, the Gleasons, the Dibleys, they're all grown-ups, and now you're still their parent, but now it's more like you're their supporter. You're in their fan club. You help them, you parent them, but the race for us is pretty much run. Now you just want them to find what they love and be good at it. And for Mark Kreidler, obviously a big baseball fan, a baseball writer, to have your kid be on the cusp of being in the show, that's pretty cool. Because I don't know if you ever fancied yourself a marine biologist or a college instructor or whatever, but to see your kids do well, that feels really, really good.
Right.
But to have them do well in your chosen field and maybe be the best of the best at that, that's next level.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of people listening who have kids who've played professionally and gone on to big things. I happened to be at Mark's house, and I think it's like the only time I've been to his house. But I was at his house when Ryan was drafted by the Cubs. He ended up, eventually he signed with the Tigers. He didn't sign with the Cubs. But I was there at a family gathering, and he's like looking at his phone, I just got drafted by the Cubs. And there, you can imagine the embrace and the tears and what a wonderful moment it was for him. It's incredible. Yeah.
Especially when it's, like pro sports, because we all look at pro sports like, not that we revere these people, but you do follow it, you admire it, and you know how hard it is to make it in that field.
Right. Coming up top of the hour, we're going to look at the newest Splash Brother, ? Jordan Poole. We've got that coming up right now, Dibs. Kind of a blast from the past. I want to take this opportunity here to challenge you to a text tussle.
A text
we don't
tussle?
have any. I don't think we have any. Do you accept? I'll tell you what it is, and then you can accept or not, and then you can help us decide this. The Comcast Business Text line always open 888-957-9570. Something that came up last night in our show text, going back and forth. I guess you're a big Stan Van Gundy guy.
Not a big Stan Van Gundy guy, but Stan greater than Jeff.
Wrong. And that's it. I want to challenge you to a text tussle. Jeff Van Gundy is the vastly superior Van Gundy.
We're going to go Van Gundy v. Van Gundy.
That's the challenge. What do you got?
I
didn't want to do it.
You
accept?
You know what?
What?
You know what?
What?
You know what?
What?
I accept your proposal of a text tussle.
All right. 888-957-9570.
So we're going to go to textitration.
Yeah.
Textitration.
Where we get the most votes on the text line. Which Van Gundy do you think is the superior Van Gundy? Is it Stan Van Gundy, who did the game last night? I'm Stan Van Gundy.
Perfect.
Or Jeff Van Gundy, who's like, I don't care what anyone thinks. Okay, I'm going to do what I do.
Well, let me make my case for Stan. Even though I'm not a big brother, Stan is the big brother of the two.
I wasn't sure about that. I was wondering about that.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Maybe just because he's bigger, I consider him the big brother. But
local heroes, as you pointed out, from
Adam Martinez, yes. Yeah. Adam Martinez.
They both coached in the NBA Finals.
Yes, Jeff is 60 years old, and Stan is 62.
Okay.
So Stan, the older of the two, the knowledge from one Van Gundy to the other, comparable. The annoyance factor of Jeff Van Gundy. Jeff, memo to Jeff Van Gundy, you're not funny. You didn't make it in the NBA by being a comedian. The only thing you did comical was when you grabbed onto the leg of Alonzo Mourning.
That was very funny.
And he swept the floor with you in a Heat Knicks brew haha. That's the only time you've been funny. Stop trying to be funny. Stop complaining about the refs. Just do your job. And he and Mark Jackson, their little yin and yang is not very good. I feel bad for Mike Breen. Stan Van Gundy, he's fine. He's good. Jeff is annoying. Stan, far superior.
Well, to me, you touched on the key issue. You said Jeff Van Gundy should stop trying to be funny. To me, Jeff Van Gundy isn't trying to be anything. That's really what he's like. And if you don't like it, he doesn't care. Whereas Stan is the one who seems more compelled to, hey, everybody, look at me. I'm Stan Van Gundy. And he's the one, he has not accomplished as much as a broadcaster.
But he's accomplished more as a coach.
Stan they're both very accomplished as coaches. I mean, Jeff had success with the Rockets after his time with the Knicks. To me, Stan is the one who's trying to impress upon us how I'm the older Van Gundy. I'm funny. I'm on TV. And it's not the referees. I haven't been wrong on replay all season long. The referees are the one who've been wrong.
Yeah, I agree that thread is not his best. And, last night, Brian Anderson, BA, is like, actually, Stan, you haven't been right since 2007.
Yeah.
But
All right.
Stan Van Gundy, 130 more wins than Jeff Van Gundy. Yeah, it's Dido.
Yeah.
Oh, Stan. Okay. Oh, and Eminem with Stan. I thought you were going to play Kiss.
Yeah.
Jeff, I hear you calling. I know it's Beth.
Dibs, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling.
Yeah, totally. Stan greater than
Okay,
Jeff.
we'll see.
888-957-9570. Calls are worth double.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
completely.
always when we have a text tussle.
Yeah, that's right.
We go to textitration, calls are worth double.
Yeah.
And Kyle has cracked out his poll.
Okay.
His Twitter poll.
Right. Okay.
Everyone to see.
Yeah.
For all
my
to
poll is
see.
on the internet.
888-957-9570. If you have an opinion, we'd appreciate you helping us.
Hard.
Yeah. And if you don't have an opinion, we understand you. What is the reference to rooting?
New Zealand, Whitey.
Yeah,
I did a bunch of new.
Kyle keeps, I'm rooting for this, I'm rooting for that. Like,
He's
what is
trying
he
to
cheering.
He's trying to egg me on. He's trying to goad me into explaining what they consider rooting in New Zealand. Rooting is more of a self-discovery among men than it is about supporting your local team.
You mean like
You got to Google it.
finding your inner self through meditation?
Or
not
your
on a work
outer
computer.
self. Or your outer self and not through meditation.
How do you even know that?
You got to Google it. I did 15 years
about the sticky substance on the balls.
That's classic Steiny right there. I did 15 years of New Zealand radio. So one day I was talking about how I'm rooting for the Warriors, and I've been rooting for them since I was a kid, and they could not stop laughing.
Oh, okay.
Come to find out, I've just been supporting the Warriors.
All right.
I've been a fan of the Warriors.
Before we go to break here, did you watch much of the Nets and the Sixers last night? I thought it was fascinating, the message that Kevin Durant, in my opinion, sent to James Harden. Kevin Durant, to me, is still, he's the best player in the NBA right now. I know a lot of people around here are like, he's phenomenal. And I knew going into that game, I felt strongly that Kevin Durant was going to definitely let James Harden know that he did not appreciate the way James Harden kind of led them astray.
And they all showed James Harden basically what they thought. And by the way, Charles Barkley with some very strong words about James Harden's game at halftime. And for one of the rare times, I totally agree with him. James Harden is not this kind of player, a guy who can step up in April, May, and June and carry a team to a title. I mean, he absolutely shrunk from the moment last night. Joel Embiid played well. He's
a really good,
great player. He may not win the MVP. I mean, Jokic again. My God, Jokic and all of his different abilities to score the basketball, but James Harden absolutely shriveled in the moment.
The cool thing about Jokic, I know a couple days ago was Steiny, and I think I asked Steiny, who does Jokic remind you of? And he said, maybe, the senior Sabonis. Vlade comes up. They were talking yesterday to Scott Hastings. But I think Jokic right now, Dibs, is at that point where there really is nobody quite like him. You can see glimpses of this guy, that guy, but he's so unique, right? The truly great players is like, you end up comparing other players to them. You don't compare them to anybody else.
Yes, and that's where I think when you look at both of them, Jokic and Embiid, and obviously Steph at a different level, he's so unique. You think about, who's going to be the next Steph Curry? Well, I don't think anyone will be. Like LeBron James, who will be the next LeBron? Can you have a player like that, somebody who's changed his game that many times and that physical and that built? It seems like he's a 1 in a million kind of talent, and Jokic maybe doesn't do it with that beautiful body, but he gets the ball and he's got 50, 80 different ways he can score on you.
And he has no idea which one's coming out.
Right?
Yeah. How about Jordan Poole? How close is he now to becoming a full-fledged Splash brother? That's up next here. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game, and that's all sponsored by AC Transit. Find a career with exceptional benefits so you can do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators and mechanics now. Bring your skills to AC Transit. Enjoy exceptional benefits with a side of work-life balance. It's more than a job. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
I'm Chelsea Messenger helping you.
All for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Holy mackerel!
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What a Friday. Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game. I think a couple days next week, Dibs, rumor has it I may be in for you.
That sounds about right.
Oh, those are big boots to fill, let me tell you.
Small shoes to fill. I can assure you this, though. Unlike my partner, Mark Willard, when I'm off,
I'm not going to call in, are you?
There'll be no texting. There'll be no I need my material. I need my takes to be shown upon. Now, I might text a pick or two because I will be live from Vegas, hopefully live, hopefully alive in Vegas. But if I have college basketball selections that I think would benefit the group, I will send those. But there will be no hot takes. There'll be no monitoring of the program.
All right. Hope you have a great weekend. Dave Fleming's going to join us bottom of the hour with where the Giants are now that the baseball labor dispute has been settled. The text tussle, by the way, Comcast Business text line always open, 888-957-9570. It's a long ways from being settled. Kyle Matz and Joe Spadoni tell me this thing is neck and neck. It's one of the most hotly contested text tussles in the history of the text tussle, which, as you know, goes back many years. Actually predates the text line.
It's Dewey v. Truman-esque.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Which Van Gundy is the superior Van Gundy, all things considered? I said Jeff Van Gundy, my esteemed colleague, Dan Dibley, for some reason says it's Dan.
I have an update on Twitter. 91 votes in at Willard and Dibs. Jeff with 54% of the vote currently.
Yeah.
Now, when did we make this poll terminate?
In 23 hours and 47 minutes.
This is where, and again, this is where I need to go back to 9:45 because what are you doing?
Yeah.
This bit does not have a shelf life even as long as we've already carried it, let alone 23 hours and 47 minutes from now.
Right.
Memo to all of you Twitter pollsters out there, set a deadline when the poll needs to terminate. In a poll this frivolous, this ridiculous, this lightweight, we don't need a full day worth of voting.
Are you just saying that because you're losing?
No. What are you doing, pollsters?
All right, so we have that. If you have an opinion,
Look,
we'd appreciate your help.
Whitey's not going to be in next week.
Yeah.
So what I did was, hey, this poll is silly and frivolous. I'm not even going to think about when it terminates because, frankly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all.
Well, then you've rendered the entire procedure, kind sir, to be meaningless.
Correct.
And and that disappoints me. A man who takes so many things so seriously, such as an in-game wager on Auburn.
I was going to say, we've got Auburn plus 5.5. It's an uphill battle. We've cut it to 7.
You need to stop here, kid.
Yeah, that block off the backboard was killer.
Speaking of meaningless, I know, Dibs, you were of the mind yesterday that the Warrior game last night was, if not meaningless, it was like a regular season game. What does it matter? They get the win last night. I understand your views on that, but 113-102, the Warriors outscoring the Nuggets in the fourth quarter 25-18. So it's a road win over a conference foe. You got 2 in a row now. Wiseman, as we know, as we've discussed, played last night. You've got Draymond coming back. It was a big win for the Warriors.
No, it wasn't. it wasn't a big win for the Warriors. It was a nice win.
Even Anthony Slater said it was playoffy. He used the word playoffy to describe that game last night and the atmosphere that surrounded it.
It was playoffy for a team going up against another squad that had played 4 games in 5 nights. So in that sense, it wasn't playoffy at all because Denver wouldn't have been playing 4 and 5 nights. And the fact that you held on and you gutted out a win over an exhausted Denver Nuggets, that to me does not make it a big win. It was a nice win. It would have been an awful loss. And if you would have beat them by 28 and you wouldn't have had to play Steph and Klay and anybody in the fourth quarter, then I would have been more excited about it. But you had to dig deep to beat a team. And look at Jokic.
It's at altitude.
Look at Jokic in the final 6 possessions of that game. And you know what? Give Kevon Looney all the credit in the world because he stood in front of Jokic and he banged and he bumped and he defended and he played his heart out. But Jokic would turn to shoot. Oh, God. And he would barely be able to hoist it up. Yeah. He would miss, and he immediately would double over.
Right.
They'd
give
don't
him
make
oxygen.
me run down court.
He'd suck on oxygen on his way back down the floor. And I will say, your beloved Stan Van Gundy made an interesting point. He was right. They can't wait till the end of the shot clock. They're going to Jokic at the shot clock, and that's not going to work for him. Yeah. And they were just taking desperation shots.
Astute Van Gundy, we call him. AVG.
I think he said, my brother just texted me to point this out.
Exactly. Thank you, Jeffy. Good looking out, little bro. Yeah, I thought that it was a nice win. It wasn't a big win. And Anthony's talking about it being playoffy. He was in Santa Cruz, or he was in Stockton.
He was in Stockton.
Yeah, so apologies to Anthony Slater.
What does that have to do with whether the game in Denver was playoffy or not?
You cannot say it's playoffy if you're not in the building, okay? It was a nice win. You beat Denver. Good job, Golden State. You're now 1-3 against them this year, and you beat an exhausted B-leaguer team. It was a nice
It's a very nice win. It was a big win.
I'm not giving you very nice.
I don't know.
And I'm
Why
not giving you big.
If it was going to be a colossal collapse if they lost, and I agree with you on that, then you can't. I mean, you're saying it was a no-win situation. It's either
not a colossal
win
collapse.
or a huge collapse.
It would have been a bad loss.
Yeah.
So that game spanned from bad loss to nice win. Now, it could have been a great win, again, if you didn't have to play Steph. Steph broke the record. Great. Jordan Poole came of age. Yet again, he took another step toward being a, quote, real one. But you had to dig deep against an exhausted team whose MVP in waiting, I mean, he might have gotten an IV during a timeout. We don't know that. He was exhausted, poor
guy.
He did.
I'm going to say he did. I'm going to go with that.
Yeah.
He did. At least an IV.
Or at least like one of those vitamin C packets in his water.
Or an emergency.
Yeah, thank you. Emergency.
Shout out Airborne.
Yeah. Shout out Airborne. That's a 3, Spadone.
888-957-9570. Is Jordan Poole now, with the night he had last night, money time? Is he now, we talked about it yesterday, is he a full-fledged splash brother? Is he still, splash brother in waiting? Is he a splash step brother? How big was the win last night? I say that was a huge win. And the thing about this time of year is, and you win it, then you move on. It doesn't matter anymore. But that was a big win. I mean, they were getting clobbered. Do you see Kenny Smith at halftime pointing out how basically the Warriors' transition defense right now is it's an abomination. It's terrible. They turned that around because Denver got tired. That had a lot to do with it. That's a big win.
Easier to get back.
A Curry flurry. When's the last time we saw a Curry flurry?
It's been a while.
Yeah.
And, Michael Malone disappointed with the third quarter defense, as he should. But
he's a good coach.
The 20,000th point 3 ball from the logo, those never get old. Those, and what is that, 40 feet, 35 at least, when he gets that and just pulls up. Those don't get old. But to me, the takeaway was more Jordan Poole with the big corner threes.
He's a finisher, right? You got him out on the floor at the end of the game.
You have to have him.
Despite his defensive deficiencies, a big shot maker.
Yeah, and I guess you could do some offense-defense if you get down the stretch. Yeah. But, are you going to go with him and Wiggins? Because you're going to play with Steph.
I can't have Wiggins on the floor, Dibs, at the end of a game right now.
But defensively, he's far better than Jordan Poole. So, and that gets into the situation where what kind of a ball game can you finish with Wiggins? Maybe if you're, if you have the lead, a comfortable lead, you can play Wiggins, and if they foul him, well, I guess with 2 minutes to go, you got to take him out because you don't want him shooting free throws.
Yeah, isn't this different? I mean, we've had issues with Wiggins in the past, and he's had issues going back to Minnesota. Where he doesn't care, he doesn't have an impact, and I don't know whether he cared or not, but clearly there were times when he seemed to kind of be drifting through things. But now all of a sudden, he can't make a free throw. He's never been a very good free throw shooter, but he's never been this bad. So my point is, not to pile on Wiggins, but there's more going on now than there ever was with him.
Yeah. And
he brought baggage from Minnesota, Dibs, but that wasn't part of the baggage, and now he's got that in his bags as well.
Well, it felt like he put his bags away, and then he made the All-Star game, and then he went into the attic, and he got some of his bags back out.
Yeah.
Because since the All-Star break, he has not been the same Wiggins that he was when he got carried to the All-Star game start by K-pop and Korean pop music, which is where...
You're right. You're not supposed to say that, but it's absolutely true.
Yeah.
It's self-evident. That's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, he was an all-star, and he's come out, and he has, gone back to being kind of the ineffectual fourth option that you don't want him to be. And when Klay's not hitting, you've got problems, and that's where the Jordan Poole, to me, becomes even more important, more impactful, and that's why last night, Steph became the 49th player ever to get 20,000 points in the NBA, but that game to me was about Jordan Poole taking that next step toward... And again, I don't think he'll ever be a splash brother.
Okay.
But can he be the successor? Can he be the 2.0 version of your best outside shooter?
Jonathan Kaminga took 12 shots, made 7 of them. He took 5 threes, he made 2 of them. And again, he's a little deliberate with his 3-point shot, but he was impactful. And from the moment we first saw him, he draws your attention. Woo, who's that? He's playing so well right now.
And he's got moves, too. He's not just an electric dunker, and he's not just a standstill 3-point shooter, which, 2 for 5.
Yeah.
And he doesn't take bad shots, and that's where, I look at Klay right now, and Klay is still hunting. He's good Klay hunting. He's hunting his
7
shots.
for 20 last night.
Yeah, he's really trying to find that Klay maker rhythm again. And, it's hard because when you have a player like Klay, the only way he's going to get back into the rhythm is by doing what he's doing, which is
shoot for the home team.
Shoot, exactly. But at the same time, some of those shots last night, especially in the second half, is like, man, that's not a good shot right now.
And that can disrupt the offense, which is already having issues.
Yeah, but Kaminga, to your point, good standstill shooter, great dunker, but it's his move that he's showing you where back to the basket, little spin right, spin left, able to show the patience to set a defender up. That's the part that I'm getting most excited about.
Drake from Mountain View says, I think Poole cannot be a splash brother until Steph, Klay, and Poole have a season where they, as a trio, average 4 to 5 threes a game as a trio and look unstoppable. Poole can be the Ripple from the 925. Poole can be a splash cousin from the 510.
I like the Ripple. That's pretty good because, after the splash is the Ripple. So maybe after the Splash Brothers go about their way, he becomes, the Ripple, believe it or not, the Ripple brothers. I don't know if he and Moody both become the Ripple. After the splash, you have the Ripple. I like that.
You mentioned some of the things Barkley had to say about Harden last night. He was also critical of Poole and Wiggins. He was saying, look, people say what did he say? Something like, you don't get to be me without being smart, something like that. And he said, look, you could see with Klay coming back. I said it before Klay came back. It was going to be Wiggins and Poole who are going to struggle. And look, they're struggling, but Poole's not struggling anymore. A week ago, I was like, what's wrong with Poole? Poole has been excellent. So Wiggins, we're not sure what's going on with him, but Poole is on point. Kaminga's playing great. Moody he's ahead of schedule. The Warriors have to be thrilled with what they're getting from these younger players right now.
Absolutely. And now,
thrilled.
Can it translate into playoff minutes and playoff wins? That ultimately is the question that will be answered in a month or so, because to expect Kaminga, Moody, and Poole to all carry this forward into the playoffs and play at this level, and
it's almost not fair to expect that.
Exactly, because Poole has never played in a playoff game, and obviously Kaminga and Moody haven't either. Poole played in play-in games; those aren't playoff games, let alone a best of 7 against a singular opponent. And by the way, the freedoms and the minutes that they have, even for Jordan Poole, they're going to be constricted a little bit because Steve Kerr doesn't have a great tolerance for mistakes, especially on the defensive end when you get into those tight playoff series. So you know that Iguodala is going to play when healthy. Draymond's coming back and he's going to play. It feels to me like Steve's going to default to the veterans over the young guys when we get into a nut crunching time.
Thanks for all the texts. We're getting too many to keep up with here. From the 707, Maple Jordan is Harrison Barnes choking in 2016 all over again. He is looking very Harrison Barnes-esque. That may be, kind of a cheap shot there. That's a flagrant one at least. We're going to review it. But yeah, he has been reminding me of Harrison Barnes lately. Jordan Poole here. Let's see. If his last name is Poole, of course he could be a Splash Brother. How about Poole Party? And then Dibs, someone coming after you. Can I share this? Someone coming right after you.
No chance.
Hey, Dibs, how can you say that Jordan Poole is not going to be a Splash Brother? The man can absolutely shoot. I'm questioning your skills as a talent evaluator. They didn't put their name on it. They're from the 510.
So a guy can make the occasional three, and we immediately anoint him as one of the greatest shooters of all time. Whatever happened to, sitting back and letting something happen for a long period of time before we jump in and anoint a player like Jordan Poole? And by the way, Madam Texter or Sir Texter, I'm not sure if the gender identification was necessary.
Yeah.
But do we all forget what we saw back in 2019, 2020, when Jordan Poole was god-awful as a shooter? So he's improved dramatically, and he is a good shooter, but to automatically throw him in as a third Splash Brother, it's premature, and darn it, I won't do that.
Right. The reason they're the Splash Brothers is because, as Mark Jackson knows, I remember we were on the air the morning after he said it. It's like, this is the greatest shooting backcourt ever. That's why they're the Splash Brothers. Does Poole belong as part of this? The three greatest shooters ever. No, he's not there yet. He's having a phenomenal year, but he hasn't shot anywhere close to that kind of percentage yet. He looks like maybe he will. I think he's always going to be streakier. So, you don't just get to be a Splash Brother because you play with the two greatest shooters of all time.
He's shooting 35.5% from three.
That's good, but it's not great.
That's fine. It's not Splash Brotherian.
Right.
We talk about Steph and his 50, 40, 90 years, and I believe he did it twice. 50% from the floor, 40% from three, 90% from the foul line. That is elite. Klay Thompson, when you do what he did, 37 points in a quarter and a pure stroke, and he's been doing it for 10 years.
Yes.
That's where you get exalted and anointed. Jordan Poole shot 28% over the course of 57 games as a rookie. That's not very good.
No.
Then 35% better, and now 35.5 shooting more threes than ever.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yes.
You're trending in the right direction. Wake me in 5 years, and then maybe we will anoint.
Yeah. And the fact that he was able to get to where he is now based on where he had been that year when he got sent down because he couldn't buy a three says a lot about his work ethic. That's one of the things the Warriors love about him, but that doesn't make him a Splash Brother. Not yet, anyway.
No, and like I said, he's a half brother, and he's spending, more than half his time
I'll
with
give him a cousin.
Yeah, I'll even give him a step brother,
Okay.
He shares a parent with the Splash Brothers. He's got a
Splash neighbor, maybe.
Yeah, Splash cousin. I like that. Splash nephew.
Mm-hmm.
More of a nephew at his age because, Steph is.
Yeah, there you go.
Jordan Poole is 21.
I like that. Yeah.
So, and Steph's going to be 34.
Splash nephew.
So
I love the young people.
Seriously.
Half Splash, half man. I'm not even reading that one. Thank you, but I'm not even going to read that one.
Oh, that was Kenneth Fareed, right? Half man, half manimal.
Well, Vince Carter was half man, half amazing. Fareed was half man, half whatever he was. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't know about that one. How about Jordan Poole last night, 5 for 5? You mentioned the great defense he played. He took 5 shots, he made them all. I mean, a lot of dunks, but man, is Kevon Looney the most underappreciated Bay Area athlete? I know our own Kyle Madsen threw that out last night. The most undervalued, underappreciated, underrated Bay Area athlete playing today.
That's a pretty good one. Not bad, Whitey. Not bad.
Lakin Tomlinson comes to mind. I don't know. He's really good, and people, don't pay that much attention to a guard.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Fred Warner, but he got paid, and he's got more accolades. And other than that, on the Niners, I don't know who you would look at because, I mean, maybe Eli Mitchell, but he hasn't done Kevon Looney. I mean, Kevon's got a long body of work now, and he does the dirty work. And what he did last night on the Joker late in that game, just basically moving his feet, taking the first blow, not reaching, moving over, taking another blow. That was a physical sequence every time he was guarding Nikola Jokic in the half court. So I'd be hard-pressed to think of another equally underrated guy.
Yeah.
Jimmy.
No, Spadoni.
I don't think there are any Giants that even fit the bill, right? Because any Giant does anything because of the fan base and is great. It's like, oh, he's the greatest ever.
Yeah, I guess Lamont Wade Jr., but he was exalted and given a fun nickname.
Donnie Barrels.
Yeah, or Yaz would be a guy, maybe, because Yaz quietly had a pretty good year last year, even though he struck out every time
Down
he did
year,
homer.
but did hit a lot of homers, yeah.
I mean, he had the kind of year that he needs to have.
Did he hit a big home run in a game that you attended?
Yeah, splash slam and a big comeback. Game that I thought about leaving early but didn't.
Does that make him a splash brother?
Yeah, exactly, because he hit a splash slam. He's probably more of a splash brother than Jordan Poole is, based on his performance.
Yeah. Juwan Jennings gets a mention on the text line as one of the most underappreciated, underrated Bay Area athletes. He had that big game against the Rams.
How about Jimmy Ward? I feel like Jimmy Ward's a really good player that just doesn't... Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Steiny. That's who the Jimmy drop is actually about, is Jimmy Ward. But he doesn't get a ton of turnovers, doesn't do a lot of like flashy stuff, but he is a key cog in the 49ers defense, and I just don't think he gets a ton of recognition for it.
And hey, yeah, and this is coming from a guy who has his own podcast, his own 49er
point,
podcast.
Whitey, yeah.
So it carries, I think, a little more weight, Dibs. Emmanuel Mosley gets a mention.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Uh-huh. I don't think there are any Giants that are really underrated because any Giant does anything, especially last year, and a lot of attention paid to it, which is great.
Yeah.
Just hard for any of them to be underrated.
Well, and it's
so
tough.
Maybe a middle reliever or something.
I was thinking maybe Tyler Rogers would be underrated, but then again, if you're in baseball and you produce, the numbers basically tell your story. So by the end of it, it's tough to be under or overrated unless you're a player making no money. Like Kurt Casale, maybe you could say he's underrated in what he did. But still, I'd take Kevon Looney. One final moment on the Jordan Poole Splash Brother notion. I just looked it up, and he is 87th in the association in three-point field goal percentage. Right. 87th.
He is trending upward, though. But I agree with you. Yeah, you can't be trending up where you have to be a splash brother. You got to be shooting close to, if not 40% from the three-point stripe, which is really hard to do. Am I right?
Yeah, you've got 29 players in the association shooting 40% or greater from the three-point line, including only one Golden State Warrior. Do you know who that is?
Wiggins?
Yeah, Andrew Wiggins, 40.1.
Huh.
40.1.
Darren Ruff is an underrated Giant. Brandon Belt is underappreciated. Text of the Day nominee for Brandon Belt right there.
I don't think he's underrated.
He is.
No, he's finally playing to the ability that we all thought. He's been overrated for so long.
Even your tone speaks to the fact that he's not appreciated.
No, I've covered Brandon Belt since he was in San Jose, Whitey. Nobody knows Brandon Belt better than I do. Nobody, okay? He's tremendous.
I know Brandon Belt, and you know Brandon Belt.
Exactly. He's not underrated. He finally had a year where he didn't get hurt and he did what he was supposed to.
Well, we'll see what Dave Fleming thinks about that, all right? Dave Fleming, Giant broadcaster, going to join us next. We'll get an idea of where the Giants go from here, what moves may be coming. That's next here. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Get ready.
same medication you'd get from your doctor, but without the copay, expensive appointments, or awkward face-to-face conversations. And with Hims, every online visit is free, and your relationship right back on track. For a free online consultation, go to forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free visit. forhims.com/joy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hello. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. The best thing about baseball being back, Dibs, is what? And I know you're not as excited about it as I am, but of all the things about baseball that are positive, baseball's back. What's the best thing in your opinion?
Baseball radio guests, Whitey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to me, it's just that we get to talk baseball again.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
We get to talk about other things besides, the collective bargaining agreement and the competitive balance tax.
Yeah, the best thing to me is watching some 208 hitter roll over on a 1-2 curveball and hit a slow 8-hopper to second.
Our next guest, I'll never forget this about him. Last year, before the season started, he was one of the few people I remember saying, I think the Giants could actually be pretty good this year. And it turned out he was right. The great Giants broadcaster, Dave Fleming, with us. Dave, were you preparing to dig in for a longer lockout? I know a lot of experts had thought this thing could drag into May. How thrilled were you to have this thing settled yesterday?
Well, I'm thrilled and very happy that we get to go back to work, and that all of us who are so excited, especially you have a team like the Giants, who you mentioned last year, how special it was, and the eagerness to see what happens this year. Can they back it up? Or how good are they going to be? How good can they be again? It's like so painful when you are so particularly excited for a season, and then you think, wait a minute, might not happen. So I'm thrilled. I'm glad they got it done. I was tired of hearing all about, nobody follows sports to hear about all that stuff you guys were talking about, bargaining taxes and luxury taxes and salary caps and how do you fit. Nobody follows sports for that stuff. So now, at least for the time being, I think we can stop talking about it.
Yay.
I miss talking about the CBT, and actually I was going to enroll in the Haas School of Business, Dave, in order to keep up with all the machinations in pro sports these days.
And the players, one thing about the way this all went down, I think there were some players who enrolled in some courses themselves because they made sure they were just much more educated, much more engaged with the process. And it made it more contentious, but I think also it made it a more balanced process in the end.
And hopefully they feel like they got as good of a deal as they possibly could, knowing that they're up against an ownership that doesn't like to lose. But now we sit in a spot where we can start to get some free agent action going on, and the Giants need to fill some holes. As you look at your Giants wish list, what spots are you looking at to have Farhan fill?
Yeah, I still think they need. Now, I'm not expecting star power for starting pitching, but they need some more starting pitching volume. I mean, I think you're going to see the Giants, considering when you think back to 2020, this is going to be a very similar ramp up to that season, where accelerated spring training after a layoff, weird, how can we expect our players to come in fully ready to go? Just a lot of uncertainty about player stamina and strength level and how much time they have to get ready for the season. And what did the Giants do in 2020? Well, for those first few weeks, but really the first half of that short season, the Giants took it very easy on their starting pitchers. They were very conservative about that, and I think they're going to have a similar plan this time around. And what does that mean? They need more starting pitching arms. They need more competition. So for me, the number one thing that they need is that. That's probably not going to be the flashiest thing that they do. I think they're going to get a hitter or two that will make some headlines. I think that, the pitching could be a ham and egg kind of, let's grab some players we like and see what works in spring training, whereas on the hitting side, they have room to make a significant move, and I'm guessing that they'll do that at least one time.
Are you telling us that Seiya Suzuki is about to become a San Francisco Giant, Dave?
I think he's a good fit. I have zero feel for whether they're really willing. Many times in the past I've thought, gosh, there's so many things about the Giants that make sense for a star from Japan. You know, the fact that our city is such a part of the Pacific Rim, part of the culture of the back and forth, a gateway to Asia for everybody in this country, the fact that our franchise name is the Giants, the fact that, we have this really diverse and incredibly diverse fan base, all good things, I think, in terms of bringing over a star from Japan. And I've been wrong basically every time. It's never happened for the Giants, and that's not always been for lack of interest, but, sometimes it has been. And so I don't know what to think. I just don't know how they view internally. Everybody I talk to says the guy's legit, really, really talented, and is going to produce. But there's no question that different teams have different ways of trying to figure out how those numbers translate in big league baseball. I really, truly don't know how the Giants feel about that.
How do the Giants feel about Joey Bart? And I guess actions will speak louder than words. You have Buster Posey's shoes to fill. Nobody can fill those shoes. But can Joey Bart be expected to come in and be the lion's share of a catching duo?
I think if at first my guess is that if Kurt Casale can handle it, that it's going to be much more of a share to try to give Joey as much of a chance to acclimate as possible. I mean, this is where you combine the lockout and COVID. You know, he is like the sweet spot of a player who's really been punished by the last 2 years' schedule, where he would have gotten way more at-bats, way more interaction with Giants coaches, way more hands-on experience as opposed to just private workouts and BP back at home. You know, at that position, I just fear that these last 2 years are really going to cost him the ability to come in and be an impact guy right away. So I worry about that. And I think that they're going to try to take that burden off him as much as they can. And I think they can do it to some degree. I mean, I think Kurt is capable of doing that. They'll probably bring in another catcher, like a sort of a Trump level, guy who's got some big league experience just to help him out in that regard. This is going to be a massive challenge for Joey Bart. And, no 6-week spring training to get to know the pitchers. It's all going to be condensed. That hurts him as well. It's a problem. It is.
The great Dave Fleming with us, of course, on 95.7 The Game. And Dave, before we brought you on, we were talking about the Warriors and Kevon Looney. And Kevon Looney had another big game last night. Led us to a discussion of Bay Area athletes who are underappreciated, underrated. Brandon Belt was mentioned. I agree with that. I think Brandon Belt is underappreciated for all he's done. Dibs, and I know a lot of people feel the same way, feel like, no, he's just, he's coming into his own. He's not underrated. He's just finally becoming the player the Giants thought. What do you think about Brandon Belt? Do you feel like he's underrated with what he's contributed to the Giants to this point?
Well, I mean, I think it's a different. Kevon Looney is truly underrated in that. Even Warriors fans don't. Half of Warriors fans aren't really sure if he walked in the room who Kevon Looney is. I think Brandon Belt has been around long enough, has been a part of enough big moments to where everybody knows Brandon. I still do agree with you though that his contributions over the years have been underappreciated. He's been a better player than everybody has acknowledged. And I think the last 2 years, that acknowledgement has started to come more, but it's taken a long, long time for him. He's not a superstar player, but he's been a really, really good player for a long time. And that probably was underappreciated. So here's to hoping that Brandon comes back fully healthy and can back up what was a great year last year with another one this year. And then maybe then Giants fans will have him in a spot of esteem as far as his place in this franchise's history, because I think in a lot of ways he deserves it.
Yeah, so astutely answered from Dave Fleming here on 95.7 The Game. Not so much a dodge or an evasion, but you embraced the question, you nurtured it, you didn't fully agree with him, but you made both of us feel good in the way you mitigated the argument, Dave. Thank you.
Brandon Belt, underrated. Sure, I could have been more succinct.
No. It would have been better if you said, yes, he's overrated. But I'm kind of basing that on the fact that back when I was working with Joe Rizzo in Single A, and he hit 380 in the first half before immediately being promoted, I guess I've always had higher hopes for him. And it just feels to me that he's now starting to fulfill the destiny that we all had for him 10 years ago.
Yeah, that is funny you say that because it is true. It's easy to forget now, but we were checking minor league box scores every day for that guy. He exploded so immensely when he was in San Jose, and then even as he climbed up the ladder. I mean, he was really, really an exciting prospect, not from where he was drafted, just how he produced. And so, yeah, I mean, I think going by those standards, it's possible that, as a prospect, he was overrated, but 98% of prospects are overrated because it's just so hard to live up to the billing of, people were talking about Brandon Belt's got a chance to be the best hitter in the league, one of the best players, and that's just almost an impossible level to get to. But you're right. If you go all the way back, that's how great of a, Marco Luciano's getting all this notoriety right now. In some ways, based on the production, Brandon Belt was getting even more back then.
The best thing about baseball being back, we get to talk baseball again. Dave Fleming, thank you for talking baseball with us. We're thrilled that the Giants are back, that you're back. We appreciate your time. We'll talk to you soon.
And hopefully we get some news today or tomorrow about what spring training is going to look like, what the beginning of the season is going to look like, and then we can all kind of wrap our minds around getting this thing going. Always good to talk to you guys.
Hallelujah. Take care. Dave
right,
Fleming
Dave.
with us. 95.7 The Game. Coming up next, do you remember when the guy who's coming to town tomorrow, remember when we were obsessed with thinking he's going to be a Warrior? That's next year. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. 95.7 The Game.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time in.
and energy. No more cutting that shower short. Just hot water all the time, every time. So feel good. So good. With a Navien tankless hot water heater. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
Stop by Church's for the high-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made-from-scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Alice in Chains is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on September 5th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Visit the contests page on 957thegame.com to enter now.
Man meat.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Every bath you take, I'll be washing you. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game. Used to sing that to my daughter. When my daughter was, so little, and you bathe your kids. Every bath you take, I'll be watching you.
That's not bad.
You don't understand.
No.
Yeah, right? Yeah. So Mark Willard back on Monday, and then I know a couple days towards the end of next week, Dibs, looks like you're in position where you may take a few days off. I'm available if you do. I think I'm supposed to fill in for you. So
yeah, I would love it if you would. And, you'd be over on this side of the dial.
Off the ball.
Make sure you BYOM, bring your own muff, bring your own mic muff.
Sure.
That can get a little bit slippery.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
We don't want anyone to have to go without.
Right.
So we all, in this post-COVID era, we all have our own little mic muffs. Actually, I'm gonna spray mine with some antiseptic while I'm gone. Let it sit in my locker for 4 days and kill off the germs.
Something you said really resonated with me. Did you say post-COVID era? I hope you're right. Is that really where we are?
Well, we are, and it's almost exactly 2 years to the day, I believe, when we all went home. I think it was March 12th, 2 years
March
ago.
11th. It was, because it's my wife's birthday.
Yeah.
1 year, you got fired, and then a couple years later, COVID broke out.
I was doing Jolo and Dibs, and I remember at the end of the show, it was, hey, guys, look. We're going to have you be home for a week, maybe 2. 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks. Might be 3. No more than 4. Okay, it could be 5. Guys, you're going to have to work from home forever. Look. So, but that was 2 years ago, and I sat in Tim Jordan's office, the great engineer.
Yes.
And we tried to hook up my Lucy app, but I'm a droid, and the Lucy didn't work with the droid.
Oh, boy.
So I had to wait for the Comrex, and I needed a longer cord. I was here till 2.
I heard that about you. I didn't want to say
size
My
matters.
man with the small hands.
My man with the small cord.
Size matters.
But, next thing you know, 2 shows later, we're back.
Yeah.
2 shows, 2 years.
Well, I hope you're right. That was just made me happy to hear you say that. Tomorrow, you got Giannis and the Bucks coming in, and it's a good time here to just reflect a little bit on where the Warriors are. Because I know earlier you were talking about Jordan Poole and how his rookie year, it didn't go well. It was a tough year for the Warriors, that gap year. And I remember doing Warriors pre and post with JD, and we spent so much time talking about, okay, look, who are the Warriors going to get to eventually replace Kevin Durant? Because when he left, and he was well within his rights to leave, and the Warriors tried to keep him, but it left like a crater, right? So who are they going to get? There was talk about maybe Embiid's available, maybe Ben Simmons is available, maybe Giannis. Oh, and then, within the last, couple years, I think at times we've been almost obsessed, haven't we, with the idea of, Giannis, he's not going to go back to Milwaukee, he's going to come to the Warriors.
Yeah, we were obsessed because of the notion of Joey Light years and Joe Lacob, the fact that they were able to pull off Kevin Durant. Well, you get used to that level of what if thoughts. What? They did it before. They did it with KD.
Yeah.
Why can't they do it with Giannis?
He's got the same agent as Steph.
Yeah.
Hello, it's a done deal.
I mean, why would he want to stay in Milwaukee, for crying out loud? Come to the Bay Area where we will adore you and we'll shower you with championships and confetti and adulation and all the rest of it. But come to find out, he actually kind of likes Milwaukee, and they won a title in Milwaukee, and maybe he wants to be the biggest thing in Wisconsin since Brett Favre. So it seems ludicrous now looking back that we thought that he might come, but at the time, oh boy, what a Giannis fever we all had.
2 things, and I don't begrudge any player for going from one team to another. Yeah, but I think it's so cool that Giannis stayed there and they actually won. right? I mean, doesn't that kind of, maybe it's old-fashioned, but doesn't it feel like, wow, they did it the quote-unquote the right way?
It is old-fashioned, but I do like it. It's a quaint notion as opposed to like what the Rams did. And this is something that Mark talks about. The rent-a-team doesn't feel as fulfilling as if you have a homegrown team. Like the Giants 2010, 12, and 14. For the most part, they were homegrown players. I know you brought in different pieces here and there, but your Lincecum, your Kane, your Posey, your Pablo, the rest of them, Madison Bumgarner, etc. That feels good when it's your own guys to do it. And so for Milwaukee to get one period is amazing, but to get it with Giannis, who was drafted there and is a homegrown talent, that feels even better.
Yeah, not only does it, I'm with you, it seems more admirable, but it just is admirable that the guy just decides to stay and then somehow pulls it off. Like, all right, he had his meetings. Are we going to try to win a championship here? What are we doing? Drew Holiday? All right, I'll stay. And then for them to pull it off, that's great. But also, from the Warriors' standpoint, they didn't get Embiid. They didn't get Giannis. They probably could have had Simmons. It's like, we're okay.
Right.
And yet here they are once again, in position to compete for another title.
With Poole, Moody, Kaminga, Wiseman eventually, if they ever contribute, and you already have Steph, Klay, and Dre who were drafted.
Wiggins was kind of the guy. Closest they came to bringing in the guy.
Yeah, but Wiggins was just because of KD. KD begat D'Lo, which begat Wiggins and Kaminga, by the way, which is a true fleecing. If I'm Bob Myers, every time I go to Minnesota, I'm wearing a fleece because he fleeced them. I would just constantly rock a fleece if I was Bob Myers.
But and I think the guy who made that deal, Rosas, I don't think he's there anymore. But if you're in Minnesota, you're looking at, that's such a fleecing, huh? When's the last time Wiggins made a free throw?
But that's fine. But you got Kaminga on the house. Basically, you gave them D'Angelo Russell, who is a better fit in Minnesota than he was here. Wiggins is a better fit here than he was in Minnesota. That's a win-win. But, oh, by the way, have our Kaminga, if you wouldn't mind. Take this pick and use it on a project Kaminga's not a project, he's a project. Mm-hmm. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I will. I'm going to go home and think about that.
He projects to be an all-star. He went from project to project.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I like it. Before we get to pick your battles, how big is the game against the Bucks? How big is the game against the Wizards? You're a wizard, Harry. I ought not have told you that. How big is that game with Draymond coming back?
The Wizards game? You got a 3. That's a 3. If you see the thumb, you know it's a 3. The 4, no thumb. The 3 has a thumb.
That was at least a 4. I'm sorry.
2, no thumb.
All right.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a bit of a niche, nerdy reference.
The voice wasn't raspy enough for Hagrid, nor was there a British accent.
Any questions?
I ought not have told you that. No accent. There's no accent in that. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
No,
you're right.
Limping into the weekend off a 3 right there is a charity 3 at that. The game with Draymond, again, it's not a big game. I don't want to be all Steve Kerr on you, but we're not chasing wins here, people.
No, but you're chasing a title, and you don't get a title, Harry, unless Draymond comes back and plays well. And he's coming back in that game. It's a huge game.
Is Hagrid Scottish? I don't think he is.
I don't even know what the hell's going on
I think he is, but maybe not.
What is going on? I never saw those films, nor did I read the books.
Never mind that. It's a huge game. The Saturday showcase, Mike Breen and the Superior Van Gundy, Jeff Van Gundy, and Mark Jackson. That's always huge because you got so many eyeballs on it.
I don't know if you get paid based on how much you sell these games. It's not a huge game. It's a game. Now, it's a bigger game than the Washington game, and the fact that Draymond's coming back, I might even give you it's a significant game. It's not a huge game. When you gacked it away against Memphis last year in the play-in game, that was a huge game. When LeBron'd you in the other play-in game, that was a huge game. These are not huge games. These are regular season NBA tilts.
Begrudgingly, I'll just say this to you. Well done, Potter. Right now, it is time for Pick Your Battles. Here we go, Dibs.
There you are, Spadon.
I was going to update you, actually, so sorry about that late thing. The Willard and Dibs poll that we had, which is the better Van Gundy? Stan took the lead, 52% for Stan.
Long way to go.
137 votes in. We still have 22 hours and 54 minutes left. Get in there while you can.
That's votes in by Saturday late morning.
That'll hold them. Worst poll expiration ever. In other news, Kyle, what are the standings for Pick Your Battles?
Nice week for Joe Spadoni. Bounced back from a loss. He is in first place at 4-1. Excuse me. Mark Willard got back in the win column as well last night. He is up to 3-2. I'm in third place at 2-3 with back-to-back victories. And you got in the win column last night, snapped a 4-game losing skid. You're in last place at 1-4.
A nice uptick off a 1-0 run, and boy, it felt good to get that one last night. I had the under San Diego State, Fresno State, Whitey, 115 and a hook.
Wasn't that like 8-4 at halftime?
It was 6-4 with 10 minutes to go. Spadoni chimed in with this is the worst game I've ever seen. I'll say it, they stink. Yeah, they didn't even get to 100 combined. So that was a nice solid under for your boy Dibberclaws. And well, I'm going to stay in that same sphere today, Whitey. You know it, baby, because we've got conference semifinal action across the NCAA. We've got some finals tomorrow, more finals on Sunday, and the bracket comes out on Sunday. But for today's pick, we're going to go to the Mountain West Conference, and this is a big one. These two teams, they probably like each other just fine, but not today. They don't, because it's a Mountain West Conference semifinal. Wyoming taking on Boise State. Boise State favored by 2.5, and we're going to go with... I didn't mean to interrupt you, Steiny. Sorry. We're going to go with Boise State minus the 2.5 over Wyoming.
Anything can happen. It usually does when they get together.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've actually split their first two meetings, so
tell me about
that
it.
Actually fits.
Yeah.
Up next, we go to Kyle. Kyle's 2-3. What do you have for us, Kyle?
Spadoni, if you would, please. Thank
I love it.
you. The University of Arizona, that's a very good team. They survived a scare against Stanford. I think they're going to be locked back in today at home against Colorado. Give me Arizona minus 10 for the Wildcats.
I love it. Staying with the college hoop. It's a strong play for the next selection. Mark Willard, 1-0 yesterday in absentia. He's looking to make it 2 straight, and for that, we turn to Whitey Gleason.
Mark Willard is going to take the Utah Jazz, who's given 6 at San Antonio. So it's Utah minus 6 at San Antonio. Holy cow. Dibber, back to you.
That's a 4 for your Harry Carey, which makes up for that Harry Potter abomination. Up next, Harry Kissinger, as Whitey goes for 3 Harrys. But first...
It's Henry Kissinger, not Harry Kissinger.
It's just a bit. God. Spadoni,
is this your
what do you
first
got?
day on the air, Whitey?
Oh, my God.
Man, it's called a stretch.
Okay.
Like, Willie McCorvey.
Right.
Just give him one cried and move along.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's some terrible off-mic work from Kyle. But first, the pride of Italy, Joe Spadoni.
Thank you, sir. We're going EPL action tomorrow, boys. First game on the docket. It is Brighton v. Liverpool, and we're going over 2.5 in that match.
I love it. Liverpool looking to open up a can after their flaccid effort in the Champions League this week, where they didn't score for me, Whitey. I could have used a goal or two there. Klopp.
Oh, tell me about it.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck to all. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Speaking of wagers, it was yesterday about this time that the one and only Matt Steinmetz said, the Warriors are going to cover. They're going to beat the Nuggets tonight because the Nuggets are going to be exhausted. Here he is, Matt Steinmetz, and we got JD in for Guru today. Well done, sir.
And that's why Whitey Dibs was right. It wasn't a big win. In fact, to borrow one of my partner's phrases, it kind of was the price of admission. I mean, 4th game in 5 nights. Mm-hmm. I mean, Jokic essentially hyperventilating out there.
Yes, he was sucking on oxygen.
Warriors got to win that game. They got to win that game.
Would have been terrible if they hadn't. Would have been dreadful if they
hadn't. It would have been a worse loss than it is a good win.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, and I was already preparing my first 10 assaults on you for it's a lock. Liquidate all assets, because you don't normally go out on limbs. It's not your bit. You don't have a strong opinion. Traditionally, you are a man of nuance. But yesterday,
crushed it.
He went out on that limb, and I'm thinking, this flipping guy, he's gonna try to tell me about liquidate this and lock that. And next thing you know, Jordan Poole rescued him.
It's interesting because he and I were actually both on that ledge. I have a buddy of mine who he'll ask me my opinions on certain things. Somebody that may or may not like to dabble. And I was all over it Wednesday night. I said, take the Warriors tomorrow, watching Denver try to crawl to the finish line in Sacramento. They could barely make it. Much better effort from the Nuggets in the game last night than the game the prior night, but it felt like it was a no-brainer for me as well.
It did, but then you watched the first 3 quarters and you thought, man, this Warrior team, they stink.
I was actually pretty impressed with the Nuggets. I thought they were going to give up when it was 98-90, and then they scored 10 in a row.
There, yeah.
And then
transition defense. Hey, how about the foul shooting, JD? I remember sitting there with you when Wiggins first came over.
Yeah.
We were talking about, he's not a very good foul shooter, is he? He was light years better then than he is right now.
Well, it looked like he fixed it from then, too, a year ago. Like, it was a respectable, low to mid-70s, and now it's, 7 for the last 26, Dibs?
Right,
going in the wrong direction fast.
Yeah.
Could that prevent him from being on the floor late in games in the postseason?
Absolutely, because if you're going to go to Hacka, you already can hack a loon, and it's worked, and he may not be on the floor. I don't know what Iguodala shoots from the foul line, but he doesn't really shoot. So no matter what, when he goes to the foul line, he's going to be cold. Draymond Green is serviceable, not spectacular.
And has his moments where it looks like Wiggins the last month.
Yeah, Steph, Klay, and Jordan Poole, yes, absolutely, but... And this is where I advocated a rule change into hockey rules where you could skate Poole off on the defensive end, skate JP2 on, and then, switch at half court.
Sure.
That type of thing.
Sure.
But
I don't see why they don't do that.
Andrew Wiggins, if you watch him shoot, Steiny, he does the dribble, he does the knee bend, and then he goes stiff. And then he realizes, oh, crap, I'm shooting a free throw. I got to
get this thing off my fingers.
7 for the last 25.
He's lost all rhythm.
It's like the yips. I got to get rid of this thing as fast as I can. I got to get this over with, Clank.
Yeah, and even when Steph misses, you could, you don't even have to watch where the ball goes because it's the exact same motion. It's the exact same everything every time. And Wiggins right now, he's absolutely locked up.
Well, and I was telling JD, that foul shooting will give Kerr the easy reason to keep him off the floor late.
Yeah.
Like, Draymond's not a great foul shooter, but you cannot take him off the floor. Looney's going to be interesting because we'll see what happens there.
Draymond's probably playing for him anyway.
Exactly. But I think the one thing that we're going to talk about, so are we just Jordan Poole? I mean, he's in there. He's going to finish games.
See a splash brother. That's what we've been talking about.
I didn't like that at all. It's not about that, Whitey. It's about will they use him consistently in crunch time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you think so?
The way it's shaping up right now, yeah.
Depends on the situation and the matchups. If you're down 3, down 4, yes, because at that point, defense is important, but you're probably going to be in foul mode, and you might need a 3 on the other end. If you're up 4, up 5, and you need a stop to preserve a lead, well, then you're not going to have him on the floor, even though he can shoot free throws. So for me, it's matchups and situation. If you're trailing, yes, because it feels to me like his confidence is super sky high to where he wouldn't be afraid to take on a shot in that moment. But defensively, you would want your better defenders on the floor.
Yeah, he wouldn't be afraid. I think a lot of it also going to be determined by just that night and how he's playing on that night. There are games where he's like he was last night, but there are also games where the shots aren't falling and he doesn't offer much. And so it's kind of a game-to-game thing in addition to all of the matchups. But I'm not ready. And the other part is, how is Poole going to play? And I mean, Steve Kerr said Kaminga's going to play now, and Moody's going to play. I see like 9 players that are going to have to finish games for the Warriors.
Maybe,
gives them a big advantage to go 9 on 5.
Maybe Coach Kerr will explain that. He's going to be on with Damon and Ratto today at 5. So don't miss Coach Kerr. What's coming up?
Well, we're going to talk about this Warriors game, and you used Slater used a great word, and you played off it.
Play off it?
Fused.
Oh, fused.
Have the Warriors successfully fused the present and the future?
Yeah.
It's a little too early for that. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Let's
you coming after me on that one, or are you coming after Slater? Or?
So we're going to talk about that, but we also want to talk about JD and I do differ on a simple question about whether the Warriors can win it all or not. So we'll get into that. George Contos at 1:30. We're going to be talking some baseball with him. Obviously, the baseball season getting underway. So
great.
Play ball.
Yeah. I'll be listening. JD, I'll talk to you tomorrow morning.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Steiny, I'll see you Sunday morning. Apparently, we're teeing it up together for the first time in like a year.
Who's the fourth?
It's too be determined.
Man.
It's me, buddy. It's me, bro.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Can't wait to see him.
All right. Well, this is been a few months.
It's been a year at least. I can't remember the last time.
Yikes.
I don't think you're ready for it.
Well, it's early in the morning.
Good luck.
We'll be
luck.
fine. Yeah,
Steiny
we'll
and
give
Guru.
you full details.
Steiny and Guru, JD in for Guru next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Money time! Money time!
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, what's everybody up to? Matt Steinmetz along with John Dickinson today. JD in the house for Daryl, the Guru Johnson. And Warriors win last night. They beat Denver. Good ball game. You know, like I know I came in and I said it's kind of the price of admission. And they should have won that game considering where Denver was the night before. But all in the one thing I also want to point out, which kind of flies in the face of that, is that game had a little juice last night.
Had a lot of juice.
Yeah, you could just tell. Second quarter. Thank you, Kyle.
That's yours.
Oh, it is. It's a mic cover that I've forgotten 48 times.
No doubt.
But you could tell the intensity was coming through the screen. Denver's crowd has never really been much to me, but they were
factor early.
No doubt.
They were into it. 8:00 game, right? You push it back a little bit. I think that gives everybody a little extra time to get ready for the game, if that makes sense. But no, there was some juice in the building. I think the Warriors believe that they have started to turn a corner with the game against the Clippers. And so when you look at the Nuggets predicament coming into that one, like this was the game where the Warriors were complaining about 3 and 4 nights and didn't want to send a bunch of their guys to Denver, and then they had to come back and play the Clippers. Well, last night was the night where Denver could have complained, right? Because it created a 4 and 5 in a game where the Warriors had an advantage. So advantage Denver for Monday, advantage Warriors, even though they had to make the extra trip to Denver. Half the guys and all the main guys didn't have to do that. So when you look at the circumstances Denver was in and the Warriors believing that they had turned a corner, then that's a game where if you go play well, you should win. And I thought the Warriors played well enough to win, and yet we look up with 2 minutes to go, and Denver's up 2. And then the Warriors have to close it with the 13-0 run, but they were able to get it done, and so it's on to the next. Let's see how much momentum the Warriors truly have built when Milwaukee comes in tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what, JD, and I don't know how Warrior fans feel about this, but they're always welcome at 888-957-9570, or if they want to use the Comcast business text line, 888-957-9570. It's so hard. It's so easy to throw the last 2 years out, and that's what I want to do. So now we go back to the 5 years they got to the finals, and there's just no way to get that time period out of our heads. That's what we had, 5 straight championships. So I'm looking at this Warrior team, and the one thing that's really starting to hit me over the head is this team is so different than those teams. And essentially, the Golden State Warriors are going to have to make a run. Like if they're to win it this year, they're going to have to make a run with a lot of new players. And you know what? Some young players may have to get playing time. And I think it's going to be hard to come all together. Like I almost feel like it's a puzzle. And there's going to be opportunities to use guys, different nights and different series. But you kind of better get it right. You better pick right on a consistent basis. If you're gonna if you're going to not have Wiggins on the floor at a certain point, then the person who's on the floor for Wiggins better be productive. Otherwise, it feels like you're right. Everybody thinks there's a lot of guys on this team that can play. So what happens when people think that is when you lose, makes it easy to say, well, this guy should have played and that guy should have played.
Yeah, and I think you even can look at what I've gone back to a lot, which is, Steph and Klay are going to be out there at the end of the game, right? Wiggins and Draymond are going to be out there playing at the end. You've got Looney, who's in the rotation, as your fifth. And then I've carved it out as, well, Poole and Porter are going to play, right? So is Peyton. And then Iguodala's going to play. So I've had those 9 guys kind of penciled in as really the foundation for a playoff rotation, right? And that's 9 right there. Well, the one thing that we've learned of late is, well, maybe Kaminga's going to be in there some, and maybe Moody is going to be in there some, and maybe Jordan Poole's going to be in this 3-guard finishing lineup that the Warriors have used a little bit. And what it gets back to is, if Moody and Kaminga are going to be a part of that, then does that mean Peyton's not going to be as big a part of it now when he was such a big factor? Does that mean that Iguodala is unavailable, which, to use your term, might make it easier to play Moody or Kaminga because you have an open rotation spot? Like, there are a lot of little things. Like, to just think it's going to be those 9 and then Moody and Kaminga are going to play, that's 11 right there. But Steve Kerr's going to work in. We haven't even talked about Wiseman at that point. And then you got certain portion of the fan base thinks JTA needs to play some. And it just, so there's a lot of different options when you look at what the foundation is going to be. And then you've had this push from the younger players to where it looks as if they're going to get opportunities. Well, if they're going to get opportunities, at whose expense? If Jordan Poole's going to get opportunities to finish, at whose expense? Klay Thompson? Wiggins? Like, what's it going to be? Because you can't play 9-on-5 at the end of the game.
Well, here's where I want to start today. First of all, I'll tell you what's going on in the next 3 hours. We're going to be talking Warriors for the next hour plus. We're definitely getting into some baseball. We're going to have former Giant George Contos joining us. What the hell do the Giants do as an encore? I've been tongue-in-cheeking. They better win 108, JD. But, obviously they're probably not going to do that. So we're going to talk some baseball. But, all right, I need our listeners to really work with me on this one, because I don't want to be kind of the negative guy. But one of the things, JD, you and I agree on a lot of basketball stuff, but there's one thing we kind of don't agree on when it comes to the Warriors, and it's this. When I ask you, you think the Warriors can win it?
Win the title.
Win the title. You say yes. When you ask me, Steiny, can the Warriors win the title? I say, I don't think so. Now, I do not want to be. I'm not making any declarations right now. Warriors aren't going to win it. They're not going to win it. They got no chance now. And that's not what I'm saying. But
put your name on it, Steiny. Scream it.
But you will be able to say, if they win it in June, I will say, you know what? In March, I didn't think they were going to win it. I didn't think they were going to win it in March. So I kind of want to ask Warrior fans where they're at right now with this Golden State team. You think they can really win a title? And if they win a title, how is it going to look? And if you don't think they can win, why not? Because the thing that to me is making this year great, JD, and I'm dead serious, is we don't know what's going to happen. And there's so many moving parts. And there's so many, I don't want to say question marks in terms of a bad thing, but will Kaminga play in the postseason? Can Wiseman give him anything? Is this the Klay we're going to see for the next 2 months? Are you telling me Jordan Poole's really going to close? Steph Curry, is he going to continue to struggle with his three-point shot in the postseason? There's just so many things about this team that make it tantalizing. And I'll kind of start there. That's why I'm a little bit skeptical. Because it feels like, we say this sometimes about football, boy, it just feels like so much needs to go right for them to win it all. And that's kind of where I'm at with the Warriors. So I want to be clear. Can they win it? Of course, I would never rule it out. But I don't think they're gonna right now.
Well, and for me, the opposite end of that is the fact that, and the thing that I keep coming back to over the last 2 months is, all of this team struggles and the losing and the different combination, it's all come with Draymond Green out. So I've, as bad as it's looked at times, as much as the fans have been, Steve Kerr's got to do this and he hasn't done that, and they should have gone and got a big and they didn't. The one thing that I've kept in the back of my mind is for this team to have any shot at a title, which wasn't really a realistic goal at the beginning of the season to start with.
Right.
But for this team to win a title, they said at day one, they got to have everybody. They got to have everybody healthy. Klay's got to come back, and he's got to be Klay. And the one thing that we found is Steph doesn't have to be MVP level necessarily for them to be in the conversation. And Klay doesn't have to come back and have it immediately click to where he looks like the old Klay Thompson, because that hasn't happened. But they have been good enough and deep enough when they've had Draymond in the fold to find ways to win despite all of that, and to find ways to look dominant at times despite all of that. So what I'm coming back to is, like, yes, you factor in everything you've seen the last 2 months, but you also, and it's putting a lot of eggs in the Draymond basket, there's no question about it, but I think there's a level that they can get back to with Draymond really helping the ball movement on offense and the tempo, and also locking them into being closer to that number one ranked defense that they were for a better part of the season. And then you figure out the rest of the piece. That makes Steph a little better. That makes Klay a little better. That helps Wiggins. And then you see who's in the mix based on who's earned it and based on matchups. But you're right. It's unpredictable.
888-957-9570. Look, let's get into a little nuance here. Can the Warriors win it all? Of course they can win it all. They got 5 players with championship pedigree. That's not the question. The question is, in your heart of hearts, do you think they're going to win it all? And for me, that's, at this point, just a little bit of a bridge too far. And there are a variety of reasons. Like, I'm thinking, aren't Steph and Klay going to have to elevate their play from the regular season? Like, that's one thing I've been thinking. When the Warriors went to the finals 5 straight years, everybody thought they were going to win it. They were the best team. But I always felt like all the Warriors had to do when they went into the playoffs was maintain their level of play. I think this is the first time they're going to have to play better in the postseason than they did in the regular season, because there's not as much kind of margin for error. They don't have the talent they had 3 or 4 years ago.
It's just a different
That's
team
right.
in terms of cohesion and all of that. And you could make the case it's even a different team that Draymond's going to walk back onto on Monday than when he left. Because when he left, Kaminga and Moody weren't really playing a lot. And Moody wasn't playing at all. Kaminga was barely playing. If anything, it was the Draymond injury that opened the door for Kaminga to play 25 minutes a game and have the opportunity to flash and now become somebody that Steve Kerr speaks of like he's going to be playing in the postseason. So that's another added element that may work a little bit toward your argument, and that even the team that was so successful now is different and they have to kind of figure it out. But I do think the talent is there, and I think with Draymond back, it does reduce some of the margin for error. But the part I do agree with you with is there are going to have to be a lot of choices as far as who's in the rotation and who's not on a series-by-series basis, but almost even on a game-by-game basis, where you might see Steve Kerr go one way for the first couple of games, and then if that doesn't work, you're going to see a couple other players get opportunities toward the middle or even the back end of a series if things aren't going well.
Yeah, and the one thing you said that we could also get into is Steve Kerr starting to make it clear that he likes playing Curry, Poole, and Klay Thompson together. And if he does like that, and if he goes in that direction, that's going to have ramifications, obviously, for the rest of the rotation. But what you were saying is, well, who says that's going to be permanent? That's just the way it is right now.
Right.
And what I thought about was, I'm looking at this roster and thinking you might be right, because 2 months ago I thought there might have been a role, and I don't want to say at the end of games, but I thought Otto Porter might get some important minutes with this team. That could still theoretically be on the table if he plays well and gives him a dimension that he had early in the year.
Well, you would have thought Otto Porter was a lock up until the last month or so to play. And to play every game, regardless of matchup, regardless of opponent, whether he's playing the 4 or the 5 or whatever. Now it feels like when you go to who's Kaminga's going to play, who's not going to play, right? If Kaminga's going to play, that means Porter's probably not going to play as much, right? Exactly. If Moody's going to play, well, what does that mean? Does that mean Iguodala's not going to play as much? I mean, Iguodala may not be available in some of these games, and that makes the decision. But you're really telling me that Steve Kerr's going to play Moses Moody over, even Damian Lee at certain times. I know Warrior fans are probably screaming. Steve Kerr trusts Damian Lee. Steve Kerr trusts Damian Lee more than anybody in the fan base does. Now,
that's true.
And he's gone away from him and whatever. But I just don't. If it wasn't cut and dry before, when they had everything dialed, and I think the proper comparison is probably Gary Payton II. Like, is Moody going to play or is Payton going to play? Because when Payton plays, the Warriors are exceptional. So it just there are all these little conversations of, if you want one thing, what are you sacrificing? And it's not as simple as Bielitsa and Lee don't play, and everybody, it's not as simple as that. And they're going to still have to carve out backup center minutes, which I think is going to be interesting. Does Otto Porter become the backup center in some ways? I think that's something we could see. If take Porter, put him in the Bielitsa role, and then that allows you to play Kaminga a little bit, and then you just don't have to play Bielitsa at all. That's something I've kind of tinkered with when you dig into the weeds a little bit.
It's starting already, JD. From the 510, can someone please tell Kerr not to play Wiggins? I understand he's a decent defender, but I'd rather die with Poole or Kaminga in the fourth quarter. Done with Wiggins.
Wow. He was an all-star. He
is an all-star.
Yeah.
Starter. He's an all-star starter. What are you shaking your head for, Spadoni?
This was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Might be the worst all-star starter in the history of NBA.
Hey.
Saying he might be.
I don't know. All right.
Did Brad Miller start one time? He might have.
God, he can shoot the 3, though.
He might have.
He'd really hit the backdoor cutter, too. Brad Miller's a good passer. All right, 888-957-9570. I see Leo, City Boy, Carlito. Listen, we know the Warriors can win a title. Question is, do you really think they're going to? And if they are, how does it look? 888-957-9570. We'll get into baseball later. We'll be right back. Talk more Warriors in a minute.
Here's today's smart money tip from Owning. Call 833-2-OWNING or go to owning.com to find out more about this amazing offer.
Have you ever kept your 30-year mortgage for more than 10 years? If you're like most people, the answer is no. Then why are you overpaying for a loan you probably won't keep? Introducing the Smart Money Loan by Owning. With an interest rate of 2.375% fixed for the first 10 years, 2.819 APR. Lock in your rate for how long you'll probably keep the loan. Lower your rate and payment and save thousands in interest.
Call 833-2-OWNING to lock in a 2.375% rate, 2.819 APR today. Or visit owning.com.
NMLS 2611, subject to credit approval. Savings may vary. Call 833-303-2169 for licensing and qualifying terms and conditions. Equal housing lender, not licensed in all states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
That's 833-2-OWNING or owning.com.
Hey, you're thinking of buying or selling a home? If you are, you know what a headache it can be, trying to coordinate the sale and the purchase, getting the timing right, waiting on contingencies, all that kind of stuff. Let me tell you about my friend Sherrod and Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Here's what he does, and it's very simple. He's going to buy your home, and he's going to let you stay in it while you look for your next home. There's going to be no rush. There's going to be no stress, no timeline. Sherrod then is going to help you find your dream home. And when you're in your dream home, which he's going to help you get into, he'll sell your original house. But here's the thing. If Sherrod sells your home for more than he bought it for, he's going to give you the difference. That's right. Check it out at trademyhome.com. I'm telling you, this is a different way to buy and sell a home. Learn more. Set up an appointment with Sherrod. 408-740-7400. That's 408-740-7400 or check out trademyhome.com. Tell Sherrod his friend Steiny sent you.
Golfers, tee it up this year at the Golf Mart for the hottest new arrivals from Callaway. Featuring the new Rogue ST drivers, Callaway's most stable driver ever, with tungsten speed cartridge, jailbreak speed frame, and AI flash face. Engineered for max speed and forgiveness. 4 different models to fit every golfer's needs. Think speed, go Rogue. Swing by the Golf Mart and get custom fit for the new Rogue ST drivers today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, and shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. We're looking at smooth sailing all weekend with clear skies and primo conditions. Get your Toyota on the road. This is what it's all about.
Thanks, Johnny. It is clear and sunny in Tahoe today, warming up to a high of 50 degrees. The sunny conditions will continue tomorrow. The lifts are open at all resorts and the runs are groomed and ready for you. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready, all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from Marin Health and their new All Heart program. It's week 3. Let's talk exercise. We all know exercise is good for your heart, but what kind of exercise is right for you? How much is enough? And how can you find your peak performance? Answers to all of that and more at mymarinhealth.org/allheart. Plus, post your favorite exercise photo and you could win a tonal home gym. Follow Marin Health on social media and go to mymarinhealth.org/allheart. Your heart will thank you and you could win. mymarinhealth.org/allheart.
There's a time for talking about helping the community, and there's a time for taking action. Fremont Bank is providing the Bay Area with much-needed support. For example, the Fremont Bank Foundation has donated over $1 million to relief efforts in our community. When you bank with us, your dollars go directly to loans and donations right here. If there's one thing the pandemic can't affect, it's our commitment to uplifting our communities. To learn more about our COVID-19 response, visit fremontbank.com/COVID-19.
Odyssey celebrates Women's History Month.
Kamala D. Harris was born in Oakland, California to parents who immigrated from India and Jamaica. After a lifetime of public service, Kamala was elected as the first female vice president and the highest-ranking female official in U.S. history, as well as the first African-American and first Asian-American vice president.
Odyssey, celebrating remarkable women. For more, check out our exclusive station, She Sings, on the Odyssey app.
Look at this. J.D. Power awarded Cricket #1 customer service and purchase experience in the MVNO segment.
Huh. Award-winning service has a nice ring to it. Say it again.
Award-winning service.
Ooh, again.
Hear ye, hear ye. Announcing 2 more reasons to switch to Cricket and their award-winning service.
Wow, it does have a nice ring to it. Switch and see for yourself.
For J.D. Power 2022 wireless customer care and purchase experience mobile network operator performance studies award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Dell's semi-annual sale is the perfect opportunity for a significant business upgrade. Save up to 45% on Dell computers with Windows 11 Pro and get an easy start to your workday. Plus, enjoy special pricing on Dell docks, monitors, servers, and more, all with easy financing options through Dell Financial Services. Speak to a Dell Technologies advisor today to find the right tech for your business with fast free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Oh, he stinks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, JD in for Guru today on a Friday. Talking Warriors, big picture. Things seem to be on the up and up. Things are looking up. I'll tell you what, I just throw out, we're going to get to calls in a sec. But I'm just going to throw this one out. Watching the game last night, I thought of this. You can let me know what you think of it, JD, or any Warrior fan. Here's one thing I'm a little worried about. I'm worried about Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins being able to play together. Because I don't see either of them helping each other. And it just feels like when Klay's in the game, being the Klay that he is now, how the hell can Wiggins be aggressive? I mean, it's so easy. Well, Wiggins, he's got to be aggressive. He's got to be aggressive. Well, how? How with Klay Thompson?
Yeah, it becomes let Klay take all the shots he wants, and then when you get that one opportunity, be aggressive.
You better make it, otherwise you're Harrison Barnes.
Not good.
Anyway, I'll just throw that out there. We can talk a little more about it. Let's go to Lefty. Let's get it going. Lefty's in Oakland. How you doing, Lefty? What's going on, man?
Fellas, can you hear me all right? I got you on speaker.
Loud and clear.
Right on. Okay, I haven't talked to you in about a year since I told you they'd finished 8th last year when everybody here was crying they were in 11th. Anyways, Matt, right off the bat, to your question, I got faith the Warriors can win it this year, next year, the following year, and probably even the following year. You guys remember, before we got Durant, this team was kicking butt around the league. They had a consistent second unit lineup. And that's when our 12th man was the towel-waving Todd Bazemore. All respect to Bazemore, the guy's a player in the league now, but we didn't need him. Anybody on this roster we put on the court right now, I got faith in. Everybody on this team can play. The first 2-3 months was not a mirage, in my opinion. I think the only team I would fear, not fear, but as think could beat us in the finals would be the Bucks. Anybody else in the league, I think no problem. I got so much faith in this team. And I'm telling you, when Wiseman and Draymond come back, anybody calls up about Wiseman saying this is a bad pick or whatever, the guy's going to be a freaking stud. You can't find that kind of 7'1" ability.
All right, Lefty. Okay. Lefty, though, come on, be honest. You don't have faith in Bjelica. Nobody's got faith in Bjelica. By the way, JD with a text. Maybe this is TMI text late in that game, and you said you almost feel sorry for Bjelica.
I did say that. Because the ball finds him, and it's like he's wide open, and he, clank. Or the ball, there was the one play where the ball, it wasn't even his fault, but the ball, he kicks it out of bounds. That was the play, I think, that.
A little bit of a.
Like, it's not even his fault, but it's going to be his fault.
He does have a little, he does have a little of that day late and dollar short in him right now, but.
He's feeling it. He's feeling it.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right.
He's feeling it, and they're reportedly bringing in Tyreek Evans. So, we all know who's getting cut if that's the case. That's a tough spot. Like, when you kind of know you're the guy that's, you want to stay, you think you can help, you're not going to play a lot, but then you're also smart enough to be like, well, if they do add somebody, and they are talking to players, I'm gone.
He knows.
So you're kind of caught in between, rather than just effortlessly taking that three or making that pass, you get caught in between, you do something stupid. And he was really bad in the first half. Yikes bad in the first half. He was okay in the second half. He was actually solid in the second half.
No,
but he's not.
I agree. I just don't like coming down the road of 11th men, unless it's Damian Lee. He pushed somebody again last night. You see that?
I didn't last night. I don't think he was in the game long enough last night for me to really notice.
He wasn't in the game very long. City boy, San Francisco. How you doing, man?
Good afternoon, fellas. Beautiful Friday in the Bay. The Warriors look like they're starting to get things together. Jordan Poole, I think it's really helping him the last 5 games that he's been playing well. I think they're getting a defined role for him, and that to me is a key to kind of unlocking him, because he clearly seems to struggle when he doesn't know exactly what to expect out of his rotation minutes, where he's at in the rotation. Bjelica might get one of those Amari Caspi rings, so I'm hoping for that. And so, I just wanted to say, I think the Warriors actually will win the championship. I really feel like they will be in the Final Four. As far as, what happens from there, injuries play a part, all kinds of stuff plays a part. But I think they have a wonderful shot at doing this. And I want to say, I think you might see Phoenix with a first-round exit.
Come on.
I'll tell you why. They knocked out the Lakers. No, let me tell you. Can I just say?
Sure, of course.
I love Monty Williams, and I think they're an excellent team. But I also see that the Lakers are going to get passed up by the Pelicans, because the Lakers have the toughest schedule remaining. Anthony Davis still isn't playing, but I think AD will be back for the playoffs. And I think the Lakers are going to remember getting knocked out in the first round last year by the Suns, and I think we're going to see a big 1-8 upset. So that's my little sneaky upset, and then I think that opens the door for the Warriors a little bit going forward, because I think Phoenix is the toughest matchup for them. They're so well coached, they're disciplined, they have size, they have wings, they have anyway, they're a great team. I really do respect them. I just think they're going to get knocked out, and And I think we're going to see Nets-Bucks in the Eastern Conference Finals, and the Bucks are going to knock out the Nets. I think that many road games is going to wind up sneaking up on the Nets in the end because they're obviously going to be the road team in every series they play. So,
all right, man. Appreciate it, City Boy.
One thing about Jordan Poole that I do like as far as the rotation and the change and all that, I think Steph Curry's changing back to the rotation. You know, I've said this all year. They should just go back to it. They should go back to basically playing him the whole first and third and bringing him back in with 6-7 minutes to go. I think it helps Jordan Poole as well because now what you're seeing is Jordan Poole's coming in for Klay, and now Poole gets 4 minutes or so to play with Curry.
Right.
And then he can build a little momentum that way. And then when Curry's out at the beginning of the second and the fourth quarters, he's already got a little lather going. He's got a little momentum in the game. And now he's more confident in those minutes where he's playing without Curry. And now he's playing with Klay at that point. And last night, we even saw him playing with Wiggins for a little bit of that stretch. That wasn't a great – that group didn't do great in the first half.
Right.
But I like – as much as it helps Curry, I think going back to that rotation helps Poole as well because he knows he's going to get that run from 4 minutes in the first quarter until at least the middle of the second quarter.
To me, it stands the reason that you got to split up Poole and Thompson as much as you can, even though he wants to finish with him. And I guess that's another question I'll ask Warrior fans. Listen, we all love Klay, and we all know that he's going to be better next year than this year. But the way he's playing right now, would it be unfair to? Is it unfair to even ask this question? Is he part of the problem or the solution right now? And you put it a great way, I thought. That it's going to be fair to ask all year whether Klay can be consistent enough for the Warriors to win it all. Like, I do think that's a big question. Like right now, let's say he's having a above average game 1 out of 3 times. Can he keep doing that? And are we okay with this shot selection and this aggressiveness just because it's Klay and it's Klay? You know, I'm more worried about it.
That's fine for now. I will say if Klay keeps playing the way that he's played,
right,
to this point, and it goes into the postseason, and he's good game here, 3 or 4 games like last night or like the last couple of games. If it keeps going the way that it's gone, it's gonna put Steve Kerr in a position where he's gonna have to decide whether or not he finishes some big games or not.
Yeah.
Like the way that he's playing, it can't just be he's out there.
Good luck with that.
And maybe it winds up being that way. I think that's another reason why, and I said this to you during the week, Rat on the table, first one at 12:40 here, a 95-70 game. I think that's as much a part of Steve Kerr falling in love with this 3-guard lineup as anything, which is it's almost the way to, rather than having to pick between Poole and Klay, you know what? I'll just play them both, and we'll just let it work out that way.
You know, it's
there's something going on there.
I completely agree. And Jordan Poole, about 2 weeks ago, wasn't playing well, and there were a lot of concerns about his body language. And he did that interview where he kind of was, I just got to play better. This, that, and the other thing, and I remember talking to Guru, and he's like, they gotta, I forget his term. I think he said they gotta prop Poole up. They gotta help him. And I'm like, okay, because his mindset. He's a third-year player. In a crazy kind of way, you take Klay out of some big moments. I love him, but I think that he might not react very well to that.
Possible.
Because the one thing about Klay, I don't think he's got a ton of introspection in his game. Like, he's going to play the way he's going to play, but we're always used to him playing at an extremely high level. What if he keeps playing the way he's playing, but he's not playing at an extremely high level? Can he change?
You know what he's got in him? He's got a little bit of the Westbrook, I call it the Russell Westbrook and Carmelo Anthony mentality. And we saw this with Carmelo Anthony going back, the last 4 or 5 years, where clearly he had declined to a point. And I don't think Klay Thompson's game is to this point, but the point about the mentality is the point I'm making, not the point about their game.
Right.
It reached a point with Carmelo Anthony where he needed to be limited, but he refused. It was, I'm still a starter, I'm still going to take as many shots as I've ever taken, and my game's going to come. We've seen the same thing with Russell Westbrook. There's a decline that everybody can see in Russell Westbrook's game.
Right.
But the defiant, head-down mentality, I'm not changing for bleep, is still a part of the conversation with him. And again, I want to be very clear here. I'm not saying that Klay Thompson has declined to that point. We don't know yet. He's still working his way back off an injury. That, again, it's not the point about where his game's at. It's a point about where his mind's at. And I think that's the best way I can grasp what you're saying as far as the mentality goes. It's a little bit of you're not used to not being as good as you used to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like you're just not used to it. And
Right.
rather than accept it, you're defiant to it.
Well, he's always had a little defiance in him that we've loved.
I'm pushing through it
Right.
because I'm still Klay Thompson,
Right.
damn it, and I'm going to
Right.
show you. And I may not show you today, and I may not show you tomorrow, and I may not show you next week, but I'm going to show you at some point. And then it's going to be there.
And you're right, it's got nothing to do with long term. It's got to do with what level can he get to by late May or early June.
Right.
If they're really to win a title this year.
The other point was about Poole that I was thinking about as we took the call. Poole wants to play with the big boys. Like there comes a point I think in somebody's career where it's like, you work for an organization or something. It's like you're pretty good, you're solid. Are you a starter? Yeah, maybe some of the time. Are you a really good bench player? Sure, can understand that. But you want to play with the starters. Like when you get your opportunities, you want to play with the starter. You don't want to be leading the rest of the guys and trying to pull them up. No, that's like. And again, Jordan Poole's at a weird point because he's young in the game, but Jordan Poole wants light work, man. He wants to be out there with Steph. He wants to be out there where it's like, I'm getting my money, I'm getting my adulation, and it's kind of easy. Like he wants to play with the big boys. He wants to be aligned with Steph and Klay and Draymond and even Wiggins. He doesn't want to be aligned with Lee and even Moody and some of the other players that maybe he has to play with, Bielitsa, when he's out there with the bench group.
Yeah. I agree with you there. And that's why I always wonder when it comes down to, let's say you have Klay on the floor, obviously, and you have Steph on the floor, and you have to make, let's say, the decisions between Poole and between Poole and Wiggins. On the one hand, Wiggins you think of as kind of a floater. Well, that's okay because you want Curry and Klay to be shooting the ball, but Jordan Poole's going to interject himself. I mean, he's going to, like, Jordan Poole would have no problem missing 3 straight shots down the stretch in a playoff series or in a playoff game and being in the locker room afterwards saying, I'll take those shots every night. So we got to see how both these guys respond in the postseason. Let's go to Carlito. Carlito's in Alameda. What's up, Carlito? How you doing, man?
Doing good. I think that our biggest fears have been realized. In the beginning of the season, everything was amazing, and we asked ourselves, is this going to last? Is this going to last? And guess what? It didn't, and we reached a difficult point where they do look very vulnerable, and I think they can be taken down in the first round. Thank you very much.
Not if Draymond's healthy. Although, I guess it depends on the opponent.
I have a high variance. Like I think they can win the title. I also think, and you're right, it hinges on Draymond. If Draymond isn't healthy, they could lose to Denver in the first round.
Absolutely.
And I mean, probably not playing. It'd have to be the level of not playing healthy, so I do think there's a high variance. But if they have everybody, I think they would beat Denver. I think they would beat Dallas. I think they would beat Minnesota. I'm with y'all. I even think they would beat Memphis, although it would be tough. It may be they got to go win Game 7 on the road, or it may come to that. We'll see. I know they tied them.
And the thing I always say, JD, is their last two, they're gonna have to beat Phoenix probably, and then they're gonna have to beat. You see the Nets last night?
Yeah, look good.
Can the Warriors beat the Nets? I know that's not the issue right now, but I just always think about it. When we think of title, you forget this
4 series.
Yeah, this year they're going to have to beat a really good team from the Eastern Conference. Zach's in San Jose. What's going on, Zach? What do you got, buddy?
How's it going, guys? I just wanted to chime in on this Klay Thompson thing, and maybe it has been a long time. Maybe I just lost my memory in the last 2 years since he came back. But, I went to the Clippers game the other day, and to me, I don't remember Klay putting the ball on the floor as much as he has this year, especially in the Clippers game. But even since he came back, that just doesn't seem like his game to me. He can pull up from mid-range or make that fadeaway, but I feel like he's been dribbling too much and trying to force that. And I feel like he's best, like TNT guys say, pull, right? Just pull up and shoot. And I'd like to see Wiggins drive more because I think he can do it. But, maybe his role's different when, Durant and Curry are there, so he just catches and shoots more. But I just want to hear what you guys think. It seems to me like he's putting the ball on the floor more, and it just doesn't seem like it's flowing well.
I agree. I think he's dribbling more than he ever has. He used to only dribble kind of in a straight line to the basket, and now he's kind of fiddle-faddling a little bit. Feels like he's trying to post up a little bit more than he has, and just doesn't seem like his elevation's quite there. But yeah, no, I think he's playing a little different, and it's not just, he's at 80%. I'm kind of with the caller. There's something just a little different. His defense, I haven't really noticed one way or the other.
Sure.
And that's something that we did notice in the past, especially when he's covering point guards.
Yeah, I don't think he's been terrible defensively. No. I know he asked for the assignment on Reggie Jackson the other night, and there was kind of a big story about that, and he wants to challenge himself. I don't think his defense has been bad overall. I don't think it's been great, but like you said, for the most part, it has been different in terms of the assignments. He's not on the primary ball handler, at least he hadn't been up until that point on Tuesday.
And the other thing, when I think of those championship teams and when this team played small, defensively, they were just locked down. That team of Curry, Klay, Durant, Draymond, and Iguodala, that 5-man unit, they were locked down. They were phenomenal defensively. If you're going to play Curry, if you're going to in 2022, if you're going to try to go small with Steph, Klay, and Poole, boy, that's a lot worse defensively than it was when you were winning titles. I'm sorry.
It is, and I think that's what it bears the question about, because the Warriors do have the ability with this team, we've seen it, for them to be elite defensively, to be championship level defensively. But what combinations are on the floor when you're going to be at that level? I think that becomes the question. And that becomes, it gets back to this whole closing lineup thing. If Iguodala is available and Iguodala is doing what Iguodala is doing, he's going to be the fifth guy.
I would think.
Right? And if he's, and I know maybe some people are saying, well, then Wiggins won't be. I don't know.
I don't either. I mean,
because you still need wings. You still need wing bodies to be out there and defend and run the floor because other teams have them.
You're right. I mean, but I can't imagine. Here's the other thing. I don't think Iguodala's going to play every game in the playoffs. I could almost see him be. I can give you 4 games a series. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And is it as simple as, okay, Iguodala doesn't play, so Moody does play?
I think that's the way Kerr would prefer it. Because otherwise you're looking down the bench and you're like, well, Andre's a 3-time title, but he's not really great right now. Then you're opening yourself up to that stuff. Let's go to Bud. Bud's in Oakland. Hey, Bud, what's going on?
What's going on, baby? Hey, listen, there's no doubt about it. Jordan Poole has earned his time to play with the big dogs. Like Martin used to say, you want to stump with the big dogs. He's earned his time. There's no doubt about it, and it's coming. The payout, everything is coming. Listen, the whole notion about Klay Thompson, taking the back seat, or he's overdoing it, or he's, his rhythm and stuff is not there, which we all know it's not easy. I mean, Kobe Bryant came back from an Achilles, and he still wasn't the same Kobe Bryant. And not saying Klay and Kobe is the same personalities, but at the same time, he's a baller. when you're part of a team that's been to 5 straight championships, like the Warriors were, when you hold a record for points scored in the quarter, and you're up there with the 3-pointers and stuff like that, the future Hall of Famer, and you come back from 2 injuries, you let that man play. Now you don't do it to where you let it to where it's hurting the team, and that's why I think you see Klay with more dribbling and stuff, trying to find other guys and let them get into play. Because Steve Kerr and the organization might have said, "Okay, look, we know you wanted to rev it up. We want to let you get your shots. You're back. You've been gone for 2 years. Okay, now this is the way we need you to play." If Klay doesn't improve in the offseason, then I think that talk comes up during the offseason about him coming off the bench and allowing another guy to take the starting position, about JP starting over him. I think, you let him come in, you let him do what he do, and if he doesn't improve in the offseason, I'm pretty sure that we'll see Klay coming off the bench for of the team and, just for the remainder of his career.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
What part of that?
Well, anytime somebody says Klay off the bench,
Well, that's not happening.
Well,
now, this season.
Correct, but the caller's saying next year, but even next year, even while he's under contract for the next 2 years, it's going to be tough. And you say, think about it. How does the talk go with Klay? Hey, Klay, pass the ball. You got to start passing the ball. Really? Klay is royalty, and rightfully so. So I think what the Warriors are doing right now, and
they're just letting him do whatever he wants.
That's right. They're giving him a long leash. I think everybody's in on it. Let's let this guy do his thing now. And I think,
and then at some point we might have to have a conversation. I
think that's probably would most likely to come after Draymond gets back.
Okay, yeah,
because I think Draymond's the one
there.
guy who might be able to say, "Hey, Klay, we got that's too much. That's too much shooting." I think Klay might be able to do that. All right, 888-957-9570. We got a bunch of people on hold. I'm going to make sure to get them all in before we talk some baseball at 1:30. Hey, find a career with exceptional benefits so you can do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators and mechanics right now. Bring your skills to AC Transit and enjoy exceptional benefits with a side of work-life balance. It's more than a job. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
Will Jimmy G be the next quarterback to get moved?
He's gone. 95% he's gone.
There's no
way he's going to be a Niner next year, right?
I'm with you. I'm at 99.7. We heard the words come out of his mouth. Goodbye.
Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest top speeds?
It was because the conversation was always, can they be good enough without him to where when he comes back, he can be good enough to where we can say they can win a championship. Like they actually played better without him than I think anybody thought. In fact, if anything, I think the way you would have scripted the season in your head would have been, they're about 500 when he comes back, and then they take off with him and play the 29-9 level once they get it. But Draymond going out when he came back kind of flipped that, and then they played so well without him that it kind of flipped that as well. So it is in some ways backwards.
I think conventional wisdom did think it was going to be the other way around, like you said. Doug's in Berkeley. Hey, Doug. How's it going, man?
Hey guys. Doing good. Thank you for taking my call. Couple of things. First about Iggy, you'll stop complaining when the playoffs come.
Perhaps.
And see the old Iggy. Unless he's still really hurt, which I don't think he is, you will stop complaining about Iggy when he makes all those big defensive plays. Second thing is about Klay. The previous caller talked about getting back to that offense where we're moving the ball. Take a little bit off Klay. That's not the offense he's come back into. He took more dribbles last night than he took in the whole last season that he was healthy. Okay? The ball moves. It stops with Klay because he's open and he hits the open shot. He's moving a lot more now than he did before because of injuries and Draymond not being there, and he hasn't come back to the same offense that we had. Now, maybe when we get all the pieces back, that same offense will be there, and Klay's role in that offense will be recreated, where he's the last guy to get the ball. He's open in the corner. He's open at three, and he shoots. But again, he's taking more dribbles now than he's ever taken before. He's not back to the Klay role, so don't put all that on.
Hey, Doug, I got what you're saying. You're saying basically the hope is with Draymond, the ball will be the last stop the ball makes is with Klay. Whereas now, Klay's finding himself with the ball maybe with 10 or 11, and now he's trying to make a play when he's really better at just knocking shots down. All right, let's talk a little baseball on the other side. We got George Contos, former San Francisco Giant, and the San Francisco Giants, they are on the board in free agency. We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Get ready for free agency frenzy.
Do you realize how crazy next week might be? Monday, Tuesday show could literally be us for 3 hours just going over, like, Ken Rosenthal's reporting, Adam Schefter is reporting, Ian Rappaport is reporting, Bob Nightingale is reporting, John Heyman is reporting. I mean, that's what Monday could be. Just NFL free agent, Major League Baseball free agent. It could be nuts next week.
It's a free agency frenzy on 95.7 The Game.
At BMW Fairfield, we believe the key to customer satisfaction is building relationships. We've designed our one price, one person, 1 hour sales process for this specifically. Built on simplicity, respect, and efficiency, we offer transparent pricing up front, a single point of contact to assist with your purchase, and less time spent in the dealership once you've chosen your vehicle. There is a better way to create connections, build relationships, and sell vehicles. We're eager to show it to you. Experience one price, one person, 1 hour. BMWFairfield.com.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. We're looking at smooth sailing all weekend with clear skies and primo conditions. Get your Toyota on the road. This is what it's all about.
Thanks, Johnny. It is clear and sunny in Tahoe today, warming up to a high of 50 degrees. The sunny conditions will continue tomorrow. The lifts are open at all resorts and the runs are groomed and ready for you. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready, all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota. Let's go places.
Has this ever happened to you? My friend was telling me about his new pair of headphones, so I looked them up online. Now, everywhere I go is a creepy ad for those headphones I looked up one time. I hate that feeling like I'm being watched. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers, all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Here's today's smart money tip from Owning. Call 833-2-OWNING or go to owning.com to find out more about this amazing offer.
Have you ever kept your 30-year mortgage for more than 10 years? If you're like most people, the answer is no. Then why are you overpaying for a loan you probably won't keep? Introducing the Smart Money Loan by Owning. With an interest rate of 2.375% fixed for the first 10 years, 2.819 APR. Lock in your rate for how long you'll probably keep the loan. Lower your rate and payment and save thousands in interest.
Call 833-2-OWNING to lock in a 2.375% rate, 2.819 APR today. Or visit owning.com.
NMLS 2611, subject to credit approval. Savings may vary. Call 833-303-2169 for licensing and qualifying terms and conditions. Equal housing lender, not licensed in all states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
That's 833-2-OWNING or owning.com.
I struggled with symptoms like frequent gas and stomach pain for years.
I was bloated all the time with daily diarrhea.
At first, I thought it was what I was eating.
I kept thinking it was stomach issues.
So I did my research and talked to my doctor, and we finally uncovered the truth.
It was actually EPI. Exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, is a condition where your pancreas is unable to help break down your food.
It can lead to symptoms like diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained weight loss, and oily stools.
And EPI symptoms can be confused with those of other common digestive conditions, like irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, and celiac disease.
So getting to the right diagnosis meant being more open with my doctor about the severity of my symptoms and how often they were happening.
But there's good news. EPI is manageable, so don't wait any longer. Use the symptom checker at identifyepi.com and schedule a visit or call with your doctor to ask, could I have EPI?
Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. Give your COVID-19 vaccine a boost before watching your favorite teams win, whether it be at a live game or around the TV with your friends and family. The COVID-19 vaccines continue to work very well at preventing severe illness, especially with a booster to up your protection. Everyone 12 and older can get boosted. You are eligible 5 months after your second dose of Pfizer or Moderna or 2 months after a single dose with Johnson & Johnson. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to find a vaccination site near you.
You could save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, but when we just come out and say it, it feels like it falls a bit flat. So we're going to use humor. But we don't want to insult your intelligence, so nothing too goofy. And we need to avoid any polarizing topics. Oh, and it has to be about how you can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. You know what? Maybe humor is a bad idea. Yeah, it's never going to work. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Dealing with ED is difficult enough, but the pressure of not satisfying your partner makes it even worse. ED can be tough on a relationship. But at HIMSS, you can contact a medical provider online and, if appropriate, get the prescription medication that treats ED at affordable prices. HIMSS ED medication has the same active ingredients as Viagra, but because it's generic, you pay 90% less. That's right, 90% less. A whole month's supply is just $30, and it's sent right to your home for free in discreet packaging. HIMSS offers the same medication you'd get from your doctor, but without the copay, expensive appointments, or awkward face-to-face conversations. And with HIMSS, every online visit is free, and your relationship right back on track. For a free online consultation, go to forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free visit. forhims.com/joy.
long as they keep him healthy, he's going to be a really, really dangerous guy.
Yeah, and you see the Giants striking fast, and now you can really look at the projected rotation, and they've got all 5 slots pretty much accounted for, right? Barring health, right? They'll go Webb, Rodon, DeSclafani, Wood, Cobb.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much how you draw it up on paper. Hopefully everyone with this kind of shortened spring training can build up with no issues. I know we saw in 2020 that arm injuries, especially for the pitchers, were a little bit more prevalent with how they ramped up quickly. I really hope that we don't see something similar happening around the game this year with everything going on. But if they can keep everybody healthy, they're going to have a starting 5 that every single guy out there every day is going to go out and give you a quality start.
George Kontos joining us on 95.7 The Game. You can hear him on NBC Sports Bay Area pre and post. Let me just throw this out there. How do you follow up a 107-win season?
Well, I think what you have to do is not try to compete with the 107-win season. I think that what you have to do is come in every day as the team did last year, and there's a lot of guys coming back, obviously. And you have to go out and you have to play good, solid baseball. I mean, last year was in the past. Everyone knows what happened. Everyone knows how it ended. We got to celebrate it. We got to watch it. But this is 2022 now, and they have to go out there and play good baseball, and hopefully they can go and defend their National League West title.
I think, George, maybe even the bigger question than competing with what last year was how do you do it without Buster Posey? Because we all saw the impact that he had from the shortened season to last year, and he kind of found it again. But we all, I think, realized a lot of the traits and the intangibles and the things that he brought to the table all those years that obviously you're fully aware of. All of those things were back, and now they're gone.
Yeah, there's obviously, there's no replacing Buster Posey, obviously, right? The guy was a huge figure in all of baseball, but obviously you put him on the Mount Rushmore, in my opinion, of San Francisco Giants of all time. So there's no replacing his on-field production. There's no replacing his in the clubhouse presence and what he brought to the team. But you know what? You have other guys who have been there for a very long time who are going to have to step up and who are very capable of stepping up. You got 2 guys named Brandon Crawford, who obviously has another Gold Glove to his name now, and in my opinion should have gotten more votes for the MVP. He's a guy who, it's his time now. He's the guy who needs to show up every day and continue doing what he's been doing, being the silent leader that he always has been. Guys are going to be looking to Brandon Crawford now, and there are other guys in that clubhouse who have been around for a long time. Alex Wood, Logan Webb has become a younger leader now doing what he's done. I think that there's obviously no replacing Buster. He is Buster. You can't replace him. But I think that these guys all are knowing what is now missing, and they just got to move forward with what they have.
Former Giant George Kontos joining us on 95.7 The Game. George, let me ask you kind of a personal question. Obviously, baseball, the reputation during this lockout, it's suffered, and there are a lot of people that are a little turned off about the sport. The fact that they're going to get 162 in, and even though there was a lockout, they came to an agreement. Does, like, as an ex-player, are you more proud of the sport today than you were a week ago, if you know what I mean?
I am. I'm absolutely proud that the players and the union were able to really stick together and do a good job of. I want to say that they won it, in my opinion, only because the teams and MLB wanted just status quo plus an extended playoff. That's kind of what MLB was really wanting to do. And the fact that the players and the union were able to get a little bit more of some of the things that were important to them, in my opinion, is a win in the CBA. And the fact that they agreed and will still get a 162-game season in, I get it as a fan of the game. And I really do sympathize with the fans of the game. Nobody wanted to see this happen and have everything blown out in the media as it was. But you know what? That's all behind us now. You have a spring training game in like 5 days or something, 6 days. And I think as baseball starts going again, all is forgotten and you move on. And once the first pitch is thrown, the first crack of the bat, people are just excited to have their sport back.
George, you like the expanded playoff?
I do not like it. I'm personally not a huge fan of that. I think that the 10-team playoffs that we had was fun, and it was great with the 2 wildcard teams. I just think that the more playoff teams you add in there, the one thing that it could do is just really not incentivize some of those border teams to really make that move and make that push.
What about the bigger bases?
I think that is pointless.
What about the banning of some of the shift?
Banning the shift, I agree with.
Okay.
I was never a huge fan of the shift, and a player like me, for example, never really benefited from it because a pulling left-handed hitter, for example, when you move the third baseman over into the right field hole, I threw a two-seam fastball. So I would throw a fastball that would run off the center of the bat, and if a lefty tried to pull it, he's going to hit a ground ball to where the shortstop should have been playing anyway. So the shift, in my opinion, unless I made a mistake executing my pitch, never really benefit me. But I think I remember Buster actually coming on KMBR some point last year and just saying that the shift just disincentivizes, action in the game. I think he remembered, I think he said Brandon Crawford, for example, when he's not playing in his normal position. If there's a hard hit ground ball up the middle, Craw doesn't get to make those wow plays where he dives, gets to his feet quickly, and makes a great play. It incentivizes Brandon Belt to kind of continue to try and lift the ball. So I think the shift, getting rid of the shift or kind of simplifying it a little bit, however they're going to do it, is definitely a good thing.
George, go ahead.
Let me just quick. I take it the universal DH is a no-go for you.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. I mean, I had very minimal outings in the national or in the American League in my career, and I loved watching these guys come up in big situations and have to execute, have to get a bunt down. I had to get bunt down. So I'm a fan of it. And look, I've given up a homer to Clayton Kershaw, so some of these pitchers can actually hit as well. So I really enjoyed the strategy of having the pitcher hit. I think that there's probably going to be a little bit more excitement now with having a better stick hitting earlier in the lineup. But for me personally, I was a fan of the the pitcher hitting.
Georgia, what do you think of just the biggest need for this team right now? They get Rodon handled. What's the biggest thing that they need now that the rotation is set and you start to maybe look at the position players around the diamond?
Well, the team's very versatile, and I think that what you can see is you have a lot of guys who can play a few different players. But before we were getting ready to jump on this call, I was thinking about what we were going to talk about when this came up, and Rodon was actually one of the guys on my list who I thought would be a great addition to the team. So they knocked him out. I think that Nick Castellanos would be a great add. And there's another guy named Brock Holt who I think is a super versatile player that can play all over. That would be just a grinder type, gritty player, shows up every day, waiting to go. So I think that Farhan's MO, what I've seen so far, is he loves versatility. And Brock Holt is a guy for me, would be a sleeper, super versatile guy that could fit kind of in a few different holes.
George, great stuff. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope we can do it a lot during the season.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me. All
righty, that's George Contos. Good stuff. Baseball is back. Hey, hit it, Spadone. We got action.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
I'll tell you what, this deserved it. This deserved the sounder, and I'm sure JD's going to agree with me. Quarterback Deshaun Watson will not face charges. His criminal matters are over. The grand jury does not find enough to criminally charge Watson. 9 accusations, none found to be criminal. And then according to Ian Rappaport, now that the criminal matters are over and Watson will not be charged, expect his trade market to ramp up quickly. Teams have been waiting, and this clears the path for a deal by the start of next year. Deshaun Watson looks like he may play football for sure. I mean, might he get suspended for a few games? I mean, it doesn't matter.
I don't think
the real
so.
Bad stuff's behind him.
Yeah.
Wow.
And this is another quarterback that you immediately put in front of Jimmy Garoppolo as far as teams would want. Long-term answer at the position, somebody you'd be giving up some significant draft capital for. And
Deshaun Watson, Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not going back to Houston.
No,
that ship had sailed kind of before all this stuff began to shake out. And so now you look at the teams. I mean, okay, let me just throw a couple at you. Seattle,
I could see Seattle being interested.
Pittsburgh?
I could see Pittsburgh being interested. I could see Indianapolis being interested. So all of those.
Could you imagine?
Miami, I know, has said that they would not be interested. I think their GM or maybe it was even McDaniel at one point speaking on behalf, I think at the Combine, said we're out on Deshaun Watson at this point.
Wow. I'll tell you what. The team that would make it I kind of love to see Seattle get him. Yeah. Just because, obviously, they're in the 49ers division, but they trade Russell Wilson. They get a haul. Everybody thinks they're not going to be very good, but would they be pretty good with Watson?
You're sleeping on Drew Lock, Steiny. Guy's a competitor.
Right. No, I am.
He stinks.
No, you're right. I am sleeping on him. So Deshaun Watson, throw him into the available quarterback pool along with Jimmy Garoppolo. Let me ask you this, JD, because we haven't really had a chance to circle back to Garoppolo since we were on last. What'd you make of the surgery? Because I know a lot of people thought the timing of Jimmy Garoppolo's surgery was a little bit, let's say, eyebrow raising. I've heard two schools of thought. One is, well, this is going to delay the process. Really? I mean, if he can throw in June or July, are you still really going to have to wait and see?
I don't think it's going to delay the process. I think it takes his trade value down a notch. And the way that I put it in the time that I was filling in for you with Guru, because we touched on it a little bit a couple of those days, if you thought you were getting a second rounder for him, you're getting a third now. And if you thought you were getting a third for him, you're probably getting a fourth now. And or a fourth plus, something else. Maybe it's 2 fourths, maybe it's a fourth and fifth, maybe it's a conditional fifth that can bump up to a 3 if he plays and a team plays well with him. I feel like the 3 is probably the 3 for me was already the ceiling. The injury and surgery pushed it to a 4, and then maybe it works back in a conditional way back to a 3. But I'll go ahead. I'll let you jump in. I got a few other thoughts, but.
As it relates to what the 49ers may get for Garoppolo, because I think things work both ways. On the one hand, Garoppolo's value may go down because of the surgery. On the other hand, there's some teams out there that need quarterbacks. And
yeah,
but they also know the Niners have to make a move. Like, here's what I think. If you're Indianapolis and you want Garoppolo, go get Garoppolo, but on the other hand, if the 49ers are asking for too much, you say, okay, we dare you to keep him. Go ahead, keep him then if you think.
Well, and I think the league knows that as much as the Niners have said they're comfortable keeping him, that they need that money to spend.
Exactly.
So they need to, I think the league view is the Niners need to do it by the beginning of the league year, which is next Wednesday. So we're 5 days away from that. So I think, and it's not for Debo and Bo. It's for other players. Like right. Debo and Bosa are getting their extensions.
Exactly.
Like that's not. So it's not. You need the money. I went every time we hear, you need the money for all the guys you want to keep. Yes, you need the money most immediately for the guys you want to go get that are off other teams. And so that I think is the bigger part of the equation there. I think the other thought, just on the timing of it, another one of these deals where he's trying to dictate where he goes. Whether that's via trade or tanking his value to a point where maybe he just gets cut and he can pick what team he wants to go to and even if that means he doesn't get the $25 million, he can start fresh with the team that he wants to go to, and like he may already have accepted, I'll take less to get 2 or 3 years with the team that I want to go to. And I think he knows. Right. Well, I think he knows what teams are interested to. Like he may know, him and his agent may know, hey, if I want to go to Pittsburgh, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, Jimmy Garoppolo's like, I want to go to Pittsburgh. Okay. And him and his agent know that Pittsburgh's not trading a second, a third.
Sure.
So, well, then what's the best way to get him to Pittsburgh? It's to force your way cut.
Right.
Like, hey, and Pittsburgh may even tell him, hey, if you can get cut, we'll give you da-da-da-da-da. Done deal. But you got to get. But we're not giving the Niners jack. We're not giving them a third. We're not giving them a 4. And I know it's delicate.
And that's kind of the. Okay, we're going to call your bluff. Go keep him then. If you
think. No, it's a line
because everybody knows that they're not going to keep him.
When you wait on the surgery, like that's another one of those things. And I thought the we go back to the press conference.
Right.
The press conference, Steiny, I thought was Jimmy telling everyone, I'm out. And don't even think about keeping me. I think that the injury and the surgery and having it be late, I think that's another one of those, I'm running the show. I'm dictating the terms as far as how I'm leaving. I did it for you once. I ain't doing it again.
If you just joined us, big news out of the NFL. Deshaun Watson has been cleared of all criminal charges, and he can play football again. One of the best quarterbacks in football when he stopped playing. And
you mentioned the Max Crosby news?
Sure. No, we didn't.
As well.
Go ahead.
We'll probably get to that. Max Crosby agreeing to an extension with the Raiders.
Okay.
Big time money extension. I'm trying to find the money here.
I think it's 99. Did I see 4 for 99?
But anyway,
Yeah, $95 million, $53 million guaranteed.
Okay, so I guess the question is...
There's your baseline for Bosa.
For Bosa?
Bosa would get more, obviously.
I don't even worry about Bosa and Samuel. They're just going to get a number, and it's going to be a big number. All right, here's it's funny because the texts are coming in. Yeah, if the Warriors were sniffing around, if the 49ers were sniffing around for Brady, sniffing around for Aaron Rodgers, if they're sniffing Deshaun Watson?
No.
It's Trey Lance.
Because you're giving up.
It's Trey.
You're giving up draft. You got to give up to get Deshaun Watson. You'd have to give up what you gave up to get Trey Lance.
Boy, that'd be a great duo, though.
I mean, how much would the Texans? It would come down to how much they like Trey Lance, right? Because it'd be Trey Lance
and 2 firsts.
And 2 firsts, yeah.
That probably not going to happen.
But if you do get Deshaun Watson, you're pretty much locked in to winning that division for what?
You think?
Oh yeah. You kidding me? All due respect
I'm
to
not
Matt
kidding
Stafford.
you. I don't know if you know
Rams.
this. The Super Bowl champions came from that division.
Oh, they're done, Steiny.
Oh, please. How do you figure? They got the best coach in football. Best coach in the division.
I don't know.
Oh,
Fox has a vacancy. Fox has a vacancy now. Fox Sports. Maybe they offer Sean McVay the bag.
They're probably going to sign Bobby Wagner, the Rams.
Wow.
Oh, man. Am I the only one concerned with who's going to be the 49ers backup next year?
Sudfeld.
Is it going to be Sudfeld?
Probably not. I mean, I wouldn't trust that, but they want people to think that that's what it's going to be, clearly.
No, they do. Man, what a big news day. Let me try to get it all in there.
You signed Sudfeld like they did yesterday or whatever, a couple days ago. You do that because you're telling the other backup quarterbacks, you ain't getting $7 million or $5 million from us. You're getting $1 million from us.
Right. Well, let me ask you
the backups
this.
that you really want. Like you're drawing a line in the sand. And then there was some. Did you see I'm sure you guys talked about this, but if you didn't, but it was some reporter put out there. Yeah, there's a couple teams that think Sudfeld could be a starter.
I didn't see that.
Like that. Oh, the Niners locked up Sudfeld because there's a couple. He had interest. A couple teams even think he could be a starter.
Give a rat's ass what Schefter says.
It was fun. It was one of those where I went, okay.
Well, it's like Beathard and Mullins.
Who are you doing a favor for there?
Exactly.
Rappa, Schefter.
Here's and if you just joined us, let me try to run down all the stuff that's happened today. I mean, boy, the San Francisco Giants, they finally, after 12 hours, dipped their toe into the free agent market. They signed Carlos Rodon, left-handed pitcher. He's a free agent, 2 years, $44 million. It says no opt-out, but I thought I heard first year opt-out. So maybe it's year one. I think he's got an opt-out after.
Prove he's healthy.
Who's got the opt-out?
I think he does.
Okay.
I think it's prove he's healthy, prove he's all-star caliber, and if he does those two things, then he can go into the market again next year.
Gotcha.
Off of his 20, and if you remember, it's roughly $22 million for the 1 year. That's basically what Johnny Cueto was making.
Yeah, that's true.
So you get an upgrade. You get an upgrade right there off the top, and he was widely believed to be the best starting pitcher available on the market.
Joe Buck is expected to leave Fox Sports to join ESPN as the new voice of Monday Night Football. The New York Post reported that. Deshaun Watson has just been cleared of all criminal charges, so he can play football again. So when we talk about the quarterback carousel and Russell Wilson getting traded and Aaron Rodgers staying put, what does Deshaun Watson's availability due to the free agent market? We can talk about that on the other side. We got Warriors play. By the way, defending champions are in town tomorrow, if anybody hasn't noticed. When are we going to start putting some respect on the Bucks?
When they win it again?
Well, you know what's funny is I saw something on Twitter where it had like Steph and Klay, Harden and Embiid, Kyrie and Durant. It was like, who's got the best duo? How about Giannis and Middleton? They weren't even on there. Or Giannis and Holiday. Come on. All great duos start with Giannis. He's the best player in the league. Well, you're not the MVP this year. All right, 888-957-9570. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up the lines and call it dealer's choice. You want to talk some Giants? Carlos Rodon. You want to talk Deshaun Watson? We can talk Garoppolo. We can talk James Wiseman. And we can talk Klay Thompson. Throw a pass.
Will Jimmy G be the next quarterback to get moved?
He's gone. 95% he's gone. There's no way he's going to be a Niner next year, right?
I'm with you. I'm at 99.7. We heard the words come out of his mouth. Goodbye.
Find out. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let me see. I got to be organized right now because we got a lot to go over this final hour. First things first, JD is in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. We're going to be here for another hour, and then we're going to turn it over to Damon and Ratto. Don't forget they have Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock tonight. Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. And here's where I'm going to start. Steiny, the question was about which duo would you take if you needed a game-winning shot? Wasn't about who was the best duo. Come on. Be better at your job. You know what?
Be better at your job.
You know what? And he says no one is taking Giannis for the game-winning shot. You know what? Yeah, they are. If it's a dunk. My game-winning shot's a dunk because it's automatic. My game-winning shot's going in. I don't rely on a three-pointer. I go get a 2-point.
So you're going to Shaq for that game-winning shot.
Giannis better foul shooter than Shaq. Giannis making some foul shots this year. All right. We got to go through all this stuff. Catch people up. Now it's a 2 o'clock hour. A lot of stuff happening. Here's where we're going to start. The San Francisco Giants. The San Francisco Giants started free agency. They've signed left-hander Carlos Rodon. 2 years, $44 million. He's got an opt-out after 1 year. Left-handed pitcher. Pitched for the White Sox last year. JD.
Yeah, White. At 13-5, he was an all-star, 2.37 ERA, 24 starts last year. Alex Pavlovich of NBC Sports Bay Area put out a tweet with some of his rankings and projected rankings on it, and you just look at expected ERAs in the 95th percentile of the league, expected batting average against 93, expected slugging 92, and then some numbers from last year, strikeout percentage 96th percentile. So he had a great year is what we're getting at, and the analytics numbers would tell you that it projects to be very well. And anytime, we've talked about this throughout the years with the Giants, right? And now with the Zaidi regime versus the old regime, right. The question always was, how do you spend your money effectively when you do choose to spend money? And there were times where the Giants would get caught making the wrong bet on somebody, say, for a couple of and I think this is, and some of these numbers indicate just the difference in philosophies now, because Rodon is going to fit, in some ways, the Gosman role, although he was more established in the high end of how he pitched last year. But he's, both those guys were all-stars last year, right? And Gosman was essentially coming to the Giants to try and be really good for a year or two. And if he was really good for a year or two, he could go get a big payday elsewhere. And that's exactly what happened. And now you find the next Gosman. Well, Rodon is essentially the next Gosman in that chain. And so, looks like a nice little signing. And the best guy on the market remaining goes to San Francisco.
Giants, I saw for the first time in, 13 years, are opening at home this year?
Yeah.
Who gets the ball? Game one. Is it Webb?
It's Logan Webb, I would imagine.
Is it Webb?
Considering the way he finished.
Rodon.
I would think it's Logan Webb.
All right.
I would think it's Logan Webb. But yeah, because they lopped off the first week, So the Giants were going to be on the road, but they lopped off the first week. So now the point at which they're starting, since they're not changing the schedule necessarily, they're just picking up. Now they're starting at home for the first time since 2009.
That's good. That's interesting.
Yeah, April 8th.
I would have thought they would
4 weeks from today.
I would think they would try to flip-flop that every year, but nevertheless.
They like being at home. They like opening on the road. They like opening on the road.
All right. How come?
I think they viewed it as you get some home games later in the year. Like every team puts in their requests or whatever. Sure. I've also heard there's something to they like to be on the road and then kind of let things start. Maybe the A's usually start at home, and then it's like now the big boys.
I got you.
Now
JV game's over.
Now, the A's got their little home opener in their week. Right. Now the big boys are back.
I got you.
That kind of thing. I think there's a little hint of that, too.
All right. I got you. All right. So Carlos Rodon is a Giant.
You don't like that, though.
It was a cheap shot at the A's. I made it, and I shouldn't have.
You did?
Well, I said the JVs.
Yeah, it's true. You did. I didn't see. I kind of let that go.
But I hear what you're saying.
There's a little of that. I don't know what you would call it.
Favoritism?
Snootiness?
Not favoritism. It's just a little. Here it is. I'm
kidding.
Baseball leans into the Giants a little more.
Well,
how about that?
Why wouldn't you?
Well, you're right. All right, I got to get to the other piece of big news today.
By the way, Matt Olson could be on the move.
Oh, no.
I know everybody's bracing for that, and I'm not trying to pile on, but that was one of the, not to spend too much time on it, but that was one of the, hey, all right, free agency's here, and I can't remember who it was that somebody put it out, like, boy, they might have 5 or 6 players gone in the next week.
Boy.
Love that player to be named later, JD. Forever the A's favorite.
They're getting they're getting some revenue sharing checks coming back, though.
I saw that.
Good for John Fisher.
I saw that. All right, we got A's fans here, so we don't want to get. How about Alex Cobb? Yeah, he's probably the fifth.
He's a fifth starter. Yeah, we ran through it a little bit earlier, but just in case you missed it, we ran through Logan Webb, our projected starting rotation for the Giants. Logan Webb, Rodon, DeSclafani, Alex Wood, and Alex Cobb.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
And then you got Tyler Beede, who's out of options, still in the mix. If you need a little starting pitching depth, you got Jelly in the minor leagues who potentially could do something for you.
Okay, I've not been bashing the A's all week. 707. In fact, I made a statement. I was a big A's fan in the early part of the decade, but they just have lost me a little bit lately. By the way, you get that stadium built in Howard Terminal.
You're back.
Even though I'm not crazy about the site, I think there's better plays. You build a stadium, I'm going to go.
Sure.
If you build it, they will come. Just because I'm not crazy about the idea, I mean I'm not going to enjoy baseball.
You were considering them yesterday as your team to follow this year, Steiny. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right, JD. I forgot. Let me just mention this other piece of news.
You'd be Mr. Baseball. If they build that park at Howard Terminal, you'd go. I bet you'd go to 15 games.
Ooh, they got action, Steiny, down there. Jack London.
I bet you'd go to.
But it's not Jack London, is it? It's like down from Jack.
Yeah,
London.
but you can walk through Jack London. I'm saying, yeah.
Okay, how far is the new stadium going to be from where that boat is that you go on? It's like the SS Hornet. I think it's the SS Hornet.
I don't know.
Down by it's by the kind of the Bevmo down there. Because if it's not within 2 or 3 blocks of that, then it's kind of
the Bevmo, yeah, right near the Cost Plus, which I used to work at.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did you really?
I did.
A Cost Plus always fascinated me because you could get a patio umbrella and a 12-pack of really good beer.
Import, yeah, from like Germany or something.
And of course, like a wicker basket.
Yeah. Adirondack chairs. There you go.
I liked Cost Plus better than what's the Market? What's the other one? There's a similar type of store.
Cost Plus World Market? That's what it is now. That's what it's called. Yeah, I think they morphed into each other like 30 years ago.
I kind of like that. All right, let me tell you what else happened today. NFL, Deshaun Watson was cleared of all criminal charges, so he can play football again. Probably not, well, definitely not for the Houston Texans, but Deshaun Watson's probably on the move to another team. Obviously won't be coming to the Niners, but the question would be, what if he goes to Seattle?
Ooh.
And also, just a bit of news there, statement from the league on the decision by the grand jury to not indict or charge Deshaun Watson. We have been closely monitoring all developments in the matter, which remains under review of the personal conduct policy. So not totally off the hook, let's say, from, I know you mentioned in the last segment, a potential suspension or something like that.
Yeah.
But he had been kept off of the exempt list last year. He was just a healthy inactive.
Gotcha.
That the Texans paid.
All right. A lot going on this Friday, so you're not going to want to move that dial if you still have a dial. Anybody still have a dial? Nobody's got a dial.
The car you do.
Nah, it's digital, though. But
it is, but I have a dial.
Yeah. I have a scan and a seek.
You got both. You have a dial?
Yeah, actually, I do.
I got the Odyssey app, Steiny.
Yeah. I'm sure you do. But what do you drive?
Ford Taurus, circa 2001. I inherited it from the Mrs. Grandma who passed, R.I.P., and it only had 30,000 miles on it.
Okay. Isn't the SS Hornet in Alameda? Might be. I thought there's a boat, though, that you can take a tour of down near that Bevmo. Comcast Business Text Line, always open at 888-957-9570 to get the answer that I need. How far is Howard Terminal going to be from where that Bevmo is on Embarcadero in Oakland? That's my question.
I would set the over-under at 15.5 games for you and bet the over.
That's a lot of games.
It's a lot of games.
You know what? I would have to.
Maybe 3 a month. It's maybe 3 a month.
That's doable.
From April to September.
Half of those will be with me, Steiny. Little Benny will come along. I'm in Oakland. We'll be going to games.
It's 2 or 3 a month. See, you think it is, but it's really not. I could see you going to 2 or 3 a month for 6 months. That's
you know what? You know what the
games.
key is. I don't like spending a lot of money for a baseball ticket. So
you wouldn't have to.
No, I know. Howard Terminal's right next door to the ferry. The ferry's like down. I'm not sure. Yeah, I know.
Come on.
Why did Steiny laugh so hard at a Ford Taurus? Of course I'm laughing at a Ford Taurus.
Don't make it
My
hard.
parents had that car, I think. When they were parents. Not when they were young.
That makes sense. Jade's grandparents, so there you go.
I'm saying
Hey, you got
Spadoni's
kids,
a
you can
parent.
get away with
Spadoni's
it.
a parent.
No doubt.
I am.
Minivan next?
Oh, God, so gross. We had a Suburban growing up in my household. That's the cool car for the family.
Those things were huge.
Terrible gas mileage, though, like 8 miles to the gallon.
It's the kind of car Guru would like to drive.
About $150 now, maybe $200 to fill up these days. God.
All right, the 510 says it's literally, now you use literally in a text. You need to know what it means. Literally a 5-minute walk from Bevmo. Really? You know what? I changed my mind. Let's build that sucker.
Yeah, it's really close to that location.
Let's go. Chef. Get that thing built. Should have been here by now. There's one thing I was going to ask you, JD, and now I forgot what it was going to be. But anyway, back to Wiggins. What's happened to Wiggins? Yikes.
It's all connected.
And you know what else? All right. I don't know that I want to get on to Warrior fans, but that's what I meant. Cost Plus versus Pier 1. Thank you. 310.
I wouldn't have thought that. Down in L.A. chiming in.
Sweet. They're on the Odyssey app.
They just have an L.A. phone number and live here.
Here's what I don't like. And tell me if this is accurate or it feels accurate. And Warrior fans can correct me at 888-957-9570. It just feels like Andrew Wiggins played a hell of a first 50 games, and Warrior fans embracing him. Wow, we got over on Minnesota. This guy's an all-star. Our culture is so terrific that we turned this guy into a player. And now it feels like they're jumping ship. Like the same fans that had been praising him are now saying, hey, you know what?
Just play Poole.
Got to play Poole. And while I do think there's going to be some challenges with Wiggins and Klay Thompson, if you're going to win a title, Wiggins is going to have to be a factor. Not like 20. I mean, when I mean factor, I mean top 6 rotation guy. And he's got to defend. So he's got to play, I think.
You need him. You need him out there for the other things that he provides, minus the scoring. And I think, if anything, it's kind of it's odd because you're thinking you're not going to need him to score as much once Klay Thompson comes back. But the moment Klay Thompson doesn't make shots, you still need the offense. And then you don't quite have the offense because Klay Thompson's taken so many shots. But then you blame Wiggins.
Right.
It's his fault.
You're okay with Klay going 5 of 17. Wiggins just can't go 3 of 10.
But just play Poole. That's the solution. Just play Poole all the time.
Poole's going to play.
Poole is going to play, but I don't think it's going to be Poole instead of Wiggins.
Cool your jets, Steiny. Season ain't over. I'm not panicking about Wiggins. I'm just saying I feel like he's getting criticized more now than most of the players when everybody's kind of been responsible for that 9 of 11 game losing streak before this 2-game winning streak.
And it's reasonable, right, Steiny, to ask yourself, well, if Wiggins isn't playing as well, why?
Exactly.
Like what's changed is always the thing that I look at. Well, why is something not going as well? Well, what's changed? Well, a couple things have changed, right?
I was thinking of this about Wiggins. I saying this to Goo. I kind of don't mistake his kindness for weakness. I wonder if there isn't a part of him that's and it's hard not to think this way. Hey, look, I played 50 games. I became an all-star, and now here comes Poole and here comes Klay. And I'm not saying there's animosity, but he's right now kind of lost because he doesn't. And Kerr does it too. We want Andrew to be aggressive. Okay, well, if he's too aggressive, then he's taking shots from Klay. So I just feel like when we're talking about Wiggins, he's going to be the first guy that feels the wrath of the fans if something positive doesn't happen. But I want to. Anthony Slater was on with with Willard and Dibs. Whitey was in for Willard today, and he was talking about the youngsters. And we talked about this so much last year about when the Warriors had their draft picks. What should they do? They shouldn't bring in too many young players because then Steph Curry's window will be closed. But you have these young assets. Maybe listen to what Slater said, because we're talking about the balance between the Warriors' present and the Warriors' future. And I want to get into this with you, JD.
The young guys are emerging right now. They're not like sinking to the background as it gets later. I mean, Kaminga was one of their better players last night. Obviously, Poole has 29. He's become, what would you say, they're like fourth best player, especially when he's playing like he is lately. You mentioned Moody. I mean, he's only, nudging himself more into the immediate conversation. Wiseman's the big one that, it's, I guess, circumstances that are unlucky for him, unfortunate, but he's a second overall pick. Very valuable asset. They're paying him, $9-something million this year, and he's still really on the outside looking in. So that one hasn't necessarily, for the first 2 seasons of the pick, gone well. But generally, I do think what Kaminga and Moody particularly have done this season as teenagers has, shown that the 2-timeline idea can be fused together a little bit better.
The 2-timeline idea can be fused together. That remains to be seen as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, we're not there yet. I would agree with that.
To me, the only way the 2 timelines fuse together is if they win another title in the next 5 years. They got to win a title.
Yeah,
otherwise,
either this team wins a title with, let's say, Kaminga and Moody in limited roles.
Yes.
And Wiseman and maybe some role less than that, and you're good enough to win it this year, or those players get better enough to where they can become more like carriers, even if other older players decline a little bit.
Exactly. And I think Kaminga's been up. Go ahead.
Yeah, but here's the other rat on the table. Rat number 2 at 219. The other rat on the table is, let's say they don't win it.
All right.
Okay, let's say the Warriors don't win the title. Let's say they lose in the conference finals to Phoenix. Let's just hypothetical.
All right.
Okay, well, at that point, what's going to be the question of the offseason?
Well, it's going to be why
Sure.
Did we not get over the hump?
And how do you get over the hump?
Of course.
Because if you're that close, the belief is going to be, it's not going to be, hey, take one more year to develop everybody and run it back. Or maybe it is. Or is it going to be that? Take one more year to develop everybody. And Kaminga's going to be better. And Moody's going to be better. And Wiseman's going to be better. And you're going to win the title that way. Or is the question going to be, what can you give up to go get not even a star, but a couple of role players that are 16, not old guys. When I say veteran, not old guys. Like you say veteran, not okay. Robin Lopez's, not
I hear what you're saying.
Buyout market minimum guys. I'm talking go get some rotation guys that are the 16 game players, right? The 82 game players.
Okay.
Versus the playoff players. If they don't win it, the question all offseason is going to be, is that what you do? Like that's the debate is do you double down on the young guys getting better, or do you say you gotta trade some of that to try and put yourself over the top because you're close enough?
And I think the easy answer would be, well, trade Wiggins for that guy you're talking about. Not one of the young guys, but everybody's going to want one of the young guys. Exactly. Rick's in Napa. What's going on, Rick? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Doing great, thank you.
I wanted to chime in on the Warriors, and when I see the Warriors, I always look at a team built on defense and ball movement, which is really kind of based on acumen. So when we think about these young players, let's talk about Poole versus Wiggins. Poole's gotten a lot better in the last 3 years. That's all you can ask for, but he's a god-awful defender. So I don't quite understand why people would ever think that you would put a god-awful defender in place of an incredibly good on-the-ball defender in Andrew Wiggins. Next up is Belisa, is a terrible defender, and there's no chance in hell that Wiseman won't be slightly better defender. So we're going to get a lot better defensively by having Wiseman come up. So you look at Poole, Kaminga, Moody. The best player right now is Moody because he's the best defender. So why do we want to spend all our time talking about a bunch of offensive guys that are going to be defensive liabilities?
Because everybody loves offense. Plain and simple. And Kaminga's exciting. There's no doubt about it. And he's young. So there's just going to be and Moody, on the other hand, and listen, I think the caller nails it. Like Moody's like a 5-year veteran compared to Kaminga and Wiseman. But Moody has no flash, relatively speaking. Kaminga is a specimen. Wiseman is huge, so those guys are going to get the bulk of it. But here's what I think as it relates to Moody. I think you had said this early, Jordan Poole finishing games now doesn't necessarily mean he's going to finish games in the playoffs. I could see a time where Kerr might go to Moody instead of Poole.
Yeah.
Late in the game.
I mean, we saw it last week in Dallas, right?
Yeah. So I think Jordan Poole...
And Poole was playing well.
Poole's got to keep playing well.
Right.
I think.
Poole's an option. He's an option. He's not the only option.
Right.
It's not, and I think if there's one thing that's happened in the last couple of weeks, I want to get your thoughts on this. It's almost as if every game has become an indictment or an anointment of what it's going to be. And the reality is there's still 15 games left. So if it changed in the last 5 games from what it was the previous 5 games, and it tends to change with Steve Kerr every 5 games to begin with, like why wouldn't it change 2 more times or 3 more times between now and the end of the season, or twice and then again in the playoffs?
Well, it could change 2-3 times in the postseason.
Right.
Yeah. No, I agree. And that's that's the luxury and the curse of having 10 guys you can play.
And Poole's been awesome the last handful of games, and he's played more and he's earned it. And Moody earned to play when he played. So I don't think it's like Steve Kerr saying Kaminga and Moody are going to play in the playoff rotation. And I mean, they finished the game against the Clippers. And I know it was a little different scenario because they had a big lead and it was getting away. But are they going to finish the game? It's like.
Right. Well, and the other thing, when the thing I do think is not as simple as this is, well, if Wiseman plays Bielitsa's minutes, then the defense will be better.
They're just better.
But the reality is, Draymond's probably going to get those minutes first. I mean, like when Draymond comes back, Bielitsa may not even be in the rotation for Wiseman to take those minutes. Correct. And then it's going to be, are we really playing Wiseman over Looney or Draymond? Like that's a much hard. Now you're not as good defensively. I don't care how advanced or how tall the kid
that's
is.
it. And I think what will happen is Wiseman will get Bielitsa's minutes. Let's say he comes back next week. I think he's going to get Bielitsa's minutes then, and then you just see how it goes. And again, all we're talking about is a 5 or 6 minute shift each half.
By the way, JD, I knew there was something I'd forgotten today. And I'm going into the break like this. I'm dead serious right now. This relates to Steph Curry and the way he's been shooting the ball this year. I got some great news for Warrior fans as it pertains to Steph Curry's shooting woes this year. Trust me, you're going to love this one. Your boy did some research, and it's going to be on when we come back. And it's brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house...
We'll be back Monday. JD in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And I got to tell you, I'm excited right now. And the reason I'm excited is because I am going to leave Warrior fans with a nugget that they're going to be able to hold dear for at least 6-8 months and know that I helped you along. And it also will stifle. I got to build up more than this. The other thing is, in an effort to always try to find the bright side of a situation, particularly as it pertains to Steph Curry, I have found something. I'm telling you, you're going to love it, JD. Am I starting to give you the sense that it's big?
A little bit. Would this go in the category of one of my favorite things to throw at you? Steph better?
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Wow.
All right. Everybody's been, Steph Curry's not shooting the ball as well as he has in the past this year. All right? So I'm going to settle in on the three-point percentage. Last year he shot 42.1. Kind of low for him, by the way. This year he's at 37.8. That's over a 4-point drop-off. And so I'm thinking to myself all year, that's significant. I don't think people know how significant that is. Now, I know it only sounds like 5 percentage points, but that's a lot in real terms. So I started thinking, this is a big dip. I wonder how other great shooters compare. Go. So I just picked 3 great shooters in basketball history. Not out of a hat. I just thought, all right, here's the 3 guys I thought of. Great 3-point shooters. Dale Ellis, Ray Allen, and Reggie Miller. All right? You ready, Warrior fans? You are going to love this. I'm telling you. All 3 of those great shooters had at least one outlier of a year beyond the 3-point line. Whether you're Reggie Miller, Dale Ellis, Ray Allen, everybody, all 3 of those guys had a year where you'd go, what happened?
And then they bounced back.
Correct. So let me give you a couple numbers. Dale Ellis. Now, this is when he was 28 years old. He shot 47.8% from three-point range. The next year, 37.5. Dropped 10 points. He would later get back above 40% from three-point range. When Dale Ellis was 35, JD, get this, at 35, that's kind of comparable to Curry. He went 41% from the field, then he dropped to 36. Then he bumped back up to 46 the following year.
Wow.
All right, Reggie Miller, when he was 25, shot 41.4% from three-point range. The next year, 34.8. That's a 7-point drop. And then lastly...
And what did he bounce back to?
Then he bounced back to 39.8. 39.8.
So basically 40.
Yes. Ray Allen, 26, 27 years old, went from 43.4 to 37.7, and then back up to 39.5.
Okay.
You guys are loving that, aren't you, Warrior fans? Come on. You're loving that. Your boy is going to be back. He's going to be back. Mm-hmm. And you know what? Maybe this is Klay's outlier year. Mm-hmm. This team's not going anywhere.
Well, and Kaminga and Moody and Wiseman and Poole. And that's the next wave.
888-957-9570. Comcast Business text line always open. Feel free to use that Comcast Business text line to thank me. That's going to make everybody's weekend a lot better, I got to believe, right? I think so. Let's go to Lee. Lee's in Fairfield. What's going on, Lee? How you doing, man?
What's up, Steiny? Steiny, I love it, man. That's some good news.
Yeah.
But I got to push back on JD as it relates to I'm just drawing a blank on the guy. Moody. So keeping in mind, while Moody played a lot of minutes, they lost every game he played more minutes than Poole in. Kerr's made a big mistake not playing Poole. So I know maybe there's been some issues in practice, but when Poole plays, he plays well. And also I want to share this too. When the Warriors were doing well, before Klay came back, Poole was playing the majority of the minutes. He had a lot of big games that resulted in Warrior wins. So I'm okay with Moody. I'm not okay with him replacing Poole by no stretch of the imagination. He hasn't earned all of that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I don't know that we disagree. That's necessarily. I just think there could be a game. I'm talking game here, game there.
Right.
And I'm also not of the belief that Moody's just an automatic play now in the playoffs. Like I know Steve Kerr's basically said he's in the rotation and Kaminga's going to be in the rotation, and I think he's been pushed on to Kerr's credit, because I kind of came down his road a little bit earlier for, well, he keeps anointing everyone. To his credit, after he's done that, he's been pushed on it by reporters, and the other night he even, I think, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said, well, it starts out that way, but then guys are going to have to play well. So he left himself, because I think everybody's really he'll say it, and everybody really wants to,
But here's the way I look at Poole and Moody, for example. Jordan Poole has earned the right. What he's earned right now is to get a crack at it every single
He's
night.
In the rotation every game, regardless.
Right.
In the rotation, whether it's 15 or 25 or 30.
If he hurts you one night and you lose that game, he goes back to ground zero the next game. Moody, on the other hand, probably doesn't have that luxury. If Moody doesn't play well, he could find himself not playing for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, or the rest of the series.
Right. Jordan Poole is going to get cracks at it.
Yeah.
He's going to get, and he's going to get, Wiseman's going to get cracks at it too, but it's going to be in small increments. Poole's going to get a shot every game. I mean, he's too explosive not to. I'll acknowledge that. I mean, there is something about Poole that makes him pretty interesting. I'm wondering where he goes from here.
Well, they need the playmaking, I think, without Draymond too. That's part of it. I think right now, and I know Steve Kerr has hinted at, well, when Draymond's back, that in some ways makes you more apt to play the other three together, because you've got more of a defensive backing. You're more solid there behind the play if teams want to attack the Warriors a certain way. So I think it's still a possibility that he uses it. I just don't think I don't think the closing lineup is just an automatic Steph, Klay, Poole, let's say Wiggins and Draymond.
And that's where this team is different than the other championship teams, because they had a lineup that they were going to use the last 6 minutes of the game, and we all knew who it was going to be. It was going to be the death lineup.
And
the Hamptons Five.
And I guess the question is this this team's version of that?
No.
Is this team's version of that closing five going to be Steph, Klay, Poole, Wiggins, and Draymond?
It's not going to be etched in stone like that one was.
Sure. Okay.
That's what I mean. I guess I could be wrong, but do you think the Warriors have any players, particularly their young players, who are good enough to just be etched in stone? I don't think that's the way it works.
No, and I think if anything, it's Steph and Klay, Wiggins and Draymond, and those four are etched in stone, and then the fifth, whether it's Looney or Poole or Iguodala.
So that's one place where you disagree with a lot of Warrior fans at this point. You're not convinced if it comes down to Poole and Wiggins, which it might not even come, but that people now would say, "Oh, Poole, it's got to be Poole. It's got to be Poole." You're saying not so fast.
Yeah, I don't believe that Wiggins, and look, one night here, if it happens once, it happens once, but I don't think the choice is going to be Poole plays and Wiggins doesn't. They might all play, but I don't think it's going to be Poole plays, Wiggins doesn't. I don't.
JJ's in San Jose. Hey, JJ, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy Friday.
Yeah.
You know what, man? You guys are hitting it around the head, but I wanted to ask you guys a question just in terms of, like, the flow of the offense. Out in the fourth quarter, or basically in the second half, I saw Curry trying to be a floor general, and you could see that maybe, this is where Draymond is missed, because when Curry's trying to guide people, it's either the guys aren't either they're not listening or they're not trying to see what he's saying. And I recall some sequences, and you guys might remember. I think this might have been in the fourth quarter. Klay's last play, Curry's telling him, "Hey man, come set a screen, and then roll over to the left, and I got you." And you could see Klay was kind of like a little undecisive. And when he finally did it, he wasn't confident in the shot, and he hit a clunker. The very next go round, I think it was the first of Poole's last two plays. It was the exact same play, and Poole hit that with confidence, hit that cut, and I'm just seeing that Poole is, if that happens more often than not, coming into this into the end of the regular season, I think that Poole over Klay in some instances, or Poole over Wiggins is definitely on the table, because you could see it last night. The confidence in some versus others is very obvious.
You said it, JJ. Not me.
So if it's Poole over Wiggins...
No, Poole over Klay at times.
Well, he said, he's... Okay, well...
Here's the one thing where I do agree with him, and it's just kind of common sense, is if Steph Curry is your primary playmaker, and he kind of set up Poole that time. Well, if Steph's going to be your primary playmaker, most of the time, he's not going to take that shot, the big one. But when Draymond's there and he is your playmaker,
he gets
then
the ball.
Curry's going to get that shot, or at least have a real good chance
to get
of
it back
that shot.
once he gives it up.
Yeah, because the only way Steph's going to shoot if he's playing the role of traditional point guard is to do that fiddle-faddle out front, maybe try to get to the hole, for sure. But it's basically going one-on-one. And everybody knows that's not the Warriors' wheelhouse. So I'm kind of in the middle right now when it comes to Draymond and Draymond coming back. I think he's going to help, but I do wonder if we've overstated his help, that, well, he's going to be the panacea for Wiggins and Klay, and he's also going to be able to keep Poole in the mix. That to me is asking a lot of Draymond.
I think so, but I think it's also their defense is also going to be better, and I think their pace is going to be better, and I think their offensive flow is going to be better just for having him. I'm not sure how it's going to be delineated in terms of the numbers, but they're going to have a better shot to win regardless of what the numbers are. I almost don't care necessarily about the numbers as much. You're just going to have more of a margin where you can win if things aren't completely all boxes checked.
510 brings up a name that I'm not sure where this guy fits in right now either. Gary Payton II.
Yeah. That's another one.
Now, he's missed 4 games.
He could be in that who's the fifth, right? If you say,
I think he could.
Let's just run through it. If we're going to agree that Steph and Klay are on the floor at the end of the game.
Yep.
And Wiggins and Draymond are on the floor at the end of the game. Okay? Those 4. Well, then you've got who's the fifth. We play who's the fifth. Could be Looney. Could be Poole.
Yep.
Could be Iguodala. Could be Peyton.
Could be Otto Porter Jr.
Could be Peyton. Could be Porter. Kaminga, anyone?
How about Moody?
We'll add him. So that's 7 players.
That's kind of where I'm at.
And we haven't mentioned Wiseman. We haven't mentioned JTA. We haven't mentioned Lee.
Because this team, I thought for the first part of the year, Gary Payton II would, maybe, I don't know if the word's tail off.
No, and he really didn't. He's been more banged up.
Right. And I could see him, he's got to play if he's healthy some in the playoffs, because the one thing Steve Kerr, he's about defense for the most part. I mean, he really is.
Well, that's what gives you extra chances to win playoff games.
Well, it also gives you extra chances to play if you're not playing well, but he knows he can count on you for defense every game. Chris is in Oakland. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well.
I got to agree with the caller that said Steph as a floor general was seeing a lot of resistance out there. I just want to touch base on that.
What do you mean resistance?
Also, go ahead.
What do you mean resistance when he's playing the point?
Well, like it was literally Klay. Klay was like, yeah. Then I saw it where other guys weren't aware that they were being barked at. You know, Draymond's voice carries.
Right.
The final thing, I think Otto Porter Jr. out there in the end. Let's see what he can do.
All right.
See, now that's an interesting name. Thanks, Chris.
You might be right.
Because
if he's making threes, he brings an element as a big that can make threes.
See, and that's
they don't have.
And that's the thing about Porter that he gives them. Porter gives him the ability to go small, but he's big. But he plays bigger.
And he can make the right play, and he's a pretty good rebounder, better than expected, and he's smart.
You know what? Here's what's interesting. And I remember thinking this at the beginning of the year.
Named 6-7 guys.
I know.
Guy.
I know. So guess what? Guess who's going to get hammered in the postseason? Steve Kerr. Because every time he goes to one guy and they don't come through, there's going to be 5 other guys that the fans are saying he should have done this, he should have done that, he should have done the other thing. Here's the thing. Here's why. All right, here it is. Here is why Otto Porter, here's why you do not count out Otto Porter. Kaminga's got no playoff experience. Wiseman's got none. Moody's got none. Wiggins has played 1 series, 5 games. That's it. And he's actually, there's some people that are worried about Wiggins in crunch time. Damian Lee, Toscano Anderson, Gary Payton II, never been to the postseason. Bielitz has been there once, I believe, but my point's this.
And last year, right?
Take a look at Otto Porter Jr. He's been in the postseason. I kind of forgot the Wizards had some good years back there around 13 or 14, and Porter had a role for those teams. So, and Jordan Poole, no playoff experience. So I would not count Otto Porter Jr. out of the mix because I do think he's got some playoff pedigree that the other guys don't have, and it may shine through at some point.
And he plays a very calm game. Like even if he's not playing well, it's calm. He's going to take the right shot. He might miss it, but it's not like he's going to do things out there that get you crushed.
Exactly.
He's kind of a low-risk play.
Exactly.
So, well, that's why, and again, the way he was playing early on in the year, he was a lock.
Like, he's one of the least likely of all the guys we talked about to flat out stink. Like, when this year have you ever said, Porter was terrible?
Yeah,
you never really
maybe
say
a couple times lately.
Yeah, but okay, can't make.
But
some
even
shots.
his terrible isn't the Bielitsa version of that, which
poor Bielitsa. Eddie and Vallejo, take us home. Eddie.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up?
I was just hey guys. I was just wondering, talking about Draymond and former defensive player in the year. Do you guys know of any? I consider him one of the best two-way players, but can you think of any other two-way players that don't really shoot the ball but have such a high impact on the offense?
I mean, a little bit. Ben Simmons. Rodman was a little bit. Rodman could pass a little bit. Rodman could actually. I'll tell you what Rodman did a lot was rebound and push the ball up the floor with the dribble himself. Two-way player that doesn't score sounds like Wiggins now.
Draymond.
Yeah, I think that's what he was. I think that's.
We get a little breaking news.
Give it to me.
A little breaking news. We do the sounder? We can do the sounder.
Do it.
If we can.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Major League Baseball hot stove, Steiny. According to Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic, Clayton Kershaw going back to the Dodgers.
Oh, man.
Going back to the Dodgers. 1-year deal, pending a physical.
Is he the least hated Dodger if you're a Giants fan? Even
probably.
Kershaw's hard to hate.
Probably.
Okay, that's all. Hey, by the way, you were the guy who suggested that I find a new favorite baseball team to to get reacquainted with baseball.
Yeah, that was a conversation from a little while ago. Is it going to be the A's?
I'm
Is
leaning.
it going to be the A's? How could it be your home team?
It can't
though?
be. No, it's not.
See,
Guru wanted it to be the Giants or A's, and I said I just can't do that.
No,
that's not who I am.
Well, it can't be the A's if you live in Oakland,
right? I'm leaning right now Milwaukee.
Okay.
And then the other team I kind of like, and because I like Bob Melvin, is San Diego. Yeah. But then they're in the Giants division, and I don't want people thinking I'm trolling Giants fans.
Right.
So I got to figure it out.
Yeah, we're on camera.
I know. I did that on purpose. So I think it's going to be the Milwaukee Brewers.
You a big Seattle guy, Steiny?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really. I'm a Portland guy. We're going to team up in Portland.
Wow.
JD and I are Portland over Seattle.
Yeah, we like Portland. Well, I like Seattle a lot, though. I don't know that I'm Portland over Seattle.
Oh.
I don't know that I'm Portland over Seattle, but I do like Portland a lot.
30 seconds, gentlemen.
My
Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock, real quick, Steiny.
Yeah.
Damon Ratto, Adam Amin, 3:30.
Okay.
There you go.
My Pacific Northwest power ratings: Vancouver, Portland, Victoria, Seattle. Mm-hmm. And don't sleep on Bellingham. Have a great weekend, everybody. Ratto and Damon are next. Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock. Great weekend.
Will Jimmy G be the next quarterback to get moved?
He's gone. 95% he's gone.
There's
no way he's going to be a Niner next year, right?
I'm with you. I'm at 99.7. We heard the words come out of his mouth. Goodbye.
102.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, sports is moving awfully fast at the end of this week. Certainly faster than it was at the beginning of the week. And what do you know? The San Francisco Giants pretty much break the tape in terms of free agent signing news. One of the first to the podium to let everybody know that Carlos Rodon has been added. A longtime Chicago White Sox, a huge Ray Ratto prospect for the White Sox, who had trouble with two items. He had trouble staying in the strike zone, and he had trouble staying healthy. But on days where he wasn't in trouble in either one of those categories, it wasn't a health issue and it wasn't a strike zone issue, he was a really good pitcher. The San Francisco Giants added, if he can stay healthy, a real pitcher of consequence, a second or third guy, certainly in their rotation, that I think a lot of teams would like to have. One of the bigger names on the board is off the board. Carlos Rodon, San Francisco Giant pitcher. Ray Ratto, welcome to baseball season.
Well, that and Trevor Bauer. It's got me excited.
What happened to Trevor Bauer?
Apparently, Major League Baseball has extended his suspension from last year by 7 days because, and I know you'll enjoy this, they haven't finished their investigation yet.
They got a lot of work to do still.
Yeah, they're exhausted.
Going to need about another 7 days there. I did not know that. Did you know this about another Dodger pitcher? Clayton Kershaw remains with the Dodgers. It's a 1-year deal. I don't have details, but it just came across Ken Rosenthal back to L.A. on a 1-year deal. Clayton Kershaw. Look, he should finish his career with this.
It sounds like an emeritus deal.
Yeah, he should.
Which is fine. He's more than earned it.
Absolutely he has. Also, let's just totally face it here, San Francisco. You can't get rid of Russell Wilson and Clayton Kershaw in the same week. Like, you can't eliminate all your problems to the north and the south. You still got guys, at least one person who kind of owns you is still around. It's a sense of normalcy. So Kershaw remains in the picture. Russell Wilson obviously left the NFC West picture. And the question today, of course, is will Deshaun Watson be stepping into the Seattle Seahawks team picture at some point here? We thought it would be news that we got today. It is news, Ray, we got today. The grand jury doesn't find any criminal charges that they're going to slap on Deshaun Watson. It does not clear him to return right to NFL action, but it clears him to be involved in a transaction, which, if you're a Niner fan, you're hoping doesn't involve the Seattle Seahawks. You really hope, and it seems like the Seahawks are very interested in Deshaun Watson, that somebody puts together a better offer, either the Pittsburgh Steelers or somebody else.
Well, the interesting thing about Watson is he's not out of legal trouble.
He's not.
He's still got a ton of civil suits against at least 10 of the 22 women who came forward and claimed that he was inappropriate with them. I'm not
saying that he's going to skate, but he's got a checkbook to deal with that, Ray.
No, that's what I was about to say, is that that's a question. That's a money question, not a legal question. And as a result, he's now a football player again, to the extent that people want to look at him that way.
It's not savory. It's not the kind of thing you're looking for.
It's mega creepy is what it is.
It is. But he's got enough money and enough talent to put this in his rearview mirror quickly, since criminality has been cleared.
He also works in an industry that doesn't care about it.
There's that, and there is also, I think, going to be an awful lot of retroactive sympathy. Sympathy is the weird word, but they're not going to be punitive, I don't think, with Deshaun Watson's punishment, if there is to come one from league level, because number one, he's good for the business of football, and number two, he, in a way, can claim time served. Like, he self-reported, if you will, and took a year off from the NCAA tournament already. So I don't even think the NFL's about to be heavy-handed, even though it would look good in their PR book.
Well, define heavy-handed.
4-game suspension.
See, I think 4 would be about what they would do just to...
No, I think he skates with a 4-game suspension. I don't think he's going to be half a year and another year.
Well, that's what I want to know, how you defined
4 games. He'll be playing by October.
Yeah, I would imagine so, because the one thing we know about the NFL is it hates to deal with this stuff at all. And to the extent that it does, it pretends to be tough while not being tough.
We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Like we said, we got things happening. We got things happening in football. We got things happening in baseball for the Giants. That thing, Carlos Rodon is not a thing. He's a man. And he's a man who comes from Chicago, our man in Chicago, who is also a broadcaster. And we got broadcasters in the news today. Joe Buck taking a huge deal to leave Fox and join Troy Aikman on ESPN. Looks like he's going to get behind the Monday night booth with Troy Aikman. That'll have a little gravitas to Monday Night Football, if you will. Our friend Adam Amin officially goes up one rung on the Fox national ladder. He is one of their big football voices. He is the play-by-play voice of the Bulls. He hangs his hat in Chicago. He spent an awful lot of time covering the White Sox. It's a great time to talk to Adam Amin, and we will do that today at 3:30. Steve Kerr joins Ray and yours truly at 5 o'clock today, and it's amazing what a week has done for the Golden State Warriors. Like I said, it's been an interesting week. And at the beginning of this week, everything was wrong, and you didn't really see where the solution was going to come from. Here we are at the end of the week, and not only are things not wrong right now, one might even argue that the data points are starting to line up as to, hey, things are really good around here. You don't need to be that worried about this team's status going into the last 12, 15 games of the year. They're getting back the pieces they need. These pieces specifically address what have been blind spots lately. So let's play some basketball. Steve Kerr's got to be feeling really good after a bad stretch of Warriors basketball.
His team defended. They've defended twice in a row now. And that's how last night was won. That's essentially how the other night was won against the Clippers. That's the takeaway here, is that they could have played defense all through this period. They just went through an 11-game stretch where defense was secondary to them, and they found out what happens when you think that way. I mean, a lot of people stood up in the last 3 minutes of that game. Even guys like Jordan Poole, who are not known for their defense. They were all impactful, and that's why that game was won.
They won that game playing a lot of defense and knocking down some open shots when they are there. Steph Curry's gravity was on textbook display last night. Jordan Poole is not having the stretch of basketball that says leave him open. He had a warm-up practice gym jumper, not just one, but two of them, at the end of regulation to bury the Nuggets last night in Denver.
Poole goes to line up on the right side. Curls up top. Screens for Curry. Curry doubled over to Poole. Wide open above the break. Three. Yes! Jordan Poole gives Golden State a 5-point lead. 107-102.
What a beautiful call. Two men go with Curry. They knew that would happen.
Yep.
Massive gravity pulls defenders towards Curry. The closest person on the court to Poole was the official. I mean, he did not have a Denver Nugget within 15 feet of him, wide open. Next possession, by the way, he's wide open again in the corner.
And Curry in absolutely no hurry gets doubled over to Wiggins, right corner. Jumper by Poole. He hit it. He hit it. Jordan Poole.
He's got
with
21.
The mindset of a burglar. Said, no, I got this. I don't care about the alarm. I'm going to hit this. And he nails a corner three. 110-102 Warriors, and Denver calls another timeout.
Couple of big shots. And Ray, even though we've been tracking Steph Curry's accomplishments, it sort of came with very little fanfare. And I'm surprised he hasn't already gotten to the number. But he eclipsed the 20,000 career point scoring threshold last night. So again, things are starting to look good for the Warriors.
Yeah, and the one thing that Tim Roy wasn't able to adequately describe in that play is how easily the ball moved. That entire sequence of passes felt like Warriors' offensive rhythm, the way it's defined. That's why Jordan Poole got those open looks, because the Denver defenders were stretched by the fact that they did space the floor out, and they couldn't cover all the ground they needed to. That was the other thing that I took away from that. They looked like the Warriors expect to look. Not how we expect them to look, how they expect to look. And, I don't know how they'll look tomorrow against Milwaukee, but For 2 games now, they have resembled the team that they were in the first 30 games of the season, when everybody was thinking they're the best team in basketball.
Everybody was worried about the results the Warriors had been returning, and rightfully so, over about a 10-game period. Here we are at the end of the week, and I would suggest that most people are now looking to look at this team once again as a glass-half-full situation. I told you about the power yesterday of the Edgar Renteria T-shirt. It got the baseball lockout finished. Today, I decided it was time to go back to basics. Threw on the Indiana T-shirt, and what do you know? My boys are going to see their name on Selection Sunday. Here it comes. I feel 10 years younger. Beat Illinois. Beat Michigan. Bring it on. Let's go. It's March. Go Hoosiers, Ray. I feel good. Don't you feel good?
I'm indifferent. But I know you feel loud.
You should feel good.
Why would I care?
Because I'm going to carry the show today, which means you can sit there and doodle away whatever you want. I am excited.
In that case, can I go home?
Put your feet up, baby. The Hoosiers are playing in March.
Can I go home?
Not right now.
Well, then...
Get excited. I want you to get excited either way, though. My Hoosiers are cooking. That's reason for the entire city of San Francisco to be excited. If your boy's excited, you should be excited. You're welcome, America.
What a hero. Way to fall in the grenade to save the platoon.
Damon and Ratto. We are on Twitch. We're on YouTube. You want to see a man in an Indiana T-shirt? You can do that today. There's not a lot going on. Not in terms of sexy action, but we're there on Twitch. We're there on YouTube. It's March, baby. The Giants are cooking. We got football action to get into. Selection Sunday's coming. We got an awful lot of stuff. Don't you go anywhere. Adam Amin at 3:30. Steve Kerr at 5. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game.
Get ready for free agency frenzy.
Do you realize how crazy next week might be? Monday, Tuesday show could literally be us for 3 hours just going over, like, Ken Rosenthal's reporting, Adam Schefter is reporting, Ian Rappaport is reporting, Bob Nightingale is reporting, John Heyman is reporting. I mean, that's what Monday could be. Just NFL free agent, Major League Baseball free agent. It could be nuts next week.
It's a free agency frenzy on 95.7 The Game.
Odyssey celebrates Women's History Month.
A native of St. Louis, Maya Angelou rose to prominence in 1969 with her memoir, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, launching a celebrated career as a poet and writer that spanned more than 50 years. Beyond literature, she worked alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X during the Civil Rights Movement.
Odyssey, celebrating remarkable women. For more, check out our exclusive station, She Sings, on the Odyssey app.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe report. We're looking at smooth sailing all weekend with clear skies and primo conditions. Get your Toyota on the road. This is what it's all about.
Thanks, Johnny. It is clear and sunny in Tahoe today, warming up to a high of 50 degrees. The sunny conditions will continue tomorrow. The lifts are open at all resorts and the runs are groomed and ready for you. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's
BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
In about 15 minutes, Adam Amin is going to join us. He is a Fox broadcaster. He is the voice of the Chicago Bulls, TV play-by-play. But we're not really going to be talking about the Bulls with him. He's also spent a lot of time covering the White Sox. We'll get to know the newest San Francisco Giant through the eyes of Adam Amin. Carlos Rodon getting a 2-year, $44 million contract from the Giants today. One of the first deals now that free agency is actually happening and baseball is back. Ray, I spent quite a bit of this morning reading the synopsis of what we just went through with the new CBA, what we come out of it with, the way it sets up for baseball's future, and so on and so forth. And really, just to relate to the fan, like what will you see? What did this mean? What did the lockout produce for you, the ticket buying public? There's a DH in every game. That's it. Yep. Turn your mic on. That's the only difference that you're going to notice. It means this entire lockout, the only thing it really did was kill the National League rulebook. That's it.
Such as it was.
Yeah, that's pretty much all that happened in terms of person sitting in the stands.
And it sets you up for more rule changes next year.
Right.
Like
this
the bigger
year.
bases. No, this year it's more doubleheaders because you have to cram those extra 7 games in.
Right. There's also going to be weather events that add more doubleheaders.
Yeah. So this might look like the 1955 season, where every Sunday was a doubleheader.
Sounds romantic to me.
Maybe we make them wear those baggy flannels too.
Sure. All cotton uniforms.
Yeah.
Only weigh 70 pounds.
Especially after you've sweated through a 140-degree day.
Let me ask you this. I really don't care about the size of the bag, I guess, at second base, or the size of the bag at third, or the size of the bag at first, as long as we are talking about it being like a softball type of bag to just give a runner a safer landing zone and making sure the fielder isn't on top of the base. But if there is a microscopic inch difference between the 90 feet that we know and the 90 feet I play, it's not going to be now 89.5 inches to first base, because if it is, you're going to see baseball's first 400 hitter, and there might be like 3 of them. Like, there's nothing more perfect in sports than deciding 90 feet. If it were 89 feet between home plate and first base, every number you've ever seen associated with hitting greatness would look so radically different with just a 12-inch difference. So I do hope it's not going to be a difference there.
It's the position of the inside corner of every bag, essentially. And the first base bag, because fewer and fewer players slide into first, can be exactly the same size.
Right.
The one problem with the softball bag, though, is that it makes it at least incrementally harder for an umpire to see when contact is made with the bag by the runner, because the bag has some give to it, whereas the flat rubber mat doesn't.
I got a replay review for that. You know what I mean? I hear you. Good point. We can correct that in real time, hopefully quickly.
Well, hopefully quickly. That's the problem with baseball's replay, too, is it stops a game that everybody's screaming about takes too long.
Well, and again, I'm going to speed up baseball right here. Stop bringing out Mr. Gadget with, like, a monitor strapped onto his own shoulder. Like, have every umpire just have a linked directly iPhone to video replay in his own pocket, or use the 4K video replay boards that are, right there in every stadium baseball's being played in, for goodness sakes.
Angel Hernandez checking in New York to see what Angel Hernandez thinks.
It's ridiculous. They got somebody come out looking like Go-Go Gadget, and they got like 4 iPads strapped to their chests, and they got an antenna on a helmet on their head. They look ridiculous.
But all those things are sponsored, and they get money from them. Literally, if they need to walk some 22-year-old intern out looking like they're a member of the bomb squad, they're going to do it.
Well, that's what they have. It looks like somebody's calling it an airstrike.
Yeah. And they're going to keep doing that because that means money's coming to somebody. By the way, the one thing we didn't talk about yesterday doesn't have anything to do with the CBA, but it's got a lot to do with the A's. They're back on the revenue sharing dole for another 3 years. They were off it for about 3.
How did they get back on the teat?
I think, whining.
Well, good for them.
But basically, now they have until 2024 to show that they're funding a ballpark somewhere.
So Matt Olson's not getting traded this week, is what you're telling me?
I don't think those two are related.
They're going to use this revenue to make this team whole and the city happy once again?
No, I think they're going to use this revenue to make sure that John Fisher is making the kind of money that he was not making in the last 3 years.
Oh, new pieces of artwork for the Fishers. That's what's important.
I don't know if he's the artwork guy. I think this is one he'll keep for himself. Because I don't know that the family owns the team. I think he does. So I think that one's going in his pocket.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. But seriously, looking at all of it, reading all of it, everybody summing up what just happened in the CBA as it affects you, the baseball fan. The only thing you're going to notice now is that there is a DH in every baseball game. I will seriously miss the difference. I might be in the minority here. I'm sure somebody right now is conjuring up a Grandpa Simpson shaking his fist at a cloud meme with my name on it. I get it. I understand. I get it. I fear change. I do. I'll admit it. I fear change. Baseball's always been about different. Homogenized baseball is less interesting to me. Now, maybe you said, I don't like watching pitchers hit. I never made the argument that I enjoyed it that much either, but I like the strategy and opportunities that it opened up for decisions which could be consequential late in games. I mean, I like double switches. I like managing a baseball game, and I always thought you got more managing a National League game than you got managing in an American League game. If I were an American League fan, you just got robbed of the special difference that made you different from the National League. That's the way I kind of look at it. I don't think everything needs to be fair in baseball. There's certainly no precedent of everything being fair in baseball. If it was fair, we would have agreed on teams and money that they could spend. If it was fair, we'd agree on standardized ballpark dimensions that everyone would have to adhere to. We have an artistic interpretation of a strike zone from umpire to umpire. There's nothing standard or equal or balanced or symmetrical in baseball. So this makes it just a touch less interesting, which I don't think is ever good for the game.
Baseball failed to fix a problem that it didn't have.
Yeah,
that's exactly what happened.
It's a solution.
There was no issue with the idea of the National League having one set of rules and the American League having another, because that was the only rule that was different. Everything else was exactly the same.
I always thought that the best argument for adding a designated hitter to the National League that you would make to the players is, well, it's another roster spot. It's now a 27-man roster. But it's not going to be that.
No, it's the same 26. Not only that, it's the 15 designated hitters for National League teams are all going to be applying the same sort of hitting philosophy that the other 8 players on every team are going to be doing. It's all, launch angles and swinging out of your ass and hitting a ball in the air, which means you have one more opportunity to see the same old thing where it's strikeout, walk, home run.
Right. It's not like adding a designated hitter means that all of a sudden you're looking for a little contact so you can play bingo at the top of your order. It's not. No. I mean, it doesn't translate. It's just another at bat. It's not a different at bat.
Yeah, and it doesn't make the game faster. It doesn't put more speed in the game. It doesn't put more action in the game. It's just one more guy who hits 229 with 28 homers and 41 RBIs.
It's a place to park a diminishing yet still popular player, as long as they can still swing it a little bit. One of the names that I just heard brought up today is Albert Pujols. Albert Pujols is 21 home runs shy of 700. 700 is a big enough number where if he wanted to stay in the game in pursuit of it, I wouldn't begrudge him that. Albert Pujols hit 17 home runs last season, but had a 284 on base, Ray, and not good. I mean, he just could not reach.
What makes you?
He couldn't reach first base. But I ask you right now, if you are the St. Louis Cardinals, why not?
Well, because he becomes an automatic out in your lineup. But having Albert Pujols play is not a baseball decision. It's a marketing decision.
Exactly.
So that's all that is. If I'm Mike Schilt, the manager of the Cardinals,
he's not the manager of the Cardinals anymore.
That's right. He got fired. Yeah, I forgot. After a successful year for them, he got crossways with John Mozeliak and got fired.
Yeah.
You're right. Shame on me. The point is, that's an out. It's an out. And he's going to bat 4 times, which means now you only have 23 outs to play with instead of 27. But, again, this is not about anything other than getting 3,000 more people in the ballpark once as he approaches 700. That's it. And what if he doesn't approach it?
Right, that's the thing. He could peter out before 21 is still a big number.
It's bigger than last year when he wasn't very good.
Yeah, no, he had 17 last year.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you this to embarrass you in any way, because when you ask me, if you don't know the answer, I can't answer it either. That's how on the back burner baseball got put. As someone who grew up caring deeply about the Cubs-Cardinals rivalry, there's never been a moment in time where I could not name the manager of the St. Louis Cardinals until right now. Who is the manager of the St. Louis Cardinals, Ray? Don't look it up. You already typed it.
I already typed it.
You already cheated.
He's the youngest manager of a Major League Baseball team. It is the legendary Oliver Marmol.
Oh, it's Oliver Marmol, not Carlos Marmol.
Yeah. He's 35.
Well, good for him.
Well, it means that he'll be taking direct instruction from Mozeliak. So John Mozeliak is the manager. Just as, in many ways, Farhan Zaidi is the manager of the San Francisco Giants. And David Forrest will be the manager of the Oakland Athletics.
You got yourself a good relationship with your manager. You can still have an awful lot of success with that. You just got to make sure your GM officially knows what he's doing, which Mozeliak does, and which Farhan does.
Nevertheless,
these are well-run organizations.
Nevertheless, they could be just as brilliant without making pitch calls and calling in, all right, get this guy up in the bullpen. My theory is, if you want to manage the team, wear the monkey suit. Otherwise, stay upstairs, put your phone down.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
By the way, speaking of Cubs managers, David Ross got extended today.
Good to see that happen. He's literally the only recognizable or popular Cub in Chicago at this particular time. So they really need him. They're going to march him out like, I don't know, when's the last time a baseball manager actually sold tickets? I don't know. Jim Leyland? Anyone go to watch Jim Leyland?
I think in some way Ozzie Guillen, when he was with the White Sox, sold some tickets.
Well, right until he started talking about the greatness of Castro.
Well, that's true. That was probably a political gaffe on his part. But the fact is, I think there are few enough managers now with personality. And he might have been the last one of them. By rights, Bob Melvin should have sold some tickets, but Bob Melvin is not a draw.
Wait, I've just been told Andrelton Simmons is now a Cub? That just happened? We got news happening quickly today. All right. Never mind. I'm back in.
Oh, I knew that.
Benzo Brist! Oh, Benzo Brist! Oh! Those are back in better days, Ray.
I wouldn't define them as better.
Oh, it was so good.
When you were singing that, America was being weakened.
Yeah, but the Cubs won it all in 2016.
And you paid it.
Benzo Brist!
Haven't you?
Oh, Benzo Brist! Oh! Yeah, it's not been good since. Today I had a good morning, though. The Hoosiers punched their ticket to the NCAA tournament. I'm feeling good. 888-957-9570.
It's pretty much official now because Ken Pomeroy is the only guy who updates his bracketology after every game. Everybody else waits a full day. Joe Lunardi's a lazy pig. So is Jerry Palm.
He went to Purdue, that's why.
Doesn't matter. Whatever he is, he's indolent and lazy. This is the time we should be updating after every game. Ken Palm's the only one who does it. Has Indiana 62nd in the field.
There we go. Hey, we're sitting on the 12 line, and we're not starting in Dayton.
And I'll be honest with you, Ken Palm's still the best.
Oh, yeah, he is. Adam Amin's pretty damn good, too, and he's nice enough to join us here on
Where's
his
his bracketology?
I don't know. We're not asking him for any bracketology, but
he can't be the best.
We are going to ask him for a little Rondonology, though, because, Chicago is his backyard. Voice of the Bulls, you're going to hear him all over Fox broadcasts. up a rung on the ladder. Thanks, Joe Buck, going to ESPN. That means Adam Amin's going to get a better schedule to call this year. At least I hope that is the way it works. Adam, thank you for joining Ray and I here. It is good to have you on, as always. What's up, man?
Always a pleasure to talk to you, boys, always.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, Carlos Rodon, it's the first name kind of off the board in free agency. Surprised to see the Giants getting to it. It feels like this could be a really nice signing. I mean, when healthy and in the strike zone, he's a pitcher of consequence. I just brought up two big if and whens, though, right, when it comes to him?
Yeah, and it's health and it's arm strength, and that's been the biggest issue for him over the last 2 years, and he's talked about it publicly, and at one point he was, I think he kind of jokingly says it as well, but, like, when he was hurt, he really didn't feel like he was going to be back to where he once was, and that shoulder fatigue did play a factor late in the year. In fact, that's what, I'm not going to say it cost the White Sox a series. It definitely did not. But in Game 4, he was one of the question marks, and with them down 2-1, he took the ball and came out in the first inning and threw 99 a couple times and had a couple of strikeouts and really ramped it up. And then you could tell that shoulder just didn't have it. And his velocity went down drastically over the next couple of innings. And sure enough, that was a game that he struggled in, couldn't get Carlos Correa out when they needed to, and it was en route to a 10-1 Astros win. So those questions are going to pop up. How is the arm? What kind of stamina is he going to have? But man, when he's when he's healthy, he is around the strike zone. He's hard to hit. He locates well. I think there's movement on that two-seamer that makes it really tough to square up. So I became a fan of him, and I think he's mentally a strong guy, and I think he's a good clubhouse guy. Based on the people that I was fortunate enough to talk to this year, they all had good things to say. Now, I wouldn't imagine them to have bad things to say, but you can usually tell when a guy's liked. And Rodon was a guy who was well-liked in that clubhouse, and I think he's a good addition. I think the price tag isn't that high, in all honesty, considering the market right now, how prices are going to fluctuate for certain free agents. And, yeah, he's one of the first big pieces off the board, and it helps bolster a rotation. Is he going to be your number one guy? No. I don't think he's got number one on him anymore, and maybe not even number two, but he's a strong, strong number three. He definitely adds depth to a bottom of the rotation to any team. And like I said, if he's got stamina, I think his stuff is really, really good. I really believe that.
The question of stamina, though, is less important now in baseball than ever before. Would you imagine that the Giants would expect 6 innings per start out of him? Or is he a guy that you basically hope for 5 and then throw a bullpen at him?
I don't even necessarily think it's a matter of necessarily 5 or 6. I think it's more of a matter of, can he give you 30 starts? Can he give you 25 starts? Can he get you 28 starts? That's my concern. And I would imagine that was a concern for a lot of teams. And they still, Giants still ended up taking a chance on him, hoping that they're going to get somebody who's going to give you 5 or 6. You may have some games where you're going to have to throw a bullpen, but don't forget, early in the year last year is when he threw his no-hitter. He was able to go the distance. He had a couple of 100-pitch outings early in the season. So it's not necessarily, to me, Ray, a matter of whether he can go 6. I think it's a matter of whether he can give you 25 to 30 starts in a year, and that's my concern, is he going to hit a wall at some point in July after the All-Star break? Is he going to hit a wall in August or September when a team is going to need him the most for a potential playoff run? And obviously the Giants, I think, are pretty well suited to make a run at some point. Is he going to be able to be the same Rodon he was in April, May, and June when you need him to be that guy in October? And that's the biggest question that surrounds him right now.
It's good to have baseball back. It's great to have Adam Amin back on the show, a broadcaster for all seasons, a voice of football on Fox. And I got to ask you about the musical chairs that we're now seeing in the quarterbacking department. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers doesn't leave Green Bay. That puts Denver hot on the trail of Russell Wilson. They do the big deal. Now Seattle needs a quarterback. Plenty of other teams do. And it looks like Deshaun Watson is going to rejoin the conversation of availability in short time here. What do you think of everything that's going on in football right now?
I mean, it's a wild carousel, as it often is, but I think when you have impactful trades like we just saw with Wentz and with Wilson, it does shift the tenor a little bit. Now, are we talking about the top flight guys? No, Rodgers is staying in Green Bay. Are we talking about a Patrick Mahomes here? No. Are we talking about a Josh Allen? No. But we're talking about this second tier of quarterbacks right now. Now, I don't necessarily know if I put Wilson in the second or first tier, but based on his injury-plagued season this year, yeah, the right below that first tier, these are still impactful moves that are being made. And what does that do for a team like San Francisco, where there's a lot of questions about Jimmy Garoppolo? Now Indianapolis has a need. Seattle has a need. I don't expect him to end up in Seattle in the division the same way I don't expect Deshaun Watson to end up in Indianapolis in the same division. But does Jimmy end up going to Indy? Does he go back towards the Midwest? Does he get a decent contract? Because he's made plenty of money in San Francisco already. Does Indianapolis take on the remainder of his deal? Does Seattle take a flyer on, let's say, a quarterback like a Malik Willis, who's been getting a lot of play as of late and would potentially be available right around the draft slot for the Seahawks? They're going to have a good opportunity to rebuild, and that division is that much more intriguing now. You got the defending champs, you got the reigning champs right now in the Rams, but that second spot in a deep division is going to be up for grabs. I don't know what the Kyler Murray situation in Arizona is right now. I don't know what San Francisco is going to end up doing. So there's a lot of intrigue in my estimation about how much can you elevate some of these teams that are right on the cusp of either being able to make the playoffs or, if they were in the playoffs, to make a deep run. Somebody's going to make a big move, and I don't know what the 49ers' plans are, obviously. No, none of us do, but if they're banking on Trey Lance, well, that opens up an opportunity to maybe send Garoppolo somewhere and try to get something back for him. So I'll be fascinated to see what the next 3 weeks look like.
I'm not going to ask you who you think Deshaun Watson will end up with, but how quickly do you think it will happen now that his legal situation has changed so that there's no jail time waiting for him? And two, what do you think a quarterback dry NFL will pay for him in terms of not only money but term?
I think there's going to be teams willing to take 2 years on him. I think the cap hit was somewhere in the $30 million range, so I could see a shorter-term deal because of that. I don't think he's going to get. Obviously, I don't think he's going to get that. I would say if you're Houston and you're going to get rid of him, which you are, I think it happens as quickly as possible because they've been shopping him around, and I don't pretend to know all the machinations of the in and outs of GMs and folks talking to one another in the NFL, but I would imagine even though you probably weren't supposed to have some of these conversations, I bet those conversations were taking place.
No.
Whether yeah, you're kidding. Whether informally or whatever it may be, those conversations have been taking place for a while. So I would imagine a move is going to be made relatively shortly, within the next week and a half, to have Watson off the books for Houston. They've been waiting to do this for a while now. And I would imagine that a team is willing to give him 2 years at a somewhat discounted rate. And for him, a discounted rate is somewhere in the $20 million range.
As Joe Buck leaves Fox, the only thing we can say, Adam, is we hope that means a windfall of opportunity for you, man. You're definitely in line. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you hopping on.
Thanks, boys. As always, appreciate you.
Really appreciate you. Adam Amin here on 95.7 The Game. Great conversation and more coming. If you're on hold, stay right there. More baseball, more football, more basketball with the Warriors looking like themselves, and a little look at the G League last night was kind of interesting. I took one. We'll see if you did too. We'll talk about James Wiseman in just a little bit here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
When it comes to cybersecurity, the biggest threats don't always strike the biggest targets. Almost half of all cyber attacks target small businesses, so help protect yours with Comcast Business Security Edge. It's advanced security that continuously scans for threats and helps protect every connected device. On the largest, fastest, reliable network with speeds up to 10 gigs to the most small businesses. So switch today and get cutting-edge speed with advanced security and be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get fast and reliable internet and voice for just $64.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. And ask how to add Security Edge.
I'm going to ask you to stay patient right there because our producer, Lucas, got to work. And what do you know? We get to say hello to the newest San Francisco Giant. Carlos Rodon here on 95.7 The Game. Nice enough to join Damon and Ratto, and we really appreciate your time today. Carlos, let's get it straight up right from the jump because it's been said 7 different ways. I've heard it 3 different ways in White Sox broadcasts. Rodan, how do we get it perfect when you start for the Giants?
You said it right the first time, Rodan,
we got it, man. Thank you very, very much. I'm glad I went with that. It is good to have you on today. First of all, let me be among the first to welcome you to San Francisco. Is it a city you've ever spent much time in?
Yeah, whenever the White Sox played with Oakland, I've been to the Bay Area a few times.
Well, that's great.
We stayed at the Nico, is where we usually stay. So I enjoyed it. It's a good place to eat. Beautiful city.
Well, tell us.
City. But I want to say thank you guys for having me, by the way.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for joining us. Tell us a little bit about how it went down in the negotiations with the Giants. Can you tell us how, what pitch did they make to you and how easy was it for you and your agent to agree to come to San Francisco?
No, it was pretty quick, actually. The Giants were fairly aggressive. I mean, they just went right to it, kind of met my needs and what I wanted, and heard a lot about the organization as far as the staff. And, I mean, the Giants won over 100 games last year, so it's hard to say no to that. A winning team, a winning organization. So it was it was a good fit for me.
How much?
Turn your mic on, my professional broadcaster.
How much of the negotiations happened before the lockout, and how much after the lockout did it just get finished up?
I can say right now, none. Like it was quiet for 99 days. Like there was nothing. Like I probably talked to Scott once or twice in those 99 days because it was just kind of like a wait time from baseball.
It was a really weird area there for a little bit. I'm glad we're out of it, and I'm sure you are too. Carlos Rodon here on 95.7 The Game, signed with the Giants today. And look, you're coming off of a great year and a 7-year career with the White Sox, which saw you as one of the top picks in the draft all the way back when. And you're coming off of a year which saw you finish 5th in the Cy Young voting in the American League, your first All-Star appearance, and a 2.37 ERA after 132 2/3 innings, which included a near-perfect game if it weren't for someone wearing a size 11 shoe instead of a size 10.5, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, it was quite the year. Through the ups and downs, I mean, it was nice to finally have a year that came together. Showed that I could pitch, and good things happened. I had a very good team behind me as well, but good things happened, and I'm blessed for it. So grateful, very grateful.
In looking at the Giants, how much of your opinion was formed by the 107 wins? How much of it was formed by the record number of home runs they hit? And they obviously were much better than the year before. Do you think if you were looking at the Giants of 2 years ago, you would have been as enchanted?
Last year definitely helped their resume, but everyone knows that the Giants organization is a winning organization, as you guys know. A lot of championships in the last few years, last decade, last 20 years, right? I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. But they've been in the mix, and they've won quite a few times. So that speaks for itself. And as far as I said, I mean, I've played with various amount of guys in my career, guys I still keep in touch with, and guys that have also played for the Giants organization. And I've only heard very, very good things about the organization. So when they came to the table and, offered me a contract, it was hard to say no.
Carlos Rodin here on 95.7 The Game. Rodon. Again, we'll get it right eventually. By the time you're throwing pitches, we're gonna get it right. It is good to have you here. Obviously, like you said, it's a team that really overachieved and excelled. Buster Posey, a Hall of Fame bound catcher, is no longer in the mix though. What is it like to walk into a situation where you don't know exactly who you're necessarily going to be throwing to? The good news is you got Brandon Crawford behind you. I do know that.
Yeah, we know he could catch the ball very well. There's a lot of gold gloves in that field, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah. Belt's one of them, right?
Belt got a gold glove?
I don't know. It could be wrong.
Yeah, I think look at it this way. For the sake of this argument, yes, 9-time Gold Glove Award winner. You should feel good about throwing over to first.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's a young catching prospect, right?
Joey Bart.
Right, Joey Bart. Yeah. I'm not sure who else is in the mix there. Is that Casale? Could I be wrong, or someone else?
He's still there, I think.
Yeah, Casale did a hell of a job last year backing up Posey, too.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Casale's been a very, very solid catcher for years. Some power. I mean, I don't need to go through my teammates, but, I mean, either one of those guys, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. They're going to be back there. I'm sure whoever's back there, we're going to mesh well. And if it's Casale, if it's Bart, whoever it is, it's going to work out. I know it.
I was looking at your career splits, and you've never, unless I'm missing it here, you've never pitched in this ballpark.
Never been.
Never been. So, well, then you've never pitched there. How much of that weighs into a decision? Or is it really simply about the team you're going to and the term and amount of the contract?
I mean, it's in the back of your head as a pitcher. The parks that the ball flies. Where home runs are hit, and Oracle Park, right? That's the name of it. Am I wrong?
Yeah, until they change it.
When I was a kid, it was AT&T. Well, not very long ago was it AT&T, but now it's Oracle Park. It's notorious for being a pitcher-friendly ballpark, as we know. It being on the water, the ball doesn't fly too well. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, you're
right.
You're on. Yeah, last year was an outlier for them.
Right. I mean, so it's as a pitcher, when you're in the market, it's definitely in the back of your head. So, but a very pitcher-friendly ballpark. I know it's a beautiful place.
There is a power alley out there in right center that could be among the best friends you've ever had in a Major League Baseball game. So be able to pitch to that. I'll tell you where the Giants really seem to have turned a corner as an organization as they deal with not only their starting pitchers, but their bullpen as well. It seems like they've really streamlined what they ask guys to do. Kevin Gausman comes here, and he's got that massive splitter of his, and they basically said, look, you got this plus splitter, and everything else is okay. So just throw the hell out of that splitter. Do more of what you're great at. Do less of what necessarily hasn't worked. Is that a philosophy that you even talk about before you agree to come here? And if that is the philosophy they put in front of you, tell us what that will mean to you. What is the pitch that you think you hang your hat on, and what is going to be maybe something you walk away from as you just lean into your strengths and go away from weaknesses?
Yeah, I mean, analytically, I think the Giants are up there as far as being ahead of the game of most organizations within analytics. I'm coming in with an open mind to whatever's put in front of me. Whether it's hey, you need to throw this pitch more or throw this pitch more. For me, I was last year was like a fastball slider combination. Notoriously, I've had one of the better sliders in the game, but last year it's almost like the fastball complemented the slider and the fastball kind of took over. So I mean, it can go either way for me. Obviously, they're going to know the information when I show up in front of them, and they're going to give me that information and I'll know for sure. But as of right now, I really can't lay a finger on what pitch I would mix in more or use more.
When they're making their pitch to you, do they bring any of that up, or is this really just about contract and the baseball stuff gets discussed later when you sit down with Gabe Kapler?
I think for me, I think it was a different situation, right? It's not a normal free agency market, or the way it went down, right? Teams wanted to move quick after the lockout came off, and I think the Giants were the first ones to sign somebody, really, I would say. So their pitch was quick. It wasn't like, I would say it's abbreviated, and I'm sure they would, in a normal free agency year, they would hit on what they offer. But to be honest, like, when you're negotiating, you get down to the nitty gritty. You know, it's either this or this, whatever the dollar amount is, whatever the year's amount. It's a business part of it. That's the business part of it. Now, I guess when I signed, you could tell, or when we agreed to the contract here, you could tell it opened up a whole lot of doors as far as, you know, talking to Gabe, talking to all these people, talking to the pitching coach. And I'm sure I'll get more information on what analytics they have and all these things. As far as it being in the pitch, it wasn't in it, but you being in this game, you know what teams are much into analytics and which teams are not. Let's put it that way.
Carlos Rodon here on 95.7 The Game. So we are going to jump into an accelerated spring training. Let me ask you how much time you think you need to really start ramping up and be ready to go. It's going to be a little bit of a sprint here to opening day.
Oh, yeah, April 7th, and we got, 3 or 4 weeks now?
Yeah.
A little less than 4 weeks, because it's, March 9th, 10th?
The 11th. But
whatever today is.
It's all the same.
Hey, look at it this way. April 8th is when the Miami Marlins are going to be in town.
Okay, well, there you go.
I'm imagining you're pitching on April 9th. I'm just going to give you your starting slot right now. I'm going to guess it's going to be Webb, then you.
And tell me when to go, and I'll do it.
There you go. That's the kind of attitude I believe everybody's looking for. Now that you are a part of the San Francisco Giants, Carlos, you're going to be facing two of the best lineups in baseball. The Dodgers are a monster, and all of a sudden the San Diego Padres really matter in this game. A lot of times you're going to be facing these lineups. Is there anybody that jumps out to you that you're already thinking about?
There's a lot of good players within those two teams. NL West is no joke. It's it's the big boy league, that's for sure. The guy that jumps out to me is one of my former teammates is Trey Turner. Played with him for 3 years. Went to college with him. He was my roommate. So that'd be the guy that jumps out the most to me. I mean, we all know the names. You know the names of the guys on those teams.
Did you see that smooth ass slide that he had? Was it in the playoffs? It looked like he was on a sheet of ice. It was gorgeous.
Yeah. He's a hell of a player.
So the first time you face Turner, I presume you're just going to walk him and then laugh at him as he runs down to first.
No, because then he's going to steal second and third. He's that fast.
Well,
I don't plan on walking him. I plan on getting him out.
Okay, fine then.
That's the strategy.
Missing an
they're
opportunity,
looking for.
though.
This is why they went after him early. This is why this is one of the biggest free agent signings out there, Ray. Come on. I hear, is that a little Carlos or Carlotta behind you?
Yeah.
Tell us about yourself. Are you a married guy? How many kids? What's the deal?
2 kids, married, four going on 5 years now. We got a little boy named Bo who is 1. And we have a little girl named Willow who is just over 2.5.
Oh, well, that's fantastic.
Are either of them left-handed?
No idea yet. No clue.
See, that's the kind of parenting detail that can be the difference between working at Costco and getting a 6-year deal for $95 million.
Down the road one day. Hey, it was really nice to meet you. We wish you the very best of luck. I think that you are coming to a really good situation, and I'm looking forward to officially meeting you down at the ballpark soon enough. Thank you for joining us today. Congratulations, to you and your family. You took a smaller deal and took a big gamble on yourself. You took a show it to us deal from the White Sox, and it really turned into something special for you. So congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Absolutely. Carlos Rodon here on 95.7 The Game. That was fantastic. Welcome to San Francisco, and welcome, just a little late, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. I'm surprised that this happened in a day. I would have thought, given the complexity of most contracts, that these were conversations that would have started before the lockout began, and then they just finished them up. But the way he phrased it, this was one phone call.
2 years, $44 million. Anything else? No, that'll do.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I guess that's the way business is going to be done this year. There were some guys who got signed before the lockout happened, and I guess everybody else are just going to be, one phone call. You interested? Yes, no, you have 5 seconds. It'll be like Jeopardy.
We can't even tell you who you're really pitching to. You don't even know many of your teammates. It's a ballpark you've never even set foot inside of.
And it's a team he's never faced, either at Chicago or here.
No career splits against the Giants. Well, look at it this way. If he retires a San Francisco Giant, he will have never pitched against the San Francisco Giants.
There you go.
You'll remember that forever. You heard it here first. Damon and Ratto. What the heck? How'd you guys get Carlos? Your producer is amazing. You're amazing, Lucas. Nice job.
Thanks.
How did he do that?
I think Carlos is just a really good guy.
Yeah,
because I called him and he's like, yeah, what the heck? I'll be a good guy. Oh, come on. I'll be a nice guy. So, yeah.
He's having a good day. Well, look at it this way. I'm available for interviews, and Indiana just beat Illinois today. That's it. That's all that happened. In the Big Ten semifinals, I'm ready to do 10-minute phoners with just about anyone who needs one today.
Yeah, you really you think that you're the one they're going to go to? Yeah, I mean, last year he made $3 million. This coming year is going to make 22.
It's good. It's expensive around here.
Yeah, I just again, the thing that amazes me is that it sounds like they took one phone call.
And look, that's either. There are a few things at play here, right? Let's not be so naive and pie in the sky about how great the Giants are that people just want to come play with them.
No, that's not what I'm implying.
No, but they put a big pile of money in front of them, and they also have a reputation now that doesn't make you start second guessing whether or not you're putting yourself in a good situation. I think Farhan's delivered that. I think Kapler's delivered that. I think as a pitching staff, he says that the players that he's talked to that have had dealings with the Giants have all come back with positive returns about how that's gone. So I think it was opportunity, a pile of money, and reputation, and coming off 107 wins.
Maybe.
Buster Posey, whatever. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be missed.
It's just...
still coming.
Yeah, the back of my head, though, says, the first team we talked to offered me a 733% raise. I wonder what the second team will offer. And it sounds like they didn't wait for a second call.
Maybe his wife said, let's get out of the cold. Let's get out of the oppressive summer humidity that is the Midwest. I'm looking to go west. California's cool with me. Carlos, anyone calls you from there, let's jump on that opportunity. It's not just him and his agent. It's the wife, it's the kids, it's opportunity, it's where you're going to put your family down.
But there are 5 teams in California. You could have waited for a call from the Padres. They blow money as good as anybody. I'm not saying he shouldn't have done this. I'm just saying that I bet there aren't 3 instances where a player that you can pencil into the upper end of your rotation or your starting lineup every day is taking one phone call and go, well, that's enough negotiation for me. Let's go to the pool.
So we said Scott. I'm assuming his agent is Boris.
I would imagine.
Unless there's another Scott. Okay.
There's no other Scott.
It is Scott.
Even if there are guys named Scott.
They changed their name so they're not confused with that Scott. All right. So he says Boris. Now, maybe Boris has talked to 3 or 4 other teams, but he only puts one in front of his table. He said, look, I'm just going to tell you right now, we got an offer from the Giants that is, it's take it time. I mean, maybe. Because we know that Boris doesn't settle at one offer. I mean,
that's the thing. If it's Boris, he's shopping this offer around under normal circumstances, unless Rodon told him, this is the one I want. I don't want to screw around with this anymore. This is plenty.
So the reason why
we'll
I
have
got
to get
all
him again and find out.
I got all confused about how to pronounce a name that I actually knew how to pronounce. It's sometimes you read something and it talks you out of what you think you know. On the Carlos Rodon pronunciation, it says Rowdaan, which makes it look like Rodan.
Well, unless you speak Dutch.
Which you do.
Or you eat Indian food like naan. Rodon,
naan. Okay, that's good. I like that. See, that's you just got to give me a rhymes with. Now we're good. Hey, I thought that was a good interview for a guy who, obviously wasn't really prepared to sit down and talk about anything. One of the guys on the Comcast business text line, somebody's like, it's great to hear you kind of update him about the situation that he's going to be finding himself in. And it's like we basically did as much to introduce him to the San Francisco Giants as maybe anybody has.
God, if he'd talked to us earlier, he'd be with another team by now.
Well, if he talked to you, Ray, there's no doubt you would have steered him in another direction. Go find more opportunity.
I would say shop around. Because I'm
from a tax bracket standpoint alone, it's not the worst advice, but
look, the Dodgers, I guess, spent all their pitching money on another year of Kershaw, but he could have gone to the Angels, where they have no pitching whatsoever, and just said, "Let's go 5 years." $190 million. And Artie Moreno is crazy enough at this point to do that because their last amateur draft, they took nothing but pitchers.
I'll tell you why that didn't happen. It's because
Moreno.
No, it's because in 2019 the man started 7 games, and then in 2020 he was only able to start 2. This is someone who's had arm trouble.
Yeah.
This is someone who's had major setbacks in the trajectory of their career, only to get it back all in 1 year just last year.
Yeah.
So I don't think the mega you're going to get the 5-year oh my gosh offer was going to be out there. So who would aim high and overpay for a shorter term? And that's the kind of business I actually think the Giants are interested in doing right now. They will gladly extend a larger dollar amount to make sure they don't commit to that, it's not going to end well year. They want a sequence of high-paid 2-year deals rather than 4 years for what? They'd rather get 2 years for how much? Wow, that's a lot over 2 than, man, that's a long time to commit to somebody.
And maybe, Rodon is one of those guys who you have to weigh his past fragility against more recent results.
We said, Dre in Livermore, we were going to start the segment with you, but then all of a sudden we were able to connect with the guy the Giants just signed in free agency. So, Dre, thank you for holding. What do you got for us?
I don't mind being second to Rodon. That's all good. Hey, I heard you saying earlier that it's going to be all DH and that you'll miss the old style of baseball. I'm 100% with you. Baseball.
I just like the differences in the leagues. I think difference is good in baseball. Man, I'm sorry we don't have more time to just hang out here. I tell you what, Dre, call back if you want to, and we'll get you on the other side of this. But we got to take a real quick break. That went great with Carlos, and I think we almost need to jog that back around 5:30 tonight after we talk to Steve Kerr about the Warriors, and we're going to do that at 5 o'clock. So stay tuned. I told you this was going to be a good Friday. It already is. I like what's happened.
It's better than we deserve.
And you turned your microphone on at one point. It was real smooth. We almost got his name right. You almost turned your mic on. What pros?
You know what?
Welcome to San Francisco.
We got contracts. What do we care?
Call Scott Boras. Tell him we're good. Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Cal Hope.
The more we learn about COVID-19, the more questions and worries we have. Cal Hope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
Hey, Becky G,
Can you play your next hit?
I will, as soon as it's released. But I've got another big hit for you. Did you know that with Xfinity Internet, you get fast, reliable speeds to fit your needs and budget?
Oh, that's nice.
Even Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig to power all your devices. Best of all, you could save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you add Xfinity Mobile.
It's official. That's a hit.
Hey, we're on the radio. Now everyone can get the best value with Xfinity. Can your internet do that?
Learn more about gig speed Wi-Fi and other fast speed options. Get started with Xfinity Internet 50 megabits per second for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, add Xfinity Mobile and you could save hundreds a year on wireless. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay and 331.22. Restrictions apply. New Connect Internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and XFi gateway. Actual speeds vary. Compares optimized pricing of top carriers. Xfinity Internet required.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Johnny Mosley here with your Friday Toyota Tahoe.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So if you're looking for the best Warriors content, just text the number. Well, text the word Warriors to 20357. That's what I need you to do. The word Warriors to 20357. Everything we do that is Warriors related, it goes right there. How about this for Warriors related? Steve Kerr is going to join us today at 5 o'clock. We just said hello to Carlos.
Go ahead.
Rodin.
Indian food. Just think Indian food.
Rodin. So this is why I got screwed up again, because I'm looking at this from the 510. Not to be a stickler, but naan is bread in Farsi. It's become very popular in India, so they referred to it as its original Farsi name, but bread in Indian is roti. And I believe that's correct.
Okay. Nonetheless, it's pronounced Rodin.
Rodin.
Or if you prefer, think of the hilltop. USF.
Rodin. Go Dons. Rodin.
I
got it. I think I got it.
Okay. We'll see.
Bobby Wagner.
Or just call him Carlos.
Hell yeah. That's a great name, by the way. I always really like the name Carlos. It just sounds sexy.
You're opening up parts of your psyche that, frankly, are scaring the hell out of me.
It shouldn't, though. That's a great name. That's a great name. Anyways, we have an awful lot coming up with Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. The Golden State Warriors looked an awful lot like the Golden State Warriors last night and won a game in Denver that they almost kind of won with a B team on Monday. They go back to Denver on a Thursday and find the win that eluded them. And they found it because Jordan Poole was hitting shots based on Curry's gravity. Curry had himself a big third quarter last night. And you know, I know you're still looking for, Ray, more of a defensive effort. Maybe Jordan Poole showed you that last night, but here is a guy who is clearly making a leap, like right in front of us. It's happening right now. And I always think it's cool to watch a guy, you know, who has spent the early part of his career not fumbling around a dark room looking for a light switch, but someone who has actually found the switch that he needed to flip in his career to become one hell of a player. And the gravity of Curry is the single best thing that can happen to you in the NBA if you're a shooter. Let's be honest. It is the secret sauce of what has unlocked Klay Thompson's future Hall of Fame career. Curry's gravity has unlocked Klay Thompson and will again someday.
Well, and that's the whole point behind how I view Poole. It's as long as he's a sixth man, he's got to be a bit of a jack of all trades, which means that you need to see the defense you saw in him last night more consistently, because shots are going to come and shots are going to go. You know, even Stephen Curry, who is one of the most accurate shooters of all time, has had stretches this year where his shot went away and he couldn't relocate it. But the way you become genuinely indispensable, either as a starter or as a sixth man, is by being able to do all the other stuff. Run the offense in its proper rhythm. Don't think shot first. And I think, certainly for the first couple of years, that was Poole in a nutshell. I think you've seen growth in him, and I'm not denying that in any way, shape, or form. For me, it's not about the stuff he can do. It's the stuff he can do for his fellow players. That's what defines a really superb player for me. Because there are a lot of guys who have exceptional individual talent. There are a lot of guys who can shoot. There are a lot of guys who can jump. There are a lot of guys who can do all those things. But it's the people who can do it in the context asked of them that become stars in this league. And if he's capable of being a star, then that's what I'm looking for. How are you with everybody else?
You know, we've seen very talented individual players who got a lot of wiggle in their game not be able to play next to Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. Now, I guess that's kind of an unfair thing to say about Kelly Oubre Jr. because he didn't get a chance to play with Klay Thompson. But obviously he was out there with Steph Curry, and we watched it not work. An individually talented guy could not figure out a way to blend in with Steph. He didn't get his chance with Klay. Jordan Poole talks about playing with Steph and Klay.
I feel like we feed off of each other really well, all three of us. We were able to show that a little bit tonight. Those guys are just so dynamic in their threats and just being able to, get them easy buckets and get them going throughout the night while continuing to be aggressive and just attacking my man. There's kind of a lot to juggle, I feel like, for the defense. So just finding ways to continue to keep playing how we're playing would be huge.
Yeah. Here's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to knock down wide open shots because Curry pulls defenders just with him no matter where he goes. I'm supposed to run a little bit of a break and be the guy who is maybe the fastest dude on this team, and I will get to that rim. I'm going to push the ball. I'm going to look for the open shooter. I'm going to get the open shooter the ball when it's the right thing to do, and I'm going to just play some defense. And that's how you're going to stay in the good graces of one Steve Kerr.
I think the consistency tonight, I thought he made a lot of winning plays, not just making shots, but 7 assists, only 2 turnovers. He's got the ball in his hands an awful lot, played 34 minutes, ran the team well, had 5 rebounds. I thought his defense was really good and competitive. So I thought this was one of the best games Jordan has played. He's strung together 4 or 5 good ones in a row now, and he's really coming into his own.
There's no doubt about it. You know who's stringing together good games? Jonathan Kaminga. We're watching it. It's happening for him, too. Moody, not to the extreme last night as he's had recently, but this is a guy who is hard to imagine out of the rotation now when he was hard to imagine being part of a rotation just 2-3 weeks ago. So, young guys have stepped up. They're starting to earn their stripes. They're starting to earn minutes. And I guess that's a good thing because we're also watching in real time, I think, the end of the hoping Bielitsa is going to be able to give you something. I'm not going to write him off completely, Ray. But Bielitsa puts 10 bad games in between his good games now.
But he's the sort of guy where you shouldn't expect tons of. I mean, he's a 10th guy. He's an 11th guy.
Right,
I mean,
but
he's a Juan Toscano-Anderson type, or whatever you get from him should be considered gravy, and if you get nothing from him, well, that's the minimum standard for him. I mean, it's not a knock on his talent, but that's where he is. So, it's the same thing with Chris Chiozza. If you get nothing from him in a game, then you go, well, that's sort of it. Maybe he just eats up some minutes for us. There are guys who are not meant to be impact guys, and if they give you any impact, it's found money. And he's one of those guys.
Comcast Business text line says, Damon, have you and Ray talked about James Wiseman yet, a.k.a. the rumor? Well, the rumor became a little bit more of an actuality, at least at the G League level last night. It was not a dominant game, and clearly James Wiseman has a million miles to go. But I'm ready to give him the lion's share of Bielitsa's minutes right now. I mean, I'll tell you that just based on comparing and contrasting last night. There should never be a basketball game, especially a G League game, where James Wiseman doesn't get 10 rebounds. He didn't get 10 rebounds last night. And that can't happen. I mean, he needs to get more aggressive when it comes to finding rebounds both offensively and defensively. And it feels like it's a matter of aggression for him because, Ray, the physicality is remarkable. I don't know if you watched any of it. Did you flip over to any of it just to see him go up and down the court once or twice? Did you?
I was far more fascinated by Nuggets Warriors to the point where I want the Warriors to finish 3rd if you can guarantee me that the Nuggets will be 6th.
You want that?
I want that series. That's going to be a great series, and somebody will be profoundly disappointed when they go home.
It was a fun game last night. It could be a very fun series. If you are going to guarantee me that series, please tell me that James Wiseman can be a part of it. Not that he's got any chance.
He's going to be a part of it.
Right. Not that he's got any chance to stand toe-to-toe and really do something against Jokic other than be a body. But what a body he is. Ray, it's been a while since you've seen James Wiseman. It's been a while since any of us have seen James Wiseman. I forgot the level of gargantuan he truly has. He makes other professional basketball players who are all big men in their own right look normal. He is staggeringly large. When you're big on a professional basketball court, you're enormous. He is so huge. And that's why he's just got to go get those 10 rebounds, man. He's got arms that go above the rim. I mean, he just reaches up and he's tapping the top of the square almost. Here's what you ask him to do. You run between the two field goals. You protect one, you lob dunk on the other, and you just rebound. We'll worry about everything else a little bit later. We'll worry about all the rotations and the blind spots and all this. You just be the big guy at the rim in both directions. He's enormous. He's enormous.
And that's why I kept saying he'll give you 10 minutes. He's important in the postseason. But he's not going to give you a ton. What you're going to get is little swatches of, hey, that wasn't an easy, lob down to the post that they got because he put a body on a body. I mean, that's the value here. He's not just 6 fouls. That said, he's still very much a work in progress. So is Kaminga. Kaminga only had 3 rebounds last night. I think that's too low a number for him.
It is.
So, there are all things that they have to get better at. And it's mind over matter with a lot of it because the sheer athleticism is pretty evident. But not everything about basketball is running and jumping and flying through the air. Some of it is grunt work. And they're going to be required to do grunt work.
I know you don't like the prediction business.
12.
But do you think that we really are looking at the plan to bridge the old to the new becoming a real reality here? I mean, I see it. I hope I see it, I guess is the way I want to say it. I really think we have a data point from the old guard and a new generation, which they said, look, we are betting on the side of a table that is a gamble. I mean, you don't ask young players to contribute on playoff caliber teams. They have made that ask. And here at the end of the year, it seems like they made the right choice in that ask. And it seems like they've got 2, if not 3 young players who at least seem mentally ready for the challenge. Seem like they're ready for it.
Well, they seem sort of emotionally ready for it in that they want to do this well. Mentally, that takes a while.
Right. But
and I'm not suggesting...
You can see afraid. This is not an afraid young team.
No, they want to do things. The amount of things that they need to do is larger than the amount of things they want to do. And it's an expanding that sort of learning curve that will determine how many of these guys are Warriors in 4 years. We don't even know if Steve Kerr is going to be coaching them in 4 years. That's how long this has been going on. This is a stat for you. Of the coaches in the 5 major North American team sports, including MLS, Kerr ranks 10th of all those 150 guys in terms of tenure. Longevity in one place. 10th.
Well, so 4 years in sports is a decade in a normal lifetime.
At least.
I mean, things change so much, so quickly in sports now, in all directions of all team conversations, from coaches to front office. God, even ownership, Ray. I mean, things change quickly. Everywhere.
That's the one place where it never changes.
Well,
it goes from dad to son. But in terms of your other question, if you want to do this sort of like as a building block, the minimum of what the Warriors have in those 4 young guys right now is 4 tradable pieces. That's the least you can expect from them. There will be a market for each of them, which is more than you could say for a lot of draft picks.
Assets.
I hate using that word because it tends to diminish the human being there, but they're pieces that will have value.
Well, pieces is good, but assets isn't.
Okay, I mean, you're right. I don't have the right word either. They're human beings who can either help the Warriors by staying or by going.
Right. Worst case scenario, they're trading chips that get you something.
Yes. That's where we're at right now.
Best case scenario, you got another crop of all-star level talent right behind a crop of Hall of Fame level talent.
Maybe, but the All-Star game is hard to make in most cases. And beyond that, I'm playing the percentages here and saying that those guys are not going to be the nucleus en masse. The best they can hope for is 3 of them. The best they can hope for. One of them is either going to be a free agent at some point or be a trade piece or have the catastrophic injury that too many players have to face and they're just unlucky. But even then, you could end up with a Kevon Looney, who is relatively immobile because of injuries, yet is valuable to the Warriors because he knows stuff.
He does.
And I think that's the most interesting thing to me, is how many of those guys will end up being guys that in 2 or 3 years we're saying, those guys know stuff. Because that's when pros are defined. Players are, there's 15 players on every team. How many players are pros? That's the leap that I tend to look for in guys.
Right. Not just athletes, not just scorers.
Yeah. Show me how smart you are as a player. Show me how you can see the floor. Show me how the guy next to you ends up being better because you're where you are. And those are open books on all these guys yet because they're still too young to have established anything.
888-957-9570. David in San Leandro. Thank you for the call, David. What do you got this Friday afternoon?
I just want to say I love you guys. Damon, you're my favorite personality, sports talk, period. Ray, I'm assuming you don't like compliments, but I love you too.
Well, stop it then.
I don't know if it's been all season, but I definitely noticed last night Kaminga just getting shoved and pushed and no real foul calls, and wanted to see if that's just Warrior goggles that I have on.
How about this? Rookies don't usually get calls, especially a guy as physical as Kaminga is, but you'd like to think that they would be coming. I'm worried about the Haka Poole that didn't come. I'm always worried about Curry getting a rough whistle. And speaking of Haka, did we get a little Haka Wiggins last night? Is that something that Kerr officially needs to be worried about now?
It might be. I mean, you can't shoot 30% and have people not notice it.
No, you can't.
Ben Simmons all over again. And Ben Simmons is a much better player than Wiggins is. But, if he can't shoot free throws, I'm pretty certain that there are 7 other coaches in the Western Conference who are going to say, I think I need to foul him now, even though there's 7 minutes left in the third quarter.
David, thanks for listening. Thanks for the love. Ray's got the check in the mail. This is D. Giving us a call from our nation's capital. Must be a big Commanders guy. D, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's up?
That's a lousy thing to say.
It is. I shouldn't accuse anyone of that.
Gents, how y'all doing? I ditto what the previous gentleman said about you guys. I'm all the way in Washington, D.C., and I listen to you.
Thank you.
Seriously, almost every day. Especially you, Damon. Especially you, Damon. But anyways, I just had a couple of things. Things I want to say in regards to the Warriors. One observation that I have for the year. It seems to me that the new guys that they brought in, they haven't been taught about how to set screens the way the Warriors usually do. You know what I mean? It's basically, they haven't been taught how to play Warriors basketball. If you look at the games as the game is in progress, you will notice that all the other guys that are on the floor, other than Looney or Draymond when he's healthy, Steph has the ball. Everybody else just run away from him instead of coming to set a pick and then move off the ball, et cetera, et cetera. So I wonder if that's something that Kerr is not emphasizing on, because all he's been talking about all season long is defense, defense, defense. But in my opinion, if you're not able to put points on the board, you're not going to be able to beat the other team.
What I think we're going to have, D, and thanks for the call, man, is what I think we're going to have is an awful lot of emphasis on these sets in the remaining games. I mean, Curry is a tough guy to play with. When do you come and give them the screen? When do you give him the space? When do you allow his gravity to take over the court rather than you trying to spring him free? When is he best off the ball? The number one guy to answer these questions, by the way, returns Monday. Draymond Green just showing up in a game should alleviate some of that.
He mentioned 2 guys as role models for these young guys, which is Draymond Green, who's played for 10 years, and Kevon Looney, who's played for 7. These guys combined, these 4 guys combined, have 7 years of experience. Combined.
Yeah.
So the amount of things they don't know yet is not due to lack of teaching. It's due to lack of experience. 19-year-olds should not be as good as a guy who's 28.
And probably more than any other sport, because it's just, there's so much happening around you. You got to pay attention to things that you can't even see because they're behind you. And you, more than any other sport, you got to feel an NBA game. You got to feel a basketball game. So for these guys to not have that feel of a game about them is something that's hard to accuse them of being guilty of. No rookie has a real feel for the game. This is what made LeBron transcendent early on, because in his first game, it looked like a 5-year vet. That's what the difference of his launching point was than just about anybody else.
And everything was built around him and his own individual creativity. Because, let's face it, Cleveland was a disaster. And LeBron was essentially assigned to save the Cavaliers from another decade of being the Cavaliers. That's a level of freedom that essentially nobody gets. I mean, maybe 10 players in the history of the game have gotten that. In terms of the caller and how he views those young guys, they're still at the short end of their learning curve. You know, if you're looking at this in 4 years, then you can start saying, yeah, this didn't work. But Jordan Poole was an abomination his first year. And everybody said it. And people doubted, is this guy going to make it? Now,
he's indispensable.
Essentially, he is not yet the quintessential sixth man this team needs, but he's going to be the sixth man they have. And that beats being a sixth man in Washington. I mean, just, you know, because it's not just minutes. It's when he's playing at the ends of games. And that's the most important thing. It's not starting. It's finishing. And they're starting to finish with him. And they're finishing with him with Klay Thompson on the floor, which tells you that he's not basically the guy who's supposed to replace Klay Thompson the way he might have thought this was supposed to go. He's not replacing anybody. He's taking a job, and the job is sixth man.
888-957-9570 is the number. A few more calls, and then we get right to Steve Kerr himself at 5 o'clock. Earlier today, Carlos Rodon joined us. It was fantastic. It came out of nowhere. Lucas, I don't know what you did to make that happen, but you get a shiny silver star on your daily evaluation today, no doubt about it. It's not quite the Vin Scully poll, but it's pretty damn good.
No, this is better than the Scully poll.
You think?
Not in terms of impact, but he turned that around in about an hour.
He did turn it around quickly, but I don't know if Carlos Rodon is the kind of guy who grants or historically doesn't grant interviews. Vin Scully historically does not do interviews. So the last time I ever heard Vin Scully do an interview, it was a sit down with Bob Costas and Ray Charles. And the only reason why Scully agreed to it was because he wanted to meet Ray Charles.
Yeah.
So he must have wanted to meet Ray Ratto as well.
I'm relatively certain that's not so.
Damon.
I don't want to meet me.
From the Comcast Business text line. Damon, you better be nice to Ray. He carries the show every day. I know you're hurt hearing that, but I've been listening to the Bay Area for 55 years. No wonder why you appeal to him, Ray. It's the oatmeal crowd.
That's harmful to the guy. Even though what he said was patent nonsense. There's no reason to yell at him for being old.
Gary Payton? Huh?
Patent.
Oh. Patent?
Patent.
Is it patent?
Patent is a different word.
Patent.
Spelled the same, pronounced differently.
We're learning. Here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody?
from the Comcast Business Text line. No, but call him Carlos Rodon.
This is why you've got to monitor those things more closely.
I do. I got to not read words that are similar because it screws me up for the rest of the show. We talked to the newest free agent signing of the San Francisco Giants. Carlos Rodon joined us earlier. We're going to have him for you after we talk to Steve Kerr live at 5 if you missed it. I'll tell you, it took him a little just getting used to me and Ray, and then he really warmed up by the end of the interview. And we talked an awful lot about a guy who didn't have an awful lot of choices that he was considering before he just said yes to the offer that the Giants made him. We talked about the team. We talked about the division that he's joining. Talked a little bit about his personal life. He's married. He's got a couple of kids. He has never even been to the ballpark. He's never even pitched against the Giants. So it's a little bit of a leap of faith that he's taken coming here, and obviously winning 107 last year made them look like a better landing spot, but Posey's out of the picture. He's happy that he's got a Gold Glove shortstop behind him, that's for sure. Brandon Crawford can officially still pick it, and it's a good conversation, so stick around for it. It's coming up after Steve Kerr live at 5. Until then, we got some calls to take. Anthony in Pleasant Hill, you're on 95.7 The Game. Anthony, thank you very much for calling. What have you got?
Hey, guys. Love you, Damon. Ratto for president. I'm also from D.C. originally, so I'm a Commanders guy, sad to say. But I just want you guys' opinion. With the emergence of Moody, Kaminga, and Poole to go along with Steph and Klay and those guys, when we get Iggy back, Draymond, GP2 is going to come back, Wiseman. In terms of rotations heading into the postseason, is this a good problem to have or a bad problem to have with everyone coming back and with other players playing well now? Love you guys. Thanks for the call.
Thank you. I think if you had a coaching staff that you didn't believe in to make the right adjustment for the game that you're playing in, you could be worried about, well, it's too many guys for too few minutes. But I'm not worried about that with the Warriors and Kerr. He seems to know when to go to the hot hand and when to go away from the player who is no longer representing the hot hand or the right choice.
But also with a veteran team, a lot of his choices are made for him. He knows, for example, when everybody is healthy, that Green, Curry, Thompson, and probably Wiggins will definitely be there on the floor at the end. Wiggins is the wild card if he can't shoot free throws. And if they need a defensive presence, Iguodala would be set. Their rotation is not going to be as chaotic as people think it is. They have options for earlier in the game. It's
more guys to buy minutes of rest without
but minutes where they're needed. Not just, hey, can you fill in for? Somebody's going to have to put a body on Nikola Jokic all the time.
And it can't just be Kevon Looney.
No, because he'll be worn. He'll weigh 160 by the end of the series.
Did you see how tired he was last night? He was both knees on his hands sucking wind.
Yeah, because
his hands on both his knees.
Just watching how much Jokic moves and uses his body while he's moving, you spend half of your time trying to recover from the last time he bumped you, and the next thing you know, he's bumping you again. He is a classic old school big guy. And yeah, Looney was working on the defensive, and I don't mean just on defense, but Jokic puts you in sort of defensive postures where you're not the one in charge of the contact. And yeah, no wonder he's going to be exhausted. That's why Kaminga is important in that defensive role. Why Wiseman's going to have to get some minutes in that series if it happens. That's why Wiseman's important for Nikola Jokic. And if that's the only thing he's important for, he's still provided a service. Now, Jaren Jackson Jr., in Memphis is another horse.
Yeah.
And DeAndre Ayton is another horse. So I would imagine that that Kaminga and Wiseman will get used. They might not get used at the ends of games, but that's a in-game decision based on what's been working earlier, what's been working for the opponent. There's a million calculations.
Robin in San Francisco. Hello, Robin. How are you?
I'm fine. And you know what, Damon? They better leave you alone because you crack me up all the time. You know why? Because no matter how much they try to insult you, you don't give a damn. And you tell them that. I'll be in my car cracking the hell up. I'll take you down an alleyway with me any day of the week, sweetheart.
Well, thank you.
Or in the park, okay? Because you sure will let them know how you feel. That's one thing about you, Damon. Nobody got a second guess where you coming from because you shoot through the front door. You don't come through the back. Anyway, I wanted to call in and say, first of all, Ratto, do you actually think Wiseman can handle Jokic? Come on now. Let's give Kevon Looney. He was tired, a little credit, but he did pretty good, even though he was tired as hell. The reason why I really called in is to address that caller from D.C. And just a few points on what he had to say. If he's still listening, you got to remember, DC. That's what I remember. I'm gonna call him. After the run was over, we were left with who? Curry. Well, Klay was out, but Curry, Klay, Dre, and Looney. Those are the four players that only know who really knows the offense. Okay, so now you got your young players. They're doing better than what we expected. But all these players, they have to learn the offense. They have to learn how to, move with Curry, move with Klay, and that's going to come. And they're stressing defense because offensively the Warriors are flawed. They're getting better, but offensively they're flawed. So their defense is what's causing them to win. And so as they lost pieces, and the defense got worse, then you saw them losing. They're not the dynasty team of yesteryears, DC. So this is why they're preaching defense, because the offense is flawed. And that's just a little what I have to say before they kick me off the air. Peace out, you guys.
Robin, thank you very, very much. Great to hear from you.
She implied that I thought that Wiseman could handle Nikola Jokic.
I did not get that from you.
No.
I did not.
What I meant is he's going to have to do his best against him for a certain number of minutes in a game, because otherwise Kevon Looney will be exhausted by the end of that series, and he'll be of very little use the rest of the way because he's already been asked to do a lot. And Kaminga is going to have to provide the same service as well. Jokic wears people out, which is why you have to have multiple people.
One of those multiple people could be one of the biggest human beings you've ever seen on a basketball court. And you saw him at the Stockton Arena last night. Kevin Dana with the call.
They're going to involve Wiseman in the pick and rolls and drop coverage. And they get the turnover. Out ahead to Wiseman. And here comes the Thunder.
Raga. Rah. Right.
Rah. Seriously, get back on your medication.
Rich in Fremont, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Rich?
Hey, what's up, guys? First of all, thanks for having me on. I wanted to touch on, and I called in earlier about this, but I want to touch on something you guys brought up earlier this week, and it was regarding Russell Westbrook. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Russell Westbrook has proven that he's a vital player in the NBA. But I just didn't like the take that he took about people heckling him and booing him and calling him Westbrook or whatever. It's like, and don't get me wrong, I'm sorry if his wife feels offended and, he's all feeling like he can't bring his kid to the game or whatever. It's like, look, dude, you need to understand that, hey, you ain't the first NBA player that's got heckled, okay? And the other thing is, you need to remember, those people that are heckling him, even though they may be rude and unkind, and they probably shouldn't, they're buying those tickets. So those ticket sales are putting their money in his pocket. And by the way, nobody put a gun to Russell Westbrook's head and told him he had to play in the NBA, okay? He signed those contracts. He knew what he was getting into.
Well, now, here's the thing that I think more than anything else is I'm pretty sure that Russell Westbrook wore a cupcake T-shirt the night that Kevin Durant came back to Oklahoma City. So he is looking now for a level of grace that I don't know if he's ever gone about extending. It's a very, very modern thing to label yourself the victim in just about any transaction. Russell Westbrook's going to be fine. Calling him Westbrook is not an assault on, his family's name. It's not the affront to your family tree. It's not a besmirching of your father's reputation. It's a play on words. Everyone needs to relax just a little bit. And again, I don't even know why that came up. It was like 4 or 5 days ago we were talking about that. I mean, 4 or 5 days ago we were talking about, man, what's wrong with the Golden State Warriors? In the Jackie Moon era, they remain undefeated, and that's all you need to know. Welcome, everybody, to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Steve Kerr is brought to us by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. And Steve, man, got an entertaining basketball team once again. Amazing with a little bit of defense, a little mixture of the new guys in with the old guys, and it's really starting to come together. You got to feel a lot better here on a Friday than you did back on Monday.
Yeah, winning kind of cures everything, doesn't it?
It sure does. It sure does. The Jackie Moon era is really the moment that we're all now living in. You said that Will Ferrell reached out to you via email a while ago, and it's set up to come and happen this week. When you got that original email, does he sign it Will or Jackie?
It was, it was Will, and I literally did not believe it. I mean, I'm just thinking this is a hoax, and when I wrote back, he said, "No, it's really me, I swear." And so it was great. I mean, I've always been a huge fan, and just to hear from him was amazing. And then we just exchanged emails and worked out this plan, and it all came together well.
Now, I'm sure you're going to point to your team's collective effort and defense as the reason why you've won a couple of games. But did that, in your mind, help let a little tension out of the room or air out of the balloon?
I think so. I think a little bit. You know, we were all feeling kind of stressed, having lost 5 in a row and whatever it was, 9 out of 11, I guess. I think sometimes it's good to just keep things loose, shake it up a little bit, and it was definitely helpful. It made everybody happy, and we were due for a win anyway. I mean, I'm not going to give Will all the credit, but I think he definitely helped.
You have a tendency, if you don't mind my extrapolating here, of wanting to react to stressful situations in a more creative and less confrontational way than a lot of coaches. And I'm wondering how you came to that, given that maybe the two most influential coaches in your life, Lute Olson and Greg Popovich, probably wouldn't have let Will Ferrell in the building. How did you come to sort of this philosophy to the point where you're going, you know what we need when we can't play defense in 11 games? We need a comedian in his mid-50s to help us out.
I think, Coach Olson definitely wouldn't have let him in. Phil Jackson might have. I'm not sure about Pop. I doubt, not into the locker room anyway. But the thing with all those coaches is they were true to themselves, and they were very creative and creative thinkers in terms of trying to get the most out of their team. And I think the best advice I got when I became a coach was just be authentic, be genuine, be real. And so it just felt like something that would be good for us. And I trusted my judgment, and I think that's the best way to answer your question. And so, I just try to be myself, and that sounded like a good idea, so I did it.
Steve Kerr here with us on 95.7 The Game. So since his return, it feels like there's a quest to find and unlock the authentic Klay Thompson, and he certainly brings the right attitude, and we know this shot is going to come back because it's just that pretty. It sort of has to. He asked you in the last week or so that he wants a greater defensive challenge on a nightly basis. And this is something that Ray and I had been talking about this week. Is that the secret to getting Klay back to being Klay Thompson? And instead of talking about the pretty shot, it's getting back to that doggone defense to unlock really who he is as a basketball player.
I don't think there is a secret. I just think that it's just time, and as he gets more comfortable, he will be reminded that even when he was on top of his game a few years ago,
there were still plenty of bad nights. I remember, there were one season he was like 3 for 34 or something to start the year. He was a mess.
Right. Then you guys went to Chicago.
Yeah, and he made 14 threes. I mean, but it wasn't the only time it happened. My point is that, struggles are all part of the game. Steph had his a few weeks ago. Wiggs is going through his right now. Klay's going through one. But I think when you're out for 2.5 years, it's harder to remember that there were actually moments like that, a few years ago too. And it's all part of being an athlete at this level. There's a lot of ups and downs, and you have to navigate them. And if you get too stressed out about them, it's really hard to get through the long season. And I just think Klay wants it all back at once because it's been 2.5 years of hell, and who can blame him for wanting it back quickly? But it's just not the way it works. So he's just got to be patient and keep playing, and it's going to come.
You've now, after a long stretch where your defense was pretty problematic, you've had 2 games in a row where it has essentially won you difficult games. Is there a tell in a game where you can tell we're on it defensively, or can you not really be sure until the game is over and then you look back at it and go, yeah, we defended well? Is there something that within a game tells you we're going to be fine tonight?
Well, I felt that against the Clippers. You can tell with ball pressure. Our guys on the opponent dribbling wherever they want and just easily getting into offensive sets, or are you putting pressure on them? That's one way to tell. And then when you do put pressure on them and guys drive to the rim, is the rotation there to help? And those two things, to me, are a clear sign of successful night. So those were both there against the Clippers. I didn't think our defense was great last night until the final 5-7 minutes, somewhere in that, whatever that stretch was. Looney was just phenomenal on Jokic. I thought Bielitsa did a really good job on him too during his time on the floor. But our first half defense was horrific. So it wasn't a perfect night, but we did enough to win.
You have been such a proponent of Kevon Looney, and you've supported him publicly when other people have said, isn't it time to look for some? It feels like this is the year where everyone gets it. This is the year where everyone understands who he is to this team, who he is to you specifically as a player, and what he does for the Warriors. And I don't think I've ever seen him as tired as he was in that game. 2 trips to Denver in the same week is rough on everyone. For the guy who has to have Jokic leaning on him, it's got to be hardest for him. This is the year where I think the Kevon Looney Appreciation Tour has officially begun, and that's got to make you happy.
Well, I hope that's the case. I know there's a lot of people in our building who have appreciated him for a long time. And, this is a guy who's played big minutes in big playoff games and has proven his ability to compete and defend at a really high level. He's our best screener. You've seen him now the last few games. He's really getting good as an offensive fulcrum, kind of in the Draymond role. Catching and going into dribble handoffs and reversing the ball. So he's added a lot, I think, to his game. But he makes a lot of the plays that most people don't realize. Just the subtle rotation, the subtle box out, the communication that you can't hear if you're in the stands, but you can hear it, if you're on the sidelines. He makes all of those plays. He's just a total pro, and he makes the game easier for everybody else as a result.
Is he content not to have to see Nikola Jokic for another month and a half at the minimum?
I think we all are, frankly. I mean, how good is that guy? It's really amazing to watch him play basketball. I mean, he's so skilled. I was thinking, I was met with the TNT crew last night, Stan Van Gundy and Brian Anderson, and Stan and I were talking about centers back in the day, and 20 years ago when I played, it was really a center era. A lot of Hall of Fame centers back then, and hard to come up with many, if any, centers that back then that were more talented or better players than Jokic. He's just special.
I saw a Twitter account that was just like celebrating old NBA performances and memories, and for whatever reason, they picked, like, let's take a look back at Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf. And he had a game against the Chicago Bulls in the United Center where he was just unstoppable. I mean, he was hitting him from everywhere. And in the footage, while we're watching Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, oh, he was putting it on you, Steve. I mean, it was Steve Kerr, the coach, would have pulled Steve Kerr, the player, off the floor that night. Do you, without having seen the footage or expecting me to ask you this, do you know what I'm talking about? Do you still?
I remember it well. It was actually not at the United Center. It was in Denver.
Oh, okay.
And, yeah, I think he had 46 or something against us, and yeah, he torched me. He was actually probably the closest thing to Steph that we had back then. Just somebody who had that combination of off the dribble and off the catch range and touch. I mean, he was an incredibly gifted shooter, and yeah, he had it going that night. I had no chance.
The way you raced to point out that the game was in Denver led me to believe that you were going to try to use altitude as an excuse.
Oh, it was definitely a factor. I think I would have held him to 44.
Oh, Steve. So, look, again, it's amazing what a difference a week makes, and I know that there's quite a bit of talk to tweaked Steph Curry rotational minutes and when he is playing or when he isn't playing. Was all of that in this year really looking to just buy opportunities to get him fewer minutes as more than it was a strategical decision for the Golden State Warriors? Were you buying rest more than you were looking to buy a new strategy?
No, are you talking about making the change now, or what we were?
Yeah, the minutes that you had early, and then the pattern that you're back to now.
The minutes we had early was actually harder to limit his minutes because what we were doing with his rotation was we were taking him out. We were starting him in the fourth quarter and then taking him out, around the 6 or 7 minute mark for 2 or 3 minutes. And we just had so many games where we were in a fight and we just felt like we can't take him out. We're going to lose the game if we take him out. And he'd end up playing 12 minutes of the fourth and, 39, 40 minutes overall. And that's just not smart for us to do that. So I didn't particularly like the old rotation from a minute standpoint. What I liked about it was that it kept all of our rotations pretty sound. And, we're playing 2 rookies. We're playing some young players. We've got a lot of injuries. So for a long time, it was necessary in order to keep our team afloat. But I feel great now with Steph kind of returning to his more favored rotation. I think it helps us with minutes, easier to get him rest in the middle of the game and still have him fresh in the fourth. And I think he's most comfortable playing in those minutes anyway.
Without resorting to direct quotes in a private conversation, how does the conversation go when A, you're trying to change his rotation, and when you're trying to change it back? Does he come to you first and then you say, yes, absolutely, or do you guys have a long discussion about it?
Usually it's me going to him saying, hey, what do you think about this? And him saying, sure, no problem, and that's about it. I mean, he might have a comment or two, he might say, how long do you think we'll do this? Or, what if we did this or did that? Maybe a tweak. When we talked about his old rotation of playing the whole first and third, he mentioned, well, what if we tweaked it a little bit? Maybe take me out late first, late third, then bring me back earlier in the fourth. And I said, I love that because we need him on the floor for more fourth quarter minutes, but we still need to rest him enough. So it's an easy conversation. Steph always does what's best for the team, and there's always a lot of genuine back and forth just to make sure we're on the same page.
You know what a disappointment it is to find out that you guys have never had a yelling match about that.
Well, Draymond and I make up for that. It works out well.
Okay.
More important for Draymond's psyche on Monday night, a win over the Bucks on Saturday or Michigan State getting past Wisconsin today in Indianapolis?
I think at this stage, as much as he loves Sparty, Draymond's a warrior. He wants to play and he wants to win. So we can't wait to get him back.
There you go. You worry about the other guy from Greece then. Don't worry about the Spartans or anything. The game against the Bucks obviously will be what we're all expecting, the last game, hopefully, God willing, without Draymond Green for the remainder of this season. And look, we know that James Wiseman is getting work in the G League, and there's a chance that he joins this team quickly as well. Andre Iguodala has been reported to be around the corner. Are you starting to see how the end of this year looks for you, and is it more reassuring than you thought just a couple weeks ago? It really looks like everything the Warriors were hoping to come together in the last 2 weeks is still out there for you guys to find.
It's definitely still out there, but there's a lot of work. Even if everybody's healthy, we have a lot of work to do to get better. We also have a lot of work to do to figure out who's going to play. We got a ton of guys who can play, ton of guys who are worthy of playing time down the stretch and into the playoffs. And then, James is so talented and gifted. We've got to give him a chance on the floor, but we also have to temper expectations too. So that means there's got to be some experimentation and we've got to look at some different lineups and combinations, but there are only 15 games left. So we're trying to do a lot of things at once.
Did you expect Moody to be a fly in the ointment? And I mean that in the best possible way.
We've been talking about Moody in our coaches' meetings every day for about 6 weeks because we've seen it coming in practices, in the G League games that he's played, just in his demeanor and his instincts, his questions. He's 19 going on 28. This guy is just so mature, and he's got great size and shoots the ball so well. So I saw it coming, but it probably took a little more time just to allow it to happen because of the changes that were already happening with our team, with the injuries and Kaminga playing more. It had to be the right time, and now it seems like the right time for Moses.
As a philosophical matter, as much as people on the outside like to yammer on and on about your rotations, does anybody really realize how much more fluid they are in real time when you're making decisions than they think it is? I mean, it seems like you're going to have almost as many rotations as you have games left.
Yeah. I mean, we go into every game with a rotation on paper, and it's really more of a kind of a guideline. But we tweak it pretty much every game based on, foul trouble, injury, production, whatever it is, and then you just adjust from there. The good news this year is we have a lot of options. So while it's difficult, to figure out exactly, who should we go to each night in every situation, the options are there for a lot of different combinations, and that's a good problem to have. We have a very deep team.
Looks like you got a combination of Steph, Klay, and Poole in a three-guard lineup that all of a sudden is intriguing you more than just a month ago.
Yeah, those three guys are really playing well together. It's great analytically, just the numbers are showing it, but really, just watching it unfold. You have the secondary playmaker with Jordan, so that if people are blitzing Steph and they get the ball out of his hands, Jordan can make the next play. Obviously, the great shooting from all three guys, and it'll be interesting to get when we get Draymond back how he factors into all this, and if we go that route with those three guys and Draymond, you could picture Loon out there in a more defensive lineup. You could see Wiggs out there in a more offensive lineup. But again, a lot of possibilities.
As one of the best free throwers ever, coaching one of the greatest free throwers ever, what can you give to Wiggins to help him out of his slump right now at the line?
Well, he's been working with Jama, one of our development coaches, and sometimes free throws are about technique, and sometimes they're just about mindset. And I think at this point, it's probably more mindset. His free throw looks fine to me. He's not. Sometimes you can see a major flaw that's keeping a guy from making shots. If he has any adjustment to make, it's a minor one. So there are other times where you just lose a little confidence, and you got to kind of get your confidence back.
So I know this is going to make Ray roll his eyes as I wrap this up, but you've talked about playing with joy, and that's something that was hard to find. Obviously, joy is, not usually walking down the street with rough patches and winning and losing streaks. But it feels like the joy got back this week. From the Jackie Moon warm-up through the games that we've seen, from the defense that you're playing, like it feels good again. And basketball's a feeling as much as anything. So keep it up. Have a great homestand. I know you got a 4-gamer here starting with Milwaukee on Saturday, and we look forward to this team being at full strength and knife sharpened real soon, Steve. Thank you for joining us, and a Mahmoud Abdul Rauf to you.
All right. Thanks, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. You're playing with joy, Ray, and defense. And soon they're going to have more bodies.
Yeah. Defense creates joy, not the other way around.
You know what creates joy? Getting right
554
right to the front of the line in free agent signings, and that's what the San Francisco Giants did today. That was a fantastic conversation with Steve Kerr. We normally wouldn't turn our attention away from talking about the Warriors after just having such a great conversation, but we had a great conversation earlier today with Carlos Rodon. He is the newest San Francisco Giant, and he agreed to a deal today, which we decided to start when we started talking to him, and I think you're going to realize during this interview that he definitely opens up to the conversation as the conversation goes along. He gets more comfortable with me, with Ray, and with the fact that he is now a San Francisco Giant, who we explained an awful lot of kind of like what he's walking into. What was the pitch that the Giants made to him? How easy was it for Carlos to decide to come to San Francisco?
It was pretty quick, actually. The Giants were fairly aggressive. They just went right to it, kind of met my needs and what I wanted, and heard a lot about the organization as far as the staff. And the Giants won over 100 games last year, so it's hard to say no to that. A winning team, a winning organization. So it was a good fit for me.
How much of the negotiations happened before the lockout, and how much after the lockout did it just get finished up?
I could say right now, none. Like it was quiet for 99 days. Like there was nothing. Like I probably talked to Scott once or twice in those 99 days because it was just kind of like a wait time from baseball.
It was a really weird area there for a little bit. I'm glad we're out of it, and I'm sure you are too. Carlos Rodon here on 95.7 The Game, signed with the Giants today. And look, you're coming off of a great year and a 7-year career with the White Sox, which saw you as one of the top picks in the draft all the way back when. And you're coming off of a year which saw you finish 5th in the Cy Young voting in the American League, your first All-Star appearance, and a 2.37 ERA after 132 2/3 innings, which included a near-perfect game if it weren't for someone wearing a size 11 shoe instead of a size 10.5, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, it was quite the year. Through the ups and downs, it was nice to finally have a year that came together, showed that I could pitch, and good things happened. I had a very good team behind me as well, but good things happened, and I'm blessed for it. So Grateful, very grateful.
In looking at the Giants, how much of your opinion was formed by the 107 wins? How much of it was formed by the record number of home runs they hit? And they obviously were much better than the year before. Do you think if you were looking at the Giants of 2 years ago, you would have been as enchanted?
Last year definitely helped their resume, but everyone knows that the Giants organization is a winning organization, as you guys know. A lot of championships in the last few years, last decade, last 20 years, right? I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they've been in the mix and they've won quite a few times. So that speaks for itself. And as far as I said, I've played with various amount of guys in my career, guys I still keep in touch with, and guys that have also played for the Giants organization, and I've only heard very, very good things about the organization. So when they came to the table and offered me a contract, it was hard to say no.
Like you said, it's a team that really overachieved and excelled. Buster Posey, a Hall of Fame bound catcher, is no longer in the mix, though. What is it like to walk into a situation where you don't know exactly who you're necessarily going to be throwing to? The good news is you got Brandon Crawford behind you. I do know that.
Yeah, we know he could catch the ball very well. There's a lot of gold gloves in that field, isn't there?
There is.
Yeah. I know there's a young catching prospect, right?
Joey Bart.
Right, Joey Bart, yeah. I'm not sure who else is in the mix there. Is that Casale? Could I be wrong, or someone else?
He's still there, I think.
Yeah. Casale did a hell of a job last year backing up Posey, too.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Casale's been a very, very solid catcher for years. Some power. I mean, I don't need to go through my teammates, but I mean, either one of those guys, whoever it is, it doesn't matter. They're going to be back there. I'm sure whoever's back there, we're going to mesh well. And if it's Casale, if it's Bart, whoever it is, it's going to work out. I know it.
I was looking at your career splits, and you've never, unless I'm missing it here, you've never pitched in this ballpark.
Never been.
Never been. So, well, then you've never pitched there. How much of that weighs into a decision? Or is it really simply about the team you're going to and the term and amount of the contract?
I mean, it's in the back of your head as a pitcher. The parks that the ball flies. Where home runs are hit, and Oracle Park, right? That's the name of it. Am I wrong?
Yeah, until they change it.
When I was a kid, it was AT&T. Well, not very long ago was it AT&T, but now it's Oracle Park. It's notorious for being a pitcher-friendly ballpark, as we know. It being on the water, the ball doesn't fly too well. Am I right or am I wrong?
No,
you're right.
You're on. Yeah, last year was an outlier for them.
Right. I mean, so it's as a pitcher, when you're in the market, it's definitely in the back of your head. So, but a very pitcher-friendly ballpark. I know it's a beautiful place.
There is a power alley out there in right center that could be among the best friends you've ever had in a Major League Baseball game. So be able to pitch to that. I'll tell you where the Giants really seem to have turned a corner as an organization as they deal with not only their starting pitchers, but their bullpen as well. It seems like they've really streamlined what they ask guys to do. Kevin Gausman comes here, and he's got that massive splitter of his, and they basically said, look, you got this plus splitter, and everything else is okay. So just throw the hell out of that splitter. Do more of what you're great at. Do less of what necessarily hasn't worked. Is that a philosophy that you even talk about before you agree to come here? And if that is the philosophy they put in front of you, tell us what that will mean to you. What is the pitch that you think you hang your hat on, and what is going to be maybe something you walk away from as you just lean into your strengths and go away from weaknesses?
Yeah, I mean, analytically, I think the Giants are up there as far as being ahead of the game of most organizations within analytics. I'm coming in with an open mind to whatever's put in front of me. Whether it's hey, you need to throw this pitch more or throw this pitch more. For me, last year was like a fastball slider combination. Notoriously, I've had one of the better sliders in the game, but last year it's almost like the fastball complemented the slider, and the fastball kind of took over. So, I mean, it can go either way for me. Obviously, they're going to know the information when I show up in front of them, and they're going to give me that information, and I'll know for sure. But as of right now, I really can't lay a finger on what pitch I would mix in more or use more.
When they're making their pitch to you, do they bring any of that up, or is this really just about contract and the baseball stuff gets discussed later when you sit down with Gabe Kapler?
I think for me, I think it was a different situation, right? It's not a normal free agency market, or the way it went down, right? Teams wanted to move quick after the lockout came off, and I think the Giants were the first ones to sign somebody, really, I would say. So their pitch was quick. It wasn't like, I would say it's abbreviated, and I'm sure they would, in a normal free agency year, they would hit on what they offer. But to be honest, like, when you're negotiating, you get down to the nitty gritty. You know, it's either this or this, whatever the dollar amount is, whatever the year's amount. It's a business part of it. That's the business part of it. Now, I guess when I signed, you could tell, or when we agreed to the contract here, you could tell it opened up a whole lot of doors as far as, you know, talking to Gabe, talking to all these people, talking to the pitching coach. And I'm sure I'll get more information on what analytics they have and all these things. As far as it being in the pitch, it wasn't in it, but you being in this game, you know what teams are much into analytics and which teams are not. Let's put it that way.
Carlos Rodon here on 95.7 The Game. So we are going to jump into an accelerated spring training. Let me ask you how much time you think you need to really start ramping up and be ready to go. It's going to be a little bit of a sprint here to opening day.
Oh, yeah, April 7th, and we got, 3 or 4 weeks now?
Yeah.
A little less than 4 weeks, because it's, March 9th, 10th?
The 11th. But
whatever today is.
It's all the same.
Hey, look at it this way. April 8th is when the Miami Marlins are going to be in town.
Okay, well, there you go.
I'm imagining you're pitching on April 9th. I'm just going to give you your starting slot right now. I'm going to guess it's going to be Webb, then you.
And tell me when to go, and I'll do it.
There you go. That's the kind of attitude I believe everybody's looking for. Now that you are a part of the San Francisco Giants, Carlos, you're going to be facing two of the best lineups in baseball. The Dodgers are a monster, and all of a sudden the San Diego Padres really matter in this game. A lot of times you're going to be facing these lineups. Is there anybody that jumps out to you that you're already thinking about?
There's a lot of good players within those two teams. NL West is no joke. It's the big boy league, that's for sure. The guy that jumps out to me is one of my former teammates is Trey Turner. Played with him for 3 years. Went to college with him. He was my roommate. So that'd be the guy that jumps out the most to me. I mean, we all know the names. You know the names of the guys on those teams.
Did you see that smooth ass slide that he had? It was in the playoffs? But it's just it looked like he was on a sheet of ice. It was gorgeous.
Yeah. He's a hell of a player.
So the first time you face Turner, I presume you're just going to walk him and then laugh at him as he runs down to first.
No, because then he's going to steal second and third. He's that fast.
Well,
I don't plan on walking him. I plan on getting him out.
Okay, fine then.
That's the strategy.
Missing an opportunity,
for.
though.
This is why they went after him early. This is why this is one of the biggest free agent signings out there, Ray. Come on. Tell us about yourself. Are you a married guy? How many kids? What's the deal?
2 kids, married, 4 going on 5 years now. We got a little boy named Bo, who is 1, and we have a little girl named Willow, who is just over 2.5.
Oh, well, that's fantastic.
Are either of them left-handed?
No idea yet. No clue.
See, that's the kind of parenting detail that can be the difference between working at Costco and getting a 6-year deal for $95 million.
Down the road one day. Hey, it was really nice to meet you. We wish you the very best of luck. I think that you are coming to a really good situation, and I'm looking forward to officially meeting you down at the ballpark soon enough. Thank you for joining us today. Congratulations, to you and your family. You took a smaller deal and took a big gamble on yourself. You took a show it to us deal from the White Sox, and it really turned into something special for you. So congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Carlos Rodon. How would you do on that?
He did fine. I never think we're doing well.
It was nice to meet him. It really was. I said I'll meet you down at the ballpark one day. I don't know if I should have promised that. I don't know if that's going to ever happen again, Ray. Do you think we'll ever actually be able to meet and talk to in person the players we cover again?
Weirdly enough, Rob Manfred said that the clubhouses will be open this year.
Hey!
Now, each individual team will have its own sort of restrictions, I'm sure.
Right.
But that at least has been accomplished.
By the way, edited out of that interview was a question about Brandon Belt. Because we said that, hey, you got a really good glove behind you in Brandon Crawford. And he's like, yeah, not bad ever, not bad either at first base. Like Brandon Belt, he's got gold gloves, right? And I said, yeah, sure he does. He doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't. I would, you know what? You'd lose, there'd be a lot of Giants fans who would lose a lot of money on the question, has Brandon Belt ever won a gold glove? Because he's a good defender.
He's a very good defender.
Not a bad defender, and he's been around long enough where you figured he picked up one of them.
But most Giants fans would say, see, I told you he was lousy.
Right, well, there's also that element of Brandon Belt, which is also out there.
But he suffers from not being a huge power hitter in a power hitter's position. That's his claim.
He's the James Loney of the San Francisco Giants.
I think he's better than James Loney.
No, but in terms of there's a first baseman who's never going to hit you 20 home runs. But Belt actually did. By the way, just to let you know, there's a reason in the world why sometimes you can't have anything nice. As excited as you are for the Giants deal and signing Carlos Rodon today, a buddy of mine who's a huge White Sox fan, GQ, is not rooting against, the transaction. He's not rooting against the Giants. He's not here trying to tell you why it's about to blow up and go wrong. But he does bring up a decent point, and he says, trust me, the team that knows his shoulder the best didn't even make a qualifying offer. And he was the third pick in their draft, a long time ago. They had a lot invested in him. They got through injuries, and they know enough about him to not even make a qualifying offer. So he says, just, good luck with that. And know that that's a reality, that his arm could turn into a hamburger at any point in time.
And it could, but the statement here that is most important is that they were willing to overpay money that they have to get a guy who probably will, but not guaranteed, will be their second starter for the next 2 years.
If he's healthy.
The kind, on the other side, they're going to start him as the number. He'll be the second guy to get the ball. I can't imagine anybody but him will start game 2. The point is they were willing to spend money on what is essentially a qualified risk. And that's the kind of Giant spending that people want to see. That you overpay at a need. Because they didn't have a number 2 starter. I don't think Anthony DeSclafani is a natural number 2. He had a half a year of being a good number 2, but he wasn't. And now that Logan Webb has become the clear number 1, who was going to be the number 3? Alex Wood? Or who was going to be the number 2? It wasn't going to be Alex Wood. They didn't have one.
No, it's not going to be either of the Alexes, Wood or Cobb.
Yeah, so they overspent for a need, but not cripplingly so. It wasn't a long-term deal that they're going to have to feel sorry about in 5 years. And truthfully, if he does work out well, you can always give him the long-term deal later for more money because ostensibly the Giants have money to spend, and at least in this case, they spent it.
Carlos Rodon, 2 years, $44 million in your rotation as of right now. Logan Webb, Rodon, DeSclafani, followed by the Alexes, Wood and Cobb.
Here's the question I have, though. Who's the 6th starter? Because I think you're going to start seeing 6-man rotations. I think it's the only...
Tyler Beatty? That's the first name that popped in my head.
Okay, what I'm saying is I think that's the next big roster revolution.
The 6th starter being common?
Because if guys are only going to be going 4 innings, you're going to need somebody who can eat up those innings, because otherwise you will tax the hell out of your bullpen.
Let's assume you're just onto something here, and a 6th starter becomes the cause celeb of a new way to think about baseball rosters. does this bring to an end the concept of the opener?
No, because the sixth starter could be the opener. I mean, the opener's not going away because not everybody has 5 starters that you can go, those are the guys. The opener is still here.
Right, but my opener, I mean, boy, we're really reducing what we think of what a starting pitcher is, but, you know, like to me, an opener means I'm here for 3 outs and then I'm out of the game. And a starting pitcher means I can give you 4 innings today, which is, I want to throw up as I'm saying that,
See,
but that's where we are now.
That's the redefinition, is that the 6th guy, in my mind, would be the guy who's your 4-inning guy. That you would look at the other guys in your rotation and say, we expect 5. We'd like 6. We'd expect 5. Except for Webb, who I think they would look at and go, you're young enough and you're good enough. We want 7 out of you every time.
And gosh darn it, people.
And there
like
aren't many guys like that.
When we come on back, it is a staggeringly interesting story that we haven't even touched on this week. We'll give you the Friday news dump from the NFL as well. And if we have time, the most interesting thing I read all week as we wrap up a Friday show here on 95.7 The Game. Oh, and here's a little something to think about. The Dodgers are talking to Freddie Freeman about coming to play in first base in L.A., and he's going to make a choice in about 24 hours. So there you go. Freddie Freeman could be a Dodger before sundown tonight.
Very simply, if they get Freddie Freeman, the Giants don't need to play.
Hey, that's a kind of wrong attitude.
I don't work for the Giants. The Giants have never paid me a dime.
I don't either, but
if the Dodgers have Freddie Freeman on top of everything else they've got, thanks for coming. Drive home safely.
We're still going to play baseball season after all. Thank you so much for tuning in. We got one more segment. It's around the corner. You're not going to want to miss it here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, and by Safeway, where they're perfecting the art of fresh.
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
I will, as soon as it's released. But I've got
needed that second score, and it was Jordan Poole who came through.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Steph Curry is the greatest.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's just
okay.
I mean, Curry taking care of the little girl was
awesome.
Spectacular.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
David and San Leandro.
I just want to say I love you guys. Damon, you're my favorite personality, sports talk, period. Ray, I'm assuming you don't like compliments, but I love you too.
Thank you.
Stop it.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So John Heyman is saying right now the Mariners, the Giants, the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Red Sox are in the hottest pursuit for Seiya Suzuki, the 5-time. What is that? He's an MVP in Japan, is what he is.
Yeah. Nippon Baseball League.
Nippon Baseball League.
I think that's All-Star. One of the 9 best. So All-Star.
We'll see if they end up with him. We'll see if the Dodgers end up with Freddie Freeman. Morosi is saying that they are hot on a very good first baseman who helped Atlanta to a World Series last year. A lot of people thought he'd be back in Atlanta, but what is L.A. throwing at him? We'll have to watch that. On Sunday, we'll have a Selection Sunday. Go Hoosiers, and good luck to everyone who might see a team come up on a line. We have a Friday news dump in terms of football that we hardly even got to. Joe Buck is leaving Fox to be the new voice of Monday Night Football and join Troy Aikman. People care about broadcasting, so they're going to care about that. If you're a Raiders fan, I think you got to be happy to see that Max Crosby got a 4-year, $95 million extension to remain with Las Vegas today. Max Crosby is a hell of a defensive end, and he's not going anywhere. Deshaun Watson might. Ray, he's been cleared of criminal charges. It means he could be in play for a trade. Seattle probably going to be hot on him. We'll see if Pittsburgh gets involved. You do not want Deshaun Watson, if you're a 49ers fan, filling the vacancy that was just left by Russell Wilson. So that is a story to keep an eye on. I'm guessing that teams are going to be, very aggressive looking to pursue him.
Oh, yeah, because he's the best. I mean, all the baggage aside, he's the best quarterback on the market.
So you're saying there's a chance of it being a happy ending?
Define happy.
That went right over your head.
I did, yes, you're right.
So anyway.
By the way, Crosby's contract is $53 million guaranteed.
Of the 95.
Yeah, so.
Good for him.
Well, he's earned it.
Yes.
I mean, he's a Khalil Mack level guy.
Khalil Mack obviously traded this week, so football is going to be in full free agency come Monday. We will have the weekend to pick up the pieces of baseball free agency. An awful lot is going to happen by the time we sit down on Monday, including Draymond Green is going to be back available for the Golden State Warriors. We'll see what they do against the Milwaukee Bucks on Saturday. Got one last thing, since we were just talking about football. The global football crowd had quite a you're going to have trouble sticking to sports issue put in front of them. Roman Abramovich, who is a Russian oligarch, has had all of his assets frozen by the United Kingdom. He is the owner of Chelsea. Chelsea is now forbidden to sell tickets, merchandise, no transfers, no contracts, nothing. They can't even pay their employees. His assets are so frozen. It is a swift decision that has been reached about a guy who has, quite a bit of juice.
Yeah, they're essentially, he's basically trying to get this thing sold quickly because he wants to free up his money again. But among the things that are frozen are their credit cards, so they can't even fill up their bus. More to the point, there was a game at their home field the other day in which the fans were chanting Abramovich's name, which means that some people aren't getting it.
What do you mean? Like some people are just blindly supporting him?
Yes, because
we just talked about this last week. The instinct fans have is to blindly support their lords and ladies, which in sports become your owners in your local fiefdom.
Yeah, he spent money on this team. His team won the Championship League last year. They're one of the 4 most powerful teams in England, one of the 10 most powerful teams in the world. And all they know is we need to have a better chance to win. We're going to chant for the guy who's aligned himself with an international criminal.
It's a weird way to go about doing business.
I mean, it's loathsome.
It is.
How badly do you need to win an event? I mean, how important is the scoreboard to you?
Well,
if it's that important, seek help.
To say some people out there are single-issue voters is an insult to the concept of being a single-issue voter. So we have – look, I don't even have time to get to this, and it's the single most impressive thing that I've read all week. I think I'm going to save it for next week because it's really worthy of discussion. But I'll hint at it. I was stuck in a waiting room, and I was reading articles that I normally would not read because I needed to buy time. And I read a Vanity Fair article about the Kardashians, who I collectively loathe and consume none of. I am in the minority because the consumption of Kardashians is almost 1/4 of the global population if you're just using internet math. The Kardashians are more popular than any network or streaming service. In total, the family has more than 1.7 billion followers across social media. There are 8 billion people in the world. They basically can reach 1/4 of the Earth's population every time they hit the send button. And they sell eyeliner. It's amazing. You don't need to like them or respect them to respect that. That's a level of fame that every pope, every athlete, Muhammad Ali, Michael Jordan included, combined together with the greatest, most popular rock bands of all time did not reach.
They're still contemptible.
Yes.
And more than that, of those 1.7 billion, I wonder how many are bots. So let's say 50%, just to be generous on their side. It's still 850 million people.
Right.
It's basically the population of 3/4 of India.
It's amazing. It's
offensive.
If you just took it down to 1.7 billion, we'll shave off the 0.7. They can reach 1 billion people,
which is depressing.
That's just a few more than listen to today's show. So I hope you were good because we had a lot of people to impress.
If you can be reached by a Kardashian, give up.
Apparently, they can reach a lot of people. Adam Amin, glad we were able to reach him. Carlos Rodon, that was fantastic. We were glad that we could reach him. Glad that we could reach out to Steve Kerr. Thank you so much for tuning in. Go Hoosiers. Get a good matchup in the NCAA tournament. I frickin' dare you. Lucas, great job today. Grandy Maldonado, excellent. Nice job, everyone. Really appreciate it. We'll be back on Monday. Until then, remember, sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Welcome back. Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest top speeds? Is it A, Xfinity? There is only one answer, and it's the right one. A, Xfinity. That's right, Xfinity has the fastest top speeds. Plus, gig speed Wi-Fi on the largest gig speed network.
I love this show!
Restrictions apply. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible X-Fi gateway. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, this is Damon Bruce, and I love my BMW of Fairfield. And if you own a BMW, you've got a brand new friend. BMW of Fairfield wants you to drop on by their dealership for any and all of your BMW needs, service, parts, upgrade, or drop off your current lease. Pre-order a brand new i4 or iX all-electric vehicle, a proud member of the Napa Solano community. If you got a BMW, you got new friends at BMW of Fairfield.